Ruth Donatos had an extraordinary older brother, the kind of man everyone could only look up to. That brother loved him almost foolishly, but now he was dead. It had happened only moments ago, while he was risking his life to protect Ruth. Before the young man could even steady himself, a swarm of wyverns came crashing in from nowhere, like monsters that had smelled blood and blotted out the sky. One of his arms and one of his legs were already ruined, so even if he wanted to run, there was no way out. So Ruth decided that before he died, he would at least drag a few of those bastards down to hell with him. But just as he took his fighting stance, an unexpected twist erupted. A blazing radiance burst forth, followed by the appearance of a mysterious figure. The moment the wyverns saw him, they immediately bowed their heads in reverence, as if welcoming their master. Ruth could not stop himself from trembling. Judging by that aura and pressure, this man had to be the king of the dragon race. But his comrades had clearly just sacrificed themselves. And with his brother's final finishing blow, every dragon emperor should have been wiped out. If this man truly was a dragon emperor, why could Ruth sense no power from him at all, as if the thing before him were only a vague illusion? The mysterious figure opened his hollow eyes, looked around, then stopped on Ruth as an emotionless voice rang out. "Are you the only one left?" What a struggle that must have been. Ruth's mind shook violently, and every cell in his body screamed with survival instinct. This man was insanely dangerous, maybe even more terrifying than the 7 dragon emperors. Who he was no longer mattered. The only thing Ruth had to do now was kill him at any cost. Without the slightest hesitation, Ruth swung his sword and charged straight at the mysterious figure. But all he managed to hear was the man murmuring one sentence. "Should I wait a little longer, I wonder?" Immediately after that, Ruth's vision was swallowed by a blinding surge of white light, and then boom, Ruth was sent back into the past. Before his eyes was the opening ceremony welcoming new students to Arisham Dragon Slaying Academy. This was an academy with a 750-year history, a place that trained the finest dragon hunters through knowledge, martial arts, and real battlefield experience. Ruth was utterly confused. What about the battlefield? Where were the dragons? Had it all been a dream? But this vivid sensation could not possibly be fake. Had he really regressed into the past? But why had this happened when no spell in existence could reverse time? Even if such an incantation existed, only a god could use it. There was no way a dragon could cast it. So was the thing he had just faced truly a dragon at all? Whether it was a dragon emperor or some aberration from another world, whatever its plan was, this time Ruth would wipe out those dragons and make sure no one had to die. After stealing his resolve, he headed straight for the auditorium. He had only taken a few steps when a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, you there." A girl with blazing red hair called him back, then asked bluntly, "Are you sick or something?" By instinct, Ruth called her name, Hennis Hapulia. She was one of the comrades who had once died beside him. When she realized he knew her name, Hennis could not hide her surprise. "Do you know me?" Only then Ruth remembered that in this world, they had just met for the first time, so he hurriedly made up an excuse. "You ranked first in the entrance exam, of course I recognize you." That sounded reasonable enough, so Hennis nodded and stopped questioning him. Only then did Ruth ask back in annoyance, "Why did you say I was sick?" Hennis answered calmly, "Because you have been muttering to yourself and pointing all over the place. So I wondered if you had some psychological problem or something. It is rare for a lunatic to get accepted into Arisham, right? This academy is full of elites, so this is my first time seeing a strange case like you." Ruth was so irritated that he laughed. This little brat still had the same venomous mouth as ever. Hennis looked at him with disgust. "Why are you laughing? Are you the kind of pervert who enjoys being insulted?" Remembering that the current Hennis was still only a young girl, Ruth did not hold it against her and simply gave a half-hearted apology to move on. After that, he picked a random seat and sat down, just as the opening ceremony officially began. Hennis listened to the speech for a while before growing so bored that she started yawning. She turned and stared straight at Ruth. Ruth wondered if he should start a conversation first to avoid trouble, because if he ignored her, Hennis would definitely pester him. Sure enough, Hennis immediately spoke up. "This speech is ridiculously long, but I can endure it. Patience is a basic quality for a mage, after all." Ruth kept an expressionless face and answered casually, "How noble of you." Hennis curled her lips into a proud smile. "That is the foundation of the Hapulia mage family." Then she asked, "What is your name?" Ruth replied calmly, "I come from a place called Jason, a remote region under the 6 palaces. You probably have never heard of it." Hennis tilted her head. "This is the first time I have heard of your family or that territory, but with such a special background, you were still accepted into Arisham. I guess you do not know about." At that point, Hennis suddenly froze and pressed her lips shut. She remembered her mother's warning to be careful when speaking with low-born people who could not even reach the toes of the Hapulia family. Hennis secretly sighed in relief because she had stopped in time. Otherwise, she would have almost blurted out an insult. Hennis quietly observed Ruth, but he did not seem to care about what she had just said. She cleared her throat and quickly concluded, "What I mean is, if there is anything you do not understand, I will teach you. For example, those people up on the 2nd floor are the guild masters of famous guilds. They are always searching for the brightest talents in the academy, watching them early, so they can recruit them into their own guilds. Famous Flame, Moon Shadow, and even the guild master of Trailseeker are all here." Ruth knew them very well. He knew the achievements they would accomplish in the future, and he also knew why all of them would die. Hennis continued, "Once you reach your 3rd year, you will be qualified to apply for a guild. As for me, I have already decided, you know." Before she could finish, Ruth cut her off. "Famous Flame, a 1st-rank guild. Having been predicted, Hennis looked a little displeased. Correct, but it is not only because of the rank. The Guildmaster of Famous Flame is my ideal role model. White Flame Queen Liana Chonica, the high-level mage who commands pure white fire. Oh, Lady Liana Chonica, you are absolutely incredible. Watching Hennis speak about her idol with shining devotion, Ruth stayed silent. After Liana Chonica died at the hands of a dragon emperor, Hennis became the next guild master of Famous Flame. In the end, she burned away her own life to avenge the senior she had always admired. Ruth only said softly, "If it is you, you will definitely get into Famous Flame." Hearing that, Hennis immediately thanked him with a bright smile. After that, she stepped onto the stage as the top entrance student and recited the oath on behalf of the new class. Everything still unfolded exactly as Ruth remembered. He waited tensely for the next moment, because if he remembered correctly, after this would come the speech from his older brother, the Aretium Student Council President Acer Donatos, a peerless genius, an unyielding warrior, his only family, and the man who had died like an idiot for his foolish little brother. But the truth before his eyes completely deviated from what Ruth expected. The person standing at the podium was indeed the Student Council President, but it was not his brother. It was his brother's best friend, Jeremy Duville. The moment Jeremy Duville stepped down from the stage, Ruth rushed over like a madman and demanded answers. "Why are you the Student Council President? Wasn't the president originally my brother? I mean Acer Donatos. Did he not run for the position? Or is he serving on the Student Council instead?" Jeremy Duville answered in confusion. "Wait, what have you been talking about this whole time? I am sorry, new student, but this is the first time I have ever heard the name Acer Donatos." Ruth went dead still on the spot. "He does not know my brother. Then where is my brother?" At the same time, a terrible theory flashed through Ruth's mind. Maybe Acer Donatos did not exist in this world. It was a horrifying possibility that his brother had never been the strongest warrior in this timeline. After the ceremony ended, Ruth returned to the classroom with his mind in chaos. He told himself that theory was absurd, but what if it was true? Perhaps the existence of Acer Donatos had vanished completely, or perhaps Acer had also regressed, then decided not to come here. It had to be one of those two possibilities. The second sounded more reasonable, and yet, what are you thinking about with such a serious face? Hennis's question cut through Ruth's thoughts. After hesitating for a while, Ruth realized two heads were still better than one and answered honestly. "I need to find someone, so I am thinking of the most efficient method," Hennis suggested. "Why not buy information from a guild? Is that person likely to come to this academy? Then try looking around the library first. If you do not find that person there, at least you can get the student roster." The MC immediately stood up, ready to head for the library, while Hennis trailed after him and reminded him, "Class starts in 15 minutes. Do you want us to be late on the very first day? Who told you to follow me and turn this into an us? I am worried you will cause trouble again, and that would be a real pain. By the way, why did you pick a fight with the Student Council President? I only asked him a few questions. Are you addicted to attention or something? I do not think so. Then do you even know where the library is? It is not that way, idiot. Follow me." The MC stopped short, then obediently turned around and followed Hennis so she could lead the way. The moment she pushed the door open and stepped inside, Hennis could not hide her amazement and blurted out, "So this is the central library. Someday, I really want to come in here for real." The MC scanned the room as he asked, "Then how do you know this place, if this is also your first time at the academy?" Hennis turned and glared at him. "Before setting foot in the academy, students are supposed to memorize every facility. Is that not obvious?" "Yeah, I guess so." The MC gave a half-hearted answer just to end the topic, then started checking each student record book. Hennis helped too, but instead of finding what they needed, she discovered a whole row of classic books for mages. Good heavens, the Eternity Herbal Catalog. Wasn't this discontinued ages ago? Wait, they even have the first edition of Introduction to Magic. You could have money and still never get your hands on this. The MC no longer had the attention to hear Hennis talking. He focused only on searching the student list for his older brother's name, but unfortunately, Acer Donatos never appeared. If his brother truly did not exist in this world, then the cause was probably that bastard Void Dragon Sardin, the Dragon King who manipulated dimensions and empty realms. In the battle before the MC regressed, Sardin had vanished together with his brother's body. If that skill had transported his brother to another dimension, then he might still be alive somewhere out there. But of course, that Void Dragon was very likely there as well. With the library matter temporarily finished, the MC turned to find Hennis and saw her arguing with the librarian. "Wait, why not? I am only borrowing 17 books. The librarian gently explained, "Students may only borrow 3 books at a time. You two seem to be freshmen, right? Aren't classes still in session? We were just on our way back to class, so I will borrow these 3. Ruth Donatos quickly picked the books, then called after Hennis Hapulia as she hurried out of the library. Luckily, when the two returned, the teacher had not entered the classroom yet. Hennis took the chance to ask whether the MC had found the person he was looking for. He He shook his head. No, that name was not on the student list. Then you should probably ask a guild for help. Who are you looking for? The MC was silent for a moment, then answered quietly, my older brother. Just then, an instructor with sharp features and a high nose bridge walked into the classroom. He spoke calmly, I am Daniel Gold, the instructor in charge of your basic practical combat class for this entire school year. This is only one course, but if you plan to take weapon, martial arts, or advanced combat classes, you will definitely be seeing me a lot. Two girls below looked at him and whispered in admiration, their eyes practically glowing. But Daniel's next line made them freeze on the spot. From now on, your next 4 years will be a training course no different from hell. In your 3rd year, you will work as guild interns. In your 4th year, you will begin facing exams, visas, and countless evaluations. Not many, just enough to make you die and come back a few times. After saying that, Daniel gave them a reassuring smile. Do not worry too much. As long as you work hard and add a bit of talent, it is not exactly impossible. The MC understood the hidden meaning behind those words very well. No matter how hard you tried, without talent, every effort could still become meaningless. He wondered how much despair he had swallowed and how many souls he had sacrificed just to reach that fragile shred of talent. Since it was the first class, Daniel only gave them a few reminders before sending everyone back to the dorms. Just as the MC was about to leave, Heinous got curious as usual. Where are you going this time? The dorm is not that way. I know where it is. The MC answered with one short line and quickly left, leaving Heinous staring after him in suspicion. He does not know where the library is, but he knows where the dorms are. Thinking that, she stopped worrying about it and returned to the girls' dormitory. After circling around for a while, the MC finally reached the training room. The title Dragon Slayer was originally used for someone capable of killing dragons. In every theory of combat, physical strength is always the most basic foundation. For that reason, the academy set up free gyms everywhere, so students could train their stamina and bodies. This was the training room he had used when he was young. Everything was exactly as he remembered, from the smell of iron to the way the light fell across the stone floor. He gave a faint smile, took off his coat, and began checking his current physical condition. The result was that after 30 pull-ups, the MC dropped to the floor, panting so hard he looked like he was about to breathe smoke. That was not strange. After all, this body was currently only 17 years old. Starting tomorrow, practical combat class would officially begin. He had exactly 1 week before he had to train alongside the other students. The MC did not want the tragedy of his previous life to repeat itself. This time, he had to surpass the version of himself from before the regression. What he needed right now was endurance and strength. After all, I have always been a master at grinding and training myself to exhaustion. The MC regained his focus and began warming up to continue training. Just then, the training room door opened, and a familiar figure appeared. Like Hennis, the person who had just walked in had also been one of the MC's comrades in his previous life, Balaxtoros. Balaxtoros was a close-range warrior who dealt pure physical damage and later earned the title Fist King. The moment the MC saw him, he fell into thought. In my previous life, I never met him here. Back then, I only started coming to the gym after midterms. I should have met him in the spiritual power training hall. Is this just because the timeline changed? Whatever, no need to care. The MC shook his head, decided to ignore Balak, and continued training. But before long, he could not keep pretending not to notice, because Balak kept staring at him and copying every single movement. After a while, the MC truly could not take it anymore. Annoyed, he dropped the weight, whipped around toward Balak, and shouted, "Damn it, do you want to fight?" Balak stopped moving and tilted his head. Why would you think that? I am only training. The MC snapped, then train, but why do you keep staring at me? And why are your weights heavier than mine? Balak answered honestly, I apologize if my actions caused a misunderstanding. Your movements and posture are too perfect, so I wanted to imitate them. The MC froze and asked back, what? Balak said seriously, your weightlifting form, your muscle control, all of it is beautiful. Even my father or anyone in my family has never achieved such flawless movement. Are you perhaps the god of physical fitness? The MC shook his head. No, I am a new student. Balak smiled. What a coincidence. I am also a freshman, Balak Storos. From now on, I will regard you as my trainer. I believe that one day, you will surpass this exquisite body. So, body-shaping coach, will you accept me as your disciple? The MC shuddered without thinking, then immediately refused in a firm voice. No. A while later, at Arisham's third outdoor training field, Daniel spoke loudly to the freshmen. Choosing your main weapon is extremely important, because it lays the foundation for your combat style. Usually, the academy suggests a weapon when you enroll, but trying out other kinds of weapons is not a bad idea either. Feel free to choose for yourselves. The students immediately grew excited, choosing weapons while chatting loudly. This longsword is really light. Wow, it must be because it was made specifically for students. The MC walked over to a weapon rack and silently admired it. As expected of the #1 academy on the continent, even though these are only for training, the quality is excellent. If sharpened, they could be used in real combat. The MC had just picked up a sword when he turned and saw Hennis asking Daniel, sir, I am going to become a mage, so do I still have to choose a weapon? Daniel advised combat can happen at any time. Even as as a mage, you should learn to defend yourself. Yes, sir. With that, Heinous walked toward a weapon rack. While she was still hesitating, the MC came over and said, I think a dagger suits you. Heinous looked doubtful. Really, you can use mana to adjust your attack range, and daggers are very easy to carry. In truth, the real reason was that in his previous life, Heinous had talent with daggers. She used them very well whenever she needed to conserve mana for magic, or when monsters suddenly closed in on her. Then I will choose this. Heinous listened to him, walked to the weapon rack, and happily took a dagger in her hand. Right after that, Heinous noticed the sword at the MC's waist. Are you planning to use that one? I am not completely sure yet. I will know once I try it. After saying that, he gripped the sword hilt, drew it from its sheath, and swung in one clean arc. Pretty good. Hearing that evaluation, Heinous asked curiously, you can be sure after just one swing. Everyone else is still struggling to get used to their weapons. The MC shrugged. After all, the point is only to train. But that movement fell fully into Daniel's eyes. He raised his chin and thought, a coincidence. That swing did not look like the movement of an ordinary student. It looked like the finishing strike of a swordsman who had trained to the absolute limit. The MC still had not noticed he was being watched and continued talking with Heinous. Every weapon has its own strengths. But look at this. Suddenly, the MC felt someone watching him. He glanced over and saw Daniel smiling as he approached. Before Daniel could even speak, he spoke first. Sir, am I only allowed to choose one weapon? Daniel answered, there is no mandatory rule. It is simply more effective to focus on one type of weapon. But if you are interested in a sidearm, that is fine too. The MC immediately cut in. I want to use several main weapons. Several main weapons? Is that arrogance or confidence? Let us see. Thinking that, Daniel nodded in agreement. Fine. In any case, the choice mainly depends on you. Good. Then besides the sword I just chose, I want a spear and a great sword. I will choose these three. As he spoke, the MC used the three weapons in turn, demonstrating them right in front of Daniel. Daniel burst into hearty laughter, but inwardly he was quietly evaluating him. A genius? No, this feels slightly different. Beyond refinement and elegance, he could also see grueling practice in every sword stroke. Daniel asked, what did you do before entering the academy? The MC answered, I worked as a mercenary to make a living. My family died in a dragon attack. Daniel paused, his voice growing lower. Is that so? I am sorry for asking about something so sensitive. The MC shook his head. It is all right, sir. It is in the past anyway. He turned and walked away, thinking to himself, that should be enough to draw attention. Heinous chased after him and said, you seem pretty good, huh? The MC answered calmly, of course. Immediately, he received an icy glare. Arrogant jerk. After that, she hesitated for a moment before asking, by the way, what you told the professor about your family. Did your parents really pass away? The MC unconsciously clenched his hand, then answered in a low voice, yeah, they are both gone. Heinous turned her face away and apologized softly. That must have been hard. Sorry for making you remember it. Why are you apologizing? It was a long time ago, so it is fine. Heinous gave a quiet mim. The MC looked at her in surprise, thinking he had not expected her to know how to feel guilty. In truth, back in the past, she had not exactly been a heartless person. Heinous noticed the protagonist staring at her and instantly blushed as she snapped. What are you looking at? The protagonist quickly turned away and kept walking without answering, making Heinous mutter in frustration. What an annoying brat. Suddenly an argument rang out ahead, piquing her curiosity. What happened in Class B? The two pushed into the crowd and saw the Class B instructor yelling at Balak. You have to choose a weapon. Balak argued back. Melee warriors of House Storos do not use weapons. Our bodies are our weapons. The Class B instructor clutched his head, furious enough to lose his mind. What is with this kid? Listen, Balak. Even if fist fighters mainly use their bodies, you can at least use iron gauntlets. Balak cut him off at once. Melee warriors of House Storos do not use weapons. The instructor gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. What I mean is, Balak cut him off again. Melee warriors of House Storos do not use weapons. Standing in the crowd, Heinous pointed at the one being scolded and asked, who is that lunatic? Do you know him? The protagonist immediately shook his head. No. Just then, Daniel rushed over to hold back the enraged Class B instructor. Senior Claire Mason, please calm down. Balak turned to leave, then spotted the protagonist in the crowd. Heinous was surprised. Huh, is he looking this way? Seeing trouble coming, the protagonist urged, let's get out of here. In his heart, he silently prayed, don't act like you know me, you idiot. Balak had no way of hearing that inner plea. He looked at the protagonist, broke into a radiant smile, then ran over while waving. Heinous turned to the protagonist with a meaningful smile. Why is he running over here? Don't tell me he's your friend. The protagonist answered awkwardly, I don't know. Claire was still being held back by Daniel, and she pointed furiously at Balak. Hey, how dare you run off to play with your friend while a professor is still talking to you? Balak turned back and argued, he is not my friend. Our bond is deeper than that. And that is, knowing what he was about to say, the protagonist cut in at once. We're friends. Only then did Daniel speak. Balak, I understand that using weapons goes against your family's principles and traditions, but this is class, and this is training time. If you continue refusing to choose a weapon, drawing on his experience from his previous life, the protagonist took a breath and thought, they'll probably let him off off like they did before. You will have to repeat the year. As soon as Daniel finished, the protagonist froze in shock. What? Has the past changed? Could my interference have thrown history off course? If he gets held back here, the core force that will face the Dragon Emperor in the future will be in serious trouble. At that moment, Balak said with a grave expression, I understand. Rather than sacrifice my honor, I would rather accept defeat. Shut up. The protagonist reached out and covered Balak's mouth, then asked, Professor, could you make an exception? Daniel replied, I cannot create a special exception just for Balak. That would be unfair to the other students. The protagonist screamed inwardly, then why did you make an exception in my previous life? In that case, he just has to choose something, right? With that, he swept his eyes across the training ground. There has to be something usable here. When he spotted a pair of gloves, the protagonist's eyes lit up. He walked over, picked them up, and tossed them to Balak. Use these. Balak caught the gloves, but still murmured the protagonist's name. Warriors of House Storos do not use weapons. The protagonist said irritably, how is that a weapon? One look and you can tell it's for defense. Balak replied, Warriors of House Storos do not use protective gear either. The protagonist shouted over him, quiet. Just treat it as a gift from a friend and take it. Hearing that, Balak stared blankly at the gloves and murmured, a friend? Claire immediately objected. How is that a weapon? It's clearly just wrist protection. The protagonist forced a smile. No, those are a new type of iron gauntlet. That's how they're being made lately. Daniel was doubtful too. What kind of gauntlets are those? The protagonist asked in return. As long as he chooses a weapon, it's fine, right? What is going on? Both the Class A and Class B professors are there. Seeing the students starting to gossip, Daniel reluctantly accepted it to keep the situation from escalating. Fine. For now, we'll consider them a pair of iron gauntlets with an unusual design. Hearing that, the protagonist let out a sigh of relief. Good. Thank goodness he understood what I was getting at. But the problem is, this time I only barely fooled them. From now on, I have to be more careful, because every action I take could steer the future in a new direction. A little later, the protagonist walked while reading the paper in his hand. Perhaps because this was only the first class, everything was still fairly light. They were mostly focused on theory. The first week at Aricium was a period for freshmen to adapt, and also a time for professors to assess ability and guide the students' paths. I've shown enough to draw attention and get a recommendation letter. Now I just want to use the remaining time to prepare for other classes. But behind him, Balak and Hanis were still arguing nonstop. You really are an idiot, aren't you? I am not an idiot. I am Balak Storos, a warrior from House Storos. Exactly. That makes you sound even more like an idiot. As a mage, you would never understand a martial artist's honor. To someone from House Storos, losing honor is worse than death. The protagonist shook his head in exasperation. Why did they suddenly group themselves together with me? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out ahead. Look at them, the attention seekers. Hanis and Balak stopped arguing and looked at the three students blocking the path. The protagonist kept focusing on the paper and continued walking. The leader pointed straight at him. I'm talking to you, you morons. Only then did the protagonist look up from the paper and stare at the leader in confusion. Are you talking to me? The guy replied irritably. Who else would I be talking to? You and the pig behind you. Balak argued. I am not a pig. I am a warrior from... Before he could finish, Hanis cut in. Move, asshole. Who do you think you are, provoking us? And who are you calling morons? The protagonist calmly said, didn't you call Balak an idiot earlier too? Facing Hanis, the leader's expression instantly changed, and he reached out with a friendly smile. Hanis Hapulia, I rather liked your speech earlier. I didn't mean to pick a fight with you. I'm Wilhelm from Class B. Hanis crossed her arms and sneered. Do I need to know your name, dumbass? Humiliated, Wilhelm trembled with anger as he glared at her. I was going to let you join my group, since the entrance exam top scorer didn't seem to belong to any faction yet. But now I get it. You people really have gathered together. Get lost, Hanis. I only have business with those two. Hanis picked at her ear. Your business. You're the one who needs to get lost, you rotten fruit. And don't call me by my name. Step aside. The protagonist reached out and pushed Hanis's nearly exploding head to the side, then looked at Wilhelm. What do you want? What I want is simple. Are you all so desperate for attention that you can't stand still? Why don't you know your place a little? Wilhelm lifted his chin, his voice arrogant. I'm telling you to stop those stupid stunts to attract the professors. You think knowing how to use a bunch of weapons makes you impressive, and that pig over there keeps rambling about not using weapons. If you're coming to the academy with that mindset, you might as well quit. Ruth Donatos pondered, so he really did make his move earlier on purpose, just to draw every eye to himself. But no matter how quiet the protagonist stayed, there were always a few talentless fools who loved making up stories behind his back. He remembered it very clearly from his previous life. Back then, a student had mocked him. What can a useless orphan like you even do? I truly don't understand why someone like you was accepted in the academy. Or did someone back you up and sneak you in through the back door? Oh right, I forgot. You don't even have parents anymore. Before that guy could finish, the protagonist charged in and drove a knee straight into his face, sending him crashing into the door frame. He shook his head and sighed. I was too hot-headed back then, which is why I beat them up so badly. But this time he would handle it more maturely, telling himself that the protagonist spoke calmly. Is that so. But even if he used 500 battle aura, he would still win. Huh? Stop talking nonsense. The protagonist answered bluntly. Oh, even I could take down a weakling like you barehanded. If Hennis Hapulia made a move, you'd be erased instantly. Wilhelm's eyes turned bloodshot, his savage gaze locking onto the protagonist. You bastard. You attention-seeking trash. You're dead. Wilhelm roared, unable to hold back any longer, and immediately swung his fist at the protagonist. The protagonist kept both hands in his pockets, his face completely unmoved by the punch flying toward him. He only tilted his head back slightly and avoided the attack with ease. Right after that, he lightly tapped Wilhelm's supporting leg with his foot, making him lose balance and faceplant onto the floor in a miserable fall. Wilhelm gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, twisting around to sit up as he reached for the weapon at his waist. Seeing that, Hennis Hapulia shouted in alarm, "Hey, using weapons outside the training ground is forbidden. Shut up." Wilhelm roared, his anger devouring every shred of reason. Now he no longer cared about anything, and he drew his sword before charging straight at the protagonist. Faced with the danger rushing toward him, the protagonist remained chillingly calm. Despicable bastard. But thanks to this, I have a chance to test the qualities of this new body, along with the movement I learned from Balakstoros in my previous life. Barehanded sword block, House Star Wars style. Thinking that, the protagonist clenched his fist, his eyes locking onto the incoming blade. When the sword tip was only a handspan away, he punched the flat of the blade and knocked it out of Wilhelm's hand. In the instant Wilhelm was still frozen in shock, the protagonist had already closed the distance. He swung his hand down hard onto Wilhelm's head, knocking him unconscious and dropping him on the spot. Wilhelm's two lackeys no longer had their earlier arrogance. Their eyes were filled only with fear as they looked at the protagonist. He did not pursue the matter and merely said coldly, "Consider this a lesson." Behind him, Balakstoros studied the protagonist seriously. He recognized that the move just now was a technique from his own family. Just then, Claire Mason ran over. What is going on? Why is he sprawled on the floor like this? You boys again? Move aside now. Seeing the instructor arrive, the short, chubby student hurriedly pointed at the protagonist and accused him. He attacked Wilhelm first. Hennis Hapulia angrily argued back, "Liar. They started it first, and they even drew a weapon. He only fought back." Balakstoros also spoke up. That is correct. He did not even use a weapon. After examining the scene and comparing the students' accounts, Claire Mason was secretly shocked. He disarmed someone barehanded in that situation. A freshman did that without getting hurt. Suppressing the doubt in her heart, Claire Mason turned to Wilhelm's two lackeys. "You two take that unconscious boy to the infirmary." Then she pointed at the protagonist. "And you, come to my office after class." Wilhelm's two lackeys glared at the protagonist threateningly. "Just you wait." Claire Mason heard them and shouted in fury, "Take him to the infirmary now." Both of them instantly shut up and dragged Wilhelm away until they vanished. Once they were gone, Hennis Hapulia spoke. "What is wrong with those guys? Also, what move did you use to knock that sword away?" The protagonist answered with a straight face, "A block." Hennis Hapulia obviously refused to accept such a vague answer. "You think I don't know that was a block? I'm asking how you did it barehanded." Then she turned to Balakstoros. "Hey, idiot, do you know?" Balakstoros answered honestly, "The adults in my family can do it, but I have not learned it yet." Then he looked curiously at the protagonist. "Could you be my long-lost brother?" "I can't say he taught me in my previous life." Thinking that, the protagonist had no choice but to find an excuse. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "No, I'm not. That was, how should I put it, just dumb luck. As you can see, well, I'm genius." Balakstoros actually believed him right away, his eyes lighting up. "I see. Amazing." As expected of my physical training master, Hennis Hapulia remained full of suspicion. "You expect that explanation to work? Hey, tell the truth. You're hiding something, aren't you?" The protagonist blushed slightly and hurriedly shook his head. "Huh? Of course not." Balakstoros advised her, even if he is hiding something, a good friend should not dig into another person's secrets. "Hennis Hapulia, do you not have one or two things you cannot talk about as well?" Hennis Hapulia nodded. "That's true, but wait. Who said we're friends? I met you less than 2 days ago." Balakstoros smiled and said, "Then I suppose we will be friends from now on. Please take care of me, Hennis Hapulia." Hennis Hapulia glared at him. "Are you seriously an idiot?" Looking at the two of them, the protagonist thought silently, "You shouldn't call your friend an idiot." He remembered that in the past, Hennis Hapulia would often snap at Balakstoros in annoyance whenever he came close. "You're so irritating. Stay away from me, you muscle-brained brute. Whenever you get close, I feel hot all over and your body heat creeps me out." Each time, Balakstoros would smile and answer, "Shouldn't a fire mage have good heat resistance?" Acer Donatos, sitting across from them, burst out laughing. "Haha, cut it out, you two." Remembering those beautiful memories, the protagonist's resolve grew even firmer. No one will have to die. Not a single person. This time, absolutely not. After class, the protagonist went to Claire Mason's office. Once their talk was over, he asked permission to leave. Claire Mason watched his back and said softly, "He did nothing wrong." Still, I originally intended to have a proper talk first, because he looked like the type of person who usually opens conversations with his fists. But it seems that is no longer necessary. 20 minutes earlier, in the office, the protagonist had bowed his head and apologized. "I am truly sorry for causing trouble, ma'am. He insulted my friend, so I lost my cool for a moment. Then he started swinging a sword, so I was afraid my friend would get hurt and tried to restrain him. But in the end, I went a little too far. I should have acted with more restraint and maturity. I am sincerely sorry." Claire Mason poured herself a cup of coffee. Remembering the protagonist's sincere and gentle expression, she thought to herself, he really is kind-hearted and mature, especially compared to Wilhelm. I definitely won't go easy on him during training. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. When Daniel Gold walked in, Claire Mason looked a little surprised. "What wind blew you in here?" Daniel Gold smiled and replied, You're joking, right? The meeting for the freshman homeroom teachers is being held in your office. That's why I'm here. You're the one who stubbornly insisted on holding it here because you were too lazy to go to another room." Claire Mason immediately shot back. "That's a strange thing to say. When have I ever been stubborn? I simply made a suggestion." Daniel Gold teased with a grin. "If your suggestions are always like that, sooner or later I'll end up a cricket spun in circles by you." Just then, Class D homeroom teacher Arthur Winston and Class C homeroom teacher Damian Gray walked in together. The moment Arthur Winston saw Claire Mason, he grumbled, "Do you know how many times I was called to the administration office because of you?" Claire Mason snapped back in irritation. "What did I do that makes you keep nagging?" Arthur Winston answered, "You keep doing things worth nagging about. You've caused all kinds of trouble for this office." Claire Mason argued back, "I barely bought anything, just one air purifier and a long leather sofa." Damian Gray added, "And a swallow-patterned vase worth 3 million rivers." Stabbed in the back, Claire Mason shouted angrily, "Damian Gray, I told you to keep that a secret." Arthur Winston sighed. "Whatever, that's enough. Next time, check the schedule properly. A professor like you shouldn't forget a meeting being held in her own office." Claire Mason clicked her tongue and muttered, "Tish, you're way too meticulous. No wonder all your hair fell out." Arthur Winston roared in anger. "What did you say?" Claire Mason instantly put on an innocent face. "I didn't say anything." Daniel Gold quickly stepped in to mediate. "Come on, everyone, calm down. Why don't we just start the meeting?" Claire Mason and Arthur Winston understood that too, so both of them fell silent and ended their squabble. The meeting began and they reviewed each student file in turn. After a while, Daniel Gold spoke up. "This year's students are quite a bit stronger than last year's." Arthur Winston nodded in agreement. "The graduation rate will probably go up." Claire Mason said, "That's not certain. The kids have talent, but they also need psychological support. Isn't nurturing young minds part of a teacher's duty?" Arthur Winston asked, "Are there any students we need to keep a special eye on?" Damian Gray replied, "Not in Class C. They're all quite outstanding." Claire Mason continued, "Class B has one kid who's both crazy and stupid." Arthur Winston looked doubtful. "What a choice of words. The idiot must be the troublemaker from today. But what do you mean by crazy?" Claire Mason complained in annoyance. "There's one guy who keeps muttering about a warrior's shame, dragging even tiny things into it. He's incredibly annoying. Balak Storos did terribly on the written test, but his real combat ability is excellent." Arthur Winston took Balak Storos' file and read it. "From a family obsessed with bare-handed fighting and addicted to muscles. So it's that Balak Storos." Daniel Gold said with interest, "His skill is the real deal. I'm looking forward to seeing him show more of what he can do." Then Daniel Gold took out 2 files and introduced them. "Looking back, my class has 2 very promising figures. One is Hennis Julia, the second child of a famous mage family. The other is a student named Ruth Donatos." Damian Gray spoke up. "Hennis Hapulia, the one at the top of the academy. Since she's a fire mage, the White Flame Queen will definitely notice her." Arthur Winston asked, "Then what about the other kid? Is he from some famous family?" Daniel Gold shook his head and placed Ruth Donatos' file in the middle of the table. "No, it would take a while to explain, so it will be faster if you read it yourselves." The 3 of them, including Arthur Winston, leaned in curiously. Damian Gray asked suspiciously, "Is this really a student file?" Arthur Winston was shocked as well. He nearly got perfect scores on both the written test and the practical exam. He lost his family, then survived as a mercenary until now. Daniel Gold gave his assessment. "You'll change your minds once you see him in person. It may be too early to say this, but I think he may be the strongest student this year. If he made you say that, then the kid definitely isn't ordinary." Arthur Winston fell into thought, then looked at Claire Mason. "You've met him in class too, haven't you?" Claire Mason assessed him. He protected his friend, and his words were upright. "He's a good student. I liked him the moment we met, so I want him in my class." Ehem. A cough rang out, cutting Claire Mason off. Seeing everyone's strange looks, she frowned and asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Daniel Gold said in confusion, "So you do praise students sometimes?" Claire Mason replied, "I do that from time to time. Anyway, as I was saying, do you remember the idiot swinging a sword I mentioned earlier? Ruth is the one who took him down barehanded." The others immediately started murmuring. "He used a sword during the entrance exam. So what about his martial arts? At the very least, one thing is certain. He possesses a truly formidable talent for martial arts. Claire Mason took a sip of water and slowly said, "Then don't you think that, as the unarmed close combat instructor, I should be the one to teach him?" Daniel Gold disagreed. That might be difficult. His true talent lies in his ability to use weapons like spears and swords. If it were me, I would be much more suitable. Claire Mason nitpicked. "Oh my, since when did you become so interested in a student's potential?" Daniel Gold replied, "He is a student in my class. It would be most effective if I also served as his advising professor." Claire Mason challenged him. "Don't joke around," he countered with his bare hands. "On what basis do you think he's better with weapons?" Daniel Gold shouted angrily, "I was the first one to recognize Ruth's talent. I won't hand him over to you, even if you are my senior." Claire Mason did not back down at all and immediately shot to her feet, shouting back, "Is that so? Then this time I may have to carve the senior-junior hierarchy into your head." Daniel Gold yelled, "Huh? Did you forget you lost to me 2 weeks ago?" Suddenly, Arthur Winston slammed his hand hard onto the table. The force was so great that the tabletop split in two, but he paid it no mind and shouted, "Both of you sit down. Is this how people calling themselves professors behave?" Daniel Gold silently sat down of his own accord. Claire Mason pointed at the table and said in heartbreak, "That was expensive. My table." Arthur Winston awkwardly looked toward Damian Gray. Then, "Damian Gray, do you have an opinion?" Damian Gray calmly replied, "I'm fine. What student would want a teacher who looks as scary as me?" Arthur Winston gave a small cough. "If he's good with the mark spear, perhaps I should meet him too. In any case, we still have a week before sparring class, when we submit our recommendation forms, so you two should calm down for now. Even if all of us want to teach him, the final decision still depends on the student's choice." As Arthur Winston spoke, he picked Ruth Donatos' file out of the broken wood and continued reading. This student is from Jisson." Claire Mason asked curiously. "Jisson?" Arthur Winston answered, "Yes, from 10 years ago. It was the village that vanished after the Myriad Forms incident." Hearing that, the expressions of the other three changed at once. The Myriad Forms incident was the tragedy that destroyed half of the southern kingdom of Calavan 10 years ago. After that, the nation's power declined, and only a few years later, the kingdom vanished from the map entirely. A single dragon brought destruction upon an entire nation. Its true form remains a mystery, because it could transform into anything. Arthur Winston looked at Daniel Gold and asked, "Kianan the Myriad Forms dragon, one of the 7 ancient dragons. Daniel Gold, didn't you also take part in the subjugation campaign?" Daniel Gold replied, "The one who killed the Myriad Forms dragon was my master. Back then, I was just a green recruit. At best, I could barely hold down one of the dragon's toes." Arthur Winston sighed in admiration. Simply coming back alive was already impressive. It seems he was also a victim of the Myriad Forms incident. That entire region was completely flattened. Who could have imagined there were still survivors? Daniel Gold thought to himself, does he want revenge for that incident? Does he carry that deep a hatred for dragons? A genius with ability far beyond his own. Just then, Arthur Winston, who was looking through another student's file, suddenly spoke up. Surviving on his own until now is already a rare stroke of luck, and he even possesses talent that Daniel Gold recognizes. "But I want to correct one thing you said." Daniel Gold asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Arthur Winston pulled out a file and said, "You said Ruth is the strongest student this year, but Class D still has a rival for him. Another genius, with a gift that could be called monstrous." The file appeared before the three of them, and attached to it was a photo of a girl with platinum hair. In the physical training room for the general class, counting rang out, 199, 200. Wilhelm finally finished 200 push-ups. He gasped for breath, collapsed exhausted on the floor, and wheezed. "Coach, I completed 3 sets of push-ups. Twice." Claire Mason nodded calmly. "Good. Next is 2008 count burpees." Wilhelm looked ready to cry as he forced his head up and asked, "What?" Claire Mason ignored him and urged him on loudly. "What are you waiting for? When are you getting up?" In another corner of the room, Ruth Donatos wiped away his sweat with a towel after finishing his workout. "Now I can use it. There are 3 days left until the combat assessment. At last, I can apply the breathing technique and stance I used in my previous life, even if only to a certain extent. Hopefully this will be enough to get what I want." While he was lost in thought, Ruth was irritated by the noise coming from Balakstoros' mouth. Unable to hold back, he turned and challenged him. "Can't you train with your mouth shut?" Balakstoros kept moving and answered as if it were obvious. "Strength comes from breathing." Ruth asked back, "What are you babbling about? Are you saying that if you pant like a bear, you'll get as strong as one?" Balakstoros glanced at Ruth. "The reason you can't lift this much weight is because you don't have a breath." "Shut up." Ruth cut him off, then warned him seriously. "Say what you want, but train properly. Every time you pant like that, the barbell shifts out of line." Balakstoros froze slightly. He tried again and found that everything was exactly as Ruth had said. So he stopped training, sat up, and looked at Ruth. "You're right. I can feel my muscles tensing more. You're amazing, my master." "Yeah, whatever." Just then, Hennis Hapulia approached from a distance. As soon as she came close, she covered her nose and looked at Balakstoros in disgust. You stink. Are you even human? How can you train for 3 straight hours without resting?" Balakstoros answered seriously. "When you feel your muscles growing, you'll understand that thrilling sensation too. By the way, Hennis Hapulia, you're way too skinny. Why don't I guide you? You should start training." Hennis Hapulia cautiously stepped back. "My body is normal. Don't come closer. You smell like a dairy cow." Balak asked in confusion. Why are all the women in the academy so fragile? None of them are like the women back home. You all look like starving stray dogs. Hearing that, Hapulia questioned him in irritation. Did you just call me a dog? Do you have a death wish? Suddenly, Hapulia saw Denato's turn and leave the training room, so she called after him. Hey, where are you going? Ruth answered briefly. To get water. Wait, I'll come with you. After saying that, she turned to Balak and asked with a frown, what about you, meathead? Balak replied calmly, walking costs muscle. But if you could grab me a protein bottle, I'd be grateful. Hapulia nodded, hurried to Ruth's side, and the two of them left the training room together. When the two reached the vending machine, they saw a silver-haired girl standing in front of it and blocking the way. Hapulia was briefly surprised. Oh, someone is here. Seeing Ruth fall silent, Hapulia turned to him curiously. In the next instant, she noticed his expression darken, his gaze fixed hard on the silver-haired girl. Ruth's mood immediately sank. He recognized who that silver-haired girl was. She was Leon. Before his rebirth, she had been a genius swordswoman, a true sword saint. She was a knight as strong as his older brother, one of the most terrifying dragon slayers. And she was also the first wall that made him understand what helplessness meant. There had been a time when Leon looked down at this young man lying on the ground, covered in wounds, and coldly mocked him. I thought you would be stronger, since you are Acer Donato's younger brother. It seems I was mistaken. Back then, he could only lie on the ground, helplessly clenching his fists. His eyes reddened with rage, and he gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I will remember this face. That memory flashed by, and Ruth cursed inwardly. Damn it, I never even got the chance to take revenge. If I hadn't died that day. He shook his head, forcing himself free from the past. Then he looked at the Leon of the present and shouted coldly, move. Leon frowned. What? Ruth repeated, his voice even harsher. I said get lost. Are your legs cut off or something? This time Leon did not answer. She swung her hand and threw the can she was holding straight at him. He tilted his head and dodged lightly. But in that very instant, Leon vanished from his sight. In the blink of an eye, Leon appeared right in front of him and launched a vicious kick straight at his head. Having sensed the killing intent beforehand, Ruth immediately raised his arm across his head and stopped Leon's kick cold. That movement made her freeze for a split second. He blocked it. Then try blocking this one. The thought had barely flashed through her mind when Leon immediately changed techniques and raised her leg, sweeping it down with force. He still did not lose composure at all. From beginning to end, his face remained chillingly calm. Against the new attack, Ruth only jumped back one step and evaded it cleanly. Leon cried out inwardly in shock. Again, Hapulia, standing beside them, could not take it anymore and shouted, Hey, what the hell are you people doing? Leon stopped. She knew that continuing the fight would gain her nothing, and it might easily draw the teacher's attention. She thought to herself, I assumed he was just an idiot. I didn't expect him to dodge my attacks twice. After a brief moment of thought, Leon frowned at him. Are you picking a fight with me because I was recommended into the academy? Ruth answered coldly. What the hell are you babbling about? You're blocking our way. I'm dying of thirst, and now I have to deal with someone standing right in the path like a damn wall. Leon froze, then stepped aside. When she saw he really had only come to get water, she finally said, Yeah, I misunderstood. What answered her was the main character's irritated voice. What now? Why are you still hanging around here? Leon did not get angry. She simply asked back, What's your name? After hearing his answer, she calmly said, I'll remember that name. With that, Leon turned and left without hesitation. Watching her go, the main character only muttered indifferently, Whatever. Hapulia could not hold back and loudly challenged her. Hey, you should at least apologize. Who do you think you are? Standing nearby, the main character felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He cursed inwardly, Damn it. My wrist almost snapped. I only wanted to test her ability, but that monster strength is still as terrifying as ever. Seeing Leon ignore her, Hapulia was furious but helpless. She turned and asked, Are you okay? Does it hurt? The main character asked back, Didn't you see me block her? Hapulia exposed him at once. Block her? Your wrist is about to break. Shut up. We're going to the infirmary. When the two returned to the training hall, Balak saw his bandaged wrist and widened his eyes. You're hurt. What? Who did this to you? A shout rang out. Claire Mason, who had been sitting nearby, immediately rushed over and asked in concern, Good heavens, what happened? The main character calmly replied, It was just a small accident, ma'am. Daniel Gold also ran over at that moment. What happened? Before the main character could speak, Hapulia cut in. He got beaten up by some kid. He jolted and hurriedly explained, I didn't get beaten up. We just argued a little. Claire Mason ignored his defense and turned straight to Hapulia. Which kid hit him? Hapulia did not hide it. A new student. White hair, golden eyes. She also mentioned being recommended into the academy. After hearing that, Claire Mason and Daniel Gold glanced at each other. The same name instantly surfaced in both their minds. Leon from Class D. Claire Mason flew into a rage and whipped toward the door. Daniel Gold guessed what she was about to do and quickly held her back. Her face darkened as she gritted her teeth. Let go of me. I'm not letting this slide. I have to teach her a lesson. Daniel Gold said in a low voice. Calm down first. Claire Mason growled. I can't hold back this time even if he started it. She has already hurt too many people. Why would she hit such a good child too? Her shout drew the attention of the nearby students. What's going on? I think someone from our class got beaten up. Seeing the students start to gather, Daniel Gold quickly smiled at Claire Mason and said, I never told you to let it slide. But as instructors, we have much smarter ways to handle this. Claire Mason asked suspiciously, smarter ways? Daniel Gold leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. If you lose control and cause a scene, Arthur Winston, the instructor in charge of Class D, will gain authority over the situation. He'll definitely claim he can handle it himself. First, we accept a complaint from Leon's guardian, the leader of the Dragonslayer Corps. Daniel Gold continued, he certainly knows how to handle this professionally, so he'll ask Arthur Winston to step in. After that, whatever we want to do becomes easier. Claire Mason's eyes lit up. Push responsibility onto Arthur Winston, then punish that aggressive child in the name of discipline. Right? No, that was my idea. Daniel Gold smiled. Exactly. No need to make a scene. Deduct points, assign academy volunteer work, add a few remedial classes. Of course, since the goal is correcting her attitude, no one will complain if those classes are a little harsh, will they? While Claire Mason and Daniel Gold whispered and plotted, the main character was being gossiped about by his classmates, leaving him so embarrassed that he wanted to disappear. Balak Storos looked at him as he covered his face and said seriously, it seems the teachers care about you too much. Congratulations. The main character still hid his face. Shut up. Balak Storos continued, do not be sad. Overcome this and become a real man. He finally snapped and yelled, shut it. 3 days later in the Great Hall, all the students had lined up neatly ready to begin the examination. From the teachers' ranks, one person stepped forward, swept his gaze around, and loudly announced, it seems everyone is present. Students, line up by class. The comprehensive sparring test officially begins now. Today's training session would be conducted with Class A and Class B participating together. In this practical combat session, each person would be assigned a number and allowed to choose an opponent. However, no one could choose the same person twice. Because of that, each student would only have exactly 2 matches today. That was the end of the explanation. Good luck, everyone. As soon as those words fell, a referee stepped into the center of the arena. Holland number 1, Hillian McDowell, come onto the field and choose your opponent. Hillian quickly stepped into the arena and chose an opponent. The match broke out at once. The teachers observed every movement to evaluate the students' ability stats. Below the stage, Hennis Hapulia watched and said to the main character, calling it practical combat is just the outer shell. In truth, this was an ability assessment under the talent selection system. No one cared about a student's background or past. What they looked at was genuine talent and real skill. That was one reason Aritium was considered a first-rate academy. You could say every student here was a genius in some field. The main character shrugged. I've never heard anyone call me that. Just then, a match ended. The referee immediately called the next student. Number 8, Hennis Hapulia. Hennis Hapulia smiled with full confidence. Even so, in front of the real thing, all those genius titles become useless. As she spoke, Hennis Hapulia strode quickly into the arena. Balak Storos suddenly shouted, Go, Hennis Hapulia, genius of the Ryan family. The smile on her face vanished at once, replaced by anger. She glared at Balak Storos, then began choosing her opponent. Seeing her choice, the main character thought, a mage with limited close combat is choosing a swordsman as her opponent. Hennis Hapulia is confident to the point of recklessness. In the arena, once the 2 students were in position, the referee immediately shouted, both sides ready. Begin. Hennis Hapulia moved first. She condensed a series of fireballs, then fired them straight at her opponent. The blonde swordsman raised his shield to block the first fireball. He instantly calculated in his head, good, the speed isn't that fast. Then before she can chant her next spell, I'll end this in one strike. Thinking that, the blonde swordsman used his speed to dodge every fireball rushing toward him. When he closed in on Hennis Hapulia, he raised his sword high and slashed down hard at her. Unfortunately, right before the blade reached her, Hennis Hapulia vanished from where she stood. She appeared farther away, then continued condensing flaming arrows and firing them at him in rapid succession. Damn it, when did she move over there? Another wave of magic came crashing in. With no other choice, the blonde swordsman could only raise his shield and grit his teeth through the blows. Suddenly he saw Hennis Hapulia smile and softly say, got you. Before he could understand what was happening, the blonde swordsman saw Hennis Hapulia disappear again. When she reappeared, she was standing right in front of him, holding a small dagger with its tip only a short distance from his neck. He froze on the spot. Damn it, I never expected a mage to dare fight a swordsman up close. Why would someone from a prestigious background use such a risky tactic? Even while thinking that, the blonde swordsman could only admit weakly, I surrender. Hearing that, the referee immediately declared, the winner is Hennis Hapulia. Both of you performed very well. After winning, Hennis Hapulia turned toward the professor in the purple dress in the stands and gave a bright smile. Her eyes seemed to ask, did I do well, Professor Liana Chonica? The professor in the purple dress was Liana Chonica, a professor from the renowned Flame Guild. At that moment, she also looked at Hennis Hapulia and responded with a satisfied smile. Hennis Hapulia stepped down from the arena in satisfaction. The main character looked at her and asked directly, where did you get the nerve to fight a swordsman in close combat? Hennis Hapulia replied proudly, I only used their own assumptions against them. Swordsmen always think mages can't fight up close with them, right? The main character sighed and thought, but that method is way too dangerous. If her opponent had realized it sooner, she would have been at a disadvantage. Still, she has always been like this. A flashy fighting style, exactly like a genius mage. At the same time, up in the stands, the other professors also rated Hennis Hapulia's abilities very highly. Claire Mason praised her. Excellent combat judgment, and her reflexes are top tier too. Her magic is also extremely refined. If only I had a better viewing position, I could have seen the match more clearly. Arthur Winston nodded in agreement. You're right. A mage who fights like this is very rare. We should hire another instructor, preferably someone specialized in fire. Claire Mason looked down at the arena with interest. Next one, hurry up and come out. Choose your opponent. Let me see who's next. Very soon, the next student stepped into the arena. It was Wilhelm. He stood in the center, pointed straight at the main character and shouted, get up, here. I lost last time, but this time will be different. Seeing that, veins bulged on Claire Mason's forehead, and her smile stiffened as she forced herself not to jump down and beat that idiot to death. Meanwhile, the three people beside the main character all tilted their heads in confusion. What is wrong with this useless guy? The main character calmly stepped into the arena. In his heart, he had already made his decision. If that's what you want, I'll play along. I do respect how tough you are, but I'm gonna beat you into pace, brat. And so, the match between the two turned into a public beatdown. Naturally, the one getting beaten was Wilhelm. He was hammered so badly that he kept screaming, come on, on, ah, 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 you bastard. Ow, that hurts. Stop hitting me. I lose. I already surrendered. In the end, Wilhelm had to be carried out of the arena on a stretcher. The main character watched him go and said seriously, thank you for fighting to the end. You really are persistent, Wilhelm. Lying on the stretcher, Wilhelm heard that and wanted to cry. Damn it, I surrendered ages ago. At that moment, the referee spoke. Well done, you're still up next. If you're tired, I can change the order for you. The main character shook his head. No, sir, I can continue. The referee nodded. Good, then choose your opponent. At once, his gaze locked onto one person. Then he issued his challenge. Come up here, Balaxtoros. Balaxtoros was slightly surprised. He stayed silent for a moment, then said hesitantly, I do not want to fight you. The main character stated firmly, you have to fight me, because you're the strongest one here. Balaxtoros spoke according to the principles of the Storos tribe. Friends of the Storos tribe, we do not fight our friends. The main character immediately replied, then are you going to run away like a coward? He looked at Balaxtoros and thought to himself, in my previous life, every step you took once shook the earth. Every punch you threw once made towering mountains collapse. But this time, that still won't be enough. Even if I have to deliberately touch your honor, I must make you step forward. You need to move closer to the peak of the Fist King. I learned from every time I lost to you. Now it's your turn. At that moment, Balaxtoros said in a deep voice, but warriors of the Storos tribe do not run away like cowards. The main character smiled. Then that's good. He gave a faint smile, determined to force all of Balaxtoros' potential to reveal itself right here in the arena. Balaxtoros' expression turned serious. You are stronger than I am, so I will not ask you to use your sword from the beginning, but I hope you fight with everything you have. The main character agreed cheerfully. Of course. Even if you didn't want me to, I still would. The referee looked at the two standing opposite each other in the arena, then shouted, ready, begin. Memories suddenly came flooding back. The first time he met Balaxtoros was when he was training with his sword alone. After confirming that he was the person he had been looking for, Balaxtoros said coldly, I came here at your brother's request. He asked me to tell you to calm down. Lately, your behavior has been somewhat out of control. Ruth Donatos frowned as soon as he heard that, his voice ice cold. Brother, don't make me laugh. If that bastard wants trouble, tell him to drag himself over here. Balaxtoros immediately objected. That's not okay, and don't you think you're going too far? Eris is your family. The main character could not hold back anymore. He hurled the wooden sword onto the floor and shouted straight in Balaxtoros' face. Hey, you damn pig. If you've got the guts, shut your mouth and come at me. Family my ass. The two sides traded a few more heated lines, and then the atmosphere exploded. The fight began. As for the result, there was no need to ask. He got beaten black and blue. Lying flat on the training hall floor, the young man clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, you idiot, you're pretty strong too." Balaxtoros picked up the wooden sword, handed it back to him and said calmly, "You're not bad either." Hearing that, the already hot-blooded main character grew even angrier. "Are you mocking me?" Balaxtoros shook his head, his tone serious. "I mean it. After all, I'm still the stronger one." Remembering the past, he could not help sighing. Only after Leon and this bastard beat me half to death did I realize I didn't have any amazing talent at all. While the main character was still lost in thought, Balaxtoros made the first move. He drove power into his legs, shot forward like an arrow off the string, closed the gap, and struck straight at his opponent. But he dodged by a hair, then instantly countered with a razor-sharp uppercut. Right after that, a relentless chain of punches poured out from the main character's position. Balaxtoros shifted into defense, waiting for the perfect instant to grab his shoulder. He meant to deliver a punch full of brotherly love, but the main character seemed to have read it all in advance, slipping aside at once and retreating. That left Balaxtoros a little regretful. "You dodged it this time, huh?" The main character curled his lip and answered, "Obviously that was just a feint. I'm not dumb enough to let you catch me." He gave a faint laugh, but inside he could not stop being shocked. This bastard's body really is insane. Even after taking quite a few hits, Balaxtoros did not have so much as a scratch on him. The soul of a warrior who fights with raw physical power lived in every fiber of their muscles. The Storos family was a clan of martial artists from the north, where every member was a true muscle monster. Across generations, their muscles had been tempered with mana, forming armor thicker and harder than steel. It would not be wrong to say his body was both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear. The main character began calculating. Ordinary attacks definitely would not do anything. In that case, instead of short, clean strikes, he needed softer blows that drove power deeper. He had to aim for the gaps in that muscular armor, then destroy it from the inside. Once he decided, the main character immediately changed tactics. Balaxtoros also sensed the difference in his rhythm. Too fast. His attacks were not only faster than before, but their lines became far harder to predict. They twisted like venomous snakes, growing harder and harder to keep up with. Thinking that Balaxtoros poured in more strength to reinforce his bodily armor, he was certain there was no way his opponent could pierce the Storos family's defensive technique. But that confidence did not last long before he took a brutally painful body blow. "Try dodging this one." As soon as he said it, the main character attacked again, making Balaxtoros stare in shock. "I know this technique. This is Suppression Fist, Asuro's martial art." It was a martial art that imitated the vastness of the sea and the inviolability of stone mountains. He knew the main character's combat style had some similarities to the Storos family, but he never expected him to have mastered an entire martial art designed to counter his own fighting style. How could that be possible when he was not even part of the family? No, that no longer mattered. Right now, he only wanted to defeat the person before him. Seeing the excitement on Balaxtoros' face, the main character smiled and warned him, "Be careful, I'm coming again." With that, he charged like a raging storm, constantly closing in and attacking. Balaxtoros strained every nerve to dodge. He could not keep up with that speed, so his only tactic was to find an opening while his opponent attacked, then seize him. That was the theory, but every time Balaxtoros counterattacked, the main character saw through it and slipped out of reach in time. Through that, Balaxtoros realized the main character's true strength did not lie in direct damage. It lay in his freakishly sharp battle reading and his almost absurd mastery of technique. Seeing the main character start to sweat and his breathing grow heavier, Balaxtoros understood at once. He's getting tired. In terms of stamina, I have the advantage. Seizing the moment, Balaxtoros poured all his strength into the next blow, determined to end the match in a single strike. At that exact moment, he realized his opponent had no intention of dodging. In fact, he was even smiling. "This match is really fun, Balaxtoros. You're truly strong, Balaxtoros. Too bad I'm stronger." With that, the main character suddenly swung his sword straight into Balaxtoros' chest. That counterattack naturally did not injure him, but it was enough to rip his shirt and decide the outcome. The crowd that had witnessed the entire fight fell silent for a moment, then cheers erupted all across the training hall. Even the teachers widened their eyes in shock. Was this really a fight between student and student? Neither of them had even used mana, yet their individual strength was already on par with current Dragon Slayers, especially the main character. Claire Mason unconsciously spoke the thought in her heart. He still hasn't even used his full strength, and yet his movements, stance, and precision are all unbelievably perfect. My god, this child has already reached the level of an advanced swordsman. What was even more astonishing was that Balaxtoros was just as outstanding. Teacher Daniel Gold added with a smile, especially that perfect sword swing the main character unleashed at the end. It sounded ridiculous, but somehow his swordsmanship was extremely similar to that of his masters in Bress of the Heavenly Sword School. Suddenly, Daniel Gold thought of Leon. No matter how genius someone was, he had never believed anyone could surpass that terrifying talent. But the main character was not a genius, he was a monster. A child who already possessed almost complete talent before he had even truly begun learning. All four teachers shared the same thought without agreeing on it beforehand. They wanted to teach this child. After the test, the main character and his group immediately headed to the academy cafeteria to refuel. The pampered young lady Hennis Hapulia slammed the table in dissatisfaction. "Why are we eating in the cafeteria? Couldn't we at least go out for a meal today?" Outside food lacks protein, Hennis Hapulia. Balaxtoros answered while chewing noisily. As for the main character, he summed it up in 3 words. I'm really poor. Hennis Hapulia clicked her tongue. You meatheads are so boring. The food here is good though. Why spend money outside when the food here is free? To you, is money just paper? Hennis Hapulia looked at him with confusion in her eyes. But money is paper. The main character chewed the food in his mouth, his face darkening. Right, that girl comes from a filthy rich family. He suddenly turned to look at Balaxtoros. Now that I think about it, this guy also comes from a wealthy family, doesn't he? Then why does he eat like a gorilla? Damn it. So I'm the only poor kid here. So poor I have to risk my life in the dungeon to make money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he chewed his food like he was chewing on an enemy. Hennis Hapulia now put on a noble expression. What I mean is this big sister can buy takeout for you once in a while. Balaxtoros can probably handle himself. The only one worth worrying about here is you. After hearing that, the main character's blood boiled even hotter. I don't need the kindness of you filthy capitalists. Hennis Hapulia looked him over with a judging gaze. What's the way you talk? Did the gorilla next to you infect you? Just as he was about to argue back, an unexpected voice rang out. Found you. You're the student from earlier. Hennis Hapulia and the main character turned their heads at the same time. A blue-haired young man with a radiant expression was speaking to the silver-haired person beside him. Look, Abel White, that's the student you mentioned. After saying that, the two walked straight toward the group's table. The other students in the cafeteria immediately began whispering. Those are guild leaders. Seriously? That's Pursuing Tail and Moon Shadow. As soon as he reached the table, the blue-haired young man introduced himself. Hello, juniors. That match just now was impressive. I'm Roderick Riddle, the guild leader of Pursuing Tail. The main character also responded politely. I'm the student who fought earlier. Roderick Riddle casually pointed to the person beside him. And this is Abel White. As you can see, he's a little shy about socializing. Even if they had not introduced themselves, the main character knew exactly who these two were. Heavenly Bow Roderick Riddle and Moon Shadow Abel White. In his previous life, he had never had the chance to get acquainted with them. By the time he began working as a dragon slayer, both of them had sacrificed their lives in the battle against the 7 dragons. I'm Hennis Hapulia. Hennis Hapulia politely stood and greeted the seniors while Balaxtoros remained seated motionless, holding his plate of food. I'm Balaxtoros, a pleasure. Hennis Hapulia yanked Balaxtoros' hair and scolded him under her breath. Hey, are you crazy? That's way too rude. Roderick Riddle burst out laughing at the sight, but when he realized who they were, he immediately praised them. Right, you two were excellent as well. Hennis Hapulia took the chance to ask, what are you two doing in the student cafeteria? Roderick Riddle answered honestly, we're alumni of this academy. We suddenly missed the food here, so we stopped by. Then is Miss Liliana here? Hennis Hapulia asked next, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Sister Liliana left right after the sword match ended. She said there was no need to stay any longer. I see. Hennis Hapulia answered, visibly deflated. Seeing that, Roderick Riddle comforted her. Don't be so disappointed. She'll visit Arisham soon. By the way, at this point, he turned to the main character. Abel White praised you quite a bit. He said you're exactly the kind of person his guild desperately needs. Stop wasting time, Roderick Riddle. Abel White placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, then looked straight into the main character's eyes. You're the student who fought earlier, right? Do you know who I am? You're the 4th-ranked dragon slayer on the individual rankings, and also the guild leader of the 2nd-ranked guild, Moon Shadow. Abel White corrected him at once. So you know quite a lot about me. But remember this clearly, we are ranked 2nd because we processed information, not because we are weaker than the 1st-ranked guild. I'll get straight to the point. I watched your match. It was quite impressive. Since I can't avoid this, I might as well pretend to be a genius for now. Thinking that, the main character answered casually, well, I am good. I like that confidence, so I want to make you an offer. After you graduate, would you like to join the Moon Shadow Guild? While Hennis Hapulia looked pretty stunned, the main character stayed calm. Is recruiting like this even allowed? Why would he go that far? Abel White answered bluntly, if the target is talented enough. Most people usually do not follow that rule in any real sense. You are a genius with enormous potential. Someone like you needs a stage big enough to shine on. I guarantee Moon Shadow can give you that perfect stage. Having a major guild like Moon Shadow backing him would definitely be a sweet deal. But joining a guild and losing his freedom was absolutely not a smart choice. So the main character refused without hesitation. Instead, he offered a deal. Can you help me find someone? He is my older brother, who survived the disaster 10 years ago. A survivor from the disaster 10 years ago. That is pretty tough. If I help you, what do I get in return? The main character answered without changing expression. A good relationship with me. Roderick Riddle heard that and burst out laughing right in Abel White's face. But Abel White did not get funny at all. On the contrary, he actually seemed interested in the offer. Building a good relationship with someone who had such a brilliant future was not a bad idea. Abel White accepted the main character's deal, then quickly left the cafeteria with Roderick Riddle. It felt like we had just faced a tornado. Are all high-ranked people like that? Hennis Hapulia said as she watched their backs. Not sure. The main character answered with a shrug. Anyway, you just turned down an invitation from a major guild. If you are that confident, you must have received a really good letter, right? After saying that, Hapulia picked up her own letter. The professor had handed one to each student after class. Because of that sudden invitation, the main character had almost forgotten about it. This letter was related to the evaluation from the first swordsmanship match. In his previous life, his evaluation from the first sparring session had been anything but good. This time he had no idea how it would turn out. Feeling slightly nervous, the main character slowly opened the letter. Hapulia sat across from him, staring hard as she guessed. I already know without looking. It is probably full of praise, like the kind of comments that would make your family proud. Storos suddenly asked at that moment, "What kind of person is your older brother?" The main character answered without hesitation, kind to the point of stupidity. Yeah, he really is an idiot. Even though he was an undefeated dragon slayer, he still struggled because of his useless little brother, working himself to the bone until the very end. He is also incredibly strong. Someone like me cannot even be compared to him. The main character continued with a faint smile, clear pride shining in his eyes. If he is that strong, I am sure he is still alive. Do not worry too much. Yeah, I guess so. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Seeing that, Hapulia immediately changed the subject. How about we open the letters and see? I will read mine first. Outstanding combat instincts, aggressive strategy, the ability to read opponents and choose skills with precision, potential to become a top-tier battle mage, just as expected. My turn. Storos cleared his throat and read. Advanced martial arts, exceptional stamina, perfect physique, explosive strength, fast reflexes, beautiful muscles. The instant he heard beautiful muscles, Storos was so thrilled his eyes lit up. His affection for Professor Claire Mason skyrocketed. A professor really is built different, noticing every detail so accurately. Claire Mason clearly knew how to praise someone. Now it was Ruth Donatos' turn. Seeing the main character stay silent without reading, Hapulia impatiently snatched the letter from his hand. But the moment she saw what was inside, she froze and blurted out, "What is this?" On the letter, there were actually signatures from all 4 professors. Without delay, he immediately went to the faculty room to meet them. The moment they saw him walk in, professors started trying their hardest to win him over. One asked about his schoolwork, another cared about his meals, and another warmly asked about his health. Only Professor Damian Gray showed concern in a very different way. He stared at him with a razor-cold gaze, as if he wanted to swallow him alive on the spot. He could guess the reason with his toes. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly, "You called me here to choose an advisor, right?" The entire room instantly fell silent. After a moment, Professor Arthur Winston was the first to speak. "That is correct. I assume you understand the meaning of the markings in the letter. After the sparring session, new students are assigned to suitable professors. But there are also cases where professors contact students directly, and the signature is the sign of that." Professor Damian Gray nodded. "Being contacted by every professor at once. That is rare." Professor Claire Mason followed up. "Your case proves you have tremendous potential. We all respect a student's choice, so relax. Every one of us is a specialist." He did not deny that. The pure white swordsman, Daniel Gold, and the Flame Empress, Claire Mason, the Predator, Damian Gray, and the Thunder Spearman, Arthur Winston. They were all outstanding teachers. But in his previous life, it was Professor Daniel Gold who had chosen him and taught him swordsmanship. So this time, he still chose that professor as his advisor. There was only one difference. He wanted the professor to take him as a direct disciple. Everyone in the room, including Daniel Gold, could not hide their shock. The professor asked him seriously, "Do you understand what being a direct disciple means?" "As far as I know, the Heavenly Target art still has no successor, correct?" The Heavenly Target art is a sword technique that combines ancient mana manipulation, born for the purpose of killing dragons, and it is passed down to only one person in each generation. In his previous life, Professor Daniel Gold had been the disciple of a legendary swordsman, as well as the teacher of his older brother. In other words, his brother was the next successor. Daniel Gold looked troubled for a moment. Of course, he wanted him to become the next successor. He had simply planned to wait a little longer before suggesting it, but he never expected this young man to bring it up first. "Can you tell me why you want that position?" He answered honestly, "I want strength, because when I was weak, dragons killed my friends and family. If I had been stronger back then, maybe I could have saved them. From now on, I do not want to watch the people I care about die right in front of me anymore." That answer dragged Daniel Gold back into a painful memory. When Daniel Gold was young, he once fled from dragons with his older sister, but to protect him, his sister died right before his eyes. Even if someone has endured endless pain, if their only reason for seeking strength is revenge, that person is not worthy of becoming the next successor of the Heavenly Target art. But if that strength is used to protect the people who matter, then the story is completely different. Fine. What I mean is, from now on, you are officially my direct disciple. But what if all the professors teach and supervise you together? While he was still trying to process the situation, Professor Daniel Gold turned to persuade the other teachers. "This child is extremely talented. If we only let him study swordsmanship, it would be too much of a waste. If we want that potential to explode, we have to let him try every path." He immediately objected. "No, for now, I will only learn from one professor." Ruth Donatos felt this had gone way too far. there. How could he possibly study under 4 professors at once? That was completely unfair to the other students. Professor Arthur Winston did not see it that way. To wipe out the dragons, the Academy needed to forge an exceptional dragon slayer. If that required a little unfairness, he was willing to accept it. There would definitely be people who objected, but aside from blaming their own lack of ability, what else could they really do? Hearing that, the main character grew even more confused. Why would Arthur Winston, a professor known for being rigid and conservative, agree to such a reckless plan? The other professors nodded one after another, fully agreeing with Professor Daniel Gold's position. Noticing the hesitation in the main character's eyes, Professor Daniel Gold stepped forward, patted his shoulder gently, and said in a low voice, "This is only my suggestion. No matter what you choose, I will respect your decision." Questions flooded the main character's mind. Could he truly become an expert in the natural enemy art while being taught by so many professors? What if someone else lost their chance because of him? This could change the entire future. A knight who could face dragons. A knight who could stop disaster before it happened. He had to protect everyone's future. To do that, he had to break past his limits and grow stronger at any cost. At this point, he would become the knight this world needed. Once the main character found his answer, he immediately accepted Professor Daniel's offer. While the main character was still talking with professors, somewhere else, Leon dragged her heavy steps back to her room. Her whole body ached, and the reason was none other than her own actions. 2 hours earlier, Professor Claire Mason had suddenly called Leon alone to the training room. Then she smiled and announced, "Leon, from now on, remedial lessons will be part of your punishment. In other words, your self-restraint training begins right now." Self-restraint. Before Leon could even understand what was happening, Professor Claire Mason beat her so badly she would never forget it. Damn it. Does that wretched professor have some kind of grudge against me? A sharp pain shot up from Leon's arm, making her even more irritable. That bastard of a main character was just as annoying. Did he seriously tattle just because I hit him? Leon kicked a decorative plant hard to vent her anger, then dropped onto the stairs. Sure, I was wrong for misunderstanding him and suddenly kicking his joint, but is that really enough to make me clean as punishment? Saddled with remedial punishment, and even scolded by her mother, Leon felt so wrong that she could not hold back her tears. Just then, the main character happened to pass by and saw the scene. He quickly hid behind the corner to avoid being noticed, suspicion rising in his heart. Am I seeing things? She had always been so cold and sharp that the main character once thought she barely seemed human. That Leon was crying. She actually knew how to shed tears? What in the world had happened to the captain of the dragon-slaying squad? In his previous life, before the captain of the dragon-slaying squad, who was also Leon's adoptive mother, died, Leon had only been an ordinary child. Back then, the main character was not mature either. Their relationship was terrible, so he had no reason to care. But now, her circumstances had turned that 17-year-old girl into a little demon, and the one who had made that 17-year-old girl burst into tears was none other than the main character. Thinking about it carefully, he really had been wrong too. He had not tattled, and he had not struck first. So why was everyone blaming him? The main character secretly peeked around the wall to check on Leon. Seeing that she was still sitting there crying, he sighed inwardly, stepped out, and asked, "Why are you sitting in the middle of the hallway crying?" Realizing the person in front of her was the main character, Leon's hands trembled, and she could not stop herself from shouting, "You bastard, you tattled to the professor over one little conflict. Do you know what I had to go through because of you? But you were the one who went too far first. Sorry." The main character's sudden apology left Leon stunned. What did you just say? The main character took a handkerchief from his pocket, then answered awkwardly, "I'm sorry for saying too much back then. I went a little too far too. But I am not the one who tattled. I was embarrassed when the rumors spread too. My friend was the one who accidentally mentioned it, in front of the professor." Leon stood frozen for a few seconds, then blew her nose straight into the handkerchief the main character had just handed her without the slightest courtesy. After doing that, she tried to act cold again. "Do you think this is enough to make me stop being angry?" The main character immediately shot back. "I never told you to use it to blow your nose like that. I'll wash it and return it." Leon answered in a fluster, then hurriedly covered it with a noble attitude. "Since I misunderstood first, I accept your apology. But if you bother me again, I will not let it slide." "Fine, I'll try to avoid you as much as possible," the main character replied, secretly thinking that she would grow stronger on her own without his help. In his previous life, she had always acted alone. Just as Leon walked past, he heard her mutter one more sentence, but saying hello is fine. What? The main character had not heard clearly, so he asked again. Leon turned embarrassment into anger and shouted, "I said saying hello is fine." After saying that, she turned and walked away. The main character burst out laughing. He had never seen Leon act like this before. At the same time as Leon walked along, she kept hypnotizing herself. "Doing something I have never done before does not mean making friends." Suddenly, the main character's voice rang out right behind her. "Doing what?" Leon nearly jumped out of her skin and shouted, "Why are you following me?" The main character shrugged. "I'm going this way too." After exchanging a few more words, the two discovered that their destination was the same, the training room of the professor in Hall A. A thought flashed through the main character's mind. He immediately pushed the door open and stepped inside. Seeing him and Leon appear together, Professor Daniel Gold smiled. "I was waiting for you two. Did you come together?" The main character quickly questioned him. "Professor, is Leon studying in the same class as me?" "That's right. I was the one who proposed it." The main character could not hide his shock and blurted out, "No way." In his previous life, Claire Mason had been Leon's advisor at the academy. Since Leon was the adoptive daughter of the Dragon Slaying Squad captain, a swordsmanship master who could make up for a grappling weakness should have been the safest choice. So why had everything changed? Seeing the main character's expression, Leon asked irritably, "What is it? What part are you unhappy with?" He quickly explained, "That's not it. You're planning to learn grappling techniques, right? That technique is essential if you have to face a dragon slayer. Besides, ever since you started using a single sword, it has become even more important." "Oh, the practical combat class. I saw you there. You're an excellent swordswoman, so I figured that if you combined it with wrestling, your combat power would become much scarier." Professor Daniel Gold nodded in agreement as well. "Exactly. Grappling techniques are the perfect choice for the main character to close the distance before drawing his sword." Leon thought the main character was showing concern for her, so she pretended to be annoyed. "I'm a little unhappy that you watched me so closely, but it doesn't sound bad watching my foot." Leon deliberately raised her voice. "Why would you do that? Are you planning to badmouth me in front of the professor?" Afraid of being misunderstood, the main character hurriedly denied it. "No, you're the one talking nonsense." Seeing the main character panic, Leon laughed in delight. "You're not the only smart one." Realizing he had been tricked, the main character's face darkened as he thought, "I can't keep letting her spin me around like a top. Has this brat always been this nasty?" Leon stopped teasing and asked seriously, "Forget that. What were you trying to say earlier? I thought Professor Claire Mason would be assigned to you, not Professor Daniel Gold." The moment Claire Mason was mentioned, Leon immediately remembered that hellish remedial lesson from earlier. "Assigned? I never had anything like that. And even if I were assigned, do you think I would go to that demon professor? She beats students like monsters in a dungeon and calls it self-restraint. I would rather die than go." The main character could only stay silent. The future had changed again. In the past, Leon's advisor at the academy was Greg, and they had gotten along fairly well. But now, they were no different from enemies. This was definitely Professor Daniel Gold's plan, but the deeper cause came from the butterfly effect the main character had created. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Professor Daniel Gold changed the subject. All right, leave that for later. Now we begin class. Before we start, I will give you two a brief explanation. Swordsmanship is a discipline harsh enough to cut into the bones. It demands that students endure pain, even broken bones, starting from the most basic movements to reach one perfect slash. Of course, both of you have excellent foundations, so there is no need to dwell too much on theory. But swordsmanship has thousands of variations, and you must experience them yourselves to find what suits you best. Proper training will turn the blows from self-restraint class into real combat experience. At this point, Professor Daniel Gold picked up the wooden sword in his hand and gave them a dangerous smile. "Are you two ready now?" The main character and Leon's faces immediately darkened. Without planning it, both of them thought the same thing. In the end, he just wants to beat us up. Not long after, Daniel Gold looked with satisfaction at the main character and Leon lying flat on the floor, too exhausted to breathe. "Today's lesson ends here. From now on, we will study both as a group and individually, just like today. Have a good weekend, you two. I will see you next week." After saying that, Daniel Gold happily left the room, leaving the two battered students behind. The main character forced himself to sit up and cursed softly. "Damn it, I thought the two of us could at least defend ourselves." Leon also struggled up, gathered her silver hair, and frowned at the main character. "Hey, I told you to watch your language. Why do you keep spitting out curses like that?" The main character replied irritably, "If you had been a mercenary like me, you would curse the same way. Besides, after getting beaten this badly, aren't you angry?" Leon scratched her head. "Not really. Why be angry when we lost because we are not strong enough? Besides, the reason we have to learn is that we are still weak. You should know that Professor Daniel Gold is already a very easygoing teacher. Once you train with Professor Claire Mason, you will understand just how merciful those slashes were." The main character looked at Leon in shock, then closed his eyes and said, "Do not bring that up again." Leon laughed happily. "What's wrong? Do you feel guilty?" The main character did not dare look Leon in the eye and stood up. "I'm leaving first." Seeing that, Leon quickly called out, "Where do you think you're running off to? If you feel guilty, hurry up and teach me grappling techniques." The main character asked suspiciously, "What? Why are you suddenly asking for that?" Leon grabbed the main character's pant leg, her eyes shining brightly. "You were the one who said my grappling techniques were lacking. I also heard rumors that your hand-to-hand combat is terrifying, so teach me." The main character immediately refused. Why does it have to be me? Go ask the professor. Leon tried to persuade him. I already do not have enough time for swordsmanship training, so it would be much more convenient if you taught me. Besides, I am seriously exhausted from getting beaten black and blue by Professor Claire all the time. Facing Leon's expectant eyes, the main character finally softened. Fine, alright, I get it, so let go of me first. Leon smiled and released her hand. Really? You better keep your word. I said I got it. Throwing back that line, the main character immediately ran out of the room. Walking down the hallway, Ruth held his head and thought to himself. The differences between this life and his previous one kept popping up, making him drop his guard. He could not even turn down her request. It definitely was not because he thought she was cute. Still, she was one of the key characters. Getting a little closer to her probably would not hurt, right? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Ruth's mind. Wait, is this not the perfect chance? That's right. While I'm at it, I'll repay the debt I owed her from my previous life. This is all your fault for asking me to teach you grappling techniques. I will make you regret it. After making that silent decision, Ruth suddenly felt lighter and kept walking. Arichium Dragon Slaying Academy stood in the imperial capital of Anpia, right at the center of the continent. A mighty dragon-slaying warrior was the symbol of an entire nation's power. Because of that, the imperial royal family spared no resources in backing them. Most students who graduated from Arichium became prime targets for recruitment by the Royal Association. Most of the academy's facilities were built in a modern, convenient style. Even so, the students were bound to get sick of such a restricted life, since they could only move within a limited area. So on weekends and major holidays, the academy allowed them to roam the capital freely. This morning was one of those days. Arichium students filled the streets of the capital. Among them were Ruth Denedos, Anis Pulia, and Balak Storos. Hennis walked ahead with a stack of books, then turned back to complain. Hey, how long are you two going to drag your feet? I told you I was busy today. Ruth trailed behind and said lazily, I plan to sleep all day. Balak, walking beside him, nodded in agreement. Same here, my arms need rest. Seeing that attitude, Hennis snapped at them. There is still so much to see at the academy, and you two plan to sleep through every holiday for 4 straight years. Ruth lowered his voice and muttered, honestly, sleep is still a better reward than being used as your pack mule. Hennis stepped over and shoved the stack of books into Ruth's arms. Stop complaining. I'll buy you something expensive to eat later, so endure it. Fine, I have no choice. As he spoke, Ruth calmly shifted the stack of books into Balak Storos' arms. Looking at the books in his hands, Balak glanced at Ruth and protested. Hey, Hennis asked you to carry them. Why are you dumping everything on me? Ruth asked with a straight face. Did you bring any money? Balak answered, of course not. Then carry it. Hearing that, Balak had no choice but to accept, though he still could not help whining. This stack of books is truly crushing the heart of a poor man like me. Hennis urged them loudly. I still have more things to buy, so stop rambling. Move faster. Only when dust settled did Hennis finally nod in satisfaction. This should be enough. Now let's go eat. Hennis led Ruth and Balak to a large restaurant. The moment they reached the entrance, 2 receptionists bowed respectfully. Welcome, Lady Hennis Hapulia. Please allow us to escort you to your table. That kind of reception was enough to show she was a regular here. As soon as Ruth stepped inside, he was overwhelmed by the luxurious splendor of the place. Is this a restaurant or a palace? This is way too extravagant. Ruth Donatos watched Balak Storos handle everything with unbelievable ease, then muttered, why are you so calm? Are you trying to prove both of you are rich kids? Seeing Ruth still standing there frozen, Hennis Hapulia immediately called out, what are you doing? Sit down. Hearing that, he picked a random seat and sat. Looking at the table covered in utensils, his heart trembled. Why are there so many forks? I've never stepped into a place like this before. Just then, a server approached and handed the menu to Hennis Hapulia. Please place your order, my lady. Balak Storos immediately cut in. Give us the same sets, plus sparkling water. Hennis Hapulia glanced at him, then continued, I want a lot of meat. Bring him a 600-gram steak of this kind. As soon as Hennis Hapulia finished ordering, Balak Storos grabbed the menu and picked several more dishes, calmly explaining, I need to eat a lot to make up for the muscles I burned carrying your things. Sitting beside him, Hennis Hapulia flared up. Hey, show some restraint when you eat. Sitting across from them, Ruth stared at the menu in stunned silence. One dish costs 500,000 rebo? That's enough for me to live on for a whole month. He swallowed hard and could not help asking, hey, why is the food here so expensive? At that question, Hennis Hapulia's attitude instantly made a complete 180. She said generously, you worked hard arranging my things today, so this is the reward you deserve. If you want anything else, just say it. Balak Storos had just opened his mouth. Hennis Hapulia, then what about me? She cut him off at once. You be quiet. I already ordered steak for you. Could a freeloader like you at least be less shameless? Balak Storos mumbled, but I carried your things too. Hennis Hapulia shouted straight at him, shut up. Before long, the servers began bringing dishes to the table. Here are your orders. Please enjoy your meal. Faced with a table overflowing with delicious food, Ruth still had no idea where to start when Balak Storos was already savoring it. So good. This flavor is not inferior to my family's private chef, but this still isn't enough. I think we should order more. The instant Balak Storos reached toward another dish, a knife shot straight at him. He hurriedly pulled his hand back, his face pale as he looked toward Hennis Hapulia. Hennis Hapulia glared a warning at Balaxtoros, then immediately switched to a gentle smile when she turned back to Ruth. What do you think? Does it suit your taste? Try this dish. And that one too. I've had it before and it's really good. Ah, thanks. Ruth looked at Hennis Hapulia, who was happily fussing over him, and thought to himself, people used to expensive food can probably tell the difference, but for a common eater like me, everything tastes almost the same. On top of that, ever since she had recently mentioned her older brother, he had no idea why, but he kept sensing an excessive kindness from her. To be honest, it put a little pressure on him. After all, in his previous life, his relationship with her had been more like sworn enemies than companions. Old memories suddenly flooded back. Once, while he was eating, Hennis Hapuliam the table and shouted, "You ignorant idiot. I told you to eliminate the Earth Dragon first. How strong do you think you are, letting it go berserk and then making me pay for all this expensive equipment?" He lost his temper too and snapped back, damn it. Who dodges a meal in the middle of a fight? Are you stupid? That line instantly drove Hennis Hapulia insane. Gritting her teeth, she roared in fury. After causing that mess, you can still swallow food. You're even dumber than an idiot. Back in the present, Ruth told himself, she really is scary, but seeing her real self is still better. I don't like her always forcing herself to act gentle like this. Just as Ruth was about to call out to Hennis Hapulia, her shout rang out first. Hey, muscle-brained fool, stop moving. I told you not to order more food. After eating that much, what else are you planning to shove down that throat of yours? Do the nutrients from your food flow straight into your muscles and forget your brain? Or is your brain smooth because it's made of muscle too? If you touch that menu one more time, I will cut off your hand and cook it into a dish for you. After scaring Balaxtoros until his face turned blue, Hennis Hapulia turned back and smiled at Ruth. Ah, what were you about to say? Faced with such a terrifying Hennis Hapulia, Ruth immediately swallowed everything he wanted to say. He forced a smile and gave her a thumbs up. Nothing. I just wanted to thank you for treating me to such a great meal. In his heart, he quietly concluded, nostalgia really is dangerous. Even if it feels a little awkward, being treated kindly by her is still better than that. Better to stay quiet. That thanks made Hennis Hapulia visibly happy. She brushed back her red hair and gave a radiant smile. It's nothing. Beside her, Balaxtoros said in wounded misery, this discrimination hurts my heart. Ruth could not bear to see Balaxtoros looking so gloomy, so he offered a half-hearted encouragement. Yeah, cheer up. Just then, his gaze accidentally swept over the wall clock, and he froze. It's almost 8 already. Wait, 8 o'clock? I feel like I forgot something. The image of Leon from yesterday suddenly appeared in his mind. She smiled and said, then I'll see you at 8. Can you help me train at 8? Ah, right. Realizing he had stood Leon up, Ruth sprang to his feet, hurriedly said goodbye to Hennis Hapulia and Balaxtoros, then dashed straight back to the academy. At that moment, Leon was extremely irritated. Her left foot kept tapping against the floor, clearly waiting for someone who still had not shown up. She checked the time, her expression growing more annoyed. It's already 8:05. Why still isn't he here? She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, her heart heavy. He is the first friend I can talk to normally. Unlike me, he seems to have a lot of friends. Maybe he forgot our promise completely. Thinking that, Leon suddenly deflated, her expression turning gloomy. Just then, in the distance, the door opened and Ruth walked in, heading straight toward her. Ruth asked in surprise, huh, you're already here? That one sentence made Leon flinch. She pouted and scolded him. You're late. Don't you know that when you have an appointment, you're supposed to arrive 10 minutes early? After saying that, she turned her face toward the door. Hearing her, Ruth scratched his head, looking a little awkward. So that's how it is. I'm sorry. As the two of them walked, Leon suddenly asked, what did you eat before coming here? Ruth lifted his shirt and sniffed it. Do I smell? I just ate a few things with some friends in the capital. Ruth walked to his personal locker and took off his outer jacket. Hearing him mention the capital, Leon asked curiously, you said in the capital? You mean outside the academy? Ruth answered simply, yeah. My friend treated me to a meal. As Ruth neatly folded his clothes, he turned his eyes toward Leon. Leon lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness crossing her face. I see. Even though Ruth had turned away, none of the changes in her expression escaped his notice. Ruth quickly changed the subject. Alright, about today's grappling techniques. Before he could finish, Leon cut in. So you really do have a lot of friends. Ruth pretended not to hear, slipped his hands into his pockets and turned away. We'll start with basic footwork. But Leon was still thinking about the capital, sadly rubbing her palm. I've never been to the capital before. But it's just, by then, Ruth had already walked quite far, leaving her standing behind him with a pitiful look. He frowned and cursed inwardly, damn it. Seeing no reaction from him, Leon had no choice but to change the topic. Fine, then let's begin our grappling technique training. After silently thinking for a while, Ruth said while walking down the stairs next Saturday. Leon blinked, not understanding what he meant. Huh? She hurried down the stairs and moved closer. Ruth leaned against the wall and said calmly, if you want to go that badly, then let's tour the capital. Hearing that, Leon immediately smiled as brightly as a child going out for the first time. She asked again excitedly, just to make sure. Really? Seeing her so happy, Ruth teased her on purpose. Are you that excited? Leon instantly switched to a composed expression. Not at all. I'm only going because you invited me. Ruth kept poking at her. Then forget it. Stay here. She answered without the slightest hesitation. No, I'm going. Ruth said nothing more and simply told her, alright, warm up now. You're the one who said you wanted to learn. Leon happily followed behind him. Of course. Oh, by the way, she began firing off a string of questions about the trip. Are there a lot of things to see in the capital? I heard there is tons of good food there. Oh right, when we get there, what are we eating? What should we do first? Ruth had not even had time to answer before she kept asking, where did you go with your friends today? What do people usually do there lately? Last time I even saw something really big, memph. Before she could finish, Ruth threw an object straight into her mouth to shut her up. One of Leon's cheeks flushed red like a tomato, and she snapped angrily. What was that for? Ruth answered with a cold face. That's enough. Put those on. Ruth asked, are you usually this talkative? As Leon put on the gloves, she replied, yeah. My mother often scolded me for talking too much. Do you know her? My mother is the leader of the dragon-slaying squad. After that, she kept chattering nonstop about everything under the sun. Ruth sighed and thought to himself, I can't believe she talks this much. In my previous life, how in the world did she hold herself back? Ruth immediately spoke up to stop her mouth. Alright, the small talk ends here. Ruth walked over to a few logs and began explaining. The grappling technique I'm about to use belongs to the stero style. More precisely, this is a modified version that ordinary people can use too. You know the stero style is an insane martial art that relies first on your own physical ability, right? Because of that, I can only teach you a few technical forms and core combat methods. He thought of Professor Claire Mason, who used mixed grappling techniques from across the continent. Her martial arts had no fixed pattern, and there was no clear method to neutralize them. That meant the only way to last against her was to take as few hits as possible, then search for one opening to land a fatal blow. Leon frowned. That's always easy to say. I can barely defend myself, so how am I supposed to reduce the number of hits I take? He began rotating his ankles and slowly explained, that's exactly why I'm teaching you how to get hit less. The moment he finished speaking, he moved with incredibly nimble footwork. His figure glided from one spot to another, fast and light as a gust of wind. Leon watched every movement closely, shaken inside. I can't read his steps. They're almost exactly like a snake weaving through the grass. He stopped in front of her and explained, this is Serpent Step, a movement technique that uses only the tips of the toes. Its direction is hard to read because you use only a tiny portion of your leg muscles. Leon guessed, is this also one of Stero's techniques? He answered, no, this one is mine. They fight with their whole bodies, not with something like this. Hearing that answer, Leon's eyes lit up with admiration. That's insane. You really are a genius. He said, try it. Leon immediately copied his footwork according to his instructions. So, is this how you do it? The moment she said that, she grasped the method in just a few short seconds. Watching her, he could not help feeling jealous. Someone like you is the genius, not me. I spent 2 years designing and developing this footwork, another year refining it, and 1 more year mastering it. From a distance, he silently watched her practice. He gave a faint smile. You can't call me a genius when I had to give everything just to survive. A true genius is someone who can catch up to another person's 4 years of brutal training in only 4 days. Someone like you, and like my companions from my previous life, every one of them from Hanis to Balak Storos. A while later, Leon turned back excitedly and asked, well, I did it right, didn't I? He only gave her a bright smile, his eyes narrowing into crescents. Right after that, he suddenly kicked her leg. Still way too sloppy. Leon tumbled to the ground and cried out in pain. Meanwhile, he stood there staring at her, his smug expression completely undisguised. I told you to use the tips of your toes, not bounce around like that. Don't you think you should calm down a little? Leon clutched her head in pain and slowly sat up. Seeing him behind her, laughing happily, she gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it. But he gave her no break, coldly pressing her. Get up and do it again, idiot. He started warming up his wrist joints, his voice full of warning. If you want to learn, then do it correctly. Today, I'm going to train you to death. Seeing that look, Leon instantly felt a chill. Twilight slowly fell, and the day seemed about to end. Yet somewhere a miserable scream still rang out. You're seriously going through with this? Night quickly settled over his room. He dropped onto the bed, his whole body limp with exhaustion. He leaned back onto the soft bed and sighed in complaint. I'm so tired I could die. He began to reflect. Thank goodness, things are progressing very well. Overall, nothing has strayed too far from my previous life. But when it comes to relationships, at that thought, his expression immediately turned serious. They were no longer the same as before. Everything had changed more than he expected, from Hanis to Balak Storos, with each of them appearing again in this life. He wondered, how much will the future be affected? But he quickly rejected that thought. No, from the very beginning, I never wanted anyone to die. So things can't be the same as before. The future has to change. But if I can gather my companions once more and destroy the 7 dragons, I'll definitely meet that bastard again. He thought it over again and again, then reached a conclusion. To make that happen, I have no choice but to take on my brother's role. He closed his eyes and asked himself, the first thing I need to learn is... Fragments of memories from his previous life began to surface. A strange figure with an unclear face appeared, only his back visible, with red hair, armor, and a sword swinging across the battlefield. On that person's hand appeared a sigil made of 8 arrows arrow-like shapes converging together. He made his decision. What I need to learn is the Sky Guard art. The next morning, he was sparring with the professor using wooden swords. The professor attacked relentlessly, while he could only raise his sword in defense. The professor laughed as he struck, carrying such confidence that it could send chills down a spectator's spine. Their duel grew more suffocating by the second, and the situation was clearly unfavorable for Ruth Donatos. The protagonist silently realized things were bad, because his teacher was not only strong but was also playing around far beyond any data he had calculated. More importantly, the man showed no sign of holding back or accepting defeat. The two figures clashed again and again, each move following the next like slashes tearing through the wind. The match kept dragging on, tense as a drawn bowstring with no sign that it was about to end. Just then, the professor suddenly came up with a bold idea, regretting the current rhythm yet wondering whether he should completely change his fighting style right now. Once he thought it, he did it. He instantly changed his technique, making the boy freeze. Why is the professor raising his fist right now? Immediately after that, he abandoned the sword and drove a punch straight toward the protagonist. Fortunately, the boy managed to raise both hands in time and blocked the blow by a hair's breadth. He immediately questioned him, asking if they had not agreed from the start to use only swords. Hearing that, the professor merely laughed and replied that he had always been a fickle kind of person. As soon as he finished, his hands continued launching a chain of attacks. The boy gritted his teeth and thought to himself that even after switching to bare hands, the pressure was just as crushing. Suddenly, he retreated far back and stopped attacking, making the professor frown slightly in confusion. The man guessed inwardly, "Is he stepping that far back to lure me into a trap? Then I'll play along to the end. Show me what else you're hiding." The moment he finished speaking, the professor shot forward. As the man was about to close in, the boy suddenly sensed that moment. "It's here." He quickly calculated that this time, he would answer with the standard approach. In the next instant, he deployed his defensive stance. The sword in his hand suddenly sprang upward and spun sharply through the air. Then it counterattacked, blocking the chain of techniques rushing in like a storm. He understood inwardly that, just as its name implied, the Skyguard art was a sword style born to protect. One slash locked down the enemy's attack, then another slash rebounded the assault, turning defense into a counterstrike. In his previous life, he had only learned heavenly target strike so he could catch up to his brother, but the true Skyguard art required something else. Not merely an ultimate sword technique. That last move even made the professor praise him. "Both your defense and your counterattack are so outstanding that I have nothing left to teach on that front. With sword skills that remarkable, did you learn them from the very beginning?" He was not arrogant at all, only answering calmly that even if the professor said that, he had still locked down his move with ease. The man laughed and seemed pleased, saying that from now on, the boy could finally enter a truly suitable training pace. He paused slightly and asked what the professor meant by a suitable training pace. Seeing that he did not understand, the professor explained in detail. The Skyguard art is not only tied to swordsmanship. Even someone who is not the successor can learn the sword style, but its mana control skill is passed only to the heir. Only after mastering that can this sword art be complete. Mana is an unrefined source of life. Normally, people accumulate refined mana in the heart, the center of life, but the Sky Path follows a different route. Instead of storing mana inside the body, it draws in and uses external mana through its own method. As he explained, a bright stream of mana gradually appeared around the professor's hand. He pointed to the mana engraving and showed it to the boy. Through this, the successor of the Skyguard art controls the enormous amount of mana accumulated in a subspace called the Sky Spirit. The heart serves only as a conduit, not a storage vessel. The boy suddenly remembered his brother and the Sky Spirit that had once appeared on the back of that man's hand. The professor continued explaining, "Therefore, its power and function far exceed imagination. But if the heart is already full of mana, it can only operate as a discharge channel. You have never trained in any other mana control skill, correct?" He answered yes, he never had. But inwardly, he thought that in his previous life, the mana control skill he used was only ordinary alchemy based on a wizard's circle. If so, this was the greatest variable, something he had never experienced until now. The professor said it would be much faster to feel it for himself. "Sit down. First, where do you want the sigil engraved?" He stayed silent for a moment, then held out the back of his hand. "Please engrave it here." The professor smiled, took his hand, and said it would sting a little. Immediately afterward, he began drawing the sigil on the back of the boy's hand. Streams of blue light gradually appeared before his eyes, blazing as if magic itself were awakening. He grimaced, screaming inwardly, "What do you mean stinging? It feels like I got thrown straight into a fire." A moment later, the ritual finally came to an end. Sharp arrowhead-like marks appeared on the back of his hand. They kept glowing, making him blurt out without thinking, "This is..." He stared at his hand, unable to look away. A stream of pure mana was flooding through him, so clear that he could feel every single pulse of its flow. Suddenly, he snapped his head up. Thanks to the legacy of countless generations of successors, he felt as if he were standing beneath a vast, dizzying blue sky. The achievements they had left behind over their lifetimes became information, became currents of mana, then merged into an immense transparent sky. While he was still immersed in that treasury of mana, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. "So it is you, kid." He spun around at once, but there was no one there. Then the professor's loud call jolted him awake from his trance. The professor asked, "How does it feel to see the transparent sky for the first time?" He answered right away, "It is incredible, sir." The professor added that mastering mana control for the first time felt like growing a new organ inside the body. "You will need a great deal of time to adapt to sensing and using mana in this way. What impresses me is that you were already prepared to awaken the method of circulating mana." The professor turned to look at him, then froze when he saw the mana being controlled with unbelievable flexibility. Not just awakened, he can already use mana from the heavenly spirit in only a few minutes. Suspicion deepened in the professor's eyes. Who in the world is this child? On this side, he was still focused on the mana in his hand. In alchemy training, the circles around the heart represented one's mana level, but the ranks of sky observation art were shown by the number of wings, and the master rank had 6 wings. A heavenly swordmaster possessed 7 wings, just as his older brother had once achieved. In the past, his brother had told him he was only a little short of reaching 8 wings, so he had to work even harder. Then what about me? He looked at the glowing stream of mana on his hand. Now his first wing had clearly appeared on the back of his hand. Daniel Gold's words echoed in his memory. Once a mark is carved into the soul rather than the flesh, it cannot be destroyed by any means. Even if the successor dies, the memories and power accumulated over a lifetime will be restored. But only 2 people had connected with the heavenly spirit, teacher Daniel Gold and the immortal heavenly sword, the one who had just called him kid. His brother was not among them. Looking at the wing on his hand, he thought that if the mark was carved into the soul, traces of his brother might still remain within the heavenly spirit, even after the regression. However, the example his teacher once gave had never mentioned the case of an entity trapped in another dimension. He thought about it while walking through the academy garden. The void serpent lineage had vanished together with his brother, and that was the only clue left behind. "Hey, why are you so late?" A voice rang out, pulling his attention back. Hennis Hapulia complained that he should know every second was precious when teaching this idiot. Beside her, Balakstoros was calmly standing there eating a banana. He walked over and said they only needed to finish on time, so why had they not started first? Hennis Hapulia snapped, "How am I supposed to endure this blockhead all by myself?" Balakstoros immediately argued that he was not a blockhead. Hennis Hapulia looked almost desperate as she said, "At this rate, you are going to fail the early exam, do you understand?" Balakstoros was not too bothered. He kept chewing his banana and wondered, strange, whenever theory class starts, I always pass out. Wait, could someone be using magic to interfere with my consciousness? That deduction left both Hennis Hapulia and him utterly speechless. Hennis Hapulia turned to ask him, by the way, how were your lessons with the professors? Meanwhile, Balakstoros stood beside them, reassuring himself that he needed to train his body to resist mental attacks. He shrugged and answered, nothing special, aside from the fact that the professor seemed a little too interested in me. The professor had watched him train and showered him with praise. Just as I thought, you far exceed my expectations. You truly are unmatched. Another female professor clasped her hands in admiration when she saw him move. Good heavens, did you create that technique yourself? How are you this talented? Hennis Hapulia blurted out with obvious suspicion. What do you mean nothing special? You attended every lecture while being discriminated against, and nothing really happened. The 3 of them talked as they walked. For example, when you met Professor Damian Gray while he was not wearing his mask, I heard he has mysophobia. He recalled Damian Gray and answered, I am not really sure. The scene shifted back to 1 hour earlier inside Professor D's office. He sat across from Damian Gray, and the silence between them was so heavy the room felt frozen. Confused, he wondered, is today going to be like this again? The previous lecture had been exactly the same, with the man saying nothing for an entire hour. He quietly picked up his cup of water. He took a sip and thought, if I had been closer to him in my past life, maybe I could have found something to talk about. But I barely interacted with him, so all I know is, he was the first member of the faculty to die. In front of him, the professor still had his eyes closed, silent as a statue. Then, out of nowhere, the professor spoke and startled him. Was the tea to your taste? Flustered, he replied, yes, it has a very delicate aroma. The professor slowly raised his head and said, good. This is Mipiri tea, quite popular in the Empire. I also rather enjoy drinking it. Ah, yes. The conversation sank back into silence. He set the teacup down even more confused because the professor had not taken a single sip. After that, we stayed silent for another 30 minutes, and then the lecture ended. He answered Hennis Hapulia over his shoulder, saying nothing happened at all. We just drank tea. Hearing nothing interesting, Hennis Hapulia opened the classroom door in disappointment and complained, boring. He turned to Balakstoros and asked, what about you? How was your lesson with the professor? Balakstoros cheerfully answered, I rather like Professor Claire Mason. She is strong and respectable, one of the few people who truly understands the beauty of muscles. That answer made him suddenly realize something. Thinking back to his past life, those two really did have a strange connection. Was it because both their brains were made of muscle? Hennis Hapulia said grumpily, mine was the worst. I had to study with an instructor because there there were no magic professors free at the time. Do you know what that guy said? He said fire magic was the peak of inefficiency and told me I should learn another kind of magic. Does he think that clinging to one textbook means he has reached the limit? He is not even worthy of being compared to one toe of the White Flame Queen. Hennis Hapulia slammed her book onto the table, exploding with anger. Balaxtoros pulled out a chair and sat down, trying to advise her. But Hennis Hapulia, that instructor was not exactly wrong. Have you not noticed that fire mages are extremely rare nowadays? That sentence sent Hennis Hapulia into a rage. Hey, what do you know? He patted her shoulder and said, come on, calm down. Besides, if that instructor annoys you, you can still switch lectures. Hennis Hapulia sighed. It is useless. There are no instructors left at the school who teach fire magic. Balaxtoros opened his book to read, while he stepped over, took the book, and smiled. You cannot be certain there are none, can you? The White Flame Queen could always recommend herself as an instructor to teach you. A giant question mark seemed to appear above Hennis Hapulia's head. What the hell are you babbling about? Just then, another student approached them and spoke up. Sorry, may I interrupt for a moment? His face darkened instantly, and his gaze turned cold, clearly showing he did not welcome the person who had just appeared. Even so, the other student kept a smile on his face and calmly met his icy stare. He walked over with a friendly air and smiled in greeting. Ruth Donatos, we met at the entrance ceremony, did we not? I am Jeremy Duville, student council president. Do you have some business with Hennis Hapulia? The moment Hennis Hapulia saw Jeremy Duville, she froze and awkwardly greeted him. Ruth still frowned, curling his lips in a sneer. Did you investigate us in advance? Jeremy replied that the two of them were famous enough that it would be hard not to know. Jeremy Duville answered calmly. When selected students walk together, they naturally stand out, do they not? Those words made Hennis Hapulia go pale as she thought in shock. Did this bastard just confess? Especially you, Ruth Donatos. He slowly opened his deep purple eyes, his gaze sharp enough to see through everything. You are the one every professor chose as a disciple. That has stirred up all the upperclassmen, since they believe it is outrageous favoritism. Hearing that, Ruth only found it laughable. He answered coldly, so did you come today to complain to me on behalf of all the upperclassmen? Jeremy Duville hurriedly waved his hands, acting innocent. No way, what would I have to complain about? The professors are not blind, so they must have their own reasons. On the contrary, I am quite interested in talented people like you. Hearing that, Ruth's hand clenched without him realizing it. Jeremy Duville kept smiling cheerfully and finally revealed his true purpose. That is why I came here today. Ruth Donatos, are you interested in joining the student council? We always need capable people like you. Ruth answered immediately, without the slightest hesitation. I am not interested in becoming someone else's lackey. Jeremy Duville still did not give up and tried to persuade him gently. Do not be so tense. You will not be treated like a hired soldier or anything. Ruth gritted his teeth and his eyes darkened. A terrifying anger erupted inside him. Sensing that hostility, Jeremy Duville only scratched his head with an awkward laugh. I was only speaking my mind, but it seems I stepped right where I should not have. He looked at the scars on Ruth's arms and commented, Scar, these are often seen on mercenaries. It seems you have not lived an easy life. Ruth warned him in an icy voice, Senior, you are sticking your nose too deep into someone else's business. Jeremy still smiled and said, playing detective is my hobby. I know you are a special student who came here to find traces of your older brother. Ruth sighed. He is as troublesome as ever with those eyes and that chuckle, as if he already holds every secret in his hands. Even in his past life, Jeremy's chilling sharpness had earned him the nickname Decision Maker among the Dragon Slayers. But I know this bastard's true nature well. He is not exactly malicious, just far too selfish, always convinced he is right and issuing cruel judgments on behalf of the majority. Ruth turned his head away, his voice indifferent. I do not like detectives like you, but I know a few things too. You obsess over other people's affairs to the point that you are almost useless. Even the way he used his intellect to manipulate others, treating them like ants in the palm of his hand, was disgusting. Our protagonist sneered, while Jeremy Duville kept chuckling. Damn, looks like I ended up hated after all, but I am still very interested in you. As he walked away, he answered, I know, because you are only interested in people who will become famous in the future. But as for me, I do not have the slightest good feeling toward you, Senior Jeremy Duville. Hennis Hapulia hurried over to smooth things over. I am sorry, he is a little, haha, no problem, I do not mind. Jeremy Duville smiled back at her as well. Then he quickly said goodbye. You two are studying, right? Sorry for interrupting. I will be leaving now. After Jeremy Duville left, our protagonist walked closer to Hennis Hapulia. Confused, she asked, what the hell is wrong with you? He is still the student council president. Nothing good comes from getting tangled up with that bastard. He sat down at the table in irritation, and Balaxtoros beside him nodded too. Agreed, I smell danger on him. Hennis Hapulia and Balaxtoros kept talking. What smell? Are you seriously a beast king? Everyone has their own scent. I can smell something very familiar on you. As for Ruth Donatos, he stayed silent. Inside the book Jeremy Duville had just touched, a hidden letter suddenly appeared. Stay on guard against Damian Gray. That bastard has lost his mind. He flew into a rage after reading the line written underneath. If he wanted to warn anyone, the person to watch out for was not Professor Damian Gray, but that bastard himself. In his previous life, he committed countless insane acts, made choices he believed were right, and drove so many people to their deaths. On top of that, Damian Gray was the first faculty member to die. He was the first sacrifice created by Jeremy Duville's decisions. Sitting in the carriage, he sank into deep thought. In the end, Jeremy Duville had not directly finished off Professor Damian Gray. He sat by the window, staring outside in frustration. Memories returned, and Damian Gray had once pressed a knife to his own neck, ready to end everything with his own hands. But it was Jeremy Duville who tempted and pushed Professor Damian Gray into taking his own life. His reason was simple. In his judgment, Damian Gray was a threat to the Empire, and just as predicted, Professor Damian Gray's death set off a chain of major disasters in the future. Inside the carriage, the cheerful mood clashed completely with our protagonist's heavy thoughts. This time, they had to stop everything before the tragedy repeated. There was still time before that day, but Jeremy Duville had probably already started pressuring Damian Gray, so he could not waste another minute. Just then, Leon's voice cut through his thoughts, making her blurt out in disbelief. Leon complained that she could not understand why Ruth Donatos was always late. She said he had absolutely no sense of time. He had just been thinking he could not waste time, yet right now he was the one who arrived late. After being scolded by Leon, he snapped back in annoyance. Did I not show up? But Leon would not let it slide. She was irritated because she had told him to arrive 10 minutes early as basic courtesy. The person sitting across from them seemed very amused by their argument. Our protagonist said the greatest courtesy was that he had spent his precious weekend sitting beside her. Leon, do you know that? Leon refused to back down and immediately shot back that he was the one who invited her first. He grew even more irritated and blamed her for making a pitiful face like a puppy caught in the rain. Leon ignored him completely and simply said coldly that they had arrived. Leon looked extremely excited about this trip, her eyes lighting up as she looked at the crowd. Meanwhile, our protagonist dragged himself out of the carriage, clearly on a completely different wavelength. The place was packed with people, its lively atmosphere like a festival in another world. Leon remarked that the Dragon Slayer Court's headquarters was lively too. The crowd there could not compare to this. Leon happily turned back and asked where they should go now. In contrast to her excitement, he answered coldly that she should deal with her own luggage first. Leon pouted at him with a judging look. Luggage? Ruth Donatos was clearly the one who asked her to come along, so he should be the one carrying her bags. Seeing that expression, he looked briefly flustered. He scratched his head and reluctantly said they should buy something first, since all the kids he knew liked having fun. Leon suggested they buy clothes first, then took his hand on her own initiative. He did not understand why she was doing that and immediately told Leon to let go. Leon used the excuse that they would only avoid getting separated if they held hands, then dragged him straight toward the market. Our protagonist could only run after her, unable to understand why she had suddenly become so strong. She squeezed so hard that he yelled, "My hand is about to break." After wandering around the shopping street for a while, the two found a clothing shop they like. He trailed behind her, his hand still aching from Leon's crushing grip. Leon made a lap around the shop, then had her eyes caught by a white dress. She stared at it closely and murmured, "It is really pretty." Leon asked what he thought of the dress, since she thought it was pretty and it was also white. Our protagonist replied coldly, "Is that all you can say about it?" Seeing that Leon seemed to like the dress, the shop attendant gently suggested that she try it on. Leon agreed at once. A moment later, she finished changing and slowly stepped out. The moment the attendant saw her in that dress, she gasped in amazement. "Oh my miss, you look absolutely beautiful in that." The dress seemed as if it had been made for Leon, making her look far cuter and more feminine than usual. She hesitated and asked, "Really? Does it really look good?" He froze for a moment before that beauty, his gaze stopping on her for a rare few seconds. But our protagonist did not praise her directly. He only muttered, "Yeah," then added that the dress was indeed white. Leon thought he was mocking her, but she did not care much and told Janet she would buy the dress. He coldly turned away and asked if that was enough, and if they were done, they should hurry up. Leon immediately stopped him. Since Ruth Donatos had agreed to go with her, she would buy him something too. He protested at once, saying he did not need any clothes. But before he could finish, Leon cut him off, held out an outfit, and said it suited him pretty well, so he should hurry up and try it on. In the end, our protagonist still could not go against Leon. He reluctantly took the clothes, then followed the attendant's directions into the fitting room. Standing outside, Leon thought to herself that Ruth Donatos really was a strange person. She quietly recalled the first time the two of them met. Back then, Ruth Donatos had openly picked a fight and acted hostile toward her. And yet right after that, he said he had seen her crying and sincerely apologized. Sometimes he would even unexpectedly reveal a confusing kind of gentleness. Even though most of those incidents happened by chance, the emotions he showed were always strangely direct and honest. Leon sighed and leaned back against the wall. She thought that perhaps he had mistaken her for someone else. The sound of the door opening rang out, cutting through Leon's wandering thoughts. He stepped out of the fitting room in the outfit Leon had chosen. He looked completely different, proving that clothes really do make the man. The sales clerk kept praising him, saying that the outfit truly looked excellent on him. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. In that moment, she almost did not recognize the person in front of her. Leon looked straight into his eyes, wondering if this was really the same person who had once quarreled with her. The two stood facing each other, so silent silent that the air itself seemed to stop. In Leon's eyes, he now looked like a star quietly shining in the middle of the night sky. In the middle of that seemingly romantic scene, our protagonist opened his mouth with an ice-cold line. "What are you staring at? Did you not say you would buy me clothes? Hurry up and pay." Leon was annoyed by that attitude, grumbling as she pulled out her wallet. "Listen to the way you talk. I really should not buy you anything." Unlike her, he was extremely happy about getting a new outfit for free. After the meal, the two took a relaxed walk. Our protagonist was absorbed in a flyer, while Leon praised the food, saying it was no wonder that restaurant was so famous. Leon turned to look at him, studying him from head to toe while thinking carefully to herself. He really did look good in that outfit. Slim waist, broad chest, wide shoulders, and paired with those clothes, there was honestly nothing to criticize. Noticing her strange gaze, our protagonist asked why she was staring at him. Leon blushed and quickly changed the subject, saying it was nothing. She had planned to buy him lunch, so why did he insist on paying? He still did not turn to look at Leon, keeping his eyes on the flyer as he explained. "Since you bought me clothes, it makes sense for me to pay for the meal. I am not shameless, after all." Leon burst out laughing and said he really was strange. He immediately pouted and denied it, saying he was not. After hesitating for a while, Leon turned to him and asked, "You said before that you worked as a mercenary when you were young, right? Did you have any comrades?" He answered that he did, then remembered the past. Though back then, he had actually been a fanatical dragon slayer in his previous life, not some ordinary mercenary. Leon began speaking all at once. She said she understood, and the people who had gone through life and death battles with Ruth Donatos must have been as close as family, all doing their best to protect one another. Then she suddenly hesitated, as if she wanted to ask something, but did not know how to bring it up. "I wonder," Leon asked whether he had ever had an unforgettable first love among those people. The question shocked our protagonist so badly that he unconsciously crumpled the flyer in his hand. Seeing his unusual reaction, Leon grew embarrassed and wondered if she had asked too suddenly. He sighed, then took a deep breath that startled Leon. All the resentment inside our protagonist exploded. He shouted, "How could that possibly be true? They were mercenaries from the start, so where would family come from? Do you think those people would see a kid like me as a comrade? Those bastards were all experts at stabbing people in the back. Damn it, you have no idea how much I suffered." Leon had to cover her ears because his voice was like a bomb going off, and she hurriedly soothed him, saying okay, she did not know. He was still furious, unable to understand why Leon would think he could ever love those bastards. Our protagonist snapped bluntly, "Seriously? You are spewing a load of nonsense right now." Leon kept her ears covered and mumbled that she had never met anyone like him. Hearing that, he yelled and asked what time she thought it was. Leon calmly replied, "Look, you have a terrible personality, and you are deliberately dodging my only question." Leon was not finished. She lifted her eyes, looked disapproving, and continued cursing every chance he had ever had. Her words pierced straight into our protagonist's head like arrows. But Leon also mentioned his good points. She said he was honest and was teaching her grappling techniques. Even now, he was looking at a travel flyer to find the next place they should go, right? It seemed she had hit him exactly where it hurt. He angrily tore the travel flyer to pieces. Leon still calmly concluded that, in short, he only looked like someone who was very easy to anger. Our protagonist said awkwardly that he had tried his best to come here with Leon, but forget it, he would go home now. That statement caught her by surprise. Leon immediately slapped him hard on the back and it hurt. She said firmly no, they still had time. He turned back in irritation and roared, "Damn it, why did you hit me?" Leon never answered the point directly, and only said that her mother had said the same thing. Leon repeated her mother's words. Friendship is a relationship where two people support and help each other. That was why she had changed the entire plan today. Our protagonist looked at her and only found her very strange. He did not understand what the hell she was saying in broad daylight. Leon said that place was fairly far from the capital, but she wanted him to experience the feeling of a real family. The word family made our protagonist freeze. "Family?" He hesitated, then asked, "Hey, do not tell me you are planning to..." Leon placed a hand on her chest and solemnly invited him. "Come to our home, the Dragon Slayer Corps headquarters, right now." Leon would personally introduce Ruth Donatos to the members of her family. The two used a teleportation gate and headed straight for Siren City in the Kingdom of Liber. He sighed in exasperation and asked Leon, "You know perfectly well this violates Academy rules, and you are still doing it, right?" Leon did not care. As far as she was concerned, as long as they did not get caught, it was fine, and besides, they were not wearing uniforms, so there was no reason to fear being recognized. Ruth Donatos asked her if spending 6 million just to use a teleportation gate once was not way too wasteful. Leon calmly replied that her mother had said she'd spend as much as she wanted whenever she wanted to go home. The map displayed the western region of the Syrian continent, where the capital of the Liber Kingdom was located. Although the Dragon Slayer Corps headquarters was not inside the capital itself, this was still a prosperous city, brilliant and full of life. Broad streets stretched between towering buildings, while glittering lights blanketed the entire city. In Ruth Donato's memories, this place had once been a dead metropolis. A few years later, it would be destroyed by the attack of the 7 dragons. The Dragon Slayer corpse was also wiped out in that tragedy. Everything sank into a sea of fire, leaving only cold ash behind. But what stood before him now was a completely different sight. Warm, dazzling, and this was the place Leon wanted to introduce as her home. Ruth Donato's looked around the lavish estate. It felt more like a noble manor than a guild headquarters, while Leon excitedly searched for Heron. He was the gardener of Leon's family. The old man was deeply surprised to see her return, because she usually only showed up during holidays. Leon quickly denied anything serious. She told Heron she only wanted to introduce a friend to the guild members, and that the two of them would stop by briefly before leaving right away. Hearing his young lady say she wanted to introduce a friend, Heron froze in shock. He asked again if the young lady had finally made a friend outside the Dragon Slayer corpse. Overwhelmed by this earth-shaking event, Heron burst into happy tears and ran off to tell everyone. He even wanted to throw a party and hang banners celebrating that the young lady finally had a friend. Leon blushed in embarrassment and frantically tried to stop him, because this was seriously way too much. Heron regained his composure, reflected on how he had gotten a little too excited, and invited the two of them inside first. Leon awkwardly said there was nothing worth celebrating, while Ruth Donatos immediately asked if she was the lonely type with no friends. In his view, that was not exactly surprising, which made Leon snap at him because he was no different. Ruth Donatos instantly refuted her with total confidence, asking what she was talking about, because how could someone like him ever end up in that situation? But right after that, a flood of loving memories surged back. "You damn bastard, you really are useless. Why is Ruth Donatos eating alone? You do not have a single friend, and both your personality and the way you talk are awful." Those words left him speechless. Only then did he realize that perhaps he too was a lonely guy with no friends. Meanwhile, everyone in the guild was joyfully waiting for Leon's return. The moment they saw Ruth Donatos, the members around Leon started firing off questions. Was the boy behind her really her friend? He was so handsome. And what was his name? Some even suspected she had hired him with money, while others bluntly asked if his life was being threatened. Leon was so embarrassed she nearly panicked, hurriedly pushing everyone away and telling them not to crowd Ruth Donatos like that. Leon scolded everyone for being mean, then turned to the older sister beside her and asked her to make them stop. The woman only smiled and said everyone was just too happy to see her again, and some people had even noticed that Leon seemed taller than before. Ruth Donatos felt that even though this was his first time meeting the members of the Dragon Slayer Corps, the atmosphere here felt strangely familiar. He quietly watched Leon talk with everyone. At times she acted spoiled, and at other times she smiled brightly and comfortably. Because of that, he understood why her personality had changed so completely after Siren was destroyed. Heron called Leon to the reception room, saying the commander was waiting there for her and her friend. She asked in surprise if someone was inside, and he replied that an extremely important person very close to her was waiting. Leon slowly raised her hand and knocked on the door before stepping inside. The door opened, and when she saw her mother, her face lit up brighter than ever, her eyes sparkling with joy. Her mother was also stunned to see her daughter return, and immediately shot to her feet. That woman was the commander of the Dragon Slayer Corps, Adeline Care. Leon instantly rushed into her mother's arms. Adeline hugged her precious daughter tightly and gently said she was growing more beautiful every day. But Adeline quickly grew suspicious, since it was still the middle of the semester. So why was Leon here? She wondered if Leon had been suspended for beating someone up again, which startled Ruth Donatos. Leon hurriedly denied it, saying there was absolutely no such thing. She only wanted to see her mother and introduce her friend. Her mother's expression changed instantly. The single word friend was enough to shock her so badly she looked like she might fade out of existence. Right after that, Adeline stood frozen, utterly overwhelmed. Leon was embarrassed and could not understand why even her loving mother reacted this way. The beautiful woman beside them explained that anyone would be shocked to hear that Adeline's hot-tempered daughter, who had zero social skills, had made a friend. That woman gave off a mysterious aura, her calm gaze drifting over Ruth Donatos and his silk-white hair. She scolded the two of them, saying they should greet their elders first when meeting them. This person was the guild master of Firefly, the White Flame Queen, Liana Chonica. Although she was a striking beauty, Leon called her an old hag and did not understand why she kept dropping by her house whenever she had free time. At that moment, Ruth Donatos finally spoke up, greeting them and introducing himself. The moment she saw Ruth Donatos, Liana Chonica recognized him as the notable boy from the previous practical combat class. She asked what he thought, and whether Hennis Hapulia's second daughter had done well. Ruth Donatos replied that no, she was extremely frustrated because she thought the magic teacher this time was far too incompetent. Liana Chonica merely asked if that was so, then said it was not a major problem, because she would eventually meet a good teacher. Just then, a hand landed on Ruth Donato's shoulder. He turned around and saw Adeline Care crying nonstop from emotion. She asked if he was Ruth Donato's, then sincerely thanked him again and again, making him feel so pressured he could barely breathe. Adeline Care explained that her daughter was a little special. Leon's sixth sense was extremely sharp, and she was also very good at sensing other people's emotions. The girl could understand others instantly, but she was clumsy at expressing herself, so she could not make friends with people her own age. Ruth Donato said he understood. Adeline Care then added that Leon was also a little heavy-handed, and that the academy had contacted her last time, because Leon broke a classmate's wrist, which felt strangely familiar to him. Leon calmly ate a pastry while telling her mother that the person whose wrist she had broken was him. Adeline Care took another bolt from the blue. She was so shocked her hands broke out in sweat, while Ruth Donato's looked openly displeased. Leon explained that he had started the fight first, and besides she figured Ruth Donato's bones had healed by now, while she herself had already been punished. Adeline Care immediately shouted Leon's name, making her jump in fright. Adeline angrily said she had not taught Leon martial arts so that Leon could use them to bully the people around her. Ruth Donato spoke up in Leon's defense, saying she had not bullied him. He was the one who had spoken without thinking first, which was why the two of them fought. Adeline Care truly was both a strict and gentle mother. She believed that no matter what, it was still not a reason to hit someone, especially when Ruth Donato's had been injured. Even though she knew the two had made peace, Adeline Care still asked whether Leon had apologized. Hearing that, Ruth Donato suddenly felt like he was the only person who had gotten beaten up in this story. Like a child being scolded by her mother, Leon mumbled an apology for hitting Ruth Donato's. He slipped his hands into his pockets and casually replied that it was fine. Adeline Care turned to scold Liana Choneka, saying she had told her to look after the ordinary students. Meanwhile, Liana Choneka was still leisurely sipping tea. Liana Choneka set down her teacup and calmly said she knew nothing about that matter. Liana Choneka also insisted that Ruth Donato's was absolutely not an ordinary student. She had seen the way he fought, and seen him turn the Steros kid into a plaything in the arena. Besides, Ruth Donato's had also received a recruitment offer from Abel White, had he not? He did not answer, only silently scratched his head. Adeline Care was quite surprised to learn that Ruth Donato's had received invitations from both Steros and Moonshade. Leon confirmed to her mother that it was true. Ruth Donato's was very strong, and he had even taught her grappling techniques. He also added that he had turned down that offer. Adeline Care was both astonished and skeptical, and the look in her eyes gradually changed. With a calculating expression, she asked again if everything was truly as they said. As the commander of the Dragon Slayer Corps and also Leon's mother, she thought she needed to personally verify just how strong Ruth Donato's. Adeline Care made Ruth Donato's an offer. Would he like to show her his skills? Leon was utterly shocked by her mother's sudden proposal. Ruth Donato smiled. He had heard rumors that the commander of the Dragon Slayer Corps was a battle maniac, and he had not expected them to be true. This was also a rare chance for him to spar with a high-ranking Dragon Slayer. Because of that, he had no reason to refuse. Ruth Donato's looked at Adeline Care and replied that he would gladly do it. The people around them still did not understand what was happening. Hearing that the first friend Leon had brought home was about to fight the commander, everyone thought it was a joke. A new student was really going to face a third-rank Dragon Slayer. What everyone was most curious about was how many seconds he could last. They all only hoped the commander would not get too excited and accidentally go overboard. Ruth Donato's had changed his clothes and was ready to step into the sparring match. Leon looked at him and remarked that the outfit suited him pretty well. Leon did not understand why her mother had lent Ruth Donato's a Dragon Slayer Corps uniform, so she hoped he would not mind. She also apologized for dragging him into trouble, but he felt the opposite, because a chance to fight a third-ranked Dragon Slayer did not come around often. Leon told him to keep that mindset, then seriously added that he had better not die. Leon cheered Ruth Donato's on, then ran over to Adeline Care and reminded her mother to go easy on him. But just by looking at the expression on Adeline Care's face, everyone understood that the chance of her holding back was almost zero. The host began greeting the audience, announcing that the match was about to begin right now. The two fighters slowly stepped into the arena, preparing for a duel as tense as a drawn bowstring. Adeline Care said their weapons would be wooden swords. Ruth Donato's could only use the mana inside his body, and had to avoid attacking vital areas. In addition, if he managed to hit her by any means, victory would belong to him, and as the commander of the Dragon Slayer Corps, she would grant him one wish. Before they began, she asked if he agreed to those rules. Ruth Donato smiled with confidence, satisfied with the rules she had laid out, and nodded in agreement. Adeline Care took her fighting stance, a sharp aura spilling out from her, then asked Ruth Donato's if he was ready. Ruth Donato's placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, lowered his center of gravity, and entered his ready stance. He trusted in his own strength, ready to strike at any moment. Adeline Care looked visibly thrilled, as if the battle hunger in her blood had finally awakened. Neither Neither of them had the slightest intention of backing down. The instant the signal rang out, they both charged straight at each other. Ruth Donato successfully blocked the first strike. The wooden sword in his hand stopped Adeline Care's slash cold. Adeline Care immediately used mana to knock the tip of his blade off to the side. She aimed straight for Ruth Donato's shoulder, but he managed to guard against that attack in time. Neither of them said another word, focusing only on one goal, taking the other down. Then Adeline Care suddenly leapt. She shot high into the air, preparing to bring down a slash from above, but Ruth Donato's was no ordinary opponent either. He not only dodged, he fully withstood Adeline Care's attack. Everyone in the hall who witnessed it froze, wondering if their eyes had just deceived them. After all, they could not believe a new student had actually blocked the commander's strike. Even Adeline Care showed a brief flash of surprise. A 17-year-old boy had swordsmanship this polished and technique this frighteningly perfect, but compared to that skill, Ruth Donato's stamina was still a regrettable weakness. Just when Adeline Care thought she was about to land a hit on Ruth Donato's, he saw through the move in time. Ruth Donato's instantly raised his sword to block, then swept the attack away in another direction. Adeline Care thought to herself that this was all he could manage. Right after that, she stopped holding back and unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks at him. If Ruth Donato's had been even one beat slower, he might have been badly injured. A chill ran down his spine as he wondered why adults in this era seemed to have no idea what mercy meant. Adeline Care began to tease him, saying, "Oh my, are you already tired?" Those words treated him like a child, and they instantly fanned the competitive fire inside Ruth Donato's. Ruth Donato's began to focus, pouring his mana into the wooden sword in his hand. This time Ruth Donato's no longer only defended or slipped past the commander's sword strikes. He dashed forward and immediately shifted into a counterattack. Adeline Care froze for a split second at that unexpectedly reckless style of attack. She widened her eyes and watched every movement closely, but her vast battle experience was not just for show. With the composure of a commander, Adeline Care easily turned the tables and knocked the young man flying. The sword in his hand shattered, breaking apart into hundreds of fragments. Seeing the technique the protagonist had just displayed, Adeline Care narrowed her eyes and asked if he had inherited the heavenly sky observation art. She had not expected a useless man like Daniel Gold to have a direct successor. Hearing his master insulted, his face darkened at once. He shot back, asking what she meant by useless, and declared that the man was his master. Adeline Care burst out laughing and asked if he was upset. If he was truly angry, then he should stop sitting there, stand up, and avenge his master. From above, Leon silently continued watching the fight. She knew very well just how strong this young man was, but this time he had surpassed all of her expectations. Leon could not believe the mother she respected was enjoying herself this much while fighting the protagonist. Her heart pounded hard. Leon did not understand what this feeling swelling inside her chest truly was. Was it suffocation or jealousy born from feeling inferior? Leon had always been confident that she could read other people's emotions, yet when facing herself, she was completely lost. She stood frozen, eyes locked on the arena. He stood up, rubbed his head, and calmly said revenge was only natural. But in this match, he had already won, Commander. Adeline Care stopped short, unable to understand what nonsense this brat was talking about. He looked Adeline Care straight in the face and asked if she had not just used mana to reinforce her combat aura. Adeline Care suddenly remembered she had indeed done exactly that, and in that instant she realized her mistake. The people watching the duel were stunned as well, then immediately broke into noisy discussion. Liana Chonek sighed and muttered that Adeline Care really was an idiot. He crossed his arms and smirked provocatively. Surely the commander of the dragon-slaying legion was not planning to go back on her word. The people around them gaped when they realized the commander had truly lost. Adeline Care scratched her head in embarrassment, laughed, and said of course not. She had promised to grant his wish, so he should say it. Even so, she quickly added that the request had to be reasonable. He could not ask for too much money, since the Legion's current finances were tight, but that the protagonist cut her off at once, saying he didn't need any of that. He had once wondered whose fighting style Leon resembled. Now he finally had his answer. Adeline Care also warned that if his request damaged the dragon-slaying Legion's reputation, she would not accept it. Even without sharing blood, the two were strangely like mother and daughter, like a pair of ferocious beasts. Adeline Care's fierce swordsmanship was almost a copy of Leon's in his previous life. In his previous life, he had never once defeated her sword, but there had been one tactic that brought the protagonist extremely close to victory. He thought for a moment, then finally stated his wish. It was very simple. Suddenly, he raised his hand. His finger pointed straight at Adeline Care. The protagonist's wish was to fight her one more time, under the same rules, leaving her completely astonished. Round 2 began. Only now did he understand why Adeline Care had confidently accepted the rematch, because her presence was completely different from the first round. Even though the fight was stretched tight as a bowstring, the protagonist still had several unanswered questions in his mind. He watched Adeline Care charging in to attack and wondered whether he should verify that theory himself right here and now. He aimed straight at the left side of Adeline Care's throat, clearly intending to strike that exact spot. Adeline Care was so focused on moving in clothes that she almost failed to notice the attack as it appeared. Luckily, she avoided it by a hair, but that monster Dronzer-like reaction speed still sent a chill down her spine. He kept dodging and blocking Adeline Care's sword. She also did not dare lose focus, constantly watching for the smallest opening so she could counter-attack. But reality was far from what Adeline Care had calculated. The protagonist's swordsmanship revealed almost no openings at all. Adeline Care was secretly shocked that he could evade her strikes while constantly moving. Those reflexes were not normal at all, and she had already missed her chance to swing. Adeline Care had only ever seen her daughter possess vision that powerful. Now, she did not even know what kind of existence the protagonist really was. In his eyes, a light flashed that only he could see. It was Extreme Sense, a technique that used mana to stimulate every sense and push perception to its limit. In exchange, reflexes and judgment skyrocketed, but the nervous system also endured terrifying strain. He swung the wooden sword in his hand and knocked Adeline Care's slash back upward. In the past, the protagonist had also used this very move to defeat Leon. After trading blows for a while, Adeline Care seriously admitted in her heart that this brat was truly difficult to handle. He did not only possess terrifying perception like Leon enough to read her movements, he had even more than that. Adeline Care had never seen such strange movement that made him so hard for her to read. He sprang into the air, intending to strike down from above. That attack was still within Adeline Care's control, and she avoided it easily. But the duel was far from over. Adeline Care infused mana into her sword and slashed hard toward the protagonist. If he had been one beat slower, he would have been forced to admit defeat. Suddenly, Adeline Care accelerated into a relentless assault, and the rhythm of her sword became far more savage. The people outside could not help exclaiming that she truly was a violent destroyer. Leon, meanwhile, began to worry, because she had clearly told her mother to go easy on him. As she attacked, Adeline Care provoked him, telling him to hurry up and show her every trick he had, unless all he knew how to do was tuck his tail and run. He remained silent, only continuing to dodge without answering a single word. Adeline Care gritted her teeth and said this was no fun at all, because since the start of the second round, the protagonist had done nothing but evade. Perhaps her competitive blood had flared up, because she charged straight at him. The protagonist, however, continued to retreat, and in that exact moment, he caught Adeline Care's opening. He had been waiting for precisely this timing. All the mana in his body was instantly gathered, but strangely, instead of launching an overwhelmingly powerful attack, he chose a bolder method and threw his sword straight away. That action left Adeline Care confused. She did not know why he would release his weapon, then suddenly thought of one possibility. The essence of the heavenly sky observation art was free, unpredictable adaptation, and that made her find it incredibly interesting. Because she was lost in excitement, Adeline Care let her guard slip for a split second. Thanks to that, the protagonist closed in and launched a strike that stopped only a few centimeters from her face. But the title of commander was not just an empty decoration. Adeline Care instantly regained her clarity and countered. He was terrifyingly tenacious, and he seemed especially fond of attacks that came crashing down from above. Ruth Donatos's moves made Adeline Care realize he had planned to throw his sword from the very beginning. What she needed now was to widen the distance. Suddenly, Adeline Care's expression changed, as if she had just witnessed something impossible. 1 second ago, he had been standing right in front of her, yet now Ruth had vanished from Adeline Care's sight. A thunderous noise erupted behind her, as though the arena floor had split open and was about to collapse. At some point, he had appeared behind Adeline Care. She instantly whipped around. Adeline Care could not understand how Ruth had closed in behind her. It was the Steros family's bare-handed technique known as Earthquake. The opening had come. He believed all he had to do was knock Adeline Care out for a moment. Then he charged in and drove his fist straight at her face. But everything unfolded completely against his calculations. He was countered. Not only that, Adeline Care herself was blasted backward, while the sound of Ruth's collapsing battle aura roared violently. Even though Adeline Care had barely managed to kick him away, a chill ran through her. If she had been half a beat slower, she would have been the one sent flying. Taking that kick head-on, he hurt so badly it felt like his bones were about to shatter. Leon screamed in alarm and called out to him in panic when she saw Ruth take such a heavy blow. Furious and worried, Leon smacked him hard on the back and scolded him for being insane. She could not understand why he fought like this was a life or death battle. If he could not win, he should have withdrawn. If he kept going, he really would die. After taking Leon's extra hit, Ruth grimaced and said if she did not stop, he would die right now. Leon asked if he was stupid and why he had pushed himself that far when he was clearly losing. He stood up and said he knew. Then he comforted her, telling her not to be sad because he did not want to see her like that. Leon argued that she was not crying, but what shocked her even more was Ruth insisting that he had not lost yet. Leon froze at those words, then turned to look at her mother. Adeline Care sighed, because it was true. The cloth at her waist had been torn. Adeline Care officially admitted that she had lost. Right after those words, the entire place exploded into noise. No one could believe their mighty commander had been defeated. Adeline Care cheerfully kept her promise and told him to say what he wanted. She even joked about whether she should open the guild's entire treasure vault for him. He struggled to stand and said he did not need any of that. What he wanted was only for Adeline Care to promise him one thing. Adeline Care was extremely surprised surprised that all Ruth wanted was a promise. He said that alone would be enough. He wanted Adeline Care to believe his words someday. To be sure, she asked again, even if it sounded utterly ridiculous. He answered yes. Adeline Care found it a strange request and asked why. Ruth turned away and silently thought it over, leaving Leon even more confused about what was happening. The real reason was simple. He did not want anyone to be sacrificed. Hearing that answer, Adeline Care smiled, though she still did not fully understand what it meant. As the leader of the dragon-slaying corps, she promised that once she gave her word, she would keep it, then extended her hand. The two shook hands. Adeline Care joked that the younger generation might be replacing her sooner than expected. Though she felt a little bittersweet, she still looked forward to working with Ruth, then happily emphasized her new nickname for him, son-in-law. That unexpected nickname made both youngsters go dark-faced at once, their mouths hanging open in shock. A few years after this moment, the 7 branch dragons would awaken from their long slumber and spread destruction across countless lands. First came the myriad forms dragon, then the lightning flash dragon, and the third dragon would be Laosia, the dragon of false hope. Laosia belonged to a noble dragon clan and possessed the ability to wield spiritual energy, which was why it bore the title Dragon of False Hope. Siren would collapse under that sudden and brutal assault. After that, the dragonkin-slaying corpse would be wiped out completely. Later, Ruth's team would conquer the Dragon of False Hope and fully repay that blood debt for Leon. But by the end of the war against the 7 dragons, they would still lose a precious comrade. Not long after, a similar battle would erupt again, and this time, he was determined not to let anyone die. Now that he had built a connection with the dragonkin-slaying corpse, Ruth could warn them about the Dragon of False Hope's attack before disaster struck. He looked at Leon humming in a relaxed mood, then thought that even if he did that, her future probably would not be easy to change. He called Leon's name, making her jump. Leon asked what was wrong. He meanwhile could not understand why she felt embarrassed over something that was obviously normal. After the duel, Adeline Care suddenly called Ruth Donettos her son-in-law. The whole corpse immediately joined in teasing them, asking when the wedding was and saying they were clearly made for each other. Leon blushed bright red and hurriedly told everyone to stop. The young man only shrugged and said they should just let those jokes pass like wind. Leon immediately made excuses, saying she did not care about that. It was just that her mother seemed more interested in him than usual. Ruth leaned back and thought that if that was true, then the beating he had just taken was probably worth it. Leon still could not hide her concern and asked if his injuries were really all right. He bluntly answered that it hurt so he felt like he might not survive. Leon immediately grumbled that she had told him to take painkillers, yet he was still being stubborn. Why did he insist on believing medicine would dull his senses? Fortunately, the carriage reached Eratom's last forest station, cutting their argument short just in time. By the time they returned, night had fallen, and the guide lamps lit up one by one in the quiet air. He looked back and suddenly realized Leon had barely gotten to enjoy the capital at all. He asked if she was really fine with that. Leon blinked, then asked whether he would go out with her again. Ruth fell silent and hurried his steps to dodge the question. Leon refused to let it go, immediately chasing after him and asking again whether he would go out with her, since they could just keep spending time together. Knowing he could not run forever, he finally said it would depend on the situation. He found it strange that Leon kept trailing behind him, when the girls' dormitory was clearly in the other direction. Leon calmly replied that she was escorting him back. He paused for a moment at that answer. Did someone like him really need an escort? Leon explained that lately, a few unsettling rumors had been spreading through the academy. She had heard that every night, some shirtless pervert trained right in front of the dormitory gate. He probably knew exactly who that person was, but chose to stay silent. On top of that, there was a rumor about a homeless blonde girl who often lingered around the flower garden in Central Park. The moment he heard about that girl, his attention sharpened, and he told Leon to explain that rumor in more detail. The next morning, the sky was clear, white clouds drifted lazily, and golden sunlight spread across the academy. He knocked on a door and stepped into a room, his eyes searching as if he were looking for someone. Inside, a female teacher quickly recognized him and invited him in. She was Lillian Stute, the advisor for spirit arts. He politely thanked her for agreeing to meet with him. Lillian Stute simply smiled and said there was no need to be formal, since Professor Daniel Gold had told her he wanted to look into something. He admitted that was true. The student he wanted to ask about was someone under her guidance, named Lenia Selkett. Lillian Stute asked if he wanted to meet Lenia Selkett. He answered that he only wanted to ask about her, because that senior seemed to have been in a bad state lately. The moment she heard that, Lillian Stute became so furious she snapped the pen in her hand, then ground out the words "a bad state." He realized there was something unusual about the teacher's reaction. Lillian Stute seemed to be trying to hold herself back, but still blurted out that this was absolutely not just a small issue. Skipping class like clockwork, sleeping while floating in the central fountain the moment she left a teacher's sight, and even throwing her own barbecue party on the rooftop. How could any of that be called a small issue? This was clearly the accumulated resentment of an educator facing an uncontrollable student. Lillian Stute said she had done everything she could as an academic advisor. She only asked Selket to attend the minimum required classes, yet the girl still ignored her without a care. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, clutching her head and stomping her feet, completely unlike her calm demeanor at first. Her helplessness left her able to do nothing but scream the name of that disaster of a student. Ruth hurriedly spoke up to soothe her, telling the teacher to calm down first. A while later, Lillian Stute finally adjusted her attitude and recovered a little composure. She apologized awkwardly for overreacting in front of him just now. Seeing that, he could not help wondering just how badly Lillian Stute had been mentally tormented. According to Lillian Stute, Selket was truly a student with rare talent. Most spirit mages had to rely on contracts and regulations, but Selket possessed a natural attraction to spirits, something almost one of a kind. Even though her personality was far too free-spirited, Lillian Stute still believed she could become an unmatched spirit mage. The only problem was that she loved freedom so much no one could control her. In class, Selket could fold a test paper into an airplane right in the middle of a written exam, then casually fall asleep. Sometimes she even jumped straight out of the classroom window, simply because she felt hungry. Recently, Selket had also wrecked an entire hallway while experimenting with spirit magic, throwing everyone into chaos. Lillian Stute had lost sleep for days just to deal with that mess. After hearing everything about the person he was looking for, he only felt she was even worse than he had imagined. He truly could not understand how his brother, in his previous life, had managed to turn this wild horse into a comrade. His brother had once told him honestly that helping Selket graduate was 5 times harder than every training course he had ever endured. When he heard that, Ruth had thought his brother was exaggerating a little too much. His brother went on to say that it did sound a little extreme, but after hesitating for a moment under Ruth's puzzled gaze, his brother continued, saying that back then, Selket had not been just an ordinary person. Lillian Stute explained that the academy only allowed students to fail twice each year. If Selket kept going like this, expulsion would be inevitable, but she also could not bear to let such talent go to waste. The female professor suddenly rushed up to him, convinced he must have a reason for asking to see her today about Selket. He answered that it was nothing special. He was just worried after seeing such a talented upperclassman act like that. Lillian Stute immediately grabbed his hand, making goosebumps crawl over his skin as he flinched in shock. Lillian Stute asked whether he thought the two of them should do something to keep such talent from being expelled, for the academy's reputation and even the nation's future. After hearing that, he only felt a headache coming on. He had no idea why he was suddenly being dragged into this mess. He listened closely as Lillian Stute explained that Selket simply refused to obey adults, but loved being praised. Since he was said to be an outstanding student, she thought respectful advice from a brilliant scholar like him might make listen. He could hardly believe the professor was making that request, and alarm bells went off in his head. Right after that, she clutched his hand and cried, saying Selket would never graduate at this rate. Was he really going to abandon his own upperclassmen? He felt this was way too difficult, since he had never been good at flattering anyone. Lillian Stute pleaded that she truly believed in him. Outside the window, a tiny golden butterfly silently witnessed everything. He suddenly had the feeling that all of this had been arranged from the start. The golden butterfly, lightly flecked with black, drifted through the blue sky and blended into the strangely dazzling sunlight. After a long journey, it landed near a girl with gleaming golden hair. It turned out to be Selket, and apparently she had skipped class again to enjoy this ridiculously carefree weather. Students passing through the campus were stunned when they saw Selket lying outdoors with her eyes closed. Some wondered how she could sleep like that, and a few even questioned whether she was still breathing. He happened to pass by at that moment, and when he saw the scene, he had no idea what to say. He stood there watching her for a long while, silently hearing the surrounding whispers rise one after another. Some people praised her beauty, calling her the prettiest homeless person they had ever seen, but others disliked her, simply because she was not entirely human. Hearing that, he let out a quiet sigh, because what they said was not exactly wrong. To be fair, Selket carried mixed blood from humans and elves. But so what? Human blood still flowed through her veins. With that thought in mind, he walked up beside her and coldly reminded her that if she lived in the human world, she should at least act human. But she was sleeping so deeply that she heard nothing at all. Left with no choice, he moved closer and nudged her awake with his foot. Selket remained utterly carefree, merely rolling onto her side before continuing to sleep. He began to get irritated, and in the end, he could not hold back from lightly kicking her with his foot. As a result, she rolled several times in a row before stopping beside a nearby flower bush. Only then did Selket wake up in a daze, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Seeing that the person in front of him had finally sat up, he asked in a cold voice what she was doing here so early in the morning. Selket calmly replied that she had just been admiring the flowers flowers and then went back to sleep. After that, she asked him who he thought he was to question her. He sat down in front of her, introduced himself, and made his purpose clear. He had a few words to deliver on behalf of advisor Lillian Stute. Hearing that, Lenia Selkett let out a small laugh and asked if he was her junior. Before waiting for an answer, she told him to say whatever he had to say. He reached out and picked the leaves still caught in her hair. Then, after a brief hesitation, he said that he admired her very much. Lenia Selkett's eyes instantly lit up, and she excitedly asked if he admired her because she looked so cool. Then she asked if he wanted to be friends with her. After hearing that, he could only helplessly wonder whether having no friends was actually a requirement for joining her group. Ruth Donatos briefly wondered why she had to go looking for someone to befriend in the first place. Then the main character dodged the issue and asked how her recent classes had been going. But right then, Lenia Selkett was not paying attention at all. Her eyes were fixed on the beautiful butterfly fluttering through the air. Seeing that, he immediately grew annoyed. This respected senior was clearly still talking to her. When she kept ignoring him, he stepped forward, pulled her back by the shoulder, and lowered his voice. He told her to listen carefully to what he was saying. As if guided along by him, Lenia Selkett obediently sat down on the steps beside him. She looked up at him and asked what happened. He became a little flustered and only explained that it was just a kind of spell. After saying that, he coughed dryly twice and turned serious. He said he had heard this respected senior had been skipping class and causing trouble lately. If she failed her exams, he would be very upset. Lenia Selkett was startled when she heard that, then asked in doubt if she had really caused trouble. He looked at her with a pout. Hadn't she tried using spirit arts a few days ago and wrecked the entire training hall corridor? What was there to be surprised about? Only then did Lenia Selkett suddenly remember. But she had not hurt anyone. She did not think that counted as trouble at all. For a moment, he was left speechless. No one getting hurt did not mean it was not a problem. No matter how he explained it, she did not understand, so he angrily ruffled his hair and decided to let it go. They could deal with that accident later. What he really wanted to know was why she kept skipping class. Did she not plan to graduate? Lenia Selkett narrowed her eyes at him for a long while, then asked innocently why she had to graduate. He stared at her in shock, completely unable to understand what she meant. Lenia Selkett calmly answered that this place was very warm, and the flowers were incredibly beautiful. Her hometown was nothing but white snow. She liked wandering around more than sitting in a classroom all day. She wanted to live in this place forever. That explanation left him utterly stunned. In a cold voice, he asked if she knew why Aratium Academy existed. This was a dragon-slaying academy. Had she not come here to become a dragon slayer? Even now, outside the Empire, countless people were still dying because of those dragons. Lenia Selkett gave a small pout. Did humans not take the lives of dragons too? Dragons harmed humans, and then dragon slayers killed dragons. If you looked at it that way, were the two sides not the same? To her, it was simply the law of nature. The most important thing was enjoying a peaceful life. He clenched both hands into fists, gritted his teeth, and asked if she really thought dragons and humans were not all that different. Lenia Selkett nodded slightly and admitted it. Besides, what exactly made dragons different from humans? Someone like her, who had spent her whole life in the snowy mountains, could never understand this. Other empires were being ravaged day after day, and one land after another was sinking into destruction. Out there, humans were being slaughtered without mercy. Countless nations were being crushed, then swallowed by seas of fire. Places where dragon slayers had settled could at least receive some protection, but in regions without them, even a newborn earth dragon could wipe out everything. Had she ever watched her family, friends, and precious people get devoured right before her eyes, she would never understand the hatred humans felt toward dragons. Lenia Selkett noticed that his emotions had changed, so she asked in confusion why he was angry with her. He let out a cold laugh. Angry about what? He would rather talk to his own knee. He knew she was selfish and domineering, but he never imagined she could be this ignorant. Lenia Selkett frowned at him and hurriedly said the reason she was here was because she was curious about her mother, alma mater. He no longer wanted to argue, so he stood up and left. Before leaving, he only dropped a few cold words. He hoped she would keep enjoying her easy life here until disaster came knocking. Meanwhile, everyone else would go insane risking their lives for her little hobby. Lenia Selkett was slightly startled and frowned as she watched his back recede. A moment later, she took out a small stone and called for her father. A voice immediately sounded from within, asking what was wrong. Thinking of how he had just walked away, she sighed and said she had not meant it that way, but it seemed she had made him angry. What should she do? She truly wanted to become his friend. Hearing that, the voice inside the stone suddenly fell silent. After a while, the other party softened his voice and comforted her, saying friendship was often built through arguments. Lenia Selkett immediately cheered up after hearing that. She broke into a radiant smile. Tomorrow, she would go apologize to him. The voice on the other side quickly answered that this was good. He also thought he should speak with the boy, and that voice belonged to the spirit king Pharaoh. Elsewhere, after leaving the campus grounds, he went straight back. As he walked, he sighed, and a hard-to-describe sense of helplessness rose in his chest. Even though he had planned to flatter Lenia Selkett skillfully, it still had not been enough. It seemed he had ruined everything again because of his impulsive temper. She had spent her entire life secluded in the snowy mountains with the spirits. It was not unreasonable that she could not empathize with the hatred between dragons and humans, yet he had dumped all his anger on her like a child. If it had been his older brother, perhaps that person would have persuaded her with his natural kindness. But what about him? What was he supposed to do? Just then, an angry voice reached him, loudly ordering someone to leave. He was a little startled and stepped over to see what was happening. Sure enough, his two friends were questioning Leon. As soon as Hennis Hapulia saw him, she turned her head. Then she continued scolding Leon, asking how she still had the nerve to come here. She had clearly broken someone else's wrist the first time they met. The more Hennis Hapulia spoke, the angrier she became, and in the end, she directly chased her off. Leon stayed silent, not saying a single word. Hennis Hapulia went on, saying she had seen Leon wandering around the dormitory, and she had definitely come to take revenge after being punished. Leon hurriedly explained that she had already compensated him for that incident. It had all been a misunderstanding. She only wanted to visit and wish him a quick recovery, which was why she had bought some fruit. Hennis Hapulia snorted coldly. A girl visiting to wish him a quick recovery, huh? He watched Hennis Hapulia aggressively question Leon and sighed helplessly. He said he was fine and his leg had only been injured during the practical combat session at Leon's house. Hennis Hapulia frowned when she heard that. So did that not mean the two of them had violated school rules, left the capital without permission to visit each other's homes, and then gotten injured after an argument? After saying that, she immediately intended to report the matter to the professor. He was startled and hurriedly stopped her. Balaxtoros grabbed her by the clothes and pulled her back. She instantly flew into a rage and cursed at him, asking how he dared do that to her. Leon also looked a little awkward. She knew Hennis Hapulia was angry because she was his friend, but she had sincerely apologized. There had been a rather complicated reason behind that practical combat session, but everything had already been settled. All weekend they had only practiced grappling techniques. Hennis Hapulia glared at Leon, her hostility completely undisguised. She slapped Balaxtoros' hand off her, then she gave a cold snort. But just 1 second later, her expression suddenly changed and became strangely cheerful. Her tone turned full of mockery. In that case, why did Leon not go ahead and befriend the two of them too? Leon looked at her in surprise, her face full of confusion. Hennis Hapulia nodded slightly. Exactly. They could perform those grappling techniques too. She was sure the two of them should at least receive a broken wrist from Leon, plus 2 or 3 cracked ribs. Hearing that, Leon's face briefly showed a hint of embarrassment. Standing beside them, Balaxtoros reminded Hennis Hapulia not to go too far. Leon gently shook her head, said it was fine, and turned to leave. He watched Leon's back as she walked away, then turned and asked Hennis Hapulia why she had to go that far. Hennis Hapulia aggressively questioned why he did not just follow that girl, make her his only friend, and stop hanging out with them altogether. He frowned at Hennis Hapulia, completely unable to understand why she was angry. In the end, he decided to just leave her alone. Balaxtoros, standing nearby, said he had to join the volunteer activity before morning class started, or he would be marked for misconduct. In any case, he did not really understand how girls reasoned. He sighed helplessly. What the hell was going on? After that commotion, he entered his classroom. A few hours later, the final class at last came to an end. The instructor gave a few reminders and left. The students quickly packed up their books and filed out of the lecture hall. He was no exception. He was packing up his books, preparing to head back. But right then, a clear voice suddenly rang out, asking him to spare a little time. He turned around in surprise, not expecting Lenia Selkit to appear here. His heart tensed in secret. He had only just caused a scene not long ago, so what was he supposed to say to her now? Lenia Selkit spoke first. She asked if he was hungry, and so the two decided to talk while eating. Lenia Selkit stood to the side grilling meat, and the aroma spread through the air. Although he was already hungry, he still waited until she finished cooking before eating with her. Lenia Selkit stood beside the fire, carefully turning each piece of meat. Then she asked whether he wanted it medium rare or well done. He answered that he preferred it well done. But wait, something was off. He was very grateful for this unexpected lunch, but why exactly did they have to eat on the school rooftop? Lenia Selkit answered casually that if they cooked inside the classroom, smoke would billow everywhere. In any case, food had to be eaten while it was still hot. As she spoke, she picked up a slice of meat and placed it on his plate. He flinched slightly, then quietly began to eat as well. Lenia Selkit sat down at the table. After a moment, she suddenly apologized for what happened yesterday. He froze and looked at her, unsure how he was supposed to react. Lenia Selkit let out a soft sigh, her voice heavy with guilt. She said the pain he had suffered because of the dragons, and everything they had done, was what drove him to become a dragon slayer. He had helped her, yet she had acted as if she were the center of everything. She thought that, because she was half elf and half human, she had made him uncomfortable. Hearing that, he immediately shook his head in denial. He was truly grateful for that as well. Hadn't he already told her before that he admired her? He hesitated for a moment. This was the perfect opening. Strike while the iron was hot. With that in mind, he went on to say that the reason he had worried about her at first was because because a beautiful, outstanding senior like her still had not managed to graduate. She was almost too perfect. If she only reined in her careless behavior, she would surely graduate in a few years. Anyone his age would admire her and want to be her friend. Those words made Lenya Selket's cheeks flush bright red with embarrassment. She laughed happily and said she never expected him to admire her that much. Maybe she really should change the way she acted and thought. He quietly hid his smile. He had heard before that she rarely received praise. This development was going far more smoothly than expected. Maybe things would be easier than he had thought. At that moment, Lenya Selket once again asked if she could be friends with him. He nodded, took her hand, and even felt grateful that she had been the one to speak first. Lenya Selket promised that from now on, she would never skip another class and would do her best on every exam. After all, he admired her. He nodded in satisfaction. This was a decent start. From now on, he would work hard at her side, making sure that resolve did not fade. Lenya Selket had no objection either. Just then, she remembered that she had told her father about Leon and him. Her father wanted to speak with him. She asked whether he would agree to it. He was briefly startled. Why would her father want to meet him? Lenya Selket quickly reassured him not to worry, saying her father was not a frightening person. He was merely the king of the elves. In front of Ruth Donatos, the moment she finished speaking, she took out a blue stone, and a cold light instantly flashed. Pharaoh hesitated for a moment, as if weighing a secret that could not be revealed lightly. Then he asked Lenya Selket to step away for a while, because there was something private he needed to discuss with the protagonist. Lenya Selket was a little surprised, but she quickly nodded in agreement. She said she would take a few laps around the area. In the end, only the protagonist and the Elven King Pharaoh remained there. He immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Pharaoh disliked beating around the bush, so he told him to get straight to the point. Then he asked outright whether he was the regressor. The protagonist froze and stared at him in shock. How did Pharaoh know that secret? Pharaoh calmly said he knew this world had already undergone regression once. More than that, a very familiar scent was coming from him. The spirit realm and the real world were originally two separate dimensions, but the contract between a spirit and a tamer opened a passage connecting those spatial layers. Because their true forms existed inside that passage, they had once been affected by the real world and had suffered from homesickness. At that time, Pharaoh had also been inside such a passage, so he could not escape the magic that covered the real world. Even so, he clearly sensed that the flow of time had been reversed. Even so, he no longer retained memories of the real world before time had been bent backward. What made him curious was the feeling that he had known the protagonist for a long time. He asked whether he had once been a warrior. At the mention of that, his expression darkened. He coldly denied it, saying he was not a warrior, only a burden who had once followed them around. Since things had already come this far, the protagonist no longer intended to hide anything. He would tell him about the world he had forgotten, the world before time was reversed. The protagonist told Pharaoh the whole truth, every heavy fragment of memory. After a while, Pharaoh nodded as if he understood. So a warrior named Azir Donatos had vanished together with the Void Dragon. But immediately afterward, he delivered news that shook the protagonist's heart. Perhaps that person was still alive. The protagonist looked at him suspiciously, then carefully asked where the proof was. Pharaoh explained slowly. The Void Dragon he knew was extremely cautious and wary, and at the very least would not choose mutual destruction. He believed it had been forced into a defensive position and had no choice but to flee in order to recover. His older brother had probably been caught up in that incident, but a true warrior would not die so easily. There was a strong chance that he was imprisoned in another dimension together with the Void Dragon. The protagonist bit his lip so hard it hurt. He truly prayed that was the truth. At that moment, Pharaoh continued guiding him. If he wanted to find his brother, he had to go to the Void Dragon's lair on the floating island. The protagonist clenched both hands into fists, then shook his head. Not now. Setting foot on the floating island would absolutely not be easy. He needed to prepare himself to face the information that was still being hidden. Disaster was about to descend, and he had to build enough strength before stepping onto the battlefield. More than that, he still had one question. If Pharaoh knew that the current world existed after regression, did he have any clue about the dragon that caused it all? Pharaoh thought for a moment. He understood that the protagonist was referring to the dragon that had cast the regression magic, and indeed, he knew it. But he could not speak of it. It was an old oath he had sworn for his own sake. He was forbidden from revealing anything about that being. The protagonist frowned slightly and sank into thought. Just who could force an elven king to swear such an oath? After thinking for a long time and finding no answer, he could only sigh helplessly. It was a pity, but he understood how important contracts were to spirits. Pharaoh did not continue discussing that matter. Instead, he shifted to something he wanted to ask the protagonist. He wanted to know the fate of his daughter before the regression. It was something he absolutely had to hear. Protagonist pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke the name Ice Dragon Nephrine. Even after trying every possible method, they still could not bring down that dragon. When everyone fell into despair, one final choice appeared. Lenya Selket decided to seal herself together with the frozen dragon. Until the very last moment of her life, she was still smiling. Hearing that, Pharaoh let out a heavy sigh. He knew that if his daughter had chosen that path, it must have been the best decision under those circumstances. Whatever the cause of the regression magic was, the protagonist's chance to live again as a regressor would surely affect the future. He understood that. He had thought about it many times, but still did not know what someone as useless as him could possibly achieve. Even so, he would not give up. Pharaoh silently looked at him, then abruptly said he would not stand by and let everything repeat itself. He would place his trust in the protagonist. As soon as he finished speaking, shards of light from the blue stone suddenly wrapped around the protagonist's body. The protagonist looked at him in doubt and asked through gritted teeth what he was doing. Pharaoh reassured him and told him to stay calm. He would not harm him. The protagonist suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock. Could this be that thing? Pharaoh's soul fragments tightened around his heart, causing fierce pain to erupt. The protagonist clenched his teeth and fiercely grabbed his own neck, as if trying to fight the feeling of suffocation. Pharaoh comforted him, saying that although it would hurt a little, he still had to accept it. Spirit power would help him greatly. More than that, Pharaoh also needed to pay a price to protect his daughter. The fragment Pharaoh gave him was very small, but his body still trembled in waves during the process of accepting it. The protagonist angrily cursed him. In his previous life, he had never been compatible with spirits, so how could he possibly accept it easily? He did not even have a formal contract. Pharaoh silently observed the fusion process, then called his name. He said he did not want to be disappointed after placing his expectations on him. At this point, the protagonist's body was covered from head to toe in a thin layer of ice. He threw his head back and roared. The instant that cry rang out, the ice layer shattered. Only then did he let out a relieved breath. He had nearly died. Right after that, he irritably questioned whether Pharaoh had lost his mind. Pharaoh remained calm and said nothing had happened to him had it. From now on, no matter where he was, he could resonate with Pharaoh's power and will, and even command low-ranking spirits. The protagonist nodded slightly to show he understood, but asked how Pharaoh intended to explain this to his daughter. Was he supposed to say that he had formed a contract with his daughter's friend, because that friend was a regressor? Before Pharaoh could answer, ManhwaCapped returned. Hearing those words, she asked suspiciously who had done what. She came back because the two of them had been talking for too long, leaving her bored out of her mind. At that very moment, she suddenly smelled a familiar scent coming from the protagonist's body. She stared at him in shock and asked why he smelled like her father. He clearly had not smelled that way earlier. Pharaoh did not know how to explain it for the moment. He hesitated for a very long time, yet still could not get a single word out. Ruth quickly said it was because the two of them had decided to become friends, and their personalities matched perfectly. The moment he said it, Pharaoh stared at him in shock, but ManhwaCapped actually believed him, even admiring that brilliant social skill for bridging a gap of several decades. Ruth was clearly getting payback for Pharaoh barging into his heart without permission. He raised his brows smugly, as if asking, what else could it be? With everything settled, Ruth suggested that ManhwaCapped return to class. He said he truly looked forward to seeing her in lessons from today on. ManhwaCapped nodded firmly and told him to count on her. A week after Pharaoh's fragment settled inside Ruth's heart, Ruth was resting when the old man suddenly woke him up and reminded him not to forget his appointment with ManhwaCapped. Ruth reluctantly said he would get ready right away, even though it was only a group study session. Just then, someone came over and told him he had a letter. Ruth opened the letter and read it, and his expression instantly brightened. It had finally arrived. It was the Moonshadow Guild's investigation report on his older brother. The guildmaster of the Moonshadow Guild had done exactly what Ruth requested during their previous meeting in the academy cafeteria. Inside the letters were stacks of detailed reports, as if the other side had dug through every trace of his brother's existence. But every piece of information they gathered led to one conclusion. A man named Azir Donatos did not exist at all, at least not according to Moonshadow's records. The best information gathering guild had sent that result, which meant Ruth's brother had never existed in this world from the start. The only deduction was that he did not belong to the current timeline. Pharaoh also saw the reports, repeated the theory that Ruth's brother was trapped in another void dimension with the Void Dragon, then asked what Ruth planned to do next. Ruth folded the letters, his movements slow but decisive. He sighed and said he currently had two options. The first was to enter the heavenly spirit through the sky observation art and track his brother's traces there. But that plan would only work if he mastered the skill to a true level, just like his brother had before the regression. The second was to follow the Void Dragon's trail to its nest on the floating island. The problem was that he would have to face the guardian of the entrance. Pharaoh was helpless after hearing it, because every path was difficult right now. Ruth nodded softly and said knowing the coordinates meant nothing if he could not step into that dimension. He was considering finding a mage well versed in space, but Pharaoh immediately rejected the idea, since he had never seen any human mage capable of that. Ruth knew that, of course, he had only thought of it out loud. Ruth walked while talking things over with Pharaoh, and before long he arrived at the group's study room. As soon as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, he saw ManhwaCapped cheerfully waving at him. She said excitedly that the moment she smelled him, she knew he was coming. She had kept her promise and come here to study, then even told everyone else they should follow her example. Just then, an angry voice rang out, demanding that she be quiet because they were in the library. It was Hennis Hapulia. After scolding her, Hennis looked at Ruth standing outside the door and demanded to know why he was late. She also said he was the one responsible for advising them, so why did she have to watch over these two idiots? Ruth scratched his head awkwardly and said he had something to think about. Beside him, Lenia Selkit immediately protested in dissatisfaction, saying she was not an idiot. Hennis Hapulia curled her lip in disdain and said she had heard Lenia Selkit had repeated a year. Lenia Selkit glared at her and told her not to bring up irrelevant things. Right after that, the two women stared at each other with open hostility, as if war were about to break out. Ruth sighed helplessly, but still pulled out a chair and sat at the study table. A few hours later, while studying, Ruth suddenly heard Professor Daniel Gold calling him through the heavenly spirit. He quickly responded, and the professor told him to come to his office for a moment. Ruth hesitated slightly, but still agreed. After that, he called out to Balak Storos, who was sleeping across from him, and told him to wake up. Balak Storos opened his eyes groggily and, out of habit, mumbled good morning, only to get smacked directly on the head. Ruth told him to keep an eye on Lenia Selkit and Hennis Hapulia, and not let them grab each other's hair while he was gone. Balak Storos looked at him suspiciously and asked what reason they had to fight. They had clearly known each other for less than a week. Ruth had no idea how to answer, and he could not exactly say those two were the type to hate each other just for breathing. He only gave a vague answer and told Balak Storos to do his best to stop them. Ruth had just stood up to leave when Hennis Hapulia saw him and angrily shouted, asking where he thought he was sneaking off to. He calmly said the professor wanted to see him, and that he would be back later. Lenia Selkit immediately reminded him to be careful on his way. Hennis Hapulia clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in frustration. Beside her, Lenia Selkit curled her lip and mocked her for always losing her temper. Hennis Hapulia refused to accept it and immediately shot back, asking when she had ever been angry. Lenia Selkit calmly said Hennis had been glaring at her furiously right before Ruth arrived, and those red eyes were clearly blazing. Hennis Hapulia said in annoyance that she had been born with red eyes like that. She also mocked Lenia Selkit for constantly asking when Ruth would come back in a place that needed silence, and for drawing random nonsense that only irritated her more. Lenia Selkit frowned when she heard that, hesitated for a long while, then slowly spoke. So if she just accepted those things, would Hennis become a petty, dry, joyless person? With a temper like that, who would ever want to be friends with her? Hennis Hapulia curled her lip in contempt. She had never imagined those words would come from someone as childish and arrogant as Lenia Selkit, a girl who wandered around sleeping outside and kept failing classes because she skipped school. Lenia Selkit laughed coldly, but she still believed she was far more cultured than Hennis Hapulia. Did anyone else know Hennis spoke this rudely? She was no different from an uneducated brute. Hennis Hapulia was so angry she nearly exploded, but she forced herself to stay calm and counterattack. Of course, everyone who spent time with her knew that already. Then she sarcastically asked Lenia Selkit if she was not tired, always pretending to be innocent and beautiful. Lenia Selkit did not deny the malice in those words. She simply asked calmly whether Hennis disliked her. Hennis Hapulia burst out laughing. Yes, exactly. The atmosphere in the library instantly reeked of gunpowder. Balak Storos stood beside them and could only stare blankly, silently praying as he wondered how he was supposed to calm this chaos. Meanwhile, Ruth Donatos had arrived in front of Daniel Gold's office. Ruth knocked twice, then pushed the door open and stepped inside, asking why Daniel had called him through the heavenly spirit. Daniel Gold told him to come in, then gestured to the person beside him and introduced her. She was his master, the immortal heavenly sword Anne. In other words, she was Ruth's grandmaster, and smiled at Ruth and greeted him. He also bowed politely and greeted her in return. The moment Pharaoh saw her, he spoke up. He had heard of her for a long time, but this was his first time meeting her in person. She truly was unbelievably young and beautiful, and had lived for several hundred years, but her body had stopped aging, because her mana had been raised to a certain realm. It was said that when the sky observation art reached the 6-wing level, the body broke free from the laws of age. She remained so youthful because she had reached that realm very early. This was the prodigy who had once slain the myriad form dragon, and observed the young man for a while, then turned to Daniel Gold and praised his eye for talent. This boy did not seem bad. Daniel Gold was pleased to hear that, and then said Ruth lacked a little tact. How could he visit his grandmaster and not even remember to buy a cake on the way? Daniel Gold immediately said that if she wanted some, he would go buy it right away, and chuckled softly and told him to pick up 5 snow creams for her from the supermarket near the outskirts while he was at it. Daniel Gold obediently agreed, turned around and left to buy the food. Before leaving, he also told the young man to sit and drink tea with him for a while. Ruth told him not to worry. In the end, only Anne and Ruth remained in the room, and took a sip of tea, then slowly called Ruth by name. She asked if he knew why she had come here. He looked at the things placed beside her, then guessed that she had probably just stopped by on the way, and became displeased when she heard that. She had thought he only lacked tact, but she had not expected him to be this lacking in manners too. He did not deny it and only said many people had told him the same thing, and set her teacup down on the table, hesitated for a a moment, then said to forget that. What she was about to tell him, he absolutely could not let Daniel Gold know. He was a little confused and immediately asked why that was necessary, and did not answer right away. Instead, she asked whether he knew a teacher named Damian Gray. That man had a connection to the myriad form dragon. Hidden among Arethium's faculty was Damian Gray, the man carrying the heart of the myriad form dragon. No one understood how a human could contain a dragon's heart. Perhaps part of the heart had been successfully transplanted, then maintained by some kind of magic. But as time passed, the myriad form dragon corroded Damian Gray's soul more and more. And once his soul was completely devoured, the second shockwave would erupt. Because of that, in the previous life, Jeremy Duville persuaded Damian Gray to kill himself before the dragon heart achieved its goal. At the time, everyone agreed with that choice. But after Damian Gray's death, Jeremy Duville secretly stole the heart of the myriad form dragon, even though he knew the horrifying risk it carried. After that, Hama, the crystalline flash dragon, was drawn in by the myriad form dragon's heart and attacked Arethium. And back then, Ruth could do nothing at all. After the life or death battle to protect everyone, Daniel Gold, the immortal heavenly swordan, and thousands of dragon slayers had all sacrificed themselves. But why did the immortal heavenly sword already know about Damian Gray at this point in time, and had no idea what thoughts were raging inside him? She simply continued explaining her purpose, saying she had come here to monitor Damian Gray. He frowned at her and asked if she already knew about it, and furrowed her brow and looked straight at him, calmly saying Damian Gray was close to the other professors. She could not tell them, because that would be far too cruel. He asked suspiciously why she was telling him, then, and hesitated for a long while before saying she had heard he came from D-Ron. He was a victim of the myriad form dragon, one of the few survivors. She believed he had the right to know this truth. His body trembled despite himself. He gritted his teeth and said he understood, and let out a soft sigh, then continued. She had heard that every advisor had chosen him, and that he often met with Damian Gray. So what did he think of him? He raised an eyebrow slightly and thought back in silence. Before this, that teacher had usually been quiet, but he had still heard a few pieces of advice and stories from him. He lowered his voice and said the man was a little reserved, but he was not a bad person, and gently shook her head. No one knew what Damian Gray was truly thinking. She told him that if he noticed anything abnormal, he had to contact her at once through the heavenly spirit. He agreed without hesitation, but still asked what kind of abnormal sign she was talking about, and answered plainly. If he saw Damian Gray change or become more violent, he had to report it immediately, and from that moment on, he should stay away from him. She would handle the rest. He frowned slightly. In other words, only a tiny handful of people knew Damian Gray's secret, and if that teacher resisted, he alone could notify the immortal heavenly sword. Thinking of this, he looked toward Anne and hesitantly asked if he could ask her something. Anne was a little surprised, but before she could answer, he asked whether Jeremy Duville had come to see her before, and frowned slightly and asked why he would ask that. He said bluntly that the man's mindset was extremely unstable. He would sacrifice anything to reach his goal. He was certain that man would bring disaster, and nodded, indicating that she understood. But aside from that method, was there any other choice? Right now, taking action against Damian Gray and destroying the heart of the myriad form dragon was the most feasible plan. He understood that too, but he did not agree. This was not the right thing for them to do, and narrowed her eyes at him for a long while, then asked if he had a better idea. Of course he did not have one yet, but they could still take their time and search for another way. There was no need to strike down Damian Gray and use the greater good as an excuse. Just then the door suddenly flew open. Daniel Gold had returned. He was carrying plenty of food and apologetically said he had kept and waiting. The moment Anne saw what was in his hands, she cheerfully said she would be leaving now. She quickly snatched the food from his hands. Before leaving, she glanced at the young man sitting in the chair and smiled, telling him to do his best. Daniel Gold had only just returned and had not even managed to say anything before she vanished, leaving him speechless. In contrast, the boy understood what she meant. She would not wait for him, so he had better know his own limits. After leaving Daniel Gold's room, he returned to the library, but the place was completely empty, without a single person in sight. He could not help wondering where they had all gone. He walked over to the study table and sat down, then noticed a piece of paper placed on top of his book. It was a note from Balak Storos. He said he had tried his best to stop Lenia Selkit and Hennis Apulia from lunging at each other and pulling hair, but they were so loud that both got kicked out of the library. After that, they dragged each other up to the rooftop to keep fighting. Looking at those lines, he could only feel helpless. Another headache had arrived. Just then, Leon suddenly appeared beside him and asked what was going on. He glanced at her, pouted, and told her not to talk to him. He was about to die because of the upcoming exam. Leon chuckled softly, then asked if he planned to avoid her just because his friends hated her. He gently shook his head and denied it, saying they had not hated her at first. He asked her in return whether she was angry because of what happened with Hennis Hapulia. Leon pouted slightly. It was true that she had done a lot of awful things to her, so it was only natural for her to be angry. After that, she asked what he was reading. He was reading material on the myriad form dragon, one of the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, the first dragon slayer, also known as the Great Hero, sealed the 7 dragon kings. 10 years ago, the myriad form dragon, Leon, one of the 7 dragon kings, suddenly appeared on the southern continent. The myriad-formed dragon devastated the southern continent in a single day, causing the sacrifice of countless dragon slayers. After that disaster, only a very small number of dragon slayers survived, including the immortal heavenly sword Gerard Graham and Daniel Gold. After Leon finished reading, she frowned and looked at him. He was not thinking about anything weird, was he? This document described the myriad-formed dragon disaster in way too much detail. He frowned at her and asked what she meant by thinking. Leon pouted. Something like running away from the academy to get revenge, then heading straight for the southern continent. Hearing that, he burst out laughing. Did she think he was stupid? How could he possibly wander into that dragon nest by himself and turn himself into food? Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Then that was good. But he hated dragons that much, and he had once said he would wipe them all out or something. So she was afraid he might actually do something reckless for revenge. He had not been joking. He truly wanted to do exactly that. Leon flinched and stared at him in shock. He said calmly that he wanted to become as strong as possible, then destroy each of the 7 dragon kings one by one, and take down every last one of those damned lizard gods. Only then could he reclaim everything he had lost. He spoke in a firm voice. He would erase dragonkind from this world. In the academy library, he and Leon continued looking up information on the 7 dragons. After hearing his goal of destroying the 7 dragons, Leon could not help feeling afraid. Was that not something that only existed in legends? She still thought it was completely impossible, so she immediately asked him whether the 7 dragons truly existed. After all, the dragon that appeared during the myriad form incident had only been called the myriad form dragon because it resembled a few ancient records. It might have been a misunderstanding. He looked back at the densely written file, then emphasized once more that they definitely existed. Seeing that Leon still refused to believe him, he pointed at a section of the material and stressed the point. The monster that appeared 10 years ago, the myriad form dragon, was a real disaster. After saying that, he looked back at Leon, who was still confused. Seeing Ruth Donetos' serious face, Leon panicked slightly and quickly stammered an apology. She had absolutely not meant to deny what he said. He tried to reassure her, saying he had lived through that nightmare once and absolutely did not want it to happen again. That was why the main character had to tear out the root of every tragedy with his own hands. Hearing that, pain flashed through Leon's eyes. But the truth was, she was still afraid. Leon lowered her head, hiding her trembling gaze, then softly asked if he was not afraid at all. The main character did not answer. He only asked calmly in return, what about her? Was she really not afraid? Leon stopped looking at him, her gaze drifting into the distance. Even though she did not necessarily have to keep getting involved in this vortex. What scared her most was still the thought of the people beside her getting hurt, or worse, dying. From the people in her guild, to her family, to her friends. After hearing that, the main character asked nothing more. He braced his hand against the table and looked up into the distance. Well, he never expected the day would come when he heard those words from Leon. Leon froze, not understanding what he meant. Realizing he had slipped up, the main character dodged the subject and said it was nothing. Now that he thought about it, it was already time for dinner. Without any further hesitation, he sprang to his feet and decided to say goodbye to Leon and go eat right away. Leon had been silently watching the main character the whole time. As she looked at his back gradually moving away, many thoughts suddenly rose in her heart. Then, as if gathering all her courage, Leon suddenly called for him to stop. The main character froze when Leon abruptly said she wanted to help him. Her hand still gripped the hem of his clothes tightly, as if she feared that if she let go, he would leave. Once she had sorted out her thoughts, Leon promised to support the main character in reaching his goal. She could devise strategies to destroy the 7 dragons, and even build a new guild with him. Her eyes blazed with passion. The two of them could become allies, aiming for the same destination. Hearing that, the main character felt a flicker of suspicion. Why had she changed her mind so quickly? And was she truly serious? He asked what would happen to her order. As the two left the campus, Leon said that part would be fine, and her mother would definitely support this decision. Even if she was not as strong as the main character, she was not weak either, and she could certainly do many things. The two continued questioning each other. Leon tried to prove her sincerity, while the main character remained guarded. He knew that in reality, tons of guilds were lining up to recruit her. What he wanted to understand was why she chose to do this. Why had she chosen to walk this difficult road with him? Hearing the question, Leon fell into deep thought. She avoided him slightly, no longer daring to look straight at the main character, and only answered briefly that she simply wanted to. There was no other reason. The main character still would not let it go. He raised an eyebrow and asked if it was only because she wanted to. Careful, or people might think Leon liked him, he added, his face showing a stubborn lack of acceptance. The moment she heard that arrogant remark, Leon instantly exploded, shaking with anger. Seeing this, the main character panicked and explained that he was only joking, so she should not glare at him so terrifyingly. But the apology came far too late. Leon spun around and walked off, leaving the protagonist standing there in pure awkward silence. All he could do was call after her, telling her to come back, because he really had only been joking. To his surprise, Leon's ears flushed bright red, because one part of what he said, annoyingly enough, had landed right on the truth. Leon walked away while clutching her burning face, silently cursing the protagonist as a hopeless lunatic. Embarrassment turned into anger, and Leon ran so hard she could barely breathe. In the end, she had to stop and calm herself down. She wondered why she had run away like that. Could it be that she really had felt the mood between them back there? The protagonist had obviously been joking, so how could any of that be true? As she thought about it, she lightly slapped her cheeks, trying to snap herself out of the embarrassment, but it was useless. Her face was still red all the way to her ears. Leon cursed the protagonist again in her heart, thinking that bastard was someone she could not just leave alone. While her thoughts were in a complete mess, a loud voice startled her awake, as if from a dream. Thinking the protagonist had come back to ask about it, Leon panicked and blurted out that it was nothing. She had only lost her cool for a moment, and even her hands and feet had gone all clumsy. But the person standing there was not the protagonist. It was Leon's remedial teacher. The teacher frowned and asked what she was mumbling about, then asked where she had been, because it was time for remedial class right now. Only then did Leon realize she had mistaken the person. Before Leon could think any further, her teacher dragged her off to class without a shred of mercy. Now, let us see the results after a month and a half of being worked to the bone. Inside the empty room, there was no conversation, only the rapid sounds of fists and feet crashing together. Leon and her teacher had entered a real combat training session. The teacher kept throwing kicks, while Leon could only focus on defending. As she attacked, the teacher thought that these lessons had originally been created to help students identify their own fighting style. Looking straight at Leon, the teacher silently admitted that she had always preferred teaching students who absorbed lessons far faster than the rest. The teacher landed, pivoted on her heel, and prepared for the next kick, while inwardly praising how much Leon's footwork had improved. She wondered where Leon had learned it. Before the teacher could launch her strike, she was surprised to see Leon jump back in time, slipping out of attack range. Refusing to give Leon a break, the teacher immediately punched straight toward her position. Leon quickly raised her arm to block, then seized the very next opening. Leon took advantage of the gap and delivered a clean strike to the teacher's waist. Feeling the pain, the teacher still laughed and praised Leon. Well, look at that, she could counterattack now too. After being countered, the teacher took half a step back. Leon immediately seized the timing and rushed forward to keep attacking. But how could a young chick beat an old fox? Leon suddenly missed her footing right in the middle of her charge. It turned out the teacher had already moved one step ahead and swept Leon's leg directly. Do not get careless, the teacher reminded her in a cold voice. At this point, Leon had no time left to recover. She might have dodged the previous move, but this time it was already too late. As a result, her leg was swept out from under her, and her entire body staggered off balance. Immediately after that, a fist as heavy as a hammer came crashing straight down. Leon was officially taken down in the blink of an eye. The teacher cheerfully said she had thought Leon would get beaten around like usual, but it seems she had actually learned quite a lot. Leon snapped back in frustration, saying the teacher had only made her feel worse. Everything she had learned came from someone else. The teacher nodded and said she had heard the protagonist had taught Leon a few tricks. The moment Leon heard him mentioned, she smiled brightly and said he really knew how to teach people, unlike a certain someone. Surprised by that confession, the teacher immediately asked when Leon and he had gotten so close. Realizing she had let something slip again, Leon's face turned bright red, and even her ears burned hot. With no time to explain any further, Leon quickly grabbed her coat and ran off, leaving her teacher behind with 1,000 questions. Night fell across the academy grounds, and the protagonist sat there in a daze, quietly letting out a sigh. The Divine Stone seized the chance to tease him, saying he looked pretty happy and asking how his first date had gone. The protagonist grew angry from embarrassment and immediately demanded that the stone shut its mouth. Instead, the stone went on, saying that humans at this age often carried very fragile emotions. The younger they were, the softer and harder to grasp those little stirrings became, so he did not need to worry too much. The protagonist lowered his head and said he knew. The stone continued. But whatever the reason was, being noticed by someone that famous was still a good thing, was it not? Sensing his thoughts, the stone gently reminded him that the Leon of the past and the Leon he had met now were two different people. The protagonist clenched his teeth and lifted his gaze toward the distant sky. That was something he understood very well. At the academy, the weather was fairly nice today. During the break, groups of students gathered noisily, chattering nonstop about the exams. Only the protagonist sat alone by the corner of the lake, holding a book in his hands. He was thinking about Leon, and the thought refused to leave him alone. Ever since they talked about the Dragon Assembly, he realized Leon had been deliberately avoiding him. This awkward situation bothered him more than he expected. Right then, the stone's voice rang out, asking if it was not because the girl felt embarrassed in front of him after saying those foolish things. The protagonist angrily warned the stone to stop. Leon's image image reflected on the water as if mirroring the protagonist's tangled mind. She had once been the lifelong target he envied, admired, and also the lifelong target he had to crush. The Leon of the present no longer treated him like trash the way she had before his regression. She had also not died before his eyes in robes stained with dragon blood. As long as he defeated Leon, this mess of emotions would finally end. The protagonist's thoughts were cut off by Leon's voice. She awkwardly asked if he had just been struck by lightning. Realizing she was actually starting a conversation, Leon grew even more embarrassed and quickly told him not to answer, because she did not mean anything by it. Leon shoved a small bundle into the protagonist's chest and wished him luck on today's exam. He instantly froze in surprise. As soon as she handed it over, Leon turned and walked away without looking back, leaving the protagonist standing there in a daze. He gradually grew angry, his hand tightening around the bundle. This was not what he needed. In the academy cafeteria, the students who had just finished the exam were eating while excitedly comparing answers. Hapulia gleefully teased the protagonist, saying she solved it in 5 minutes while he took 10. Since she was 5 whole minutes faster, that meant she won. However, the protagonist refused to back down and immediately asked Hapulia whether solving a problem with a full, 1-hour extension in 5 minutes was normal. Balakstoros calmly kept eating beside them. Only at that moment did he finally stop moving. Everyone had lost to Balakstoros. He had taken exactly 1 minute. Hapulia was so angry she ground her teeth and cursed that bastard, asking if he had already written his apology letter for this round. Then she lectured Balakstoros again, saying no one could force him to study hard, because his mind was always drifting somewhere far away, so none of the lessons could sink in. Suddenly, a voice came from the senior student. She denied it, saying that when she studied with the protagonist, she had learned a great many things. Hapulia glared so hard her eyes seemed to burn and asked if that could even be called studying. She said she could already guess roughly how the senior's brain worked. The senior refused to back down either, replying that maybe only Hapulia's brain was qualified enough to judge other people. After that, the two of them glared at each other with sparks flying as if arrows were being shot through the air. The protagonist and Balakstoros were left speechless, nearly unable to swallow. Faced with that scene, even hunger turned to fullness. The two could only tell each other to eat faster. The protagonist asked Pharaoh the Stone for help, asking him to try stopping those two girls. Pharaoh flatly refused, saying girls only grew closer the more they argued. After all, the two of them had already argued for more than 10 years in the past. Hearing that, Hapulia could not hold back and shot up from her chair. Right then, Balakstoros turned to the protagonist and asked whether he had prepared anything for tomorrow's practical exam. The protagonist asked in confusion what there was to prepare. After all, it was only a random arena used for real combat training. Balakstoros smiled faintly and said no one knew for sure, because what if they happened to draw a desert? If that happened, he would drink plenty of water beforehand. The protagonist nodded and said that did make sense, but where would he carry the water? Meanwhile, the two girls on the other side kept arguing without stopping. Balakstoros answered with a perfectly calm face, saying it would be in his stomach, obviously, while rubbing his belly as he spoke. And so the battle between the two girls officially erupted. The protagonist helplessly realized everything had gone sideways, while Balakstoros began steadily drinking water. The day of the practical exam finally arrived inside the academy's grand hall. A huge number of students had already gathered, and the atmosphere was stretched tight as a bowstring. The teacher stood before the crowd and began explaining the rules. Since today was their first practical exam, he would keep it brief. The practical exam would take place in a specialized Erasium testing zone built outside the territory of Anphia. This exam site stretched across multiple continents, so the monsters that appeared would vary depending on the environment and climate. The teacher emphasized that, of course, this exam would not only involve monsters. After passing through the spatial gate, students had to break through part of the monster horde, track the dragon's trail, and defeat it. That was the true objective of the practical exam. The students remained focused as they listened, and not a single one dared to space out. The teacher again reminded them how dangerous dragons were. They were creatures with intelligence far beyond ordinary monsters, and they possessed terrifying resistance against magic. Ordinary blades and swords could barely injure them at all. They could even use advanced magic to counterattack. That was why it was only natural for the students to feel tense. On top of that, if students performed exceptionally well in the practical exams across different regions, they would earn the chance to enter additional trials. The final victor would not only be allowed to own a personal weapon, but would also receive another weapon from the Erasium treasury. The teacher asked one more time whether they truly understood what they had to do to become real dragon-slaying heroes. As the practical exam officially began, Ruth Donatos suddenly remembered his previous life. Back then, he had faced Leon in the supplemental match, but a voice deep inside immediately pulled him back. Did the main character really want to settle a grudge with someone who did not even remember that past life? He stepped through the gate, telling himself he did not want to win for revenge. If he won, it would simply make his heart feel lighter. Pharaoh quickly realized the place was crawling with traces of monsters. The main character calmly judged that this academy gathered talent from across the nation. Ordinary monsters could hardly pose a real threat, so he kept moving straight into the forest. The gloomy forest stretched on endlessly, while flocks of crows circled overhead like omens of death. If danger appeared, the professors or instructors would surely step in. One look at the pets silently observing was enough to tell. With his experience, he saw nothing unusual, and since there was only one target, he took his time searching. Bored out of his mind, the main character told Pharaoh to track the dragon, but he instantly refused and made him do it himself. Just then, a savage monster suddenly lunged out from behind. It did not hesitate at all, swinging a blow straight down at them. The terrifying strike blew the earth and stone apart, sending dust exploding into the air. But what made it freeze was that the main character had vanished from his original spot. Instead, one of the monster's legs had been cleanly severed. It turned out he had escaped the attack in a flash. This young man handled the situation with total ease, as if there had been no other choice. The monster still did not understand who it had run into, so it roared and charged at him again. The main character drew his sword once more, coldly cutting into its remaining leg. He did not even bother paying attention, treating the monster's defeat as a matter of course. After all, he still had to find his real target himself. He shot high into the air, drawing his sword and aiming straight at the monster. In that instant, a chain of sword strikes tore through the wind and came crashing down. Its body was instantly shredded, leaving icy afterimages hanging in midair. Once the fight ended, the main character's gaze sharpened, as if he had already calculated his next move. Suddenly, a massive noise rang out, shaking the entire forest. His goal had been achieved, and the final prey had finally shown itself. His eyes burned as if he wanted to incinerate the enemy before him, while his whole body was still stained with monster blood. "Found you, you damned reptile." From the heavy sound of each footstep, the main character knew the creature had to be enormous. He tightened his grip on his sword, officially beginning the hunt. All of a sudden, a strange sound came from the bushes ahead and caught his attention. It seemed something else was hiding there. Right after that, a silver-haired student burst out of the dense bushes with a terrified scream. He was about to run when he came face to face with the main character, and both of them froze for a moment. His expression looked like he had just met a real monster. Trembling, he asked if he was here too, his voice clearly filled with panic. In contrast, the main character did not recognize him at all and coldly asked who he was. How could he have forgotten that incident? Only now did the main character realize the other person was that guy from before. Wilhelm forced himself to calm down and said they should not stand around chatting. They had to leave right away, because a monster was getting extremely close. But it was too late. The monster itself blocked their path. Both of them looked up, facing a giant body many times larger than their own. Just as he had predicted, it was an earth dragon, with cold eyes full of murderous intent. When he looked deep into the earth dragon's eyes, the air seemed to freeze. Those eyes blazed crimson, overflowing with rage and hatred. Wilhelm was so terrified that he shook uncontrollably, his mind going blank as he collapsed to his knees in shock. Only then did Wilhelm recover enough sense to realize it was a ferocious dragon, and it left him trembling like a leaf. Unlike Wilhelm, who was frozen in place, the main character stepped straight toward the monster without hesitation. That approach made the earth dragon counterattack at once, shooting a beam of light from its eyes directly at him. Wilhelm screamed in panic, asking if he had lost his mind. He instantly grasped the situation and used his sword to block the monster's fury under suffocating pressure. But just as he thought, the earth dragon truly lived up to its name. Its scales were too hard, and if this continued, his sword would shatter. Left with no choice, the main character sprang backward, quickly putting distance between himself and the earth dragon. Wilhelm was still stunned after what had just happened, weakly shouting his name in panic. He angrily snapped at him to shut up, calling him an idiot and telling him not to provoke the dragon any further. After that warning, the main character immediately returned to the mission. It had been 2 months since he started learning sky observation art, and now the sword in his hand was gathering a strange light. He still could not use super sword aura perfectly, but the power of 3 wings should be enough to finish this thing. Below, the earth dragon still waited with its mouth open, savage and hungry for prey. It had no idea disaster was falling right on its head. When the timing was perfect, he immediately unleashed his technique. With the terrifying speed and power of 3 wings, the main character plunged down like a spear, stabbing straight into the earth dragon's face. A fatal blow landed, but the fight was still not over. He continued, carving a long icy gash across the earth dragon's head. The mortal wound split wide open, making the monster roar in agony throughout the forest. After dealing with it, the main character returned to his original position, while Wilhelm behind him was still utterly stunned. Was this really possible? That guy was not afraid of a dragon at all? But the earth dragon was far too tenacious. Even with its head badly wounded, it swung its tail in a counterattack. The sweep skimmed past his head, and he ducked just in time to dodge by a hair. Immediately, he drove his sword hard into the fierce monster's leg. Wilhelm was still trembling as he urged him to stop, because even if he was a genius, this was impossible. He had attacked it with sword aura before, but the blade could not pierce that hard shell unless he coated the sword in a dense amount of mana like true sword aura. Annoyed by the guy who talked too much, the main character coldly told Wilhelm to shut up and just stand there watching. He understood very clearly that unlike ordinary magical beasts, dragons were covered in scales, so hard they were almost impossible to pierce. But no matter how tough they were still living creatures. The eye sockets, respiratory system, and joints were always fatal weak points. The moment his analysis ended, he charged straight at the monster's weak points. If he focused on striking key scale sections, the chance of breaking through would rise. Without hesitation, the main character unleashed a rapid chain of slashes, each strike hammering across the earth dragon's body so fast it could not locate him. After taking too much damage to its softer points, the monster howled in pain. It had entered its weakest stage. Seizing the opening, the main character rushed straight toward the critical point on the monster's neck, but disaster struck at the decisive moment. His sword, unable to withstand the pressure, snapped in two. Damn it. He was briefly shaken as he stared at the shattered sword in his hand. This blade was not strong enough to sever the earth dragon's neck bone. Even so, the monster's eyes had been destroyed and its bones and scales were badly damaged. It could barely counterattack him anymore. The main character understood that no matter how good the gear was, killing a dragon with a student's sword was still too difficult. Facing one of the most dangerous creatures around, he punched it straight in the eye and coldly ordered it to stay down. He turned back to find Wilhelm, who was still reeling from everything. The main character asked if he had a spare sword. Wilhelm stammered that he did not because his own sword had already broken too. Slightly disappointed, he charged in bare-handed and started pummeling the monster relentlessly. Wilhelm was so shocked he could hardly breathe, feeling that everything was absurd beyond reason. Even a squad of students would struggle to take down a dragon, yet he was doing it alone, and with his fists instead of a sword. After wrestling it bare-handed for a while, the main character finally realized the earth dragon was completely dead. Suddenly, Wilhelm called out to him, sincerely thanking him for saving his life and apologizing for the incident from before. He did not want to make things difficult either, so he simply said it was fine. In any case, he had never intended to hold that against him. Wilhelm did not stop there. He stammered out another request, saying that if he did not mind, he wanted to consider him his rival. Hearing those words, the main character immediately sensed something unusual. He had to ask again to make sure he had not misheard. Wilhelm was far calmer than his earlier trembling self, saying that back in his hometown, he had arrogantly believed he was strong enough. But today, after watching the main character, he finally understood who was truly strong. He was not even qualified to compare himself to him. Struggling to stand after the shock, Wilhelm continued, saying that even though he now understood his own shortcomings, he had no intention of giving up. He would see him as his rival and keep moving forward. This event had clearly hit Wilhelm hard mentally, but it also made him determined to become as strong as him. He became so embarrassed that it annoyed him, silently wondering how Wilhelm could say something that painfully cringeworthy. Just then, Pharaoh appeared and asked if Wilhelm resembled him from his previous life, which was why he felt a little sympathy. The main character angrily told Pharaoh to shut up, while Wilhelm looked at him with a less than friendly gaze. At the scoring site, a female teacher informed the professor that Group A's practical combat exam was about to end. She asked the students to return to the meeting point, because there was still much to handle. Irritated, he blamed Pharaoh, asking why he did not just go to sleep instead of spouting nonsense. Pharaoh calmly replied that things had only just started getting interesting. From high above, the eyes of a crow had taken in everything. Far out on a tree branch, a man stood in silence, watching everything unfold. He was the headmaster of Aniclimax Academy. After witnessing it all, he quietly confirmed that the rumors had not been exaggerated. Ruth truly was a rare diamond in the rough. Down on the ground, Graham, the headmaster's loyal guard, asked curiously what he thought of the young man who had just made such a powerful impression. The headmaster smiled with satisfaction. He had expected a little after hearing the professors praise Ruth, but reality had gone far beyond anything he imagined. The young guard was just as thrilled, unable to believe Ruth could perform that well at only 17. He was sure Ruth had also cleared the supplemental test brilliantly, and might one day set an unprecedented example as a special dragon slayer. With the observation over, the headmaster gently descended in front of his waiting guard. He briefly pondered what he had just heard. A special dragon slayer, was it? Ruth had surpassed his expectations, and perhaps he would not stop at being a mere warrior. He might even become a hero of freedom, the headmaster judged with certainty, then slowly walked away. Hearing that, the guard could not hide his curiosity. A hero of freedom, sir? What do you mean by that? Could he be like the figure from Vanna's biography? The headmaster did not explain much, only confirmed that it was exactly so. Vanna's biography was the origin of all dragon slayers, and as he walked, he began recalling an ancient tale. It was an age long ago, when humans were nothing more than prey beneath the claws of dragons. Everywhere was misery, and mankind constantly begged forgiveness from the rulers of the sky. Earth dragons roamed the land, flying dragons blotted out the heavens, and colossal dragons towered like mountains. Back then, dragonkind nearly ruled everything, from the high skis to the vast earth. The headmaster continued, saying that among them existed a special race that ruled over all other dragons, the Dragonkin. They looked almost human, yet possessed superior strength, intelligence, and abilities. With those gifts, they casually slaughtered mankind, treating humans as prey unworthy of mercy. 700 years ago, the Dragonkin turned this place into an arena, where human gladiators butchered one another for their amusement. Now, that very place had become Aratium's lecture hall, the symbol of dragon slayers and freedom. Isn't it magnificent? The headmaster asked as he stood before the lecture hall engraved with the marks of history. The guard listened closely, then answered, "Yes, sir." He now understood more about the milestones and memories buried deep in the past. He said that long ago, Vanna had once been nothing more than a gladiator trampled mercilessly by the Dragonkin, but he was stronger than anyone else, and he gathered the gladiators who shared his fate, igniting a revolution. After a prolonged war, he and the first generation of dragon slayers drove the dragons back toward the great northern mountains. In the end, even their supreme rulers, the 7 great dragon emperors, were sealed away. From that moment on, mankind's age of freedom truly began. Ruth Donatos knew the story sounded exactly like a legend embroidered by poets. Even after believing it for years, there were still parts he simply could not explain. So he asked the headmaster, if Vanna was that powerful, why did he only drive back the dragon clan? Why not wipe them out from the very beginning? Why did he merely seal the 7 great dragon emperors instead of finishing them off? If only he had gone all the way back then. Understanding what Ruth meant, the headmaster answered slowly, if that had happened, there would not be victims like you and the other students, would there? His gaze suddenly grew distant. Realizing he had revealed too much emotion, the guard hurriedly corrected himself. He was not doubting the will of their ancestors, it was just, the headmaster did not blame him, only smiled. It is all right. But you do not need to torment yourself over it. No matter what happened in the past, it was that history that freed mankind from living like hunted beasts. In truth, no one knew exactly what happened at that time. The two of them stood quietly in the vast lecture hall, each lost in his own thoughts. The contest came to an end. The academy announced that every group's supplemental exam had been completed. All students were to return their magic weapons and gather in the designated area. The matchup list and exam locations would be posted in the main hall in 3 days. 3 days later, on the day of the supplemental exam, students packed the academy's sky hall. One arrogant guy laughed loudly, declaring that the day had finally arrived, and that the armor in Aratium's treasury would definitely belong to him. The academy system rang out again. Today is the supplemental exam. Only the top candidates from the practical test are qualified to participate. So who will become the strongest among this elite group of rookies? The announcer excitedly asked for a few words from the most outstanding rookie. While checking his magic weapon, the young man looked slightly embarrassed by the interruption and told him to stop talking nonsense. The other person immediately sat beside him, complaining that he was no fun at all. She had expected at least a little something, but every time, he ended up being this bland. It was Hennis Hapulia. She bluntly said she would not go easy on him today just because they were friends. Even though she could buy any magic weapon she wanted, she was still very curious about what lay inside Aratium's treasury, then let out a thoughtful sigh. Ruth replied that he felt the same way. Then, glancing over at Balakstoros, he wondered why the guy was still entering the tournament without even using a magic weapon. As for Balakstoros, he remained absolutely loyal to his own philosophy of life. To him, facing powerful opponents was the necessary path to forging a healthy, powerful body. Knowing there was no way to argue with that kind of thinking, Ruth could only nod in agreement. Still, deep down, he wondered if Balak really had to shout that loudly. Looking back at the tournament bracket, the young man realized that Balakstoros' opponent was no ordinary fighter. After all, she had always carried a deep resentment toward Leon. Hennis Hapulia agreed as well. She asked why a lunac like that had not been eliminated yet, then told Ruth she was going to see how strong the others really were. Before leaving, she seriously warned Balakstoros that if he dared lose to that bitch, she would definitely kill him. Hearing that, Balakstoros immediately broke out in a cold sweat. With no other choice, he turned to Ruth and asked whether Leon was truly that strong. Ruth answered at once, she is very strong. In fact, her power far surpasses most of the other rookies. Hearing that, Balakstoros asked a sensitive question. Then is she even stronger than you? The young man's hand tightened slightly. But this time Ruth was far more certain than before. He was no longer the person he had been in his previous life. This time he had grown far too strong. In the stands of the Academy lecture hall, students crowded in thickly, eager to witness the supplemental matches with their own eyes. Down in the arena, the atmosphere began to stir because the contestants had already been waiting for quite a while. Leon appeared again, her expression irritated because her opponent still had not arrived. She mocked him, asking what kind of person dared to show up a full 10 minutes late to a match. Just as the match was about to begin, the one who arrived was Balakstoros. Filled with pride, he immediately corrected her. I am not that guy. I am Balakstoros. Before he could even finish, Leon coldly said she already knew. That was enough conversation. Begin. Balakstoros kept rambling, declaring that announcing one's name before a match was a long-standing tradition of House Storos. Cutting him off was an act of disrespect. A slash flashed out, instantly cutting Balakstoros' fingertip. That was Leon's greeting. She said her name was Leon. Balakstoros smiled, and his fighting spirit flared up as well. You look strong enough to be an opponent for this noble body. Once again, Leon had no patience to wait for Balaxtoros to finish talking. She continued attacking while Balaxtoros used his own body to block her head-on. Leon immediately realized it was not heavenly magic, he was simply using his muscles to stop the blows. Balaxtoros laughed proudly, hoping she would enjoy his magnificent muscles. Seeing Balaxtoros block sword aura with nothing but his body, Leon understood that this was no longer a matter of ordinary mana control. Balaxtoros began his counterattack. His body shot forward as fast as a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he closed in on Leon and drove a powerful fist straight toward her. Leon immediately raised her sword to block the strike. His speed and attack range were both formidable, but the wider he swung, the more obvious his openings became. Leon decided she would aim for that weakness. She had just spotted a gap, but the instant she rushed in, Leon realized her judgment had been wrong. Even though she had launched her strike straight at that spot, it was not an opening at all, not the way she had assumed. Balaxtoros had not even intended to dodge the attack. He immediately countered with another punch. Mythalion managed to duck at the last second, escaping by a hair. The two continued their fierce exchange. Leon quickly struck at Balaxtoros' abdomen when he left his guard open. After taking the hit, Balaxtoros frowned from the pain. He immediately stepped back and shifted into a defensive stance. Leon asked Balaxtoros how a body could be almost unaffected by sword aura. Was he channeling mana into his muscles? It was annoyingly tough. Balaxtoros shot back that this was exactly what he wanted to say. With just one blow, she had awakened his battle instincts, so she was not bad at all. Looking down at his injured abdomen, he gave a faint smile. It was not as strong as a shock fist, but that still hurt to the bone. Leon did not bother to care and immediately summoned her power. Balaxtoros was confused, wondering if her physical strength could actually surpass his own. Realizing he could not fight her in the usual way, Balaxtoros roared. His muscles swelled, tearing his clothes to shreds. He believed that in this state, an ordinary sword could never cut the body of House Storos. But the unexpected happened immediately after. Balaxtoros focused only on raw physical power and completely forgot technique. The moment he charged in, Leon used a simple move to borrow his momentum and slam him backward into the ground. The landing was clean, brutal, and merciless. Leon snapped in anger. That was exactly why she did not use a sword, idiot. Leon kept attacking. This time, she truly had no sword in hand, and she drove a straight kick toward Balaxtoros. Using her speed, Leon kept shifting her angles and chaining punches in a relentless barrage. Balaxtoros defended while staring in shock. How could she throw out feints that refined? With her overwhelming speed, Leon once again threw Balaxtoros into chaos under a fierce chain of attacks. After only a few minutes, Balaxtoros' body was already trembling. Even so, he laughed and praised her. You really are strong. Well done, Leon. Balaxtoros declared that he would fight her with everything he had. Hearing that, Leon only felt confused. Suddenly, violent arcs of lightning exploded around Balaxtoros' body. He looked no different from Son Goku right after transforming. But before he could even make a move, the referee stepped in and declared Balaxtoros defeated. Balaxtoros froze in stunned disbelief. He had not realized his body had taken far too many hits from Leon. That was the final result. From afar, the boy and Hennis Hapulia could only feel helpless before their friend's stupidity. The referee ordered him removed from the arena. From a distance, Balaxtoros still insisted that his body was a sculpture, completely different from ordinary people. Leon still could not understand what he was thinking. The arena system rang out, announcing Leon as the winner. The main character looked at her with a distant gaze. Leon did not avoid it either. She quietly looked back at him with a slightly strained expression. After that, she went inside. Hennis Hapulia, standing beside him and deeply embarrassed, told him not to tell anyone that Balaxtoros was their friend. In any case, their turn was coming soon. Realizing this young man was not paying attention to a word she said, Hennis Hapulia wondered why he kept staring at Leon like that. Unable to take it anymore, Hennis Hapulia shouted, making him jump in surprise. He quickly asked Hennis Hapulia what was wrong. She snapped back that she had just said it was almost their turn. She also warned him not to hold back under any circumstances, and to fight properly. Got it. The main character replied that she didn't need to worry about that. That very thing was what gave him a headache, he thought as he stepped forward. Hennis Hapulia, the girl known as the Genius Fire Witch. In the future, she would become the strongest fire mage, even though that talent would bloom rather late. At her peak, no one could surpass Hennis Hapulia in the countless battles she took part in. She built her reputation on complex techniques, razor-sharp judgment, and more importantly than anything else, the match returned to the present. Hennis Hapulia gave a bitter smile, thinking she might have lasted a little longer, but she had already lost. How awful. Even so, this girl's will was anything but ordinary. She smiled and said it would not happen next time. The most special thing about her was that her burning passion never went out. The system declared his victory. He also bluntly pointed out Hennis Hapulia's weakness. That final step was embarrassing. Her timing was precise, but her punches were unbelievably clumsy. Hennis Hapulia was annoyed, silently thinking that this guy was far too arrogant. He reached out and pulled Hennis Hapulia to her feet. She immediately told him to teach her dagger combat techniques later. He instantly argued that she did not need him. She could handle that perfectly well on her own. Hennis Apulia asked why he was willing to watch Leon practice mixed magic, yet flatly refused when it came to her. The main character did not pay much attention. He only hurriedly said goodbye to Hennis Apulia and told her he had somewhere to go. She could leave first. Hennis Apulia panicked. Where are you even going at a time like this? The final round is about to begin. The more Hennis Apulia thought about it, the less she understood. What exactly had happened between those two? The truly talented rookies were preparing to enter the final round, and the deciding match was a direct confrontation between Leon and him. Yet Leon had walked away. She ran as fast as she could, with only one thought repeating in her mind. She did not want to fight anymore. In the past, he had always refused one-on-one matches with every excuse imaginable, and that was exactly why Leon now did not want to enter the arena either. But why had things turned out this way, when in the end, the two of them were still forced to face each other directly? After the match with Balakstoros ended, Leon stood frozen, staring toward Ruth Donatos as a nameless panic rose inside her. She did not understand why he wore the face of someone craving battle to a terrifying degree. The main character breathed hard, unable to explain why Ruth Donatos' desire to fight and his hostility were so plainly written across his face. She pressed her lips together, still unable to understand why she suddenly no longer wanted to face Ruth Donatos. While she was still lost in her chaotic thoughts, a sudden voice called out and made her jolt. Ruth Donatos had caught up to her. He stepped closer and asked what she was planning to do. He said the final match would begin in 30 minutes, and told her to hurry back to the waiting room. But the main character avoided his gaze and said coldly that her leaving had nothing to do with him. Ruth Donatos immediately denied it, because he was her opponent in the final match. Hearing that, she still turned her face away and said she had no intention of fighting Ruth Donatos, nor any interest in the reward, so she would withdraw from the match. The word withdraw made Ruth Donatos clench his fist, blue veins standing out as he could not believe she had actually said it. His anger erupted, and he believed she was looking down on him and making a joke out of him. He glared at her with fierce eyes and asked through gritted teeth if she was pitying a piece of trash not even worth attacking. She froze at that extreme thought, her mouth falling open, unable to understand why Ruth Donatos had suddenly lost control like this. But he refused to listen. He violently tightened his grip on her shoulders and shouted at her to shut up at once. Ruth Donatos warned her that she had no right to run from this match. She could not believe what she had just heard, because the Ruth Donatos in front of her seemed to have become a completely different person. As for him, he ground his teeth, his eyes darkening. This time, he absolutely would not let everything repeat itself. In his memory, during a night of violent wind and rain, he had once screamed at her, ordering her not to run away. Back then, his entire body was covered in wounds. Helpless and desperate, he kept shouting for her to open her eyes, only hoping she would wake up in that damned rain. She forced herself to call his name, but her breathing was already growing faint, as if her life could only be counted in passing moments. Beneath the freezing rain, Ruth Donatos held her tightly, his voice shaking as he said he still had not beaten her. If she left him behind, he would curse her for the rest of his life. She trembled as she raised her hand, smiled weakly, and said Ruth Donatos was always like this, never changing at all. Ruth Donatos ground his teeth and told her to shut up and focus on the wound because blood was still pouring out without stopping. She placed her gradually cooling hand on his face and softly scolded him, saying he really was beyond saving. "You bastard." After saying that, she gave a gentle smile, so beautiful it made that moment hurt even more. Then her final breath faded away. Her hand fell to the ground, and blood spread red through the rain. She had once called Ruth Donatos trash, brat, and bastard. Holding her cold body, he thought he hated her just as she hated everything about him. But no matter how he thought about it, he still could not understand why she had chosen to act that way. Suddenly, a strange leg-shaped shadow appeared, accompanied by a mocking voice saying she truly was foolish. That person was Wulong Weifei. He said coldly that she was strong enough to kill Void Laozia, yet she had died just to protect someone as weak as Ruth Donatos. Ruth Donatos heard that but could not refute it. He only lowered his head, his face twisted in pain. Weifei turned to leave, calmly saying he had lost all interest. He coldly left one sentence behind, saying she had no hope of survival, and Ruth Donatos should not do anything useless. Hearing that, the boy held her even tighter. Tears kept falling, and he screamed in the rain as if trying to tear open all the pain choking his chest. Back in the present, Ruth Donatos knew very well that the girl he had once known had actually died long ago. He knew this thought was despicable, born from his inferiority complex, and even his actions were laughably pathetic. She panicked at Ruth Donatos' vicious expression, because she had never seen him like this before, then forcefully knocked away the hand gripping her. She spoke in suspicion, wanting to ask why he had become like this, but then she closed her eyes, swallowed the question, and only ordered Ruth Donatos in a cold voice not to keep following her. After saying that, she immediately ran off, just as always, alone and always building distance from everyone. Before this, Ruth Donatos had never tried to surpass her, because back then, his only goal was hunting dragons for revenge. To him, she was a true genius, a wall he had to overcome, and someone he once admired, which made Ruth Donatos even less able to forgive her. He slammed his fist into the wall in rage, completely unable to understand why she would act like this. Even now, he still could not explain why she had once sacrificed herself for him. Pharaoh appeared and softly called his name, but he immediately stopped him, telling the old man not to say another word. His voice was almost pleading, asking only for silence, and for a moment alone. alone. Ruth Donatos looked up at the distant sky, forcing down the tangled emotions surging inside his chest. In the end, the match closed with Ruth Donatos as the winner, because she never appeared in the arena. The surrounding crowd instantly broke into an uproar, everyone disappointed that the finals had suddenly lost all its tension. Amid the chaotic chatter, Hennis Hapulia wondered if she had truly run away. Ruth Donatos stood in the middle of the arena, silently realizing that everything had somehow ended up here. He left, with only her on his mind. She could avoid him if she wanted, but this time he would absolutely not let it go. Meanwhile, she was sitting alone in a deserted forest. Her face was pensive, covered in a vague sadness she could not quite hide. Night had already fallen, and she guessed the exam must have ended by now. She wondered whether Ruth Donatos was still angry, though even she did not understand why he had gotten that furious. While she was lost in thought, a strange sound rang out, making her turn toward it at once. What appeared before her left her stunned, as if a giant question mark had popped up inside her head. She could not understand how Ruth Donatos had found this place with Biko. For Ruth Donatos, it was not difficult at all, because in his past life, she always came here whenever she was in pain, and he had come here many times to fight her. Thinking that, he drew the sword from his back without the slightest hesitation. Then he pointed the blade straight at her. The sword stabbed into the ground right in front of her, its precision chilling to the bone. Ruth Donatos stared at her and ordered her to stand up and fight him. She placed a hand over her chest, unable to understand why Ruth Donatos insisted on pushing things this far. He answered coldly that he had already said it. She had no right to run from this match. Hearing that, she snapped at Ruth Donatos not to be so unreasonable, and she still could not understand how, after everything, he could be this cruel. Ruth Donatos repeated icily, "After everything," then pulled out his sword with a decisive gaze that denied it all. He had waited too long for this moment, the moment Ruth Donatos could point his sword at the person who once treated him like trash, and end this long, exhausting chain of revenge. Faced with Ruth Donatos' ferocious assault, she was finally forced to pick up the sword and fight back. Even so, she still did not want to fight him, and she could not understand why Ruth Donatos kept refusing to listen to her. The two officially clashed, with the blue aura belonging to Ruth Donatos, while the orange light was hers. Holding the light blade Ruth Donatos had given her, she could hardly believe this weapon was unimaginably heavy. That weight was almost enough to crush her stance, and she immediately understood why Ruth Donatos had come here so confidently. She kept dodging Ruth Donatos' relentless attacks. Then she raised a mana shield, believing that no matter how strong his sword aura was, it could not pierce this barrier. Ruth Donatos still did not stop, repeatedly slashing straight into her mana shield. Ruth Donatos' attacks rained down without pause, heavy as a storm crashing from the sky. She froze when she realized her mana shield had actually cracked. She instantly sprang backward, barely avoiding Ruth Donatos' dangerous strike. Ruth Donatos' words telling her to fight properly made her laugh before she realized it. He wanted a proper fight, did he? She poured all her inner energy into the sword, then asked Ruth Donatos whether he understood what proper meant here. Seeing her true power, Ruth Donatos remarked that advanced sword aura at this age was exactly what he expected. She really was an extraordinary genius. She replied that if he knew that, he should stop, because no matter how strong he was, he could not beat her without advanced sword aura. Hearing that, Ruth Donatos only scoffed and said so there was something like that too. Then he swung his sword and charged straight at her, saying some things had to be tested before anyone could know, right? She continued warning him that the only thing that could oppose advanced sword aura was another advanced sword aura, or a high-level spell. But before she could finish, a surprise blow slammed straight into her stomach, sending a sharp through her. Only then did she realize she had been tricked, because ordinary sword techniques were never meant to work. That was exactly why Ruth Donatos had cast his sword aside and chosen to fight her hand-to-hand. She still forced herself to stay calm, creating distance, because she could not let him control the rhythm of the fight. Even though she launched attacks one after another like pouring rain, Ruth Donatos dodged every single one with ease. She could not believe it. How could Ruth Donatos avoid all of her attacks so effortlessly? In the blink of an eye, he had closed in right in front of her, without mercy and without caring whether his opponent was male or female. Ruth Donatos coldly threw a heavy punch into her face. Right after that, he took his stance, circulated his inner energy, and prepared to follow up with more punches. She still could not believe Ruth Donatos could dodge her advanced sword aura with nothing but ordinary footwork. At last, she realized the problem was no longer about sword aura or advanced sword aura. She struggled to control her sword aura, but ironically she herself could not use it the way she wanted. Ruth Donatos easily drove a bare-fisted punch straight into the hand gripping her sword. Leon was forced back again and again, standing there panting. What kind of monster speed was this? He read all her movements, perfectly, just like when she had faced her mother. The protagonist lifted his leg ready to unleash a clean strike. He silently felt those brutal training sessions had not been wasted, yet his heart went cold. This life's Leon was stronger than the last, strong enough that he had to push his senses to the limit just to fight her. Even exhausted, Leon still forced herself to dodge each wave of his relentless attacks. The protagonist knew he had grown much stronger, so he showed no mercy and kept forcing Leon onto the defensive. But thinking it was one thing, the stabbing ache in his chest still made him feel unbearably suffocated. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the protagonist immediately slid back, putting distance between himself and Leon. Even after he created distance, that strange feeling still clung to him, refusing to disappear. Leon watched his actions and could not understand them. He was clearly at a disadvantage because he could not use advanced sword aura, so why was he drawing his sword again? Leon gritted her teeth in anger. She truly could not understand whether he still wanted to win or not. She angrily pointed the tip of her sword at him. Now, she no longer wanted to guess what the protagonist was thinking. Leon raised her light blade high, poured in every ounce of strength and shouted, "You brought this on yourself." Facing Leon's offensive, he remained calmly in place, as if he were ready to receive everything. From this moment on, the real battle finally began. No more holding back and no more hesitation. And of course, with advanced sword aura and superior ability, Leon easily broke through his attack. Seeing that, she secretly believed victory was already firmly in her hands. But the protagonist looked at her with eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Maybe this isn't over yet, girl. Around him, a strange light began to flare. That glow left even Leon frozen in shock. All of his power was being compressed to the absolute limit. All of it converged into the hand gripping his sword. The protagonist raised the radiant sword high. A blazing aura surged around him as he charged straight at Leon. A terrifying pressure wrapped around his blade, as if announcing a finishing strike. With this power, the protagonist believed he could easily unleash the fourth wing. Leon was stunned. At last, she realized he could actually use the supreme radiant sword. A horrifying attack erupted, as if it meant to tear the entire sky apart. Leon was lucky enough to dodge in time. His supreme radiant sword resembled her own technique, but its level of completion was on a completely different plane, leaving Leon under the tree unable to hide her shock. Then, all of a sudden, she fell silent and lowered her head. The protagonist slowly walked, step by step, toward the place where Leon sat. Killing intent still burned fiercely around him as he advanced toward her, but at that exact moment Leon suddenly declared that he had won. She asked if he was satisfied now. The protagonist stayed silent and gave no answer. He asked himself whether he was satisfied. He should have been satisfied, shouldn't he? After all, he had defeated the person who had always treated him like garbage. But beneath that icy gaze, the protagonist only muttered that it was meaningless. Inside his head there was nothing but emptiness and a torment that refused to let go. Hearing that answer, Leon clenched her fist. She could not believe that after all of this, he would call everything meaningless, especially when he was the one who had forced her, for no reason, to fight him to the end. And after all that, he said it meant nothing. Leon sprang to her feet and strode straight toward the protagonist. He stared hard at every fierce movement Leon made. Then, without the slightest hesitation, she drove a heavy punch into his face. Taking the blow full on, the protagonist hurriedly dodged sideways to avoid getting hit by her again. Leon stood there, trembling with rage, then shouted, "Are you messing with me? I clearly said I didn't want this. I told you I didn't want to fight you." The protagonist covered his face, sat there, and answered hoarsely that he had no choice but to fight her. Leon clawed at her hair in frustration. "Why? You just said it was meaningless. You said it did not help thing." The protagonist simply wanted to defeat Leon at least once in his life. Hearing that, Leon burst into loud laughter. "Don't screw with me. I'm not the person you truly wanted to beat, am I?" The protagonist could not believe Leon would say that. He stared at her and asked, "What?" Leon turned away with a flat voice. Did he really think she had noticed nothing? He had been like this from the very beginning. For some reason, he was always filled with anger, hunger, and an inferiority complex. All those tangled emotions had been obvious from the first time they met, because through her, he seemed to be seeing someone else. Leon grabbed him hard by the collar, unable to hold back anymore. "You wanted to win? Then keep chasing someone else's shadow. To you, Leon was nothing but a substitute, wasn't she?" Leon could not hold back her tears. She knew he only saw her as a stand-in, and now she understood everything. Leon still clutched the protagonist's collar and sobbed, looking so wounded that it was almost unbearable to watch. At last, he finally spoke, but he did not understand what she was talking about. He took the hands gripping him and told Leon to stop lying to herself. The protagonist looked straight at Leon and firmly declared that the person he had always been watching was her. He shook off her hands. The one he had always envied was her, and the one whose recognition he desperately wanted was also her. Leon froze at his completely unexpected answer. The protagonist continued, saying it was because she had always shone far brighter than he ever could. She was a bastard blessed with a cursed talent, because Leon's strength was something he could never reach, no matter how hard he tried. Then the protagonist lowered his head and admitted that this was how it had always been. Envy, longing, none of it was funny at all. He only wanted to become Leon. Her movement, her swordsmanship, her battle sense. He had chased her to the point of obsession, because he only wanted to be like her. Leon was the person he could never match, no matter what he did. He still could not accept that Leon had died to protect trash like him. Hearing that, Leon was utterly bewildered. She had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Realizing he had let something slip, the protagonist immediately froze and tried to swallow back the words he had just spoken. Looking up at the bright moon, he quietly said it had not been meaningless, but pain that reached the very bottom of his soul. Leon spiraled into panic before information she could not possibly believe. Leon had died to protect him. He had pursued her swordsmanship. Every one of those words sounded absurd to her. The protagonist answered coldly that it was not absurd. He seemed to still have something more he wanted to say. But Pharaoh suddenly appeared and sternly told him he had to stop right now. The protagonist refused to listen. He repeated that Leon had died to protect him, and had even left behind a final wish. Then he looked toward her and gave a bitter smile. "I'm talking about you from my past life, you damn bastard." Leon was stunned by the words past life. She still could not process them. What did past life mean, and why would such a thing exist? She still thought the protagonist was spouting random nonsense with no beginning or end. It was meaningless. But he remained firm. "Believe it or not, I have nothing left to prove. I returned from the past, and this present is my second chance." Leon still stood frozen, her face full of doubt. Had he truly returned from the past? The protagonist continued, saying Leon would eventually feel that something was different, unless she was a fool, a person whose mana mastery had surpassed all limits, enough to be called a martial genius. That ability could not be gained naturally without real combat experience. The skills and original talents of people he should never have met. Those were the proofs the protagonist offered, showing everything would be impossible if he had not experienced it before. Leon still could not believe he had truly returned from a past life. It was ridiculous. Yet the strange feelings and doubts she had carried all this time were slowly finding an explanation. She began to waver, wondering whether those seemingly absurd words might actually be true. Thinking that, Leon asked the protagonist if he knew things about her as an adult, things even she herself did not know yet. He sat down on a rock and calmly answered that the adult Leon was exactly the person he had been talking about. Sitting there, he told her that in his past life, she had lived only for revenge and treated him like roadside trash, no matter how desperately he tried to defeat her. Then the protagonist closed his eyes, as if being dragged back into a painful memory. No matter what he had done in the past, Leon had never truly looked at him. He cursed in fury. "Damn it, and yet in the end, you still died protecting me. Do you have any idea how enraged I was back then?" Hearing that, Leon still asked doubtfully whether she had really done things like that. His answer left her completely shocked. In the past, Leon had been so powerful and so brutal that he had bet his life just to stand against her. The air seemed to freeze solid. Ruth Donatos quietly looked away, while Li Ang kept her eyes fixed on him. Li Ang still had not recovered from the shock. She could not believe the person the protagonist had always trusted was actually her. She was the one he had once longed for, the one who appeared like a blazing star that he could never stop chasing. And that person was her? So all this time, she had misunderstood everything. She had thought she was only a substitute shadow for someone else. After calming down and thinking it through, Liang asked softly, "So that was why when they first met, this guy deliberately picked a fight with her, right?" Ahem. Back then, the protagonist simply wanted to duel Liang once, but he never expected her to be far stronger than he had imagined. Liang suddenly realized something rather interesting. So this guy was much older than her, yet he still hated her enough to treat her that way. Hearing that, the protagonist admitted it outright. That hatred had become the driving force that pushed him farther. Then Liang suddenly asked why he had apologized to her. That question froze the protagonist in place for 5 full seconds, leaving him unable to answer. Liang continued, "If this guy truly hated her, then why not simply ignore her and be done with it?" The protagonist shot to his feet. He had only tried to end that incident as quickly as possible, because Liang had caused chaos all through the academy corridor. Liang hurriedly stood up as well. He had even taught her grappling techniques before. If he hated her that much, why would he do that? The protagonist turned his face away, not daring to look straight at her. He answered slowly, saying that only when Liang became stronger would defeating her truly be worthwhile. Seeing that this guy seemed ready to leave, Liang immediately followed and kept asking, "Then what about the time he took her around the entire capital on the weekend?" The protagonist looked as if she had a raw nerve, and he snapped back at once. "What exactly are you trying to say? Do you still not understand what he told her? In his previous life, she had looked down on him and treated him no better than a dog. Their relationship had been as low and miserable as it could get, nothing more." Liang believed that was only a matter of his previous life. Right now, everything was different. The protagonist himself had said this was his second chance. Without waiting for this guy to answer, Liang gently placed the clean handkerchief over the wound on his cheek. That action startled him, and by instinct he tried to dodge away, but she immediately made him stand still. Then the two of them just stood there in an atmosphere so quiet it felt suffocating. As Liang wiped his wound, she spoke softly. This handkerchief was the very same one the protagonist had once lent her, back when she broke down crying on the stairs. But that gentle moment did not last long before this guy forcefully slapped her hand away. He gritted his teeth, his voice tightening. "Do you even know what the hell you are doing?" Then Liang apologized. "I'm sorry as the version of me from your previous life." Those words struck the protagonist before he could defend himself. Liang continued, "I'm sorry for always calling you trash, and for always pretending I could not see that you existed." The protagonist raised his voice. "Are you stupid? What do you think I told you about my previous life for?" The one thing he wanted most was for her not to apologize. Everything he did was only to unload the endless regret that had clung to him his entire life, even after he was given another chance to live. And now it was over. As long as this guy could keep carrying that burden, that was enough. The protagonist thought to himself, saying it like that should be fine. he shouted. You are not even the one at fault here, so why are you apologizing? Don't you feel angry at all? One painful past life was already more than enough. Now do not turn it into another hell. Please, do not make me any more pathetic. Ruth Donatos refused to back down, grabbing him by the collar and slamming her forehead into his as she growled for him to shut up. Did he think she had accepted this situation so easily? Leon knew full well that she was the one who should apologize, because even the protagonist still had not let go of the past after returning through regression. She did not care how badly he had been hurt before, because of her standing here now remembered nothing of that previous life. Even so, this time she would apologize first. Leon made it clear that the girl from the past he kept talking about was not the same as who she was now. She trusted her own feelings and thoughts in the present. Leon could not help him any further, no matter how much he hated her. Whatever their relationship had been in the previous life no longer mattered to her now. As soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her grip on his collar. Then she forcefully pulled him close to her. And while he was completely unguarded, this young man was suddenly taken advantage of by her. Leon gave the protagonist a kiss so sweet it nearly stole his breath away. His eyes flew wide open, utterly unable to believe the bold move Leon had just made. As for her, she seemed to be savoring that moment. After a while, she finally let him go, while the young man remained frozen in place as if struck by a control spell. He still had not processed what had happened. His mind practically shut down, and his eyes were wide with shock. Then Leon blushed, flustered yet happy, and confessed her feelings to him outright. In his sleep, the protagonist dreamed again of everything that had happened yesterday. Leon had really kissed him. That dream made him bolt upright in panic, his face deathly pale as he screamed like he had just run into a monster in a dungeon. He tried to reassure himself that it had only been a dream, but Pharaoh's answer hit him like a slap straight to the face. The old man never expected the protagonist to do something like that, and even told him he ought to be ashamed of himself. At that moment, he was so rattled that he buried his face in his hands, grinding his teeth and cursing nonstop. Pharaoh kept attacking him, asking if he still dared call this his second life after acting like that. The old man stressed that last night's mess was not something he could simply pretend never happened, though the sight of him standing there like a statue was admittedly pretty funny, and then running away to dodge the situation only made the whole thing even more ridiculous. In his past life, most of his suffering came from that hot temper. Damn it, in the end, he had not improved at all. Pharaoh then mocked him, saying Leon had grown up too, and maybe the protagonist could get along with the girl who touched lips with him before they even started dating. He instantly shouted in denial, telling the old man to shut up and stop bringing up stupid dating nonsense. He was not that free, so they could just treat it like nothing had ever happened. How could Leon possibly kiss an idiot who had just said he did not like her? He had fought her, then even confessed that he was a regressor. Even as the protagonist covered his ears and tried to avoid it, Pharaoh bluntly said he had already done all of that, so burying the memory as deep as he wanted was useless. Pharaoh suddenly asked in suspicion, was today not the day he was supposed to receive his reward for the selection tournament? Hearing that, he jolted as he remembered, then hurriedly asked what time it was. Right after that, he scrambled to get ready so he could make it to the selection tournament's award site in time. Luckily, he still arrived on time, then slowly stepped into the prize reception area. Seeing that he looked exhausted, Headmaster Graham asked with concern whether he had not slept enough last night. With a worn-out face, he only replied that he was a little tense, because he was about to enter the treasure vault. Graham laughed when he heard that and said he completely understood, because anyone would feel the same. After all, inside the Arichim treasure vault were the ancient legacies of the Dragon Slayers. Among them were sacred relics, and to the protagonist, every single item there was a priceless treasure. Even though he had won the tournament, the door to the treasure vault would only open with the Academy head's approval and the consent of most professors. Because of that, Headmaster Graham felt honored to open it after so long. He silently remembered that in his previous life, he had once held the divine artifact his brother and Leon had taken from this place. But in this timeline, could anyone replace his brother's role as the young genius? After walking a long way, he finally arrived before the legendary Arichim treasure vault. As Headmaster Graham opened the gate, he reminded him that he would not regret taking anything away from this place. But the headmaster told him to remember this well. The treasure vault did not belong only to Aradium, because it was also tied to the history of the Dragon Slayers. When the gate opened, just being allowed to set foot inside was already a tremendous honor for him. He walked in with a confident air and immediately sensed that the flow of mana here was highly unusual. Graham explained that this was a subspace, and the protagonist immediately understood the reason. The headmaster continued, saying that, much like the floating island of the Void Dragon, this place's coordinates were not fixed. This was a structure that mortals could only create after reaching at least the realm of an archmage. A luxurious chamber appeared before his eyes. To preserve this many divine artifacts, they must have relied on the power of archmages. Headmaster Graham said that, at a glance, everything here had been kept in the best possible condition, then asked whether he was looking for a specific item. He picked up a sword and calmly answered that he already had something in mind. Pharaoh suddenly appeared and asked whether the item the protagonist wanted to choose was the divine artifact he had used in his previous life. He denied it, saying that was not what he was looking for. But if there were no better option, he would choose it. After sweeping his gaze around the room, he finally finally spotted the thing he had truly been aiming for. It was the heaven-defying sword Demios. He lifted the sword high, studying it with excitement he could barely hide. Pharaoh said this was the sword once used by the first dragon slayer, Vanna. Legend said it was an ink-black blade that could cut through the flow of mana itself and reflect every high-level magic skill. After analyzing it, the old man asked whether he had chosen this sword because he wanted to follow the path of that hero. He answered no. Though he had heard Vanna's legend countless times, he had never wanted to follow in the man's footsteps. If he were forced to save this world, he would not seal them away. He would slaughter every last one of them. The reason he chose this sword was simple, because in his previous life, his older brother had used it. On top of that, this sword's ability was absolutely perfect for facing any high-ranking dragon. Seeing how quickly he decided, Pharaoh realized this was the choice he had been aiming for from the very beginning. As he was leaving, he suddenly stepped on something glittering on the floor. That made him stop short, and he could not help wondering what this thing actually was. He picked it up and realized it was not a divine artifact, nor did it show any sign of protective magic. But immediately afterward, the object suddenly changed, reflecting his image inside it. He recalled his previous life, when he had once asked his older brother if he knew why Professor Damian Gray had taken his own life. Back then, he had felt that the professor's death was far too strange, as if some hidden conspiracy lay behind it. But it seemed his older brother had not heard him at all, and had only stared fixedly in one direction. Then his brother told the protagonist to look up at the sky, because there seemed to be something there. The moment he saw it, he blurted out, "What the hell is that thing?" In the very next instant, it abruptly exploded without the slightest warning. All the students instantly fell into chaos before that terrifying explosion. Everyone shoved past each other and fled in panic in every direction. After the horrific blast, a gigantic dragon appeared, and that memory instantly flooded back into his mind. He was certain that the thing in his hand was the recording stone of Hama, the thunder dragon. In his previous life, the first time he learned of the seven dragons' existence was when he still lacked both skill and resolve. Even after decades had passed, he still could not forget the heart-rending screams or the nauseating stench of burning flesh. And yet now, the recording stone of the thunder flash dragon, the very thing that had caused the tragedy in his previous life, had appeared right here. Pharaoh was just as shocked, unable to understand why the recording stone of the Thunder Flash Dragon was inside the Aratium treasure vault. He was still trapped in the fear from his past life. He did not know why it was here, but one thing was certain: this object did not belong in this place. Everything in Aratium's treasure vault was protected by spells, yet this thing alone was completely empty. A chilling theory struck him. What if the Thunder Flash Dragon had never attacked Aratium of its own will? What if the disaster happened because this absorbing stone had been here from the very beginning? Hearing that, Pharaoh immediately asked who could have brought it here if that was true. The Thunder Flash Dragon had been sealed for 700 years. He fell silent, his gaze sinking as if he were facing an impossibly tangled puzzle. Then he asked Pharaoh whether he knew when the Thunder Flash Dragon would awaken. Pharaoh answered that it would likely be only 1 or 2 more years, since the current seal was no longer stable. He calculated carefully. In his previous life, from this point onward, the Thunder Flash Dragon's invasion would begin in only about half a year. Just a few months after Professor Damian Gray's death, the heart of the Myriad Forms dragon stolen by Jeremy Duville had clearly pushed the Thunder Flash Dragon into action. Thinking of his past life, he clenched his teeth, fury spreading through every heavy breath. When he turned to leave the treasure chamber, Pharaoh asked whether he truly cared about that matter. He answered without hesitation that, of course he did, because this thing was no different from a seed of disaster. He had to push everything according to plan as soon as possible. Hearing that, Pharaoh hesitated for a moment, then reminded him that he had once said he would kill every dragon in the world. So if a good dragon truly existed somewhere in the world, would he change his decision? Hearing that question, he only found it laughable. If there really was a good dragon in this world, then it was probably long dead already. He no longer expected anything. And after saying that, he placed his hand on the door to leave. He could not interfere with the sealing stone. In roughly half a year or 2 years, the seal would collapse completely. So what he needed to do now was prepare for every possible crisis. He was glad he still kept in regular contact with Professor Damian Gray, even though he had not attended the guidance class in a long time. The mood was comfortable, but why was the professor so quiet? At last, the professor spoke and broke the silence, then asked him what was wrong. Ruth Donetos answered awkwardly that it was nothing, and that the coffee smelled wonderful. Professor Damian Gray felt relieved to hear he was fine, but the teacher still had one thing he wanted to ask. He had realized the main character's dagger skills had far surpassed his own, so he did not understand why the boy kept attending this class. But now he understood. So it was because the boy liked coffee. Next time he would prepare better beans for him, he denied it at once. That was not why he stayed. It was because there was still so much he needed to learn from the professor. He wanted to hear more of the professor's experience, because in his eyes, a former dragon slayer was absolutely worthy of respect. Hearing those words, Professor Damian Gray froze for a moment. He had never thought he was still worthy of that respect. Seeing the professor stay silent for too long, he asked why he had stopped speaking. A guess flashed through his mind. Perhaps the teacher was being strangled by guilt. He was almost certain the professor knew he came from Dishon, because inside the professor was the heart of the myriad forms dragon, the dragon that had destroyed his hometown. But that was fine. With Professor Damian Gray's cautious nature, if he could stir up the guilt inside him, the result would surely be worth it. Thinking that, he asked whether the professor had ever heard of Dishon. It was a village on the edge of the Calavan kingdom. Though it was ash now, it had once been his home. Just by looking at Professor Damian Gray's expression, he knew his guess had hit the mark. Even as the teacher's face sank into despair, he continued speaking. Dishon had once been a beautiful place, peaceful and quiet. Whenever hunting season came, he and his father set traps for wild beasts, while his mother cooked steaming pots of stew for the family's dinner. Back then, he had believed he was the happiest child in the world, but then the dragon appeared and crushed his entire life. The peaceful village was erased, leaving only him and his older brother alive. Hearing this, Professor Damian Gray could not stop his hands from trembling. In a hoarse voice, he asked whether the boy had an older brother. He confirmed it to the professor. Back then, he and his older brother should have left that place immediately. But at that time, his older brother, he kept repeating the words older brother, then choked up and could not say anything more. Old memories rushed back like blades, and he immediately broke down. Perhaps if it had not been for him that day, none of the tragedy would have happened. In the end, he could not continue. The room sank once more into a heavy silence. Professor Damian Gray saw his pain, so he did not force him to tell any more. The teacher stood and gently asked whether the boy could tell him the rest next time. He stood as well, but refused. To him, it was only a boring story. Before leaving, he added one more line. An empty story about losing everything, then throwing himself into a journey of revenge to take it all back from the dragons. After that, he dragged his heavy steps down the hallway, and in the end, he could not force himself to endure any longer. He had to brace a hand against the wall, searching for something to support him, so he would not collapse. Pharaoh appeared at once. Looking at his complexion and posture, he realized the young man was exhausted. He had thought he would be better, but he never expected the guilt to spread so fiercely. Still, the plan was close to succeeding. Now he only had to make Professor Damian Gray open his mouth. Pharaoh was doubtful. What if Professor Damian Gray still refused to speak? What if he really was a man carrying the myriad forms dragon's heart, and the boy's story meant nothing to him? He was slightly surprised by Pharaoh's theory, but if that happened, he would kill the professor without hesitation. Even so, he denied that possibility. It would not happen, though Pharaoh still could not fully trust it. He believed that because Professor Damian Gray carried far too much guilt to become a truly evil man. Just as he predicted, after he left, Professor Damian Gray sank into pain. The teacher kept apologizing, telling himself he was not worthy. Another peaceful morning came to the academy, and many days had passed since that conversation. Yet even now, Professor Damian Gray had made no move. The waiting had gone on far too long. He thought everything would come to light sooner or later, but first he had to prepare a way to deal with it. At present, the maximum limit was only 4 blocks. Although testing and using the subspace was now possible, he still was not strong enough to face the Thunder Flash Dragon. Pharaoh wondered whether Zhuang Chunchi's reports had mentioned the subspace. As he stepped into the subspace, he explained, one part of the heavenly spirit was a private spatial domain reserved for the hair. He drew his sword. In his previous life, his older brother had freely controlled massive amounts of energy through this place. This was also the power he needed most right now. Pharaoh asked whether it could be used for defense in an emergency. He was not sure, but it was probably possible. While they were talking, a loud shout rang out. "I told you not to take it off." The sound immediately pulled his attention in that direction. It turned out Leon was scolding Balaxtoros for refusing to wear a shirt while exercising, while she was flustered because she could not take hers off like he did. Seeing that, he asked if they were arguing again. Leon replied that she was practicing grappling, but the person beside her kept giving off an awful smell. After being called stinky, Balaxtoros immediately argued back, saying no one around here was complaining. Hennis Hapulia, who had been lying with a book over her face, had to lift it away to speak. She even had to use a nose clip just to endure the odor coming from Balaxtoros. And when he delivered one more killing blow with his words, Balaxtoros finally lowered his head in wounded defeat and admitted it. After that, he generously used a bit of magic on Balaxtoros to reduce the unpleasant smell. Hennis Hapulia was rather surprised to see it. She had no idea when he had learned spirit arts. He only said he had learned it recently, then told everyone to break it up, stop arguing, and go do their own work. Hearing that, Leon asked if he had told them to come here for training, only to refuse to help them. He turned away coldly, refusing and saying they could do it next time, because he also had personal training to handle now. Leon muttered sulkily that he still would not give a clear answer, and she had no idea what he was so busy with. Hearing Leon's complaint, Hennis Hapulia was surprised. She had absolutely no idea what Leon was talking about. Leon began wrestling with herself, unsure whether she should tell him the truth or keep it buried. But if she said it out loud, it would be unbearably embarrassing. In the end, she gathered every bit of courage and admitted that she had confessed her feelings to him. Hennis Hapulia was so shocked he could hardly believe his ears, as if he had misheard her completely. Leon stepped closer to Hennis Hapulia and firmly repeated that she had said she liked him. She shouted so loudly that even he, already walking away, froze in his tracks. Seeing him and Balakstoros both turn back to stare, Leon hurriedly waved them off and told them to just leave already. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside drew all four of their attention. Leon spoke first, suspecting it came from out there, and Balakstoros thought the same. In the end, the three curious ones, Leon, Hennis, Hapulia, and Balakstoros, followed him and secretly hid behind the door to watch what was happening outside. Brett was bullying a classmate, sneering that even after taking such a beating, the guy still wanted to act tough. Parfin showed no fear. He gritted his teeth and demanded that Brett apologize. Watching from this side, Leon still had no idea who that person was. Luckily, Hennis Hapulia, who seemed to know everything, immediately explained it to her. Balakstoros turned and asked if he was not going to do anything. He casually refused, saying it was just a bunch of reckless kids fighting as part of growing up. He was about to ignore it when he suddenly heard his own name. The bullied student shouted, demanding that Brett apologize to him for badmouthing him. Parfin supported his trembling body and continued, saying that he was his rival. Those guys had no right to insult him with such filthy words. Before he could even finish, Brett slammed another blow into Parfin. The punch was so heavy that Parfin was sent flying, then crashed hard onto the ground once again. Brett rubbed his wrist and curled his lip in contempt. Oh, so you know each other. Who would have thought a beggar orphan could actually win? Parfin still refused to give up. Even with his collar seized, he would not yield and kept demanding that Brett apologize. Brett had not expected this guy to be so stubborn, or to dare speak to him so bluntly. He decided he would make Parfin come to his senses, and cure him of that habit of acting arrogant toward his seniors. Just as Brett was about to strike, a hand suddenly reached out and stopped him with ease. His attack was restrained as if it weighed nothing, leaving Brett stunned. He smiled at Brett and said he was the beggar orphan Brett had just mentioned. Right after that, he moved like lightning and gave Brett a face-flipping punch that could have warped his face ID. He started beating Brett black and blue. Brett screamed miserably, but absolutely no one stepped out to save him. Parfin witnessed that hero-like intervention and was deeply moved, never expecting him to stand up for him. Balakstoros praised Parfin for taking hits pretty well, saying he was qualified to be his friend. Hennis Hapulia immediately objected, saying friend was a stretch. Punching bag was more like it. After getting properly handled by him, the three bullies now had to kneel in place, with both hands raised over their heads. He asked coldly, since they were not gangsters, why were they bullying a kid, insulting him, and planning to hit him too? Seeing his expression, even Leon was not sure who looked more like a gangster. One of them boldly pointed at the whole group and confessed that they had called him a rude, insolent bastard. After hearing that, Leon felt it was not exactly wrong. Balakstoros and Hennis Hapulia silently admitted it too. He would not allow them to laugh at him like that. Even if he was a bastard, he was still a bastard with morals. The three bullies nodded in fear and even flattered him, saying the professors always praised him highly. Good. Since you know how to behave, why did you still do something like this? The three looked at one another for a while, then began telling him the whole story. Brett said he had heard that a first-year student had spoken and acted violently toward the student council president. When Hennis Hapulia heard the student council president mentioned, he was confused, wondering why a first-year would dare do that to the president. At the same time, in his private office, Jeremy Duville had probably already guessed what was happening. He was certain the protagonist would come looking for him. It just seemed to be taking a little longer than expected. He was stopped outside, and the guard at the door asked why he had come to the student council office. Ruth Donatos did not bother answering and coldly shoved aside the people blocking his path. The protagonist swaggered straight into the room. Seeing that she could not stop him, the girl had no choice but to return and tell Jeremy Duville that he insisted on barging in. Jeremy Duville instantly put on a fake gentlemanly air and said it was fine, since this young man was his guest anyway. He gave a faint smile and politely pretended that he had arrived later than expected, but sit down first. The protagonist did not sit at all. He kicked the chair and sent it flying more than 10 meters, making Jeremy Duville freeze for a moment. He said coldly, cutting straight to the point, enough with the nonsense. Why did you call me here? Jeremy Duville did not answer right away. He held his head, acting distressed over a treasured item from his student days being smashed. The protagonist could not have cared less. What he wanted to know was why Jeremy Duville had ordered that bastard Brett to curse him. Jeremy Duville laughed falsely and said he was misunderstanding things, and that he would never do such a thing. It was true he had complained to Brett a little, but the protagonist had also spoken far too harshly that day. He planted both hands on the desk and asked Jeremy Duville directly if he wanted an apology. Jeremy stayed calm and replied that he only wanted to have a conversation with him. The protagonist clenched his fist, unable to accept this warped way of starting a conversation, but since he had already come, he told him to say whatever he had to say. Hearing that, Jeremy Duville deliberately sighed and put on a weary expression. Then he asked whether the protagonist had been contacting Professor Damien quite often lately. He reminded him that he had warned him Professor Damien Gray was extremely dangerous, so why was the protagonist still associating with that man? After hearing that, he mocked him, asking asking if Jeremy Duville had ever said such a thing, because he could not remember it at all. Jeremy Duville continued, in that falsely gentle voice, saying the protagonist was so hot-tempered, and clearly still did not fully understand Professor Damian Gray. Without letting him ramble on, he cut him off at once, asking if it was not because Professor Damian Gray carried the heart of the myriad-form dragon. Jeremy Duville had not expected him to know that and still keep in contact with Damian Gray. At last, he sprang to his feet. He remembered that the protagonist was the Hair to the Sky observation art, so he must have heard it from the immortal heavenly sword. He turned his face away, unable to understand why the protagonist would side with Damian Gray after knowing the truth. Then he turned back with an impeccably polite smile that was almost disgusting. "Ah, I understand now. The immortal heavenly sword must have told you to report immediately if you discovered any threat, right?" The more the protagonist listened, the more Jeremy Duville irritated him, especially that tone as if he held the entire truth in his hands. He continued, saying of course the immortal heavenly sword would be the one to deal with him directly, so he had probably only told the protagonist to monitor him. That was why he was stuck in the middle like this. He stepped close to Jeremy Duville. He knew what Jeremy was thinking, but this time Jeremy was completely wrong. Professor Damian Gray would not die according to the script Jeremy wanted. The protagonist brushed past him coldly and declared with absolute certainty that he would make sure of it, causing fear to begin creeping into Jeremy Duville's eyes. At the same time, in Professor Damian Gray's room, the professor decided he could no longer avoid it. It was time to tell the protagonist the whole truth. Confessing that the heart of the myriad-form dragon was inside his body was an incredibly heavy choice. Not only that, he also had to explain exactly why he possessed the heart of that fantasy monster. His memories carried him back to his childhood. That day had been ordinary like any other, and he was asking his grandfather which book would be read to him. Before him were two choices: The Devil Beyond the Mountain Ranges and The Primordial War of the Gods. He chose the story about the dragon slayer because when he grew up, he also wanted to become a mighty dragon slayer like his grandfather. Professor Damian Gray's warmest memory was the rich aroma of coffee and his grandfather's large hand gently patting his head. His parents had both been dragon slayers and had died when he was young, so the one who raised him was his grandfather. Thanks to his grandfather's tireless devotion, Professor Damian Gray never felt unfortunate for lacking his parents. He grew up with pride in that family. He once believed with certainty that he too would become a dragon slayer worthy of pride. But the mana hypersensitivity illness that Professor Damian Gray suffered from that year crushed everything. It was a rare disease that made the body react violently to mana, the source of life in the magical world. As long as the mana in his body flowed slowly with its natural rhythm, tearing pain crashed over him as if it would grind him to pieces. Even after seeing countless doctors and gifted mages, Professor Damian Gray remained bedridden, barely surviving without a shred of hope. It lasted so long that he almost forgot what the sky outside looked like. Then, on a night of fierce wind and rain, Professor Damian Gray's grandfather suddenly returned from somewhere. At that time, he lay motionless on his sickbed, trying to look toward the old man as he softly called, "Grandpa." He could not understand why his grandfather had gone outside in such horrific weather. Suddenly, Professor Damian Gray's grandfather asked him if he wanted to keep living. Hearing that question, he nodded at once. Who would not want to live when his heart was still full of dreams he had never reached? After that, the old man slipped a hand inside his coat, as if searching for something he had hidden very carefully. He pulled out a terrifying purple lump, then told Professor Damian Gray to swallow it quickly. Its warped shape and unnatural color made Professor Damian Gray ask in panic what it was. But his grandfather did not answer. He only repeated coldly that Damian had to swallow it, and then everything would be all right. Right after that, he forcefully squeezed Professor Damian Gray's mouth open. He shoved the heart of the myriad-form dragon into Damian's mouth. Damian thrashed and resisted, but he was completely powerless. How could a child overpower an adult, especially when illness had already eaten away at his body? As his grandfather forced him to swallow it, he kept apologizing to Professor Damian Gray again and again. Perhaps the old man had no other choice. To save his only grandson, he had to commit that cruel act. That memory surged back, leaving Professor Damian Gray in so much pain and terror that he could barely breathe. He murmured that his grandfather had done nothing wrong, that he only wanted to save his grandson. If anyone deserved blame, it was Damian, because he had unknowingly borrowed the heart of the myriad-form dragon, causing countless lives to fall just to prolong his own existence. Professor Damian Gray began apologizing without end, repeating the words, "I'm sorry," like a curse that would never stop. And in the end, Professor Damian Gray gathered all his courage and told the protagonist everything. He heard the whole truth about the heart of the myriad-form dragon that existed inside his teacher's body. In the alchemy club office, inside Magic Research Building B, Hennis Hapulia buried her face on the desk, her mind in chaos because of Len's words. Somehow, she had already confessed to the protagonist. Suddenly, someone kept calling her name, pulling Hennis Hapulia out of her tangled thoughts. Her senior asked whether Hennis Hapulia had training today. Normally she always left 30 minutes early so she could meet Liana Chonica. Hennis Hapulia rubbed her forehead and sighed, saying too many things were weighing on her mind, so she probably could not focus on practice today. Because of that, Liana Chonica told Hennis Hapulia it would be better to take the day off, instead of wasting her energy for nothing. When Hennis Hapulia said she was worried, her senior assumed she was troubled about persuading more alchemy club members to join the special event. Hennis Hapulia propped up her chin and asked if her senior was not already busy writing her graduation thesis. Usually, only one of 2 students graduated each year, so she had to be under a lot of pressure. Her senior still did not understand. If it was not about the festival, then what exactly was troubling Hennis Hapulia? In the end, Hennis Hapulia finally voiced her fear. She was afraid that if the protagonist got a girlfriend, he would stop hanging out with her, and just thinking about it made her so upset she could not sleep. Her senior finally understood that Hennis Hapulia was trapped in a matter of the heart. Her senior immediately teased her, asking if that was really just simple friendship. In her opinion, Hennis Hapulia simply had not realized her true feelings yet. The two of them were deep in conversation when an unexpected voice rang out, cutting straight through the mood. The protagonist suddenly appeared and asked if this was the alchemy club. Hennis Hapulia jumped and shouted, asking why he had come here. The protagonist calmly replied that he was here to join the club, obviously. Her senior immediately realized this was the person Hennis Hapulia had been talking about all along, so the teasing look in her eyes grew even clearer. "Hurry up and go flirt with him already," she said, clearly enjoying the situation. After saying that, her senior left and handed the job of showing the protagonist around the club to Hennis Hapulia, deliberately giving the two of them time alone. The protagonist had already filled out the membership form and handed it to Hennis Hapulia. While she only found the whole situation so embarrassing that she wanted to explode, even so, she still accepted the form. His sudden appearance here left Hennis Hapulia so flustered she had no idea where to hide her face. Hennis Hapulia picked up the protagonist's form and read it. No alchemy experience, no knowledge of magic, reason for joining. To make medicine such as potions. It was certainly a unique reason. The protagonist did not understand what was so unique about it. When she heard him ask, Hennis Hapulia blushed, turned away, and told him to wait while she found the research notes. While he waited, the protagonist's gaze was drawn to a tall stack of books on the desk. He stepped closer, and the words "research on heat shock symptoms" immediately stopped him in his tracks. The protagonist remembered that mana was the power of the world, flowing through every living body. Even after centuries since its discovery, that elusive energy remained at the center of countless research topics. Because of that, many special mechanisms still existed that no one had been able to explain. The same was true for strange diseases that still had no complete answer even now. Heat shock was one of them. When a massive amount of mana was forced out beyond the body's tolerance, the patient developed a high fever and died. It was both similar to and different from Professor Damian Gray's condition, mana hypersensitivity. The protagonist remembered that in his previous life, Hennis Hapulia had spent her entire life researching a cure for her older sister Lila Hapulia's heat shock disease. And after years of relentless persistence, she finally discovered a way to save her. But everything came too late to save Lila Hapulia. She had not managed to hold on until the day Hennis Hapulia returned. 4 months after Lila Hapulia's death, Hennis Hapulia still had not recovered from the shock. She barely ate or drank, locking herself in her room and crying all day. Losing family was a pain that did not fade easily, but the leader's seat of the Blazing Flame Guild had been empty for too long, causing dissent to rise inside the organization. When the protagonist heard about it, he acted with cold, decisive precision. Balaxtoros did not understand what he was planning to do. The protagonist went straight to Hennis Hapulia's room. Without the slightest hesitation, he kicked her door open. Hennis Hapulia had collapsed on the bed where older sister Lila Hapulia had lain before she died. Seeing him suddenly appear, she coldly asked what he was doing there. The protagonist angrily scolded Hennis Hapulia, asking how long she intended to keep crying. She could not abandon her responsibilities to Blazing Flame and the Dragon Slayers, just because her sister had died. How long was she planning to give up on her revenge against the White Flame Empire, and on her identity as the heir of Blazing Flame? Hennis Hapulia was furious as the protagonist kept interrogating her. Through gritted teeth, she warned him that he had no right to say that, but the protagonist ignored her warning and continued digging directly into her wound, asking if she planned to run away to Mechia. Hennis Hapulia could no longer hold back her anger and immediately unleashed her ultimate technique to attack the protagonist. Lenia Selkit and Balaxtoros stood in the hallway, strangely calm. It seemed they had already predicted everything would turn out this way. Inside the room, Ruth Donatos had been beaten by Hennis Hapulia until he sat sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. Hennis Hapulia warned him in an icy voice that if he could not beat her, he should not be stupid enough to make her furious. The protagonist curled his lips and said that, because some hot-headed idiot kept crying all day, he only wanted to check whether she still had a brain in her head. Even so, she was still strong, and still qualified to stay on the team. So stop crying like a loser, and come back to us tomorrow. Hennis froze in place at those unexpected words. Right after that, she grabbed a notebook and smacked him hard on the head with it. And in the end, she laughed. It was her first smile after 4 long, suffocating months. Back in the present, Hennis discovered that the protagonist was reading her research materials, so she immediately snapped at him. He calmly replied that Hennis had left it open, almost like she wanted him to read it. Then he pretended to be innocent and asked why she was researching that disease. Hennis answered that precisely because it was an incurable disease. She had to find an answer. She thought all those famous pharmacists, doctors, and priests out there were useless. None of them had found a cure, while her older sister was living like a breathing corpse. Suddenly, the protagonist told her that it was not necessarily incurable. He had once seen patients who were cured. Hennis went dead silent when she heard that, then immediately demanded that he tell her everything he knew. Leon asked in a rush, was that true? Where had it happened? And how had they done it? The protagonist said he had once known a hot-tempered girl who also researched that medicine, but she had died, and he was not very skilled in alchemy, so he had only learned a little. He scratched his ear and said that if they found the right ingredients, refining the medicine would not be too difficult. If Hennis wanted to make it, he could help, but she had to buy the herbs for him, because the amount needed would be huge. Before he could even finish speaking, Hennis rushed forward and hugged him tightly. The protagonist went stiff with awkwardness, completely unsure where he should put his hands. Hennis held him tightly, tears brimming in her eyes, and choked out a heartfelt thank you from the bottom of her heart. This time, the protagonist did not push her away. He only prayed in silence that she would not be too late, the way she had been in his previous life. The late spring festival in Aratium opened as usual, pulling the whole city into a bright, roaring celebration. It was a major annual rite for Aratium and the entire kingdom, honoring the age when humanity began after the first dragon slayer sealed the 7 dragons. Because of that, outsiders were allowed into Aratium as well. Visitors from inside and beyond the empire poured in like waves, forming a vast sea of people. Only Leon sat alone in a corner, sulking because the main character had not gone to see the festival with her. Leon could not understand why he had been so busy lately. She did not think he was avoiding her, but even meeting him had become difficult. Leon was already gloomy by herself, and then Hennis suddenly appeared beside her. The 2 girls sighed at the same time. Then both of them jumped when they realized the other was there. Leon spoke first, asking why Hennis was wandering alone when the festival was this lively. Hennis stammered, sweat pouring down nonstop, and for a long while she could not give an answer. She had never expected to run into Leon here. Damn it, even though she had explained that hug the other day, facing her like this was still painfully awkward. Hennis ruffled her hair in frustration, wondering why she even had to explain anything to Leon. After thinking it over, she was not dating the main character or involved with him that way. After getting her thoughts tangled for a while, Hennis did not answer. Instead, she asked Leon why she was sitting there, and whether she had no friends. Leon denied it at once, saying she had plans with someone and was not here alone. Hennis sighed and said that was good for her then. As for Hennis, those guys had all ditched her, so now she had nobody to enjoy the festival with. Leon laughed, not expecting Hennis to admit so bluntly that she had come to the festival alone. In the end, Leon admitted she had lied too. The truth was she also had no friends to go around the festival with. Hennis stared at Leon as if judging something, thinking for a long time, but still not knowing what to say. At last, she said she was not so fragile, then allowed Leon to call her Hennis. Hennis folded her arms and said she and Leon had never liked each other. Even so, Leon was talented like her, so whether they liked it or not, the 2 of them would keep running into each other. Leon then praised Hennis frankly, making the girl think Leon was deliberately trying to pick a fight. Leon denied it at once. She looked straight at Hennis and said she was sincerely complimenting her. Hearing that, Hennis grew slightly embarrassed, unsure whether she should tell Leon everything. She was just about to open her mouth and explain when a figure suddenly appeared, cutting through the mood. Lanya Selkit walked up to Leon Hennis. She asked in a friendly voice what the 2 of them were doing here. Hennis answered her with an irritated look. Since morning, she had been running into one annoying thing after another. Seeing Hennis like that, Lanya turned to Leon instead and asked if she was a friend of the main character. Leon simply introduced herself by name, then asked who the person standing in front of her was. Lanya introduced herself as well, saying she was their senior. If they were friends of the main character, then they counted as her friends too. Hennis cut in and asked why Lanya had come here, since it surely was not just to chat. She suspected the main character had sent Lanya over. Asked so directly, Lanya froze for a moment, then quickly said he had not sent her. She had simply noticed the 2 of them stranded in the middle of the festival with no friends around, so she guessed they must have free time too. Hearing that, Hennis instantly blew up, asking who Lanya thought she was to talk to her like that. Leon had to hurry and step in to stop her. Hennis snapped that as the newcomer, Lanya should wake up. Did she not know the school was already calling their group a pack of lunatics? This group already stood out too much. With geniuses, a young lady from a weird family, that muscle maniac, the first-year student representative, and now someone grilling meat on the roof. Lanya told Hennis to lower her voice because everyone was staring. Meanwhile, Leon quietly thought her family was not that weird. Just when the commotion peaked, a calm, deep voice rang out and softened the whole scene. Balak Storos appeared in an outfit rich with tribal flair, then ordered Hines to lower her voice immediately. Hines did not understand why Balak was dressed so wildly, but that was the Storos family tradition. On every holiday, they went all out in their own style. Hines was still criticizing him when Parfin appeared, endlessly praising Balak's powerful physique. He excitedly bragged that 6 people had asked for photos and 8 had asked for autographs on his way here. Balak Storos, the god of muscle, the lord of muscle. Balak and Parfin quickly grew close, because the two had been training their muscles together, and talking about muscles for weeks. Leon could barely stand the heavy smell of sweat spreading through the air. Balak smiled with confidence and said we're gentlemen, and gentlemen must escort ladies. Since they had met here, they might as well go together. The 3 girls immediately left without the slightest hesitation. After they reached their destination and started eating pastries, Hennis began complaining again. She could not understand how that person could think that way. Hearing that, Leon asked Hines whether she was talking about the main character. Hines suspected he was gathering everyone to plan something, then deliberately distracting them over the past few days. He had even bought a lot of magic potions. The moment she mentioned magic potions, Hennis realized she had slipped up and immediately fell silent. Lainia lowered her head and asked if Hines was badmouthing the main character behind his back. She said if Hines called him a friend, she should not look down on him like that. Hines shot to her feet in anger and asked what Lainia knew. Was she planning to falsely accuse everyone around the main character? Unable to stand the noise anymore, Leon stood up and left. She needed to rest for a moment. On her way back, Leon began thinking over what Hennis had said. Maybe the main character really was pouring his effort into something. He had once told her that he had seen a terrible future. Perhaps even now he was preparing for that uncertain future. Leon did not want to stand in his way, but she only hoped he would not force himself to carry everything alone. At the same time, inside the alchemy club, the main character was tirelessly reading every related document in the room. After a difficult stretch of time, he finally finished reading everything. In the quiet room, he sat at the work table, weak lamplight falling over neatly stacked documents. He let out a soft sigh, his eyes relaxing after hours buried in research. At last, everything was complete. The main character looked down at the document lying on the table. Suddenly, the voice of Heavenly Spirit King Pharaoh rang out, carrying a hint of teasing mixed with reproach, saying he sure had studied for a long time. He frowned and replied that it was noisy. Who would have known he had to study this much? It felt like being forced to run non-stop inside the training system. The Heavenly Spirit King coldly mocked him, saying it was hard to understand how digesting that little knowledge could take several hours. The main character snapped back in his mind, telling him not to compare human intellect with the Heavenly Spirit King's, because this knowledge was not easy for him. Pharaoh casually agreed, then said that if he knew he was only human, he should understand his own limits even more clearly. Every word from the Heavenly Spirit King echoed like a meaningful warning, making the main character pause. He asked what the king meant, since he understood that well enough. Pharaoh only replied with a jab, calling him a weak human, a phrase that cut into his pride like a knife. Pharaoh went on, saying that even if he strengthened his body to raise his mana, his flesh still had limits. The action techniques and magic he was using were too much for an ordinary body. Then he asked how the main character had handled it in his previous life. The main character felt frustration rise inside him. He had no solution at all, and had simply let everything happen. Then he became a demigod, trapped between two worlds but never truly belonging to either. He remembered moments when his limbs trembled, his bones snapped, blood poured from his mouth, and pain pierced through his body. Yet even then, he fought extremely well, without hesitation and without concern. Pharaoh doubted it could be that simple, especially during the extreme moments when he unleashed his power. The king stressed that he had forced his senses past their limits, and that would surely leave side effects. The warning echoed in his mind. The main character coldly declared that even with side effects, the enemy before him was still a damned 7-colored dragon, a monster in dragon form. He knew betting his life might not be enough to win, yet pride and resolve still blazed fiercely. He kept thinking that back then, one of his eyes had gone blind, and his sense of taste had vanished too. Even after becoming a demigod, he could no longer feel pain. That loss was not only physical, it had hollowed out part of his humanity. The main character thought to himself that if he could wipe out every dragon in this world, without his older brother by his side, he would use any method necessary. That will burn like fire, driving his steps toward the door. Just as he reached the door, Pharaoh suddenly called him back, his voice echoing through the silent room. The main character turned his head, his gaze icy and sharp. He said that if going all out still was not enough, then there was still one reliable piece of power inside this body. As he walked, he thought to himself that, honestly, he was very curious too. Would killing every dragon in this world actually be the faster path? That thought thrilled him. When it flashed through his mind, he stopped for a moment, then climbed the stairs of a house with frightening resolve and eagerness. In the room, Zira D. Graham was sitting at a table, his face shocked when he saw the main character enter. His astonishment was obvious, as if he could not believe the boy had appeared here, and the air instantly tightened like a drawn bowstring. He continued walking inside, a cold thought ringing through his mind. Would letting himself become a corpse be faster? Zira D. Graham was a massacre incarnate, a man who had severed the necks of countless dragons and survived the campaign against the heavenly winged dragon. His name echoed across the other world like a living legend among hunters. Because of the wounds he suffered in that battle, he withdrew into the shadows, but his achievements were finally recognized, placing him in the headmaster's seat at Eratium Academy, the institution that trained the next generation of warriors. When he saw Ruth Donatos walk in, he narrowed his eyes and asked what the boy was doing there, his gaze both suspicious and probing. Ruth Donatos quietly clenched his heart. The heart of the heavenly winged dragon. Could this old man really have stolen that damn thing? Ruth Donatos stepped closer and calmly said he had only come to check on his health and apologize for his rudeness. He gave a faint smile, said he had always treated him as an honored guest, then asked if the anniversary celebration had been enjoyable. Ruth Donatos replied that it had not been fun at all, since too many things happened for him to look around. He shook his head and said that was no good, because even a dragon-slaying knight needed moments in youth when he could set his burdens down. The boy laughed when he heard the word youth, then answered coldly that he was not stupid enough to discuss adolescence in a crisis like this. He froze at the word crisis. His eyes darkened, as if he had just realized this meeting was no longer a harmless social greeting. Ruth Donatos said he had recently spoken quite a bit with Professor Damian Gray, for example, about how the academy director was that professor's maternal grandfather. Those words made his expression shift for an instant. He asked whether that child had truly revealed this matter. Ruth Donatos calmly nodded and said that was not all. The long-standing illness, the professor's unusual constitution, and secrets hidden for far too long were all starting to surface. Then he mentioned a certain special heart. The moment he heard it, the headmaster went rigid, his fist tightening on the desk as he growled, and asked what the boy had just said. The air froze solid. With one sentence, Ruth Donatos had touched the forbidden place the headmaster had always tried to bury. The boy smiled faintly, his voice thick with mockery, and asked if old age had made his hearing fail. Ruth Donatos stated clearly that he was talking about the heavenly winged dragon's heart, the one the headmaster had given to his grandson. The smile remained, but his eyes had turned cold as a blade. Enraged, the headmaster slammed the desk so hard that everything scattered. Killing intent erupted like a storm, and in that instant, he lunged straight for Ruth Donatos' throat. The boy watched the movement and thought, so now that there is no way to deny it, he plans to silence me with force. The headmaster clamped down on his throat with a hand like an iron vise. His breath choked off, but Ruth Donatos still stared directly into his eyes without blinking. The headmaster thought he had worn the face of a kindly man for far too long after retiring, but if disaster struck, he had never stopped preparing, and the great's word on his back was the answer. The headmaster said coldly that he had no idea what the boy was thinking, daring to say something like that to his face. He raised his sword, his gaze sharp as steel. His voice dropped into an icy tone as he asked whether Ruth Donatos had surely prepared himself to die here. Ruth Donatos did not step back. He only asked if the man truly wanted to become a headmaster who murdered his own student. At the same time, the boy drew his sword, his eyes unwavering. The headmaster growled that if he cut off the boy's arms and legs, that mouth would finally go quiet. Ruth Donatos laughed coldly and sighed. Arms and legs, how ridiculous. In that very instant, everything seemed to lose color. The headmaster's fury exploded, and he charged like a monster from a dungeon that just broken its chains. Under that terrifying pressure, the boy tightened his grip on his sword, feeling as if his entire body might split apart. A low-tier wind spirit art activated at once. He bit down on his cigarette, his mind calculating at high speed. If he jumped instead of blocking, that sword wind would tear his back apart instantly. He realized that dealing with a fourth-rank slaughterer was anything but simple. The old man's mana was on a different level, and every strike carried genuine destructive force. Seeing that, the headmaster growled, asking if Ruth Donatos was really using drugs in this space, and whether the boy truly intended to fight to the end. Ruth Donatos smiled and said he had come to announce that he would rip out the old man's grandson's heart, so of course he had prepared carefully. He thought that, either way, he was not the one directly holding back this monster. The headmaster froze when he heard the word announce. His confusion was instantly swallowed by rage, making the killing intent in the room grow even thicker. The boy could clearly feel the storm rising from the headmaster. The man's eyes burned red, as if one more heartbeat would be enough for him to crush everything. Just then, an appeared and said with a smile that his favorite student was a little rude. Every word he spoke poured more oil on the fire, and then he casually greeted the headmaster, saying it had been a long time. A few days earlier, and sat quietly on the grass, his eyes fixed on the peaceful city stretching beneath the sunlight, and sat amid the grass and thought that all of this was part of his plan, and smiled, a trace of mockery crossing his face, then said that his favorite student was actually far more generous than he looked, and went on calmly, saying that bastard was nothing more than a remnant of the heavenly winged dragon, and it seemed the other person still did not understand who he truly wanted to kill. An's eyes turned ice cold, as if reminding him that the target to destroy was the heavenly winged dragon, not Professor Damian Gray. Troublesome or not, he still had to enter this game for the greater goal. When he he heard the suggestion to treat it as his disciple's childish prank and immediately burst out laughing. The laugh rang out as if he had just heard something utterly absurd. Back in the present, and faced the headmaster and declared coldly that he could not understand how the man dared make such a demand for a heavenly sword sovereign like him, instead of finishing off the slaughterer. This mission was only about buying time. Ruth Donatos thought that there was absolutely no mistaking those razor-cold eyes, and looked at the headmaster, the corner of his mouth lifting, then quietly said it had been a long time. The headmaster answered calmly, implying that many people had sensed the unusual movements around here. He asked whether and had been watching the academy, and merely curled his lips and said the headmaster's words were both right and wrong, and glanced at Ruth Donatos and gave a faint smile, saying that Brad had indeed put together an interesting plan. He advised the headmaster to cooperate obediently, because that was the only way to keep his grandson alive. But the headmaster only scoffed with arrogance, answering with a mocking remark that all of it was nonsense. He said that if the heart was destroyed, Damian Gray would die, and the boy would suffer unimaginable pain. That was something he would never allow. The headmaster turned to Ruth Donatos and reminded him that he had once said if Damian Gray could not endure the day the heart was removed, he would kill him with his own hands. But Damian was still alive, so he asked if the boy meant to go back on his word. Ruth Donatos answered simply that he was not killing anyone. He was only taking the heart back. Those words stabbed straight into the headmaster's pride. He roared at the boy to shut up, his eyes flashing with violent hatred. Suddenly, and grabbed Ruth Donatos by the collar. The air grew even more suffocating as he tried to drag the boy back, and snapped at him not to make the situation worse, then asked why he always had to say such harsh things. Ruth Donatos explained that he only wanted to clarify the plan, and immediately objected, saying he could not stand the idea of letting a brat like him become the successor. Ruth Donatos admitted that the situation had grown too tense to handle with a lighter touch. His words sounded like a bell, warning that the breaking point was close, and sighed, understanding that if he wanted to keep everything from spiraling out of control, he had to act now. His job was to pin down the headmaster, while Ruth Donatos dealt with the heavenly winged dragon's heart. Ruth Donatos immediately agreed, telling Anne that he only needed to buy time and absolutely must not kill the headmaster. That was the true key to this match. The headmaster furiously declared that he would not hand anything over to them. His eyes blazed, his resolve as hard as steel, and smiled sarcastically and said those words sounded simple, but reality was not simple at all. Right after that, the two figures rushed at each other. Each collision struck violently, as if trying to tear open the very space of the battle, and thought with confidence that with the wind of the azure sky, nothing was impossible. Even before the headmaster's power, he did not waver at all. Meanwhile, the clash between the two sides continued to escalate to a suffocating degree. Every blow they unleashed was precise, heavy, and filled with killing intent. Neither one yielded even half a step. The clash of swords and the sound of air being ripped apart turned this place into a fragile boundary between life and death. Ruth Donatos stood outside with a calm expression and said softly that everything was still within expectations. He looked inside and thought of the iron-winged dragon Mei Ling, who had once been cruel to the bone. Even though she had been killed, this time, things did not seem that simple. Suddenly, Ruth Donatos froze, his gaze lifting upward. Unease surged through him, as if a fatal flaw had just appeared in his plan. The scene shifted to a crowded place, where hurried footsteps mixed with noisy laughter and conversation, in a narrow alley squeezed tight by rough walls. Damian Gray leaned back against the wall and kept slamming his head against it in despair. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed, letting the pain crash over him like a storm with no way out. The violent headache tore his clarity to pieces. Guilt filled his chest, especially after he had been told to end his own life like a cold sentence. Damian Gray thought that even after telling Ruth Donatos everything, the pain still had not disappeared. When it finally settled, he would have to stay as far away from people as possible. Jeremy Duville stepped into the alley, saw Damian Gray in that wretched state, and without the slightest hesitation spat out that he was disgusting. He continued mocking him, saying that ruined appearance suited this filthy alley perfectly, then asked whether Damian Gray still understood nothing. He insisted that even before becoming more pathetic, Damian Gray still had not realized the truth. But before he could finish speaking, a powerful hand had clamped around his throat, forcing him straight into the ice-cold wall behind him. The feeling of suffocation spread through his entire body. Jeremy Duville's eyes filled with panic as the contempt inside him was crushed into fear. Even while being strangled, Jeremy Duville still curled his mouth into a smile, looked at Damian Gray with contempt, and said that dying would still be better. In his eyes, Damian Gray was only a remnant of the heavenly winged dragon, a symbol of failure and disgrace that did not deserve to exist. Damian Gray tried to deny the monster label Jeremy Duville had forced on him, his voice trembling as he insisted that he was not like that. But Jeremy Duville coldly pointed at his miserable state, curled his lip, and asked what that form was supposed to be if not a monster. Damian Gray lowered his head and stared at the puddle beneath his feet. His blurred reflection looked weak and broken, while that accusation kept ringing like a sentence from a judge. He could not stop thinking about the cruel truth, wondering if he really wanted to live in disgrace until the day he became a symbol of evil. In the end, Damien Gray slowly let go of Jeremy Duville's throat. Jeremy Duville drew his knife and said that if Damien Gray was tired, he would lend him a hand. All he had to do was stand still, and the alley instantly turned cold with killing intent. Jeremy Duville insisted that this was the most correct choice. Damien Gray nodded, thinking that was enough for a murderer like him. He believed he was nothing but a monster who deserved to die, a thought rooted so deeply that it could no longer be erased. Damien Gray suddenly remembered the question the main character had once asked him, whether he wanted to live or not. Then Ruth Donato's voice echoed in his mind, telling him that if he truly felt guilty, then he should live properly. Those memories cut into his soul like blades. Between life and death, between atonement and escape, he was forced to choose. Damien Gray refused to leave his fate to someone else, and he immediately raised his hand to stop Jeremy Duville's knife. At that very moment, the power of the sky-shifting dragon inside him erupted violently. A blinding burst of purple light swept through the alley, forcing Jeremy Duville to narrow his eyes and step back. He silently cursed the damn monster standing right in front of him. The worst possible situation had finally happened. The moon high above slowly became stained as red as blood. It was the omen of the sky-shifting dragon's return. Purple light flashed, carrying destructive power that plunged the night into fear and chaos. Leon immediately sensed that something was wrong. She whipped her head around to check, as a sense of danger rose inside her like a chilling warning. Then, in the blink of an eye, a sudden storm rolled in. Violent winds swept through before anyone could react, and the atmosphere instantly fell into tension and chaos. The crowd panicked as a furious storm suddenly broke across the sky. They could not understand why rain was pouring down at a time like this, and it was even stranger, because the color of the rain was completely unnatural. This was absolutely no ordinary rain. Every drop was stained an eerie purple, filling everyone with unease and suspicion. Leon realized that what was falling was not simply rainwater, but mana leaking from some mysterious being. Its structure was distorted, unique, and so unpredictable that even she could not trace its source. Yet within that mana lingered something dreadful and heavy, making her heart sink under a terrible omen. Beneath the purple sky, a gigantic black hole slowly opened, like an abyssal maw trying to swallow everything and drag the air into suffocating pressure. She glanced at the sword case beside her and clenched her hand, her uneasy instincts preparing her for the disaster about to crash down. Under the eaves, civilians crowded together to avoid the rain and whispered about the bizarre phenomenon. A little girl trembled at the sight before her, then cried out for her father in panic, her voice cutting through the gloomy rain. Her father still thought the rain had eased, completely unaware that danger had already crept right up behind him. A black circle dropped onto the ground, and the little girl was the first to see it. Tears spilled from her eyes as she screamed for her father. The black circle twisted, then slowly transformed into savage wolves overflowing with killing intent. The monsters snapped their heads toward the father and daughter, their blood-red eyes freezing them both in terror. The father and daughter clung tightly to each other, trembling in fear of being torn apart at any moment. At the life or death instant she appeared, swinging her sword sideways to stop the wolves' fangs and claws. Her figure stood out in the storm, the blade in her hand flashing like the only flame tearing through the darkness. In a cold voice, she told the father and daughter to run immediately if they still wanted to live. Run as far as you can and do not look back. She urged everyone to leave the area, while she stayed behind to face the pack of black hounds. A blonde young man who witnessed the scene collapsed in fear, his face drained completely pale. She turned back and shouted at him to stop shaking and get up. "You are students from the academy, right?" She forced them to choose immediately, either stay and fight back, or flee from the battlefield. Right after that, all of them tightened their grip on their Donatos weapons. Bows, arrows, and swords were raised, ready to enter the battle. While one of the boys guided civilians along the evacuation route, the situation remained as tense as a drawn bowstring. The pink-haired girl pulled her bowstring taut and shouted a warning for everyone to be careful. An arrow tore through the wind, pierced straight into one wolf, and brought it down on the spot. She quietly realized that no matter how they were cut down, these black hounds would not be easy to destroy. She immediately shouted for everyone to duck. In the next instant, a violent explosion roared out, shaking the entire space. She understood that if their regeneration was this powerful, then the only way was to crush them before they had time to recover. The young man turned to his friend and asked if what they had just seen was really an iron sword. The whole group froze when they saw the wolves burned away, leaving nothing but ashes. If they could still regenerate after that, it would be absurd. Even giants did not possess such monstrous recovery. What kind of monsters were they really? She silently concluded that they were not demons, but fragments of mana separated from someone's will. Black rain, constantly shifting forms, and a terrifying power to devour. She suddenly understood that this was the sky-shifting dragon, and the place she needed to reach right now was Ruth Donatos' side. Before leaving, she told everyone to spread out and protect the civilians, while also moving the injured to safety. A blue-haired girl hurriedly reminded her to be careful up ahead. She saw the black mass in front of her slowly deforming, stretching into a pair of human legs. That grotesque transformation made the worry in her heart grow heavier by the second. She recalled what Ruth Donatos had once said. The sky-shifting dragon's heavenly transformation ability allowed it to create countless, simulated bodies of those it had devoured. The more its form changed, and the stronger the devoured target was, the more terrifying its power became. The black mass slowly took human shape, advancing toward her step by step with chilling pressure. She thought to herself that no matter what shape it took, its ending would still be the same, cut down by her own hand. The sky quickly darkened, and then a new black hole opened once again. The sight shook Ruth Donatos to his core, fear tightening around his mind as if the future were being bent toward a cruel end that could no longer be saved. Zira D. Galliamu was thrown into confusion as he sensed a horrific disaster closing in, and felt unease surge violently inside him, realizing that someone seemed to have acted before them and stolen the initiative. Ruth Donatos said he already knew who that person was, his gaze both resolute and heavy, and immediately declared that he would kill him, his killing intent flaring like fire. But Ruth Donatos quickly stopped him, coldly reminding him that no one was allowed to act outside the plan they had set. Around them, people were still making a commotion about searching for Damian Gray, the air thick with worry and doubt. But Ruth Donatos had already traced Damian Gray's trail, so he firmly announced that there was no need to search anymore. When he saw the sky-shifting dragon, and said in a low voice that it looked like the creature had come to them on its own, his eyes full of caution and suspicion. The sky-shifting dragon roared, the sound shaking space like thunder exploding across a battlefield. Zira D. Galliamu choked up as he called Damian Gray's name, the name of his grandson. The presence of the monster before him made the fear inside him burst open. He remembered what his daughter had once said, that although she was very angry, she had never hated him, because he had chosen the path of protecting the world, the path her mother once had to sacrifice herself for. She had begged him to promise that he would protect her son, Damian Gray, at all costs, no matter what happened. Zira D. Galliamu could not hold back his tears, his heart twisting before his daughter's final request, and the crushing weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Back in the present, he shed tears again, because in the end, he had still failed to protect anyone. Looking at the monster before him, the old man painfully realized that it was his own grandson, but that creature now had only the instinct to destroy, and it wanted to erase everything. It immediately charged straight toward the old man, as if he wanted to personally send the old man straight to the afterlife. Right after that, a horrifying explosion rang out. Purple mucus splattered everywhere, raining down across the ground. The sight left Zira D. Graham frozen in utter confusion. In the next instant, Ruth Donatos gripped his sword and shot forward. He threw himself into a decisive battle against the monster that had once been Damian Gray. Every slash from him tore through its body, leaving behind deep, vicious wounds. Seeing that, old Zira D. Graham hurried to stop him, his voice trembling with bitter desperation. He begged them not to kill Damian Gray, not to kill his grandson. Two surging forces collided with brutal intensity. The impact created a dense cloud of smoke, rolling across the entire battlefield. Everything around them was instantly swallowed by the smoke. Ruth Donatos' master N rushed in, angrily blocked him and shouted, "You damned brat, are you that desperate to die?" Ruth Donatos fired back, asking if they were supposed to just let Damian Gray kill himself. He could not stand there and watch it happen. Master N coldly retorted that all of this was the consequence Zira D. Graham had brought upon himself. Since the old man dared lay his hands on the heart of the heavenly fan dragon, he should have known a day of reckoning would come, even if it meant dying by the hands of his monstrous grandson. The king tightened his grip on the bloodstained sword and declared with finality that no one would die here. Hearing that, Master N asked if he was causing trouble again just to make him clean it up. Ruth Donatos answered plainly, yes, they only needed to deal with that heart. Master N had no choice but to agree, promising to follow Ruth Donatos' plan. After all, Damian Gray's dragonification was still continuing. His master also warned that the regeneration and that near Dragonman form would soon completely overtake the body. Once the process was finished, everything would be too late. Ruth Donatos said he understood that clearly, so he would have to leave the other side to Grandmaster N, and sighed, told him it would be best if they did not meet in the afterlife, and then both of them took their fighting stances. Ruth Donatos thought to himself that time had run out, and the moment to seize the final butcher had finally arrived. His gaze locked onto Damian Gray, as cold as a dragon stalking its prey before delivering the killing blow. Damian Gray let out a ferocious roar. The sound boomed like thunder tearing across the sky. Then he charged straight at Ruth Donatos, opening a brutal clash between two opposing powers. Ruth Donatos realized that even though the heavenly fan dragon had invaded him, this body still belonged to Professor Damian Gray, and his familiar fighting style remained. He was far too familiar with every one of the professor's attacks, so familiar that each movement felt like a song he had memorized. All he had to do was watch Damian Gray's fighting style. Ruth Donatos told himself that defending this much was enough, and now he had to aim straight for the real target. The battle grew more intense, and Donatos suddenly grasped the key point. He understood that defending too much was the mistake. The heart of the heavenly fan dragon was still in Damian Gray's neck, which meant it had not fully taken over the body. If he destroyed that heart, it would all end, and the heavenly fan dragon would lose its chance to resurrect. But if he did that, the host would suffer the same impact. Even so, Donatos quickly cast aside his hesitation, because he no longer had the right to waver. With that thought in mind, he tightened his grip on the Donatos aura and charged in with explosive power. The two sides continued trading blows, and their forces clashed violently once again. The pressure formed a gloomy space, heavy as black clouds smothering the battlefield. Suddenly, Donatos realized Damian Gray had just defended himself. He guessed that perhaps the host's consciousness still remained, which was why he had reacted that way. But he was still confident, because that much was still far too immature. He shouted at Jian Yin, saying he had better study more, each word ringing with confidence across the battlefield. Donatos instantly rushed in and drove a hammer-heavy punch straight into his face, leaving the opponent reeling in pain. He said coldly that with fists, blocking with sheer strength did not mean you could actually defend against them. That blow landed with precision, forcing blood from the monster's mouth. The protagonist calculated inwardly that if he kept handling it this way, the soul clinging to that body might be knocked right out. But the heavenly fan dragon's power suddenly erupted, and the young man understood clearly that this outburst would not save anything. He narrowed his eyes and studied the monster's attack rhythm, then realized he himself had begun taking wounds from him. The protagonist felt his opponent gradually sensing up with his combat techniques. The more that power invaded him, the more vicious, agile, and unpredictable his attacks became. He knew he had to end this battle quickly, before his opponent caused even more irreversible stupidity. Damian Gray spoke softly, the hunger surging after his long sleep making him even more restless and savage. Crimson moonlight shone over the gloomy scene, dyeing everything like blood, while he slowly turned his eyes toward the protagonist, standing on the ground. The monster spoke with deep satisfaction, as if the person before him were a perfect dinner freshly served. He hovered in midair, his whole body tensing as he prepared to unleash a new attack. The protagonist's confusion was obvious as he sensed Damian Gray's mana spike, but he still could not guess what was coming. A dark atmosphere covered the academy, while Damian Gray appeared with a savage face and dragon-like eyes. No different from a living nightmare, Damian Gray suddenly raised an entire forest of thorny vines, tightening the cage around the protagonist. Darkness covered the sky, turning the scene before him into a suffocating nightmare. The battle was pushed into an atmosphere stretched tight as a bowstring. The protagonist was shaken when he realized what Damian Gray had created was extreme sensation, a horrifying magic ranked among the truly dangerous. Even so, he immediately searched for a way out of the prison of razor-sharp thorns tightening little by little. In his mind, the protagonist hesitated briefly, not wanting to use the heaven-shifting sword because the mana cost would be too high. But resolve quickly overpowered doubt, and he instantly summoned a blazing surge of power before charging straight toward Damian Gray. That force erupted violently and tore apart the forest of thorns, but it also left a burning wound across the protagonist's face. Through their mental link, the system asked about his condition, and the protagonist answered that things were extremely bad. The system immediately explained that these thorns could absorb energy from those they devoured, and it was unbelievable that Damian Gray could use such terrifying magic before fully consuming his victims. The protagonist pulled a tube of medicine from his pocket and muttered that it was not surprising, since 10 years ago he had already swallowed hundreds of missing people. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured the entire tube of medicine over his head. Damian Gray frowned in irritation and growled that dealing with a human, something he saw only as food, was truly annoying. Anger rose inside the protagonist as Damian Gray openly treated him like a difficult meal to swallow. Ignoring that fury, Damian Gray raised his razor claws and lunged forward, roaring that he would devour him whole. The battle between the two enemies erupted again, thundering through the dark night. Witnessing his power, the protagonist could not help being shocked. In such a short time, Damian Gray's movements had become unbelievably refined, and the heavenly fan dragon's transformation ability truly exceeded every earlier prediction. As the two sides clashed fiercely, the protagonist suddenly understood why the headmaster had stolen the heavenly fan dragon's heart. That very power had overcome mana hypersensitivity, bringing the host's body close to a perfect state. However, he also realized that Professor Damian Gray's abilities had long since surpassed ordinary limits. Carrying that thought, the protagonist charged forward without hesitation, telling himself that this realm had already been closed off in his previous life, then unleashed a fierce attack on Damian Gray. The strike landed, making Damian Gray groan in pain. His eyes flared, filled with hatred and killing intent. Immediately after, a violent green power surged around him once again. The sky grew darker and darker, blackness covering the space as the fight was pushed to a suffocating limit. The protagonist understood that even if he used the heaven-shifting sword to block it, he would have a hard time withstanding the high-level spell suddenly bearing down on him. In that life or death instant, an idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he needed to unleash a truly powerful strike. Standing tall in the middle of the battlefield, the protagonist prepared to receive everything. In his mind, the words of the professor who once teased him echoed again, saying his spear skill was nearly perfect, and that realm had to be proven through real combat. As his supervising professor, he had once promised to help him unlock the power of a skill called Thunderstrike Spear. Those memories surfaced one after another in the protagonist's mind. They burned like a blazing fire, giving him the strength and resolve not to take a single step back. Feeling energy surge through his body, the protagonist formed a key seal in his palm, channeling all that power into the spear as he prepared to throw Thunderstrike Spear. He focused on sensing every stream of energy racing along the shaft, then made the decision to launch it. The moment the spear left his hand, it carried a strange force with it, like a bolt of lightning tearing through space itself. Elsewhere, Balak sensed an extremely terrifying surge of power. The disciple beside him anxiously asked if his master recognized the pressure of the black abyss being drawn toward them. Balak spun around in shock, saw a black abyss before him, and punched it straight in the face without hesitation. Thinking something this weak could never have scarred Storos, his disciple saw it and lit up with pride. Hennis Hapulia raised a ring of fire, flames flaring brilliantly in the air. Furious, she shouted for everyone to stop standing around and block those dog-like things, because if they all left the academy, the village would collapse. Lenya Selkit stood beside her, pulling Ren Nastia into the air to create ice, then calmly said they were not dog-like things, they were literally dogs. Hearing that, Hennis Hapulia got even angrier and yelled that she knew, but the Blackhounds kept charging in while that guy was fighting too slowly, and this was supposed to be hunting. Lenya Selkit asked in surprise, hunting, then stepped forward toward the Blackhounds rampaging wildly. Seeing that, Hennis Hapulia panicked and asked what Lenya Selkit thought she was doing, while the crazed pack of Blackhounds charged straight at her. Hennis Hapulia kept calling Lenya Selkit's name in worry as she watched her senior fall into danger. Lenya Selkit immediately unleashed a mystical ice technique, freezing every Blackhound in the blink of an eye. The sight left everyone nearby stunned speechless. Once she was done, Lenya Selkit turned back and announced that she had gathered them together, so now they only needed to finish them off. Hennis Hapulia angrily pointed at Lenya Selkit and told her to kill them herself. Lenya Selkit casually replied that she did not want to because she had just used up all her mana. Hennis Hapulia called her an idiot, but Lenya Selkit insisted her part was done. Helpless, Hennis Hapulia wondered how a third circle mage like Lenya Selkit could possibly wipe out all these Blackhounds alone. But right after that, an idea flashed through her mind. What if she used multiple first circle spells in rapid succession? Once she thought of it, she acted at once, raising a fire circle and announcing that the coordinates had been locked. A thunderous explosion erupted and flames instantly swallowed the area ahead. Scores of Blackhounds were burned to ash in the sea of fire. However, there were far too many of them. Hennis Hapulia could not wipe them all out, and in the end, she dropped down in exhaustion. Lenya Selkit complained that she had already grouped them up, yet Hennis Hapulia still failed to handle them. Hennis Hapulia snapped back, telling her to shut up, because the Blackhounds were not just standing still. Suddenly, Balak appeared with bulging muscles, calmly telling the two of them to take their time recovering mana, and he would handle the rest. Hennis Hapulia immediately objected, asking why he was only showing off now when he had done nothing earlier. Balak disciple defended him at once, explaining that his master had only watched from behind, so the two of them could concentrate. Then he continued saying Balak should rest and leave the rest to his disciple. But at that very moment, a stronger monster suddenly appeared and sent the disciple flying. Balak had not even sensed it in time. The monster's technique was too swift and clean, and its shocking speed and power left him shaken. The two sides charged straight at each other, and Balak realized this opponent was also a Musteros. The battlefield instantly grew tense as two mighty forces collided, dragging everyone into a suffocating sense of suspense and brutality. The instant he recognized the nature of the bastard before him, their fists collided in the next breath, creating a massive explosion. Balak was forced back, assessing the impact while sensing an ancient mana source, terrifyingly complete. The purple freak raised his fist again and shot straight toward Balak like an arrow. A storm of rapid punches hammered in, forcing Balak to retreat and defend, leaving him no opening to counterattack. Balak was beaten until blood sprayed from his mouth, and only one thought remained in his head. The gap in power was overwhelming. At that moment, the purple freak clenched his fist, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Right after that, he swung his leg high, aiming straight for Balak head as if the fight had already ended in Balak's defeat. Balak gritted his teeth and crossed both arms to block that terrifying kick, but the crushing pressure still came crashing down. He clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with an unyielding will. The other one continued by throwing a powerful punch straight at him. Balak also raised his own fist, preparing to strike back. Suddenly, a foot appeared between them, along with a shout ordering both of them to back off. One of the girl's hands stopped the punch from the purple freak cold. Her other hand blocked Balak punch at the same time, he stared in shock, realizing the girl who had just appeared was Claire Mason. The girl angrily corrected him, saying he should call her Professor Claire Mason. Immediately after, Professor Claire Mason used her strength to fling the purple freak away, making the monster dissolve into white smoke, while casually calling Balakstoros a useless brat. Then Claire Mason lightly tapped Balakstoros' solid chest and told him to look at the situation, always make the right judgment, and she had said many times that physical strength alone was not enough. After that, Claire Mason turned and asked if everyone else was alright. Hennispulia replied that they were fine, but the monsters were not finished yet. The purple monster was reforming from the slime, and his face gradually emerged once again. The slime in front of them kept increasing, continuously gathering into large masses. They split apart at incredible speed, their numbers rising until, in the blink of an eye, they had become 5. Professor Claire Mason did not flinch at all. She closed her eyes, clapped her hands together, and smiled confidently, saying they had only increased their numbers, so there was nothing to fear. For this professor, it would only take a few seconds to deal with them, but right then, a wave of sword ki suddenly slashed across the battlefield. Professor Daniel Gold appeared, anxiously asking if everyone was all right. Beside him, Professor Claire Mason shouted angrily that he should not cut in like that. Seeing Professor Daniel Gold, Hennis Hapulia was visibly delighted and quickly asked him what had happened to the others. Before she could finish, a squad of sword-wielding knights rushed in, and their commander shouted that there was no need to worry, because Black Orchid, the Royal Knight Order, had arrived at the academy and everything would be resolved at once. Professor Daniel Gold turned warmly to Hennis Hapulia and said that they had worked hard protecting the civilians, so from now on, they should leave everything to the teachers. One person pointed his sword toward the ground and shouted, "Hold on, Daniel Gold." That call instantly drew the attention of the other 3. The newcomer was Levin Adelph, captain of the Black Wolf Knights. He said coldly, "These are nothing but low-grade monsters. You did not summon the Black Wolf Knights just because of this thousand-change dragon, did you?" Professor Daniel Gold helped a student stand and quickly explained, "The main body of the thousand-change dragon is somewhere else. These are only minions it released." Behind him, Balakstoros was also carrying a student on his shoulder, with Professor Key beside him. Levin Adelph turned away, one hand on his hip in arrogance. "Enough. We did not come here just to catch a few stray dogs." He was about to bring up the honor of the royal family, saying that if he did not see the true body of the thousand-change dragon with his own eyes, then, at that instant, a streak of blood suddenly splattered across his face. Leon cut him off coldly. "The situation is extremely urgent. Talking about honor right now is heartless, my lord." She had just swung her sword to cut down a monster, and the blade was still soaked in blood. Levin Adelph flew into a rage and wiped away what had splashed onto his face. He looked closely, his gaze darkening. "This is..." Ignoring his fury, Leon walked past him and lightly bumped his shoulder aside. "Move, you are blocking my path." Hearing that, Levin Elf immediately ground his teeth. He roared and called her an arrogant brat, then reached out to grab Leon. But before he could touch her, his wrist was caught by another hand. It was Professor Daniel Gold's hand. He frowned, his voice lowering. "Do not touch our student." Like she said, the situation is urgent. Behind him, Professor Claire Mason was also staring him down. Levin Edelf violently shook off Professor Daniel Gold's hand and issued a threat. "Once the situation is under control, you had better prepare yourselves." He turned toward the knights and shouted, "All units fight. Wipe out everything still in front of us." At the same time, panicked voices rang out. "Professor, someone is injured over here. Take everyone out of Mana down to the shelter." A violent explosion rang out. Daniel Gold and Claire Mason instantly recognized that the sound came from the North Tower, where the dean's office was located. Hennis Hapulia was so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground. One explosion after another thundered out, each one louder than the last, plunging the whole group into extreme unease. On the other side, Ruth Donatos tightened his grip on his sword, his other hand clenched into a fist. "No matter how much resentment you carry, today it ends here." As soon as he finished speaking, the protagonist poured all his strength into a sword slash. The thousand-change dragon realized in horror that it could not dodge, because the spear was still buried deep in its chest. In that moment, countless memories flashed through its mind: death, destruction, termination, the end. "I don't want to die." Right after that scream, a terrifying explosion erupted, blasting the main character far away. The force of the blast made him cough blood in midair. Standing in front of the thousand-formed dragon was Headmaster Giro de Graham. In despair, he called out his grandson's name, Damien Gray. He roared, "I will protect you at any cost. As long as you..." At the same time, from the other side of the battlefield, a figure charged in. It was Anne, running as he shouted, "You still haven't finished this, you idiot." Headmaster Giro de Graham froze in place, his eyes on his grandson's face. His voice softened as he called Damien Gray. Then he dropped to his knees, trembling as he said, I will protect you, my child." He reached out and touched Damien Gray's face, his voice choking up. "I will do anything as long as you..." The thousand-formed dragon, still wearing Damien Gray's form, also shed tears and called out in a shaking voice, "Grandfather." But the very next moment, a twisted smile spread across its face. A booming laugh rang out, and its razor-sharp claws suddenly reached forward. It opened its jagged mouth, sank its teeth into the headmaster's arm, and mocked him. "Humans really are fools. seeing that and lost control and instantly swung his sword as he rushed in. Die! But the headmaster slashed once, raising a barrier to shield his grandchild. The two seemed to stand shoulder to shoulder against Anne. Furious, she cursed, "You failed bastard. You're only dragging this out again and again." Meanwhile, the thousand-formed dragon had already devoured the headmaster down to his last fingers. It even laughed shamelessly. "You put yourself in my mouth." Recharged by the headmaster's energy, the thousand-formed dragon grew visibly stronger, and at some point, it had pulled the spear from its chest. It sighed smugly. "That feels amazing. Centuries have passed, and humans are still this stupid. This body is immortal." Then it clutched its face and muttered, "Even so, I'm still missing something. Something easier to eat, tastier, fresher." Right after that, its gaze locked onto him. He forced himself to sit up after being blown away, rubbed his head, and gritted his teeth. "Just 2 hits, and I'm already about to lose my mind." A voice rang out. "The potion." He planted a hand on the ground to brace himself and answered firmly, "No. I've already done everything I needed to." The thousand-formed dragon spread its wings and shot toward him. "You feel like you've already lost, don't you?" It raised a hand full of icy, razor claws and tore through the air, attacking him head-on. He sprang back fast, dodging the first strike, then shouted, "You're attacking me without using aura. You think recovering a little is enough." Right after that, the second blow came crashing in. He raised a mana shield to block it, but this time it was clearly far harder. The attack was simpler, yet the pressure behind it was much more terrifying. That last wound had widened the gap in power between them. Suddenly, tears spilled down his face, as if something buried deep inside him had just been touched. Furious, he swung his sword to block the attack, grinding his teeth as he growled, "Say that again." He thought that if he had enough power and stamina, he would have already won this fight. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt. If this body were fully healthy, then his fist began to tremble. "If I could regain the strength I had in my previous life, if the person standing here right now," his older brother's back flashed through his mind. "If that person wasn't me, but him." But he quickly regained his composure and scolded himself. "What kind of pathetic excuse am I making? One strike is enough." He swung his sword, carving out a cold, razor-sharp slash. The blade reached the thousand-formed dragon's neck, but it only left a few shallow cuts. The creature smirked arrogantly. "So what? Whether in speed, strength, or stamina, this body was superior in every way. But so what?" He kept charging in and attacking without pause, but every slash was almost completely useless. Instead, his own body was the one being torn apart piece by piece. Anger blazed in his eyes, and in that instant, the main character suddenly understood something. He remembered what Leon once told him. "You're relying too much on your senses. Can you stop depending on your eyes and try looking farther into the future?" Back then, he had answered, "I'm not a genius like you. I don't have an innate physique, and even the environment I grew in was complete garbage." Purple streams of mana were rushing toward him like blades in the dark. Back then, he had not been able to see it. But now, he was surrounded by dense bolts of lightning. Muscle tension, muscle release, impact force, and the direction of the mana flow. Unconscious habits. The body's center of gravity. Leon had definitely meant these things. Not mere speed or movement, but the mechanics operating behind them. Thinking that, he tightened his grip on the sword and began pouring every ounce of strength into the blade. The instant an opening appeared, he clenched his teeth hard. A sword strike cut through. At last, that slash landed on the thousand-formed dragon's abdomen, making the veins bulge on its neck from pain. He felt as if every muscle fiber in his body was being ripped to shreds. His body had reached its limit. At the same time, the thousand-formed dragon spread its wings wide, and massive chains appeared around it. The chains began wrapping around him, but the main character did not flinch. His eyes stayed fixed straight ahead, his teeth clenched with determination. As long as he still had the strength to hold a sword, he would not stop, even as the chains tightened around his body. The blade thrust upward, sending blood spraying through the air. "This time, I did it." He had driven his sword straight into the thousand-formed dragon's chest. He frowned, his gaze cold as ice, and kept gripping the hilt tightly, pushing it even deeper. The thousand-formed dragon doubled over in agony, blood pouring from its mouth. He immediately pulled the sword out, his gaze unwavering, then gripped the hilt with both hands once again. A horizontal slash tore across it, nearly splitting the thousand-formed dragon in two. It screamed in unbearable pain. He froze as if he had just realized something was wrong. The sword in his hand had returned to normal, with not a trace of mana left around it. The arms, reinforced by power, had also lost their light completely. As the blade approached the thousand-formed dragon's heart, it suddenly stopped, unable to pierce any deeper. He realized in shock that the heavenly spirit's mana had been completely drained. Even though his strength had hit rock bottom, he still gripped the sword hilt tightly and refused to let go. Professor Daniel Gold, Professor Claire Mason, and Leon quickly rushed to the scene. Leon stopped short, panting. "The North, it has to be him." Her gaze grew resolute as she looked straight toward the main character. He realized it too and glanced toward Leon. Both he and the thousand-formed dragon were collapsing to their knees, but he still clutched the sword embedded in the monster's body. Leon called his name, her voice full of worry. She remembered once asking him, "Aren't you scared?" Back then, he had not answered, only asked back, "Scared? Scared of those dragons from that time?" Leon had answered then, "I'm not afraid of dragons. I'm only afraid of the people close to me getting hurt or disappearing." Back in the present, the sight before her was him facing deadly danger all alone. Fear tightened around Leon's heart, making her scream his name. All she received in response was a gaze so determined it sent a chill through her. He signaled for Leon to stay still and not come any closer. Leon tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, desperate to rush to his side. He gritted his teeth and forced the sword deeper into the thousand-formed dragon. At that moment, it slumped onto his shoulder and bit down, tearing out a huge chunk. Blood sprayed from his shoulder, staining that whole part of his clothes red. A deep chunk had been torn from his shoulder, and the pain drove him to his knees. "Are you still alive?" Pharaoh asked in panic. He pressed a hand over the bleeding wound on his shoulder and smirked. "Probably." Seeing that, Pharaoh went on. "You're completely battered. Good thing it bit your arm and not your neck." Staring straight at the thousand-formed dragon before him, Ruth Donatos confirmed in an icy voice, "Yes, that is exactly right." The main character narrowed his eyes and looked closer. Around the spot where the blade had been driven in, strange veins were swelling in a tangled web. The sword had already been pulled out by him. The thousand-formed dragon burst into a smug laugh. "That is why you will always be nothing more than food to me. You pathetic, ordinary fools." Hearing those words, Leon blazed with fury, his gaze as sharp as a knife as it pinned the monster in place. "There is no hope left. All I have to do now is eat," and was pinning the headmaster to the ground, and those words made her anger flare beyond control. He raised a hand covered in razor-sharp claws. "I will destroy every last one of you. I will slaughter until I find a suitable body." Just then, several drops of purple blood suddenly fell to the ground. The sight made him freeze, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Blood began pouring from his mouth, thick and violent. He groaned under a pain that seemed to tear through his guts. At that moment, he forced himself back up, his ice-cold eyes locking onto the monster. "If you are that hungry, why not keep eating?" He lifted his face and looked straight at the thousand-formed dragon, his lips curling with contempt. "Or do I need to feed it right into your mouth?" Pharaoh appeared, full of doubt. "So this is what you meant, the thing you placed all your faith in?" The thousand-formed dragon screamed in agony. The main character answered calmly, "Yeah. To put it simply, this is a special constitution. The only reason we survived on Earth Mountain since childhood is this special bloodline." He remembered 10 years ago, when the Earth Dragon attacked his family. It killed his mother, then swallowed his father right after. From that moment on, they learned their blood was deadly poison to dragons. We had no idea why it happened. But in that moment, the reason no longer mattered. All we wanted was to survive. Ruth Donatos reached out and picked up the sword. The only reason the main guy was still breathing was because of that special body of his. He pointed the blade at the thousand-shift dragon, his face terrifyingly cold. Then he repeated in a low voice, "My very existence is the curse laid upon your kind." At that instant, the thousand-shift dragon trembled and dropped to his knees in agony. Pharaoh could not help but marvel. That was one insane move. "My mana is almost completely drained. If your blood had not touched him, or if he had not been bloodthirsty, you would be dead by now," the young man answered calmly. "But if I had not acted, Professor Damian Gray would have died." At that point, the thousand-shift dragon could only look up at him. The tip of his sword was aimed right at the hidden heart inside the dragon's throat. "This is your true ending, Kianan." Just then, Professor Daniel Gold and Professor Claire Mason rushed over. As he ran, Daniel Gold raised a hand to stop him and shouted, "Wait, Ruth Donatos." A blue whirlwind suddenly surged up, blocking the two professors' path. A cold voice rang out from within the sword, "Do not distract him." It was Anne. He held the sword and stood before them like a wall. His voice was ice cold. "Just stand there and watch." The thousand-shift dragon's hand unconsciously tightened around the sword. Tears welled in his eyes. "Thank you truly." Damian Gray's will finally rose to the surface. All he could choke out was, "I am sorry." Then he ended his own life with his own hand. Two streams of tears silently spilled from his eyes. His heart was pierced through. A moment later, it crumbled away and vanished as if it had never existed. Ruth Donatos watched in silence. Balak Storos and Professor Claire Mason were also frozen by the scene. As for the headmaster, he screamed in despair. Tears poured down his face, impossible to hold back. Damian Gray had returned to his normal form. Even so, the wound in his chest kept gushing blood. Ruth Donatos spoke in a cold voice. "I already told you, if you truly regret it." As he spoke, he reached into his coat and pulled 2 medicine vials from a leather pouch. He gave one vial a light shake. The next instant, the bottle split in two. A glittering blue light immediately flew out. That stream of light shot straight toward Damian Gray's wound. He continued, "Then lev all the way to the end." Pharaoh watched the scene and spoke. His mana gate was forced open, so the damage is severe. Thanks to that blue light, the deep slash across Damian Gray's abdomen began to close. Pharaoh continued his analysis. The flow is gone now, but even if his body recovers, Damian Gray will still die from mana imbalance. However, the heaven-defying sword can adjust the flow of mana. Things will be different if you understand mana distribution, blood vessels, and the anatomy of the body. Ruth Donatos listened closely to every word. Saving him will not be hard. Use the heaven-defying sword's mana gate to cut away the ruined parts, then use the medicine's power to restore what remains. But if we have to explain this later, you cannot just call it a coincidence and move on. After hearing that, Ruth Donatos immediately stared at Damian Gray's wound. Without hesitation, he pointed the tip of his sword at Damian Gray's abdomen. A scream rang out. Stop. At the same time, Damian Gray coughed up blood, but every attempt to stop him was useless. Ruth Donatos was cutting away the damaged parts. The one screaming was none other than the headmaster. He cried out in despair. Spare him. Professor Claire Mason squeezed her eyes shut and turned away, unable to keep watching. She shook her head again and again. No. The headmaster begged helplessly. Please save him. Save my grandson. Everyone else could only stand there in silence. He screamed until his voice went hoarse. Do not die. Ruth Donatos finally stopped. Blood still smeared the blade. He said coldly. That is why I told you. No one has to die. The wound on his shoulder had already closed as well. He looked straight at Damian Gray. The other man's abdominal wound had also healed. Ruth Donatos continued. Easy enough. Sweat poured all over his body, and his exhausted face looked completely drained. He forced out the last words. Why die at all? Right after that, Ruth Donatos collapsed backward. Everyone rushed over in panic. Leon ran the fastest, shouting his name in worry as she sprinted. Ruth Donatos. The scene shifts to Anne walking down a corridor. Heavy thoughts echoed in his mind. The plague from 10 years ago has returned. The one behind it is a professor from Erathium. He recalled His Majesty's judgment. Jero de Graham, headmaster of Erathium, has committed treason. His grandson, Damian Gray, will be executed immediately. A key figure in the myriad form dragon incident had fiercely objected. By now, that person was probably released. At the time, one court attendant spoke up. But Your Majesty, they put the entire nation in danger. His Majesty immediately cut him off. Enough. This discussion should wait until the one who defeated the myriad form dragon has spoken. That was exactly what had just been through. Now and stood outside the infirmary door. He crossed his arms and leaned his head against the wall in irritation. I came to tell you that you are about to be summoned. And yet the two of you are still flirting in a hospital room. As it turned out, he had just seen Leon feeding fruit to Ruth Donatos. Leon shyly pressed both hands to her face and smiled with her eyes closed. We only just started though. Ruth Donatos answered coldly. Is something wrong with your eyes? And was helpless against these two. He spoke. Whatever, you go outside first. I need to talk to him. Leon immediately replied. Oh, I was planning to leave anyway. Before leaving, Leon still glanced back at Ruth Donatos. 1 month of rest, right? As soon as Leon disappeared from sight and teased him, you still seem pretty energetic. Ruth Donatos looked briefly flustered and quickly replied. It is not like that. I was just thinking about finding a new student, since my current one slept for 3 whole days. How can a master say that to someone who only became his student 4 weeks ago? In truth, Leon had not left yet. She stood outside the door, quietly listening to their conversation. Her expression sank. There is no helping it. She squeezed her eyes shut, blaming herself for being weak, afraid, and foolish. Thinking of herself as their equal was laughable. Leon stood outside for a long time, lost in thought. Next time. Then she turned and walked away, softly scolding herself. Idiot. Inside the infirmary and sat down in a chair and reminded Ruth Donatos in a stern voice. No matter how smoothly things go, you must prioritize taking care of yourself. Stop trying to carry 2 lives at once. Ruth Donatos answered before he could even explain. It was nothing really. But thinking back, it was worth it. After all, that was one of the 7 dragons. As he spoke, he ate some fruit and fell silent for a moment. Anyway, what I mean is, and raised his hand and rubbed Ruth Donatos on the head. As he patted his head, his voice softened with praise. Well done. You saved someone, and you did a good job. Hearing Anne praise him, Ruth Donatos looked slightly surprised. Praising a sick guy, are you? And immediately pulled his hand away from Ruth Donatos' head, his voice turning irritated. I was being nice. And that is how you react? Ruth Donatos argued back. Think about how you treat me every day. Inwardly and thought in your past life, you treated me like heir too, and put on a grave expression. If you act like that in front of the royal family, your head will no longer be attached to your neck. Understand? Ruth Donatos answered calmly. I am not stupid enough to do that, and glared and shot back. You are. Then and crossed his arms and sank into thought. Almost every option is difficult. Jero de Graham and Damian Gray, those two have crossed the line. Ruth Donatos said calmly. I know. That is why I will try stepping beyond the line they overstepped. 4 weeks later, a carriage was rolling down the road. Sitting inside was Ruth Donatos. He thought to himself, killing the myriad form dragon was mostly thanks to luck. Besides, it was only a fragment. That was not entirely my own power. It was Ruth Donatos' blood. But it still cannot compare to the battle where my brother faced the Thunderflash dragon. That is why my brother is called a hero. The carriage traveled a little farther, then stopped. Ruth Donatos opened the door and stepped down. A knight quickly came forward to greet him. Lord Ruth Donatos, I will escort you into the royal court. Ruth Donatos immediately followed the knight. At that moment, Pharaoh spoke with emotion. It has been a long time since I last saw the imperial palace. Ruth Donatos asked in surprise. Pharaoh, you have been here before? Pharaoh answered. This place is not unfamiliar to me. I witnessed the birth of this empire with my own eyes, all the way until the palace was completed. Ruth Donatos did not seem very interested and only replied, Oh, is that so? Pharaoh grew curious. I want to know why they called you here. It could be a hearing about the seven-form dragon incident or a reward for my victory. Ruth Donato's guest. Hopefully the second one. By then he had arrived before the palace doors. Two servants standing beside the entrance respectfully opened the way. Before him stood His Majesty, surrounded by his closest retainers. A short-haired woman spotted him and lifted a hand in greeting. Ruth Donato stepped inside, swept his eyes across the room, and quietly assessed the situation. Every guild leader was present. This was definitely a meeting about the 7 calamity dragons. In truth, that made things easier. The short-haired woman looked pleased to see Ruth Donatos, while the white-haired woman beside her could not have cared less. Standing before Ruth Donatos was the heir to the Alpia Empire, Glenn Bernstein. The Bernstein family ruled Alpia and carried the bloodline of the hero. That hero's full name was Bana Bernstein. A famous fairy tale said he had once been a nameless commoner, only receiving a family name after becoming an honored guest at a royal banquet. Ruth Donatos bowed respectfully, placing one hand over his chest. "It is my deepest honor to stand before your Imperial Highness." The Crown Prince ordered him to raise his head. The Crown Prince asked cheerfully, "Ruth Donatos, you know why you were summoned here, do you not? I praise you without reservation for destroying the seal and slaying the final Dragon King, Kianan the Myriad Form Dragon. To defeat the Myriad Form Dragon at your age, and with almost no injuries." He lowered his head and answered humbly, "Your Highness gives me too much credit. Without the professors and cadets stopping the Myriad Form Dragon from dispersing, I could not have done it. I only did what had to be done." Hearing that, the Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and smiled approvingly, humble as well, and stood off to the side silently threatening Ruth Donatos with a raised fist. "The royal family would be ashamed if we failed to reward the brave man who slew the Myriad Form Dragon. What reward do you desire? In that case, may I ask one thing of your Highness?" Ruth Donato spoke plainly. He answered without hesitation, "Damien Gray and Jero de Graham, I ask your Highness to spare them from execution." At those words, the two girls from earlier could not hide their shock. Even the Crown Prince froze, his expression deeply troubled. He stammered, "That is." The person beside him immediately shouted, "Absurd." The one who shouted was Levin Adelph. He was still furious beyond reason. Those two could die 100 times and still not atone. They are the reason the Myriad Form Dragon returned. Only someone who understood nothing about the 7 calamity dragons could say that. The Crown Prince raised a hand, forcing Levin Adelph to stop. He answered in a softer voice, "Ruth Donatos, I believe that will be very difficult. No matter how much you wish it, reducing the sentence for those two is impossible." Ruth Donatos took one step forward and replied, "I understand." Inwardly he thought, "I knew that would not work. The Empire is in too much chaos, so ordinary methods are useless." Then he searched through his pocket for something and spoke. "Then what about this?" He slowly pulled the object from his pants pocket. Every gaze instantly locked onto Ruth Donatos. In the main character's hand was the sealing stone of the Thunderflash Dragon. Hama the Thunderflash Dragon belonged to the 7 dragons. Though it was not exactly a pure-blooded dragon, it was still considered a branch of the dragon race. It was the only one capable of transforming, and its power was beyond imagination. It was so brutal that in his previous life, the main character had once retreated without hesitation after falling into a disadvantage, then quietly planned a counterattack. Many dragon slayers had died in battles against it. Only through the efforts of his older brother and everyone else had that monster finally been destroyed. Everyone understood the terrifying consequences, even without facing it directly. He looked at the stone in his hand and wondered just how dangerous this seal truly was. When they saw the main character holding the Thunderflash Dragon sealing stone, everyone present immediately pointed swords and spears at him, but the young man's gaze did not waver at all. Levin Adelph angrily drew his sword and shouted that they had to kill him at once. What he carried was no different from a bomb that could explode at any moment. Seeing the situation stretched tight as a bowstring, the Crown Prince sternly ordered everyone to lower their weapons and not touch the main character. The people around him were unwilling to accept it and shouted for His Majesty in unison. The Crown Prince looked straight at him and asked whether that was the Thunderflash Dragon's sealing stone, where he had found it, and what he intended to do with it. The main character calmly answered that he found it in the Eratium treasury. "I do not know why it was there, but I hope it can help with my request." The Crown Prince immediately asked, "Your request, do you mean to threaten me with it?" He replied that if he had wanted to threaten him, he would not have brought it here in the first place. Hearing that, the two girls present could not help feeling confused. The main character continued, saying they only had to inspect it to know. This sealing stone was extremely fragile, so fragile it could crumble at any moment, even right now. The white-haired girl held the stone in her hand, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down her cheek. Her whole body stiffened slightly. She used her power to sense the stone and thought to herself that this brat was not bluffing. It was her first time seeing such a thing, but it was definitely incredibly brittle. One mistake, and the seal would shatter. He added in a cold voice that if it backfired, the consequences would be irreversible. Therefore, this is my request. This seal will break sooner or later, so we should prepare in advance. The Crown Prince raised a hand to his chin, his eyes full of suspicion. Prepare, you say? The main character declared that he would destroy the Thunderflash Dragon. After that, he would take down the Black Dragon, the Fire Dragon, and the Ice Dragon one by one. Hearing those words, the Crown Prince could not hide his astonishment. He continued, saying the Martial Dragon and the Phantom Dragon would come next. After he spoke of eliminating all the 7 dragons, several people immediately burst into mocking laughter, but the young man remained chillingly serious. He declared that he would slaughter every remaining dragon. Hearing that, Levin Adelph gave a contemptuous sneer and mocked him, saying he was nothing but an arrogant fool. Do you think you are a dragon slayer? Just because you barely escaped the Thunderflash Dragon, you dare act this arrogant. You have no idea how terrifying they truly are. The main character lowered his voice and asked coldly in return, "Are you scared?" Levin Adelph ground his teeth in fury and growled, "What did you say?" He taunted him, saying, "You are so scared you do not dare do anything, so you just sit still and wait to die, right?" Levin Adelph's eyes reddened with rage, and he roared, "How dare you!" At that moment, the Crown Prince finally spoke. "You must have a reason for being so confident. Even the great Lord Bonnebernstein could not kill all the dragons. He only sealed the 7 dragons and drove them back to the great northern mountains. 10 years later, the myriad-form dragon destroyed the entire southern region of the continent. The Thunderflash Dragon is even more terrifying. Do you think you can destroy it simply because you are his disciple?" The main character smiled confidently and replied, "Of course I cannot eliminate it alone. That is why I need 2 things. First, I need a special space where we can lure it in." Hearing this, the Crown Prince immediately asked back, "A special space? The only way to fight the Thunderflash Dragon without meaningless sacrifices is to lure it into a place with spatial magic, and does this kingdom not already have a master of that art?" Liana Chonik crossed her arms and spoke coldly. "The master of the Ivory Tower, Iris Harvey." He continued, saying, "I will finish the Thunderflash Dragon there. If we have about a year and a half to prepare, that will be enough. Second, aside from His Majesty, everyone present here must join the battle. But there is no need to drag the entire army in and increase the casualties. Doing so would only cause harm and extend the preparation time." After hearing him out, the Crown Prince sank into thought. The main character glanced at Levin Adelph and did not forget to jab at him, adding that anyone too afraid to die did not have to join the fight. At this point, the Guildmaster of the Moonshadow Guild spoke. "That still is not convincing enough. With only a handful of people fighting the Thunderflash Dragon in a confined space, can you guarantee we will not be wiped out instantly?" He replied that the possibility remained if things went catastrophically wrong. But if the strongest people still could not defeat the dragons, then no matter how they fought, it would be meaningless. Another Guildmaster nodded and spoke. "You are right. It is not that we have no chance of winning, but we will need extremely thorough preparation." The Crown Prince closed his eyes and thought for a very long time. In the end, he agreed to the main character's proposal. That decision made Levin Adelph tremble with rage, and he shouted for His Majesty. The Crown Prince slowly rose to his feet, wondering in his heart whether he should run when tragedy struck, or face it head-on. His Highness looked straight at him. The face of that young hero had already given him the answer. Perhaps this young man could not only destroy the Thunderflash Dragon, but also change the fate of the entire southern continent. With that thought, the Crown Prince walked toward him step by step. He stopped in front of the main character, drew his sword, and called his name in a voice filled with excitement. "I will pardon Damian Gray and Jero de Graham from the death penalty." At that moment, he knelt and performed a solemn salute. The prince placed the sword on his shoulder and declared that he was appointing him commander of the Thunderflash Dragon Punitive Force. The scene shifted to the prison. Damian Gray was sitting quietly in a dark corner. The sound of the cell lock opening rang out dryly. The door swung open. A prison guard announced, "Damian Gray, you are being released." Damian Gray could not believe what he had just heard and raised his head to ask again, "What did you just say?" A familiar voice rang out, thick with emotion, making him freeze. Jero de Graham stepped in from outside, and Damian Gray immediately went still. Damian Gray could not believe his eyes and stammered as he called out to him. Jero de Graham rushed over and pulled his grandson into a tight embrace. Choked with emotion, he said he was sorry for everything. Jero de Graham let his grandson go, his voice choking. "I tried to save you out of my own selfishness, but I only made you suffer more. We have to atone to everyone we hurt, and to the young man who set us free. It is over now, and you can keep living." Damian Gray, overcome with emotion, hugged him tightly and shook his head, saying, "No, Grandpa. You only wanted me to live while I hurt everyone, including you. I can't hold my head high and live with this sin." Damian Gray broke down, sobbing hard. Tears also rolled from the old man's eyes. He remembered what that young man had once said, "If someone commits a sin only because he is trying to save another person." At that moment, the main character was standing outside too, quietly watching the grandfather and grandson embrace. "Then that person deserves a chance to be forgiven." The old man said this to Damian Gray, and when the young man saw it, he turned and left. so keep living and make up for your mistakes. The grandfather and grandson held each other tightly, crying for everything that had just happened. 1 month after the myriad forms dragon attacked Aratium, the seal of the Thunder Dragon found in Aratium's treasury was officially recognized. The main character, the young hero who inherited the sky observation art, was credited as the one who defeated the myriad forms dragon on his own. The emperor appointed him leader of the punitive army against the Thunder Dragon. Even though neighboring nations fiercely objected, His Majesty refused to back down. He made an unprecedented decision, not only acknowledging the return of the 7 dragons, but also choosing to break the seal first to seize the advantage. Elsewhere, Hennis Apulia and the other two discussed the news. Hennis said seriously that the crown prince had acknowledged the main character with the title of hero. It seemed His Highness wanted to restore the South under the old treaty by strengthening his forces on this continent. Ever since the myriad forms dragon disaster 10 years ago, the southern continent had become forbidden land. Now everything was starting to spread like a legend, and it was truly troublesome. Hearing that, Balaxtoros frowned and asked what had happened. Hennis Apulia said in frustration that the main character kept taking everything on himself. He should have found people to help him. If something happened, he should at least have told them. But just then Lenia Selkit cut in. We are not capable enough yet. That day, he almost died. Meanwhile, we had to go all out just to handle the small fry. Didn't you also exhaust yourself simply by creating one large sphere? Hearing that, Hennis Apulia slammed the table in anger and said she knew. But she remembered that day when she had asked Leon where the main character was. Leon had answered her with only 2 words, pathetic. Those 2 words had haunted her ever since. He had helped her. Thanks to him, she found the medicine that could save her younger sister. She owed him so much, yet she could not repay him and could only stand by helplessly. Balaxtoros understood that well, so he comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't overthink it. In truth, this is very simple. They were still far too weak. They had to learn from this, then do everything they could to become stronger. Only then would they be able to help the main character when he needed them most. Elsewhere, Jeremy Deville was standing in a room. Seeing someone enter, he gave a mocking smile and said he had no idea what happened, but Damian Gray and Jero de Graham had not been reprimanded. They walked away from that incident with only a few scratches. He guessed it was all thanks to that young hero boy. The person he was speaking with was the main character, but there was not the slightest joy on the young man's face. There was only rage, clenched teeth, and one icy curse. Hero my ass. Immediately after that, he lunged forward and drove a punch straight into Jeremy Deville. Jeremy Deville had no time to guard and the blow sent him flying. The main character stared at him coldly, his voice low with fury. He should not let someone else clean up the trash he created. Causing such a massive disaster and still trying to wash his hands of it was the act of a bastard. He truly wanted to kill him, but there was still something he needed to verify. He grabbed him by the collar and growled, asking why he knew Professor Damian Gray was holding the heart of the myriad forms dragon. Jeremy Deville calmly said he had possessed reliable eyes since childhood. The main character did not believe him, and coldly asked if he really no longer wanted to live. Jeremy Deville said he was telling the truth this time. His family possessed a special pair of eyes, giving them superior vision and allowing them to see through the essence of things, especially when observing the flow of mana. Damian Gray's mana flow was extremely chaotic. Mana gathered around his neck instead of his heart. Since Jeremy was not certain, he investigated Damian's background to confirm his suspicions. The grandson of Jero de Graham, a child who once suffered from mana sensitivity, and woke up in a hospital not long after the Myriad Forms Dragon expedition. That was why the professor had the nickname Predator. Hearing this, the main character immediately understood. This was why Jeremy had manipulated Damian Gray into killing himself. Jeremy Deville admitted it without hesitation, but he had failed and nearly lost his life. If he had used his head better back then, or had the courage to run instead of fight. But before he could finish, the young man cut him off coldly. Stop pretending to be innocent. He questioned him, saying Jeremy wanted to expose Damian Gray and then play the hero, didn't he? Jeremy Deville gave a faint laugh and shook his head in denial. The young man's plan was better than anything he had come up with, but he had never wanted to become a hero. Ruth Donatos only wanted to witness the hero's story. He wanted the chance to see with his own eyes the life of the one who would walk the same path as the first hero. Looking at Ruth Donatos, he could not hold back his awe. One day, you will become a hero, defeat the 7 dragons and set out on a grand adventure. And when the battles end, you will become a legend. Just being able to stand beside the main character would satisfy him. Even if he could not help much, becoming the hero's comrade and taking part in a new legend was his ultimate goal. But this young man coldly severed that fantasy. He had no interest at all in the title of hero. Everything the newspapers wrote was just fiction they spun to sell more copies. In truth, if he had a choice, the main character would never have wanted to be forced into this situation. At this point, he finally understood why Jeremy Deville in his past life had always been irritated with him. It was because the main character had been the hero's comrade, but that was absolutely not the only reason. He had overlooked something important. The main character's older brother had been almost the perfect hero, but that did not mean he had no cracks. He was human too. He made mistakes, and when he was exhausted, he made bad judgments. He always pushed himself to the limit, yet the world only knew how to complain and blame him. Thinking of that, the main character said coldly that Jeremy Deville wanted him to sit in that position. Someone chosen by the royal family, forced to shoulder every resentment, then work with him to save the world. After saying that, he sighed. The main character truly did not understand what this power-deluded lunatic was babbling about. Maybe everyone had to meet a few madmen in life. If Jeremy liked it so much, he could go do it himself. Jeremy Duville panicked and stopped him. He was no different from a man who had gone insane. He rushed forward, clung tightly to the main character's leg, and begged him over and over to become a hero. The young man looked down in anger. This guy had completely lost his mind. Just then, Jeremy Duville suddenly blurted out something strange. He came from Aton. Hearing that, the young man frowned. Aton, that commercial kingdom? That place bordered the Alpi Empire, the Muharrem Kingdom, the magical kingdom of Pharma, and the spirit nation of Bernica. It was a trade hub located between four powers. When he mentioned that nation, Jeremy Duville's voice trembled slightly. Their money always came hand in hand with crime. But how could the main character not know that? It was where he had once lived through his days as a mercenary. He had never expected someone who seemed born from capital nobility to have come from Aton. The young man listened in silence. Jeremy Duville belonged to a fallen family. His father and he were the last two survivors, but then his father was murdered too. Jeremy Duville was not telling that story to beg for pity. From the beginning, his father had never been a decent man either. Jeremy was simply the last remaining heir. The main character had no patience left for his rambling, so he used his foot to push Jeremy off him. Jeremy Duville wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then said he would tell the truth from now on. After his father died, he went down to the basement to take inventory of the family assets. There, he found an old chest preserved by magic. To a father who had thrown all his money into booze and women, it was probably just useless junk. But that chest looked as if it had existed for several hundred years. Inside were an old book, a few paintings, musical scores, and yellowed manuscripts. There was even a diary written by the owner of the chest. The owner of that diary was named Alan. The moment he heard that name, Pharaoh immediately spoke up. Wasn't that the name of the wandering minstrel who once followed Vanna? Jeremy Duville continued his story. It was the diary of his ancestor from 700 years ago, recording the journey of the greatest hero Vanna. The diary beneath Jeremy Duville's basement was a record of the first dragon slayer. Jeremy Duville said excitedly that Alan was the ancestor of his family, a wandering singer who had followed the first dragon slayer across the world. The diary recorded every detail of their journey. It was an unbelievable document, one that came frighteningly close to the true history of this fantasy world. The main character silently spoke to Pharaoh. Something that absurd actually exists. Pharaoh gave a slight nod. Sadly, yes. The hero who once saved the entire world, and the wandering minstrel who sang of those feats. All of it was now appearing right before Jeremy Duville's eyes. As the descendant of the person who wrote the diary, he truly believed this was destiny. It also mentioned the sealed thunder flash dragon hidden away in Aratium. No one could have expected it to be inside the treasury. That was how Jero de Graham ensured his grandson's secret would remain buried forever. Hearing this, the main character was startled. This might be destiny, or it might be a heavenly secret hidden for hundreds of years. After telling the whole story, Jeremy Duville looked at the main character with pleading eyes. He would be useful, he had trained hard, and he knew what he had to do to stand beside the hero. The young man could order him however he wanted, as long as he allowed him to follow. The main character coldly told him to shut up. In his heart, his rage began to slip out of control. Jeremy was just a crazy little schemer who knew absolutely nothing about the seal. Then who the hell was it? What lunatic placed the Thunder Flash Dragon's sealing stone in Aratium's treasury? The location of the sealing stone had never appeared in any record. If he tried to take it out by force, the triple-layer magical security system would definitely detect him. A new item appearing in the treasury vault would naturally draw attention, unless it had been there since the Aratium treasury was first built. After thinking in silence for a long time, the main character finally asked Jeremy Duville about the journal. Back then, did the journal mention anything special about the Thunderflash Dragon, such as a sealing art, the reason it was imprisoned here, or a way to deal with it? Hearing that, Jeremy Duville shook his head. He did not know the details, and there was nothing about combat or sealing. With something that dangerous, how could a wandering bard have seen it clearly? The main character narrowed his eyes at him, still suspicious inside. But Jeremy Duville looked far too sincere. He said the journal was at his house, so he could not show it to him right away. He also said that if the main character did not believe him, he could go check it himself. After all, he lived alone in an empty house. The journal was in the basement, and he would hand over the key. In exchange, he only wanted the main character to acknowledge him as the hero's companion. Hearing that, he sighed helplessly. This guy was stubborn to a truly terrifying degree. The main character frowned at him and repeated it once more. He had absolutely no interest in becoming a hero, even if the royal family had made its decision. The authority to recognize a hero still belonged to the Pope. Anyone without certification would never be officially permitted. The only reason the main character let him live was because those idiotic eyes of his could help him take down the dragons. Jeremy Duville looked at him with joy, as if he had finally been accepted. But the main character immediately reminded him not to babble about this in public. If he wanted to live, he had to obey him completely. Jeremy Duville agreed almost without hesitation. His goal was already half accomplished. After that, he handed the basement key to the main character. After talking with Jeremy Deville, the main character immediately went to find Anne and told her everything. She was quite surprised, thinking the one who sealed the Thunder Dragon may have deliberately left that clue behind. He could not be certain either. For now, everything was only speculation, and frowned slightly and asked in return. So the inheritor of the sky observation art was now suspecting his own ancestors. The main character pouted. Even she was hesitating, was she not? And did not answer right away. She was thinking about it. So Hero Vanna had not killed the 7 dragons, but merely sealed them. But why had they not passed down the locations or sealing methods to their descendants? Hero Vanna must have been strong enough to destroy the 7 dragons, monsters that treated humans like toys. Meanwhile, the weak could only flee to the majestic northern mountains and hide. As a result, humanity escaped the dragon's rule, but the real threat was still lurking quietly in the dark. After Anne said that, both of them fell into a heavy silence. After a while, Anne finally sighed. Perhaps all of this was the will of their ancestors. Just then, the main character saw several students passing by and told, and to change the subject. He brought up the academy. Professor Arthur Winston had officially announced Aracham's new headmaster. The main character wanted to ask whether she would attend the inauguration, and thought for a moment, then laughed teasingly. That bald old man became Aracham's headmaster. Live long enough and you really do see everything. She did not answer directly, only asked back if it was true he was planning to take a leave from school. The main character did not hide it. He would finish his first year, then complete a few more second-year subjects in the next several months. After that, he would take a year off to prepare for the Thunder Dragon subjugation, and the headmaster had already supported it. The bald old man had just taken office as headmaster and already promised him he would launch a wide-scale investigation into that matter. He even said that when the vault opened, he could take whatever he wanted. After that, the main character planned to spend 2 years doing field training at various guilds. Hearing that, and raised an eyebrow. Your plan seems awfully tight, does it not? The main character replied helplessly that he had never intended to go this far either. But the guildmaster of the Moonshadow Guild was far more persistent than he had expected. The condition for joining the Thunderflash Dragon subjugation was that he had to train at their guild for 1 year. Hearing that, and became indignant. That condition was clearly a little too cunning. The main character thought exactly the same. He sighed helplessly. Who told the main character to be so irresistibly attractive? And then asked about his plan for the remaining year. He had already thought it through. The main character planned to go to the Empire's dragon-slaying legion, because after the Thunderflash Dragon came the Black Dragon. The real hardship was still waiting ahead, and suddenly asked with a meaningful tone, "By the dragon-slaying army, do you mean the forces of the Kyle clan?" The main character looked at her in confusion, unsure what that gaze meant, but she only smiled and gave no explanation. A moment later, and said seriously that she would have to go to Pharma for 6 months. Food supplies were the most important factor in preparing for the Thunderflash Dragon subjugation. The main character nodded in agreement. The Crimson Tower had also told him he should go, and he would definitely learn a great deal there, and looked at him suspiciously. Was it not already too late to study magic now? The main character smiled faintly. Why was she discriminating by age like that? Understanding what he meant, and angrily cursed him, calling him a bastard. Seeing her get angry, he laughed and said he was only joking. Then the main character told her he would go to Aten before heading to Pharma, and was a little surprised. What are you going to that chaotic pleasure district for? He said he needed to check a few things, and those things happened to be in the basement of a house there. At the same time, in Jeremy Deville's residential district, inside a remote house. The place was so dilapidated it looked as if it had been abandoned for many years. But in the dark basement, a figure in a black cloak appeared silently, as if searching for something. He rummaged through every empty chest in the darkness, but the thing he needed was not there at all. Inside there was only useless trash. 6 months later, snow began to fall. Cold white layers covered the ground completely. Hennis Hapulia was studying hard when she suddenly started sneezing over and over. Hearing it, Balaxtoros asked with concern, "It is the last day, and you are still studying instead of going home?" Hennis Hapulia snorted coldly and told him to mind his own business, since he was planning to stay here too. Balaxtoros did not say much. He simply handed her a cup of water and told her to drink while studying. Hennis Hapulia stared at him in surprise. "Since when did you become this thoughtful today?" Balaxtoros smiled faintly. "This is frog stalking bug tea, and it will wake you right up. If you drink this tea and train, your illness will improve." But before he could finish, she waved her hand and refused. Balaxtoros looked a little disappointed and had no choice but to take the cup and leave. After he left, Hennis Hapulia continued reading. She was researching her illness. If she followed the main character's advice and received more time and effort from the alchemy professor, perhaps it could still be cured. But would that truly be enough? She suddenly thought of the main character. He said he was busy during the ceremony, but he really had helped her find a direction for treatment. It was the main character who had opened a new method of treatment for her. It felt as though he had deliberately brought this up, because he already knew about her older sister. But what bothered her was why Ruth Donatos had prepared such a large stockpile of magic potions. As if the main character had known in advance that the myriad form dragon would appear. She was still lost in thought when one cheek suddenly felt warm. Hennis Hapulia flinched and whipped her head around. The moment she saw him, she panicked so badly she cried out. The main character frowned at her and asked coldly what she was doing to be so distracted. Hennis Hapulia. She answered awkwardly that she had only been a little startled. She thought the cup of tea in his hand was for her, but he calmly raised it to his mouth and drank it himself. Confused, she asked if that tea was not for her, and the main character casually shook his head, saying he had brought it to drink himself. Hearing that, Hennis Hapulia grew even angrier and scolded him for coming here just to pick a fight. The main character only gave a faint smile, then walked away while telling her not to slack off, and to study properly while he was gone. She snorted and said she was still studying, but her heart was filled with questions she wanted to ask him. As soon as he stepped outside, the main character saw Balak Storos and asked suspiciously if he was not cold. Balak shook his head and said he had drunk boozing tea, so he was not cold at all, then asked if he wanted to try some. Looking at the cup in his hand, he pouted and said he did not need it yet. In the library, Hennis Hapulia still could not stop thinking about the main character. She did not understand why she always felt he knew everything, and why he possessed power far beyond his age. After thinking for a while, Hennis Hapulia suddenly clutched her head and groaned that it looked like she really had to throw herself into studying now. After saying that, she buried her head back in her books. Just you wait, she would definitely catch up. She was not the only one. Balak Storos and Lenia Selkit were also training like mad, and all of them wanted to catch up to the main character's footsteps. The main character had no idea they were working that hard. Right now, he stood outside with no idea what to do, and even with his cloak on, the cold still seeped into his bones. Pharaoh mocked him, saying he had been granted a magical cloak and still felt cold. The main character snorted and complained that what he needed was a fur cloak. Pharaoh coldly told him that he had made a contract with the Spirit King yet was still afraid of the cold. Was he not ashamed? He should hurry up and face winter. The main character pouted at him and muttered that maybe this season made him think too much, or maybe winter naturally made people feel happy and sad at the same time. Just as he was still talking with Pharaoh, an unexpected voice rang out and startled him so badly that he immediately asked what that thing was. The voice belonged to Leon. She broke through the snow covering the snowman beside him and crawled out, then said sheepishly that he was leaving today, but she did not know when, so she had been waiting there. Hearing that, the main character asked in horror if she had really been here all day, whether she had no intention of going anywhere, and if she had any survival skills at all. Leon shivered violently, pouted, and said that after hearing him put it that way, she really did seem insane. Seeing her shiver from the cold, he angrily took off his own scarf and wrapped it around her neck, then gritted his teeth and scolded her for standing there on purpose when she knew she caught colds so easily. Leon's head was wrapped up tight with only her eyes showing. She teased him, asking if he wanted her to suffocate rather than catch a cold. He snorted and said that if she could still talk, she clearly was not dying yet. Leon frowned at him and asked how he knew she was so prone to catching colds. He quietly let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, she had once fallen into an icy lake while fighting a fish dragon, turning blue all over and trembling so hard it was almost funny. On top of that, just because he laughed once, she threw him straight into the lake and nearly got him killed. Leon snorted and said he had deserved it, but right after that her expression softened, and she quietly said that was enough. He looked at her in confusion, unable to understand what she meant for a moment. Leon calmly said he had already lived through his previous life, but those things had not happened in this future yet. She did not mean for him to forget everything, only that she did not want him to keep blaming himself. She spoke with complete sincerity. His comrades, including her, had not died because of his mistakes. She was about to say more, but he flicked her hard on the forehead, making her flinch in pain. He frowned at her and sternly reminded her that even when he was not around, she had to try getting along with other people, because even now, she still blushed whenever she saw them. Leon held the forehead he had just flicked and pouted as she argued that the problem was not her, since those people had always started the fights with her first. Just then, the carriage sent to pick him up arrived, and both of them immediately stopped talking. The moment he saw the carriage, he lifted his foot and prepared to leave. Leon watched his back and could only sigh. After a moment, she finally called out to him. He turned his head in surprise and looked at her, confused. Leon suddenly ran over and threw her arms around him. After a moment, she looked up at him with reddened eyes and softly said she was going to miss him terribly. He awkwardly pushed her away, reminded her that it was cold outside, and told her to hurry back in. With that, he stepped into the carriage and prepared to leave, while Leon stood in place and waved goodbye. Sitting inside the carriage, he silently watched the scenery outside drift by, and his thoughts gradually sank into deep reflection. Remembering what Leon had just said, he could not help letting out a sigh. There was no way he could forget the events of his previous life. He had always felt guilty because he was the only one who survived. If he had not been weak and useless back then, no one would have had to die. As long as more capable people had survived, this loop of fate would not have needed to repeat. Now he could not even ask why they saved him, or why they did not hate him. Thinking of that, his gaze grew even more determined. The carriage carrying him left that place behind just like that. On this departure, he wanted to find the answer to that question with his own hands. From the capital to the academy took half an hour by carriage, but from the borderlands to the teleportation gate in the capital took another 3 hours. The capital of the trade kingdom of Ibris was a prosperous city in the center of the continent, but what he was searching for was not hidden in that glittering surface. The light here shone only in the city center. As for the slums on the outskirts, poverty still gnawed at them day after day. He arrived in this place and wandered alone through streets almost empty of people. When he appeared, even the beggars huddled in the street corners immediately noticed him. Pharaoh emerged at that moment and laughed, telling him to just admit it. He was slightly startled and asked in suspicion what Pharaoh was talking about. Pharaoh mocked him, saying that even with a map in his hands, he could still get lost as usual. Unconvinced, he gritted his teeth and said Pharaoh was talking nonsense, since everyone knew he was excellent at finding his way. Hearing that, Pharaoh immediately reminded him with contempt that he had once gotten lost on a snowy mountain, then wandered through a forest for an entire week. He stubbornly denied it, saying he was not crazy enough to mistake the mouth of a volcanic dragon for a cave. Pharaoh snorted and said he was not bad with directions, he was genuinely stupid. He angrily shot back that from every angle, that place looked exactly like a cave. The two walked while arguing non-stop. Pharaoh grew more and more dissatisfied, wondering how they were ever going to find the right way at this rate. He suddenly raised an eyebrow, swept his gaze behind him, and turned serious. Then he coldly told Pharaoh not to worry, because he might not know the way. But the guy tailing them from behind definitely knew it. Before he could even ask, the other man stepped forward and threatened him, saying this district was collecting town taxes and vagrants could be beheaded. He ordered him to hand over everything on him if he wanted to live. Hearing that, he did not hesitate at all and instantly kicked straight at the man. The man had no time to defend himself and his speed was far too fast. In the blink of an eye, fear was written all over the man's face. He narrowed his eyes at the man and coldly asked where Jeremy Duville's mansion was. Though frightened, the man still forced himself to stay calm and asked if he knew who he was. He snorted and casually asked the man who the hell he was supposed to be. Seeing his attitude, the man immediately flew into a rage, pulled the axe from his back, and coldly said he would regret daring to spout such stupid words. Right after that, he charged into attack while revealing his identity. He was Von Wick, the executioner of the Mastiff Mercenary Legion. Yet he did not panic at all. He simply lifted his foot, pinned the axe blade firmly to the ground, and snorted, saying it was that bunch after all. Von Wick's hand trembled uncontrollably. Even using all his strength, he could not pull the axe free from under the young man's foot, while the young man did not move an inch. He frowned at him, then finally said he seemed to have owed that bunch a brief favor once. In terms of seniority, he could be considered an old-timer too. In that instant, Von Wick finally understood that he knew absolutely nothing. He had definitely picked a fight with the wrong person. Looking at his expression, he could not help chuckling softly. Then he asked if Von Wick was going to lead the way for him, even warmly calling him subordinate. Von Wick naturally had no other choice, so he could only obediently lead him to Jeremy Duville's mansion. Not long after, they arrived. Looking at the mansion before him, he could not help sighing in surprise, so it had been here all along, while he had kept wandering in circles. After leading the way, Von Wick immediately slipped away. When only he and Pharaoh were left, Pharaoh jumped out and asked if he really knew the Mastiff Mercenary Legion. He nodded softly and said that before going to Radium, he had worked as a mercenary. That group only had a cool-sounding name. In reality, they were just a ragtag mob showing off axe tricks in front of a master. Now that he thought about it, he did not even know whether the leader of that trashy bunch was still alive or already dead. As he spoke, he pushed open the door and stepped into the mansion. But at that moment, he noticed the severed lock and the shattered window, then snorted coldly. It looked like that bastard was still alive. He pushed open the door to a room inside the mansion. There were many signs that someone had broken in before, so he probably did not need a key anymore. He silently tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword. Remaining on guard, he slowly advanced down into the mansion's basement. Yet the moment he saw the scene below, he was so shocked he could not speak. Before his eyes, a corpse was lying on a bed. It was the body of a woman, but strangely she had very long ears, and no matter how he looked at her, she did not seem human. He stepped closer to observe and confirmed that she was an elf, but Pharaoh said she was only slowly becoming a corpse, and was actually still alive. He had heard this matter was being covered up, as the powerful figures in Ibris secretly enslaved other races with increasing boldness. He looked at her legs and frowned, saying they had already rotted from the curse, so it was probably too late to save her. Pharaoh believed a dark sorcerer had caused this, and that her being alive at all was already a miracle. Right then, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. A second later, a figure rushed at him from behind, driving a knife straight toward him. He calmly raised a protective barrier, leaving the attacker completely unable to injure him. He lifted his eyes to look at the person in front of him, only to discover that it was actually just a child. The child had long ears like the rotting woman, which clearly meant she was an elf as well. Her voice trembled as she told him not to touch her mother. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl shouted. Milky white streaks of energy mixed with blue instantly appeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion thundered through the entire basement. Yet the little girl herself was the one blasted backward. She was both furious and confused, unable to understand why it had backfired or why her spirit refused to obey her. He He calmly stood there and looked at the little girl who had just appeared, coldly saying that anyone who dared fight someone of a higher rank would pay a terrifying price. But before he could continue warning the child, Pharaoh spoke up and said she was under a curse too. Ruth Donatos gave a small nod. Even so, the girl kept trying to hop around as if nothing was wrong, clearly gritting her teeth while forcing down the pain. But that pain was about to end. Running into the protagonist was basically her lucky break. Thinking that, he drew his sword and pointed the tip straight at her. Seeing it, the girl panicked and screamed for her mother. Hearing that piercing cry, the protagonist immediately frowned and clenched his teeth in irritation. "That hurts my ears." He muttered a few words, then aimed his sword at the shackle locked tightly around the girl's leg. In that instant, a pitch-black surge of energy suddenly poured out, coiling through the air around them. In the blink of an eye, the shackle cracked wide open, then split cleanly in two. The bizarre markings on the girl's legs also began to fade. She could clearly feel that her legs had been healed. Once it was handled, the young man calmly sheathed his sword. Then he casually said it was a good thing the curse could still be reversed. That was why the girl's little life had been spared. That curse power was not strong enough to trouble him. After saying that, he turned to leave. The girl hesitated for a long time before finally speaking in a trembling voice. The girl was afraid he would sell her somewhere. The young man frowned and asked in confusion why he would sell her, and whether she could do anything useful. Besides, this was not his home either. He did not care about the girl's circumstances. As long as she did not bother him, he would leave as soon as he found the book he needed. Hearing that, Pharaoh could not help teasing him. He really was stiff, even after lifting the little girl's curse. He must have been flustered, right? As if that hit a nerve, the protagonist snapped at him to shut up. The fairy girl was still in shock at this moment, unable to believe her legs had truly healed. Then she looked toward her mother lying on the bed, her life draining away little by little. It seemed the girl had made a decision in her heart. A moment later, Leon walked up to the protagonist and timidly asked if the book he was searching for was this one. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl took a book from inside her clothes and handed it to him. At first, the protagonist only found the girl rather troublesome. But when he saw what was in her hand, his expression changed instantly. Before he could even speak, the girl asked another question. His sword could reverse curses, right? The protagonist narrowed his eyes at the girl for a moment, wanting to see what she planned to do. Unexpectedly, she suddenly ran straight to the fireplace. The girl used that very book to threaten him. If he did not save her mother, she would throw it into the fire. The girl's eyes pleaded with the protagonist, sincerely begging him to save her mother. He narrowed his eyes and coldly said a curse was only another form of mana. Mana circulates through the heart and body, letting curse power spread through the flesh, slowly corroding it before destroying the heart. Once it reached that stage, neither potions nor magic would have any effect. In other words, no matter how he acted, the little girl's mother could not go on living. The girl refused to believe it. If the curse was lifted, her mother would definitely be able to live, just like he had lifted the curse on her. Seeing the girl stay that stubborn, the protagonist only felt annoyed. He even wanted to knock her once and take the book already. What a pain. Pharaoh noticed his intention and quickly stopped him, saying she was only a child. But that was exactly his point. This little girl would have to survive on her own sooner or later. Learning reality while she was still young might be better for her. The protagonist said nothing more and directly snatched the book from the girl's hand with a cold snort. She could not even hold on to a single book properly, and yet she still wanted to threaten him. What was the point of doing something this pointless? He bluntly told the girl that no matter what he did, her mother would still die. She should stop threatening the person who had just saved her life and find a way to live on her own. The girl still refused to give up and begged desperately. She could do anything, cook, clean, and even other things if needed. She would even become his slave because her mother was everything to her. But the protagonist was still not moved in the slightest and coldly brushed the girl's hand away. He said, did she think all her problems would disappear just because she knelt down and begged? If she planned to rely on other people's pity for her whole life, just because of one or two people, she would never accomplish anything. She was only a nameless child, and even as a slave, she had no value. He threw reality straight in the girl's face. Her mother could not live anymore, and she had to survive alone. If she wanted to live, then instead of crying, she should use that time to become stronger. Hearing those words, the girl immediately clenched her teeth. Then she erupted, shouting that she had never wanted to become like this either. But what was she supposed to do to get stronger? She was not tall like him, did not know how to use a sword, and knew no magic. Someone strong like him would never understand what it felt like to be a weak child for 100 years. Her body had not even matured yet, so what could she do? He was an adult, and he was strong, so of course he could say those things so easily. The girl believed he would never sympathize with a weak, ordinary person like her because he had been born different. Hearing that, the protagonist frowned slightly, his eyes sinking into thought. That was wrong. He had once been just as useless as she was, but he did not want to explain himself to a stubborn little girl. He only left one cold sentence behind, then limp for the rest of your life. After saying that, he left the basement. The little fairy girl could only stare at his retreating back, her throat tight and unable to say another word. The girl had truly fallen into utter despair. She had been only one step away. In the end, she could only cover her face face and burst into tears in the vast basement, where no one would ever know. Meanwhile, after obtaining the book he had been looking for, the protagonist chose a room in the mansion and began to read. Pharaoh looked at his expression and was about to say something, but he was cut off before he could speak. Let that girl do whatever she wants. His only goal was to read this diary. Just leave that kid alone. He could not take responsibility for everything. Pushing the girl's matter aside, he began reading the diary of the bard who had once followed Vanna. The bard recorded his adventures through musicals, poetry, and music. Those experiences revolved around countless people and the roaring passage of time more than his own inner reflections. The recorder had to remain fully devoted to his work. If the story was simplified too much, the entire narrative thread would fall apart. While he read, down in the basement, the fairy girl was still kneeling beside her mother's bed, her tiny back covered in grief. Of course, the protagonist did not know that. He remained focused on the diary. The bard's experiences deserved to be recorded, and he also hoped this story could be passed down for a very long time. One day that year, the thing called destiny brought the bard to the desert with a merchant, and then they were attacked by a dragon. When everyone was swallowed by fear, a man holding only a sword bravely stood up to fight the dragon. From that moment on, the bard decided to follow him. The two traveled together for a long time. The bard gradually realized that the title dragon slayer truly suited that man. He possessed far too many things at once: swordsmanship, magic, soul, and courage. 6 people were considered close to that man. Aside from Belian and Nguyen, the other 4 were strong enough to be called Vanna's comrades in arms. Those 4 were Diana Harpula, Kylian Staros, Vernon Bernstein, and Akenia. Reading up to this point, the protagonist raised an eyebrow. He knew most of those names, but Akenia was completely unfamiliar to him. He continued, turning to another page. Perhaps there would be information about this person later. But the next line only left behind one baffling sentence. All of them were completely insane. The protagonist was slightly surprised, then kept reading. The 4 had completely different personalities, and among them, Akenia was the strongest. But no one understood her true intentions. She often said strange things, but she had never done anything evil. On another day, they successfully sealed the Thunderflash dragon. Vernon Bernstein led an entire city toward freedom, laughing even after one of his eyes had been crushed. He wanted to create a world where dragons were completely extinct. In that same year, the 2 remaining dragon emperors appeared, the martial dragon and the black dragon. Both were terrifyingly powerful. The nameless ruins at the far end of the great forest were chosen as the battlefield. The bard also recorded that there was a path there leading to the floating island. After a full day of battle, everyone's strength gradually ran dry. Only Vanna and Akenia remained calm, as if nothing had happened to them. When the battle finally dragged toward its end, the heroes returned. Humanity had won, the war had ended, and they prepared to spread peace across the continent. Everything afterward seemed to go smoothly, but a few things still troubled the bard. Vanna did not destroy the 7 dragons, but only sealed them. Moreover, instead of killing the remaining dragons, Vanna merely exiled them. What he understood least was that no one questioned Vanna's decision. What exactly had happened at the dragon sanctuary that left them with only that choice? After that, the team began to fall apart. Kellyanne Staros started a family on the northern snowfields. Diana Harpula returned to the Red Tower. Vernon Bernstein founded a kingdom, and Vanna established an academy to train dragon slayers. The whereabouts of the remaining 3 were unknown. The bard also returned to his hometown and lived an ordinary life. Until one day, Vanna suddenly came to see him. The diary stopped there. Pharaoh was somewhat surprised, but the protagonist did not seem to care much. That content was not particularly important. He asked Pharaoh whether he knew about Alan Jeremy DeVille, the 7 dragons, and the nameless white dragon. Pharaoh said he had witnessed the moment the empire was founded, right when the imperial palace had just been completed. If he had been there then, it meant he had been beside the first dragon slayers 700 years ago. So was Vanna the one who formed a contract with him? Considering he did not know about the sealing stone, he had probably still been accompanying that person up to that point. In other words, he had once gone with that person to the dragon sanctuary, the place where the one who made him regress existed. It seemed the ancient contract that threatened humanity's existence had been created at that exact time. The protagonist voiced his theory, but Pharaoh only listened in silence. He could not reveal the truth to him. He continued pressing him about what happened 700 years ago, but the answer remained the same. Pharaoh could not tell him about those events. Those very words made him so angry that he slammed his hand hard onto the table. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. The protagonist looked up and saw the fairy girl. He asked what was wrong. The girl only poked her head in, softly apologized for what happened earlier, and begged him to help her once. He snorted coldly and said, without the slightest concern, that he could not do anything to help the girl's mother. But this time the girl had not come for that. She had another request. As she said that, tears suddenly welled up in the girl's eyes. She wanted to ask him to take her mother. She could see the green forest. Though slavery had vanished from the continent long ago, the sight of the mother leaning against her daughter in the green woods still made the heart ache. Because the fairy race was both beautiful and gifted with song, they were always easy targets for illegal slave hunters. The girl hugged her mother's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. To avoid being enslaved, they hid deep in the forest, avoided contact with other races, and lived a simple life. The fairy race had long lifespans and matured slowly, only being considered adults at 150. Long ago they had left the spirit realm, the cradle of their people, to live in this world. The main character stood at a distance, silently watching the mother and daughter. Perhaps because of that, the moment a fairy breathed her last in the green forest, specks of spirit light appeared around the girl's mother. Mother and daughter leaned their heads together in that hazy glow. The mother spoke weakly, calling out to Leonastia, her beloved child. She raised her hand, gently stroked the girl's face, and whispered that it was all right, because her mother would always, the bodies and souls of the fairy race would vanish without a trace, then return to the spirit realm, be right beside you. The moment those final words faded, she breathed her last. Her body and soul turned into specks of spirit light, drifting silently back to the spirit realm, while the main character and the girl watched her mother slowly disappear. The girl sank into grief and blamed herself. If only they had escaped that hell a little faster back then. If only she had grown up sooner. The girl turned to the main character and forced a smile. My mother protected me her whole life, but I could not protect her even once. But it is okay, because she will always be beside me, so I cannot keep crying forever. The main character stood in silence, remembering his past life. The fairy race had chosen to run and remain silent instead of fighting against the dragon race. They still chose peace until the very end, and in the end, they died anyway. Honestly, he did not like that race. But specks of spirit light still covered everything, from the low blades of grass to the highest treetops, then spread across the vast sky. You cannot keep crying alone forever while waiting for someone to come save you. And yet, some things had to be cried out completely before a person could move forward. He and the girl looked toward the spirit lights drifting in silence. The girl gripped the hem of her clothes, her whole body trembling, then burst into sobs. Tears fell and soaked both of her small hands. After a while, the girl trailed after the main character and left the forest with him. As they walked, the girl suddenly called out in a clumsy yet earnest voice. Hearing her, he turned his head to look back. The girl bowed her head slightly and introduced herself as Leonastia, of the Nastia clan. She asked permission to trouble him for a short time, because she currently had nowhere left to hide from the hunter's eyes and ears. She promised not to cause trouble, and as long as she could stay, she would do anything he asked. Hearing that, Ruth Donatos understood that homeless fairy slaves were always prime prey for hunters. Those people absolutely would not let this little girl go easily. In any case, this place was probably her last support. After thinking for a moment, the main character spoke, reminding her that she had once attacked him with magic. Then in exchange, teach me magic. The moment she heard that, the girl froze. The girl answered in confusion that she could not, because she was only a second-tier mage. Besides, even without using magic, he was already unbelievably strong. The main character calmly said that knowing more was still better. Also, since he had to learn from the foundation, 1 or 2 days definitely would not be enough. Teach me the basics first, and we can deal with the rest later. In return, I will find you a place to stay. And stop calling me sir. This body is only 17 years old, got it? The girl thought for a moment, then hurriedly ran after him. As she ran, the girl asked what she should call him. The main character said she could just call him by his name. The girl immediately bowed and answered, yes sir. Hearing that, he was left completely speechless. The next morning in the forest, Leonastia sat with her arms folded on a wooden crate. The first lesson began. Across from her, the main character sat in the grass, propping up his chin as he waited to see what the girl would teach. The girl placed a fist against her chest and solemnly declared that from now on, she would be his teacher, so she hoped he would behave properly. The main character said that was fine, but inwardly he thought there was no way this little girl could be okay after just one night. She was clearly forcing herself to act strong. The girl gave a soft cough, lowered her voice, and began explaining. To put it simply, magic is like painting. The only difference is that instead of using colors, mages use mana. When we decide the nature and attribute of mana, we create an incantation. Comparing it to choosing colors while painting is not entirely accurate, because magic can keep changing even after it takes form. Even after an incantation is complete, a mage can still adjust it many times. As the girl spoke, she opened her palm and began demonstrating magic in front of the main character. Of course, the higher the spell's tier, the more complex the incantation structure becomes, and the harder it is to adjust. But rumor says an 8th tier archmage can freely arrange and transform incantations of every level. As the girl explained, a magic circle appeared from her palm. The girl looked at him and curiously asked him to guess what tier she was. The main character replied that he did not have any circle like the one she mentioned. The girl was instantly shocked and asked how that could be possible. He raised the back of his hand. 4 wings of light were glowing there because his mana was located in that spot. The girl saw it and froze, too stunned to speak. The girl realized this was none other than the legendary Sky Crown art, the art passed down by the first hero. How could he possibly possess it? He clenched his fist and casually said he was also the genius type. Then he reminded her that she was the teacher, so why was she going off topic during class? The girl flinched and hurried back to the lesson. In any case, he seemed to possess an abundant amount of mana and had no difficulty controlling it, so they could move straight into practice. With that said, the girl turned around to look for something and took a deep breath. When she turned back, she was wearing a pair of glasses and holding up 3 fingers. The 3 elements of magic are mana, technique, and will. In short, you release the right amount of mana, form the incantation structure, then use will to bring it into reality. During that process, you must stabilize the mana, build the framework step by step, and turn intent into magic. The main character spread both hands and repeated the key elements: mana, technique, incantation structure, and combat art. From a distance, the girl watched intently as he chanted. In his hand, magic gradually took shape, making her cry out in amazement. The girl happily praised him, saying he truly had a talent for magic, and the incantation he had just created was almost perfect. Even though this was his first time, he had already refined it to that level. Before she could finish, he sighed and complained that chanting to cast magic took too much time. The girl planted both hands on her hips and asked in surprise, "Too much time? Even talented mages have trouble casting in an instant," yet he was still complaining. The main character coldly replied that the people he knew did not even need to chant. Lion Nastia took off her glasses and crossed her arms over her chest. She said today was only the first lesson, so that was still far too difficult. Chanting is a tool that helps shape magic. To cast with only imagination in the mind, one must at least reach the level of the White Flame Queen. He leaned against a tree in boredom, hands behind his head, wondering if he should give up. The girl immediately shouted that he clearly had talent. Creating his first incantation so quickly was not easy at all, but he only replied that sword energy attacked far faster than magic. The girl tried to lift his spirits, saying it was far too early to give up, and that she would help no matter what. The main character indifferently said there was no need to go that far, but the girl still clenched her fists and firmly said there were many good books at home, so she would study them and find a few suitable textbooks, telling him to wait there. Watching Lion Nastia hurry away, he quietly sighed that this little girl really was trying hard. Just then, a familiar presence suddenly appeared. Pharaoh spoke, saying the girl could have chosen another path, yet she chose to give everything she had in order to live. At that moment, he had his eyes closed, quietly enjoying the forest breeze. He answered in surprise that ever since what happened yesterday, this was finally the first time that person had spoken. Pharaoh continued, saying magic is imagination. If so, let me lend you a hand. Now try it one more time. He closed his eyes and raised both hands, thinking it was useless. Even if he wrung his brain dry, casting magic without chanting was still impossible. Before he could finish speaking, a stream of blue magic appeared, shocking even him. The magic had been activated through the support of imagination. Pharaoh said that if he only helped with the incantation structure and imagery steps, then controlling the mana would no longer be a problem, right? Realizing he had done it, he happily looked at the magic flowing in his hand, his eyes shining. So sharing imagination was the method. He had thought that person was only giving some meaningless riddle about the secret being inside his head. He turned and asked Pharaoh if this was meant to soothe him because he could not answer the earlier question. Pharaoh only replied vaguely that it was not exactly that. He no longer cared, looking at the magic in his hand and saying that in any case, this much help was enough for real combat. A while later, Lion Nastia came running over with a stack of books in her arms, shouting that these were magic textbooks meant for him. He turned around and calmly said the teacher had arrived. In his hand, a gigantic magic circle was still spinning. Seeing the magic he was creating, the girl panicked and shouted, asking what on earth had happened while she was gone and what he was doing. He replied that he was just practicing the incantation over and over, get used to it. He thought he could turn the incantation structure into a three-dimensional spatial form instead of a flat plane. Hearing that, the girl jumped in shock and asked what insane thing he was trying to do. The girl immediately rushed toward him, shouting as she ran that if he lost control even a little, things would get very bad. The main character still did not understand where the danger was. Then he realized the incantation he had created was swelling at a terrifying speed. His face went pale, cold sweat poured out, and only one thought remained in his mind. Oh, he was dead. An explosion erupted, and the rolling smoke and dust were strong enough to blast Lion Nastia's hair upward. A violent shock spread through the entire forest. He shouted that there was nothing left to cry and grieve over now. 2 weeks later in Iberus, inside the luxurious mansion of the millionaire Jillian, from within the splendid estate, a cold voice rang out. A muscular man growled at the subordinate kneeling on the floor, asking if that guy had an elf with him. The subordinate trembled and answered that he was certain of it. He had watched for several days, but he had not realized the man was the warrior from the newspaper. The one who had spoken was a fierce, scar-faced man, the captain of the scout unit in the Mastiff Mercenary Corps. Hearing the report, a fat Western noble with hands covered in glittering jewels slammed the table and roared that it was impossible. He screamed that no one was allowed to touch his precious property. His dear Cyril had to be there as well. The plump noble leaned back in his chair, his face flushed red with rage. Then the millionaire Jillian ordered Bankin that if he was truly his loyal dog, he had to butcher that man immediately. Bankin ground his teeth, rage churning in his eyes, while the name of his enemy echoed through his mind. Bankin raised a hand to touch the scar on his face and curled his mouth into a cold smile. He said there was no need to get worked up, because that guy already owed him a debt that needed settling. Another man holding a newspaper cut in, telling Bankin that he did not know what kind of relationship the two of them had, but their opponent was someone whose ability had been recognized by the royal family and widely praised by the media, so it would be best to be careful. The man holding Holding the paper was Hyman. Bankin knocked the newspaper out of Hyman's hand and sneered that he did not believe those stupid rumors. A warrior? How ridiculous. He was about to say that the man was nothing more than an ordinary nobody, then immediately stomped the newspaper underfoot, grinding it until it tore apart. After that, he turned and walked away under the eyes of the other three, muttering curses that the guy was nothing but a psychotic murderer. Hyman folded his arms and watched Bankin leave in irritation, thinking this guy never listened to anyone. Millionaire Jillian immediately asked the wizard whether that opponent was truly powerful. Hyman reached for his staff and replied that the rumors had probably exaggerated his strength, but no matter how strong he was, there was no need to worry. They would prepare everything before Bankin made his move. At the same time, in the courtyard of Jeremy Duville's residence, the protagonist was training relentlessly. He thought he had become far more proficient. Even first circle magic was incredibly useful if mastered and applied flexibly in battle. He needed to learn higher level magic from a more advanced mage. While he was lost in thought, Ren Nastia suddenly stood on the porch behind him with her hands on her hips and called out loudly. Ren Nastia walked down the stairs and asked what he planned to destroy today. No matter how much she cleaned, this whole place would end up a mess again. The girl reminded him not to ruin the clothes she had just bought. Today he just needed to stay calm and study properly. Suddenly his eyes widened when he saw murderous purple magic circles appearing behind her. Just as Ren Nastia was running toward him, he shouted for her to get out of the way. The girl had no idea what was happening. By the time she sensed the danger, something had already closed in right behind her back. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of explosions erupted one after another, tearing the courtyard apart in an instant. As the dust and smoke slowly cleared, only ragged craters remained in the ground, and part of the house had been blasted into ruins. Bankin appeared, grinding his teeth as he cursed that idiot for going way too far. Bankin and his subordinates had already entered the area. In an icy voice, he warned them not to act carelessly. One subordinate surveyed the scene, drew a sharp breath, and said that man really was a genuine six-circle mage. With destruction like this, even a corpse would be hard to keep intact. Bankin silently glanced over from behind. Bankin clenched his teeth and swept his gaze around. If that elf girl was dead, things would become troublesome. Suddenly, a sound rang out from within the smoke and dust, instantly drawing his attention. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing that Ren Nastia was still alive. The girl called for the protagonist in confusion, then her gaze dropped to the sword stuck in the ground. She realized it was the very sword that had once reversed her mother's curse. Looking at her arms and legs without a single scratch, she understood in shock. The sword had taken all the damage for her. Then what about him? Bankin was already standing close beside the girl, bending down to ask why she was still alive. She looked at him and shrank back in terror. He grabbed the girl by the collar, lifted her into the air, and growled, asking where her mother was. She screamed for him to let her go, calling him a villain. Bankin flew into a rage and slapped the girl hard across the face, cursing as he hit her and saying not to interrupt when an adult was asking questions. "You annoying little bitch." He kept gripping the girl's clothes and barked at her to tell him where her mother was right now. Ren Nastia gritted her teeth and answered that they would never catch her mother. She had already returned to the forest. Hearing that, Bankin was so furious he ground his teeth, cursed her for being too troublesome, and hurled her hard to the ground, making her cry out in pain. Looking at the girl groaning on the ground, Bankin curled his lip and said fine, then he would ask another question. Where was the other one? Was he dead? He stepped closer, raising his foot to stomp on the girl, and asked in a low voice why she would not answer. Had that bastard gone back to the forest too? But he never noticed that behind him, the protagonist had appeared at some point. Immediately after that, a violent impact exploded outward. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Ren Nastia only had time to cover her head and dodge. Bankin laughed with savage delight and growled that the little rat had finally shown himself. Seeing him, Bankin cursed him as a traitor. One side of the protagonist's face was injured now, with scratches oozing dark red blood. When Ren Nastia saw that he was still safe, she weakly called out to him. He told the girl not to come out and to stay seated right there. Pharaoh appeared and asked whether the curse eating into his flesh needed a recovery potion. He replied that thanks to overlapping relics, he only had light scratches, and the curse had stopped, so he was fine. He looked at the enemies with eyes as cold as ice, his voice dropping low. They had barged in on their own, then started smashing things and shouting. They really were a cheap pack of ill-bred trash. Seeing that his sword was still stuck in the ground, Ren Nastia panicked inwardly. She quickly called out, telling him the sword was right there. But at that very instant, the sword was already resting securely in his hand. The girl froze, thinking she had not even seen him retrieve it. Bankin's subordinates immediately flew into a rage, shouting that this bastard dared to insult the Mastiff mercenary corpse. The man who had just opened his mouth did not even finish his sentence before he was blown apart, letting out only one short cry before vanishing from the fight. Bankin was utterly shocked. An explosion like a bomb had just gone off, but he was certain it was not ordinary magic. From behind the veil of smoke and dust, the protagonist walked out with overwhelming pressure, as cold as a monster that had just awakened. The sword in his hand was stained bright red with blood, dripping drop by drop onto the ground. The subordinates finally spotted his location and shouted in panic that he was over there. They had already closed in, charging all at once like a pack of hunting wolves. Boom. Another violent violent explosion tore through the air. Ban Kin laughed arrogantly. Aha, so every rumor about you was nothing but a lie. You still dare act cocky in front of this elite squad? The charred bodies of the subordinates dropped heavily onto the ground. The sight drained the color from Ban Kin's face. What? A man behind him hurriedly shouted a warning. Captain, behind you. Ban Kin forced himself to stay calm. It had to be magic. He shouted at his subordinates. Do not panic, they are only first circle magic bullets. But one subordinate after another was struck by magic bullets and Ban Kin began to lose his composure. How could there be this many magic bullets? Smoke from the blast blocked their vision, and the bullets' trajectories became harder and harder to predict. Ban Kin roared helplessly. You idiots! Open your eyes. A chilling voice sounded behind him. The one who needs to open his eyes is you. Ban Kin felt a chill run down his spine, and sweat instantly covered his face. Ruth Donatos' voice rang out again. Long time no see, Ban Kin. He glanced back and his face instantly twisted with fear. Before Ban Kin could even react, the protagonist's blade was already pressed close against his neck. The young man looked at him with a razor-sharp gaze, the corner of his mouth lifting into a half-smile. The blade remained pressed tight against Ban Kin's throat, while his subordinates lay scattered all across the ground. Ren Nastia looked at the two people before her, and an image from that day suddenly surfaced in her mind, when he had evacuated everyone by himself. Looking at the blood-stained sword crackling with explosive sounds, Ren Nastia grew even more suspicious about his true identity. Who exactly was that person back then? Meanwhile, the protagonist's blade still pinned Ban Kin by the throat. Ren Nastia thought to herself that the red sword exploded whenever it touched blood. Back then, he had also possessed a sword that neutralized curses. Just how many special swords did he own? Ren Nastia stared at the protagonist, her heart filled with doubt. The protagonist spoke in an icy voice. I should have cut you into 100 pieces instead of using the bloodburst sword. No matter how I think about it, I cannot understand why the one who ambushed me 5 years ago is the one acting angry. Hearing that, Kin gritted his teeth and asked back, ambushed you? He spun around and cursed. You ungrateful fool. I treated you like my own son, yet you dared return to Uberis after killing half the mercenary corps. What are you, if not a monster wearing human skin? The protagonist listened to him scream and grew even more confused. What nonsense are you spouting? Ban Kin kept hissing. You killed your own comrade just because he did a few filthy things to some nameless refugee brat. Then you even ruined my handsome face. Hearing that, the young man suddenly froze. Something was wrong. In his past life, he had never killed half the mercenary corps, nor had Ban Kin ever treated him like a son. That nameless refugee child had been him. Old memories instantly came flooding back. Back then, the mercenary corps had been built from weak, pathetic men who only knew how to pick fights in the streets. Naturally, it was also crawling with bastards and degenerates. After losing his family and wandering aimlessly, when they arrived in Ibis, the three thuggish men with savage grins remained painfully clear in his memory. The so-called Mastiff Mercenary Corps was no different from any other band of hired blades. Back then, he was just a weak child, clutching his head and screaming. Fortunately, his older brother was so strong that they did not dare look down on him, while Ruth was treated like a freeloading leech. Whenever the two brothers were together, his older brother always protected him. But because Ban Kin favored that brother, he was often sent out on missions. On that very day, his brother was absent, and Ruth was beaten until he was exhausted. Worn down by the bullying, he fought back only to be beaten half to death again. The memory returned of his older brother catching those men brutally attacking him. Their filthy feet stomped directly onto his face. After witnessing that scene, his older brother flew into a rage and killed half of the Mastiff Mercenary Corps. That was right. The one who slaughtered half the corpse and left the scar on Ban Kin's face was not him. The image of Ban Kin's face being slashed open flashed clearly through his memory. It was not me. The one who did it was my older brother, Azir Donatos. After killing them all, his older brother's face was drenched in blood. At that moment, the young Ruth trembled as he clung to his brother and asked through sobs why. Why did you do that? You did not have to attack all of them. His older brother stroked his head and gently reassured him. Do not worry. They were just scum who deserved to die. Even if that meant he had to leave you behind, it was all for your sake. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Soon after, a wanted order spread across Aden, forcing his brother to hand him to a man before vanishing. Maybe that was the best choice at the time, but after one disaster after another, he still ended up living alone. Thinking back to his previous life made his heart ache, because it took years before he heard any news of his brother. The truth was, in this life, that bastard was still acting exactly the same, while his brother was now missing. Could everything his brother once carried in the previous life now be his responsibility? His brother's silhouette appeared behind him like a silent reminder. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Yeah, do I really have to keep charging headfirst into screwed up situations like this? The blood on the blade crackled and burst, scaring Ban Kin so badly his soul nearly left his body. Right after that, the protagonist landed a brutal hit on him, making him scream in agony. Ban Kin flew backward and crashed flat onto the ground. The protagonist's sword shot forward and stabbed into the ground right between his legs. Ban Kin stammered in terror. Wait, I have changed my mind. You must have your reasons. He cut him off with a cold shout. Shut up. After all these years, the Mastiff Mercenary Corps is still a trash heap that does filthy things to children. Ban Kin sat collapsed on the ground, lowering his head as he clenched his teeth. He stared at the blade planted between his legs and trembled as he spoke. What do you mean? After all these these years. What the hell are you talking about? The protagonist answered coldly. A dead man like you does not need to know much. Immediately after, a massive explosion rang out, and dust and smoke billowed high into the air. When the dust cleared, the protagonist rubbed his forehead and muttered in irritation. Damn, he dug out. Suddenly a voice called out, "Sir." The little girl hurried toward him from a distance. He immediately spoke up to stop her. "Do not come here. Hurry and get somewhere safer." Ignoring his warning, the little girl still ran over, grabbed his clothes tightly, and looked back in panic. "Sir, run. He is someone Jillian hired. He is the one who made my mother and me suffer. Back at the mansion, he still has a lot of mercenaries." The little girl trembled and clutched his clothes even tighter, her voice choking up. "And that is not all. He is keeping a dark mage there too. I am the one they are hunting. Sir, you have to..." Before she could finish, the protagonist grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up, leaving her staring in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. He set the little girl on his shoulder and said in a low voice, "All right, take me there." The girl still stared wide-eyed at him, stunned. Once she understood what he meant, the little girl angrily grabbed his hair and yanked hard. "What are you saying? You are supposed to run." Even though the hair pull hurt like hell, he argued back. "Hold on. If I go alone, it will take more than half a day." The protagonist offered a trade. "Since you taught me magic, I will teach you a few things too. There are 2 things that must be returned. The first is kindness." The little girl looked at him closely. "And the last is oppression." After hearing that, the little girl fell silent for a long while, then both of them turned their eyes toward the distant mansion. At the same time, inside Jillian's mansion, the fat noble and the dark mage Hyman were watching everything through a crystal orb. Jillian's face was deathly pale, and sweat kept pouring down his skin. Through the orb, they had witnessed Ban Kin's death. It was a painful end with his body torn into pieces. After seeing that scene, the fat noble began to panic, his legs shaking so hard he could barely stand. He dropped onto the floor, his whole body trembling and drenched in sweat as he stammered. "Ban Kin is dead. He was clearly so strong, yet he still could not beat that guy." The dark mage Hyman kept staring into the orb and said, "That man is coming." Those words made the fat man spring up and flee, shouting loudly, "No! Listen, gather all 11 slaves and lock them up. Do not miss a single one." The fat noble pointed straight at Hyman. "Hey, Hyman, do you know why I spent a fortune backing someone exiled from the Magic Kingdom? Kill that monster for me, and do not let my treasure get so much as a scratch." Hearing that, the dark mage Hyman calculated inwardly. "I do not want to use my precious work to save this fat man, but my research really does still need funding." After thinking it through, the dark mage smiled with full confidence. He replied, "Lord Jillian, there is no need to worry. We still have that special thing." "That's right." The fat noble looked like he had found a lifeline and shouted in excitement, "Yes, we still have that. Hyman, your research truly is a masterpiece." The thing the dark mage mentioned was a dragonkin bound in heavy chains, with a glowing golden stone embedded in his chest. Inside Jillian's mansion, screams and angry shouts erupted in chaos. "You bastard, do you know what you're doing? Stop right now. Is this the place?" the protagonist asked, and Ren Nastia answered at once. "Yes, this is Jillian's mansion." Around them, guards he had beaten half to death lay everywhere. The protagonist looked around and muttered, "He must be swimming in money, with this many guards around." Ren Nastia asked worriedly, "Sir, are you all right?" He did not answer, only asked back, "Why do you ask?" Ren Nastia lowered her head sadly. "Even if they are our enemies, they are human beings like you." He then explained, "I warned them first, but those bastards still rushed in and attacked me." The girl still answered sadly, "Yes, that is true." The guards ran out of the mansion one after another, their faces pale with fear. The protagonist frowned and thought, "Are they trying to attack me again?" One of them even had deep claw marks across his face, which made him understand even less about what was happening. The guards were not attacking him. They were running from a hairy, clawed foot that had just crushed a soldier's head. A beast with wings growing from its head and a yellow beast appeared, both snarling fiercely like monsters from a dungeon. Ren Nastia widened her eyes in shock. Then even more grotesque beasts charged out, their momentum wild enough to tear everything apart. Magical beasts? No, I have never seen any magical beasts like these. Ren Nastia spoke in a trembling voice. The protagonist observed them and thought, "These are chimeras stitched together from multiple species with magic. Creating something like this is definitely illegal. Let's just call them chimeras." They rushed in and tore into the guards without the slightest discrimination. "But why would they release monsters that cannot tell friend from foe like this?" The chimeras continued frenziedly, biting the gods to death. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, ready to step into battle. Ren Nastia hid behind him, trembling in fear. He immediately said, "Hurry and find somewhere to hide." Suddenly, a winged half-human, half-beast figure holding a long spear appeared in front of them. He gave a quiet exclamation. "Well now." The beast stopped attacking. He narrowed his eyes. They even copied a dragonkin. The dragonkin's body was covered in eerie stitch marks. The protagonist charged forward, analyzing at high speed in his head. It was assembled from dragon parts, monster parts, and magical beast parts. Suddenly, rapid footsteps rang out. Ren Nastia was chasing after him, running as she called loudly. "Sir!" the protagonist shouted. "Hey, I told you to hide. It is dangerous here." He raised his sword, preparing to engage. The girl clutched his arm tightly and stammered, I know, but his name. The girl remembered the image of that monster once protecting her. Little Ren Nastia, it is dangerous to walk alone. He is our tribe's guardian, Ren Nastia. Pharaoh manifested, so they may have known each other. I have a feeling part of that chimera's body is still a living elf. A tribe's guardian is usually very strong, but his memories and consciousness have probably vanished long ago. While everyone was still lost in thought, the dragonkin suddenly lunged. Ruth Donatos immediately grabbed Ren Nastia and retreated sharply. Looking straight at the monster, the protagonist coldly realized that he was on a completely different level from the ones before. After the first attack failed, the dragonkin immediately took a stance. Right after that, he gripped his spear tightly and rushed in to attack him. He activated a barrier, raising a mana shield to block the strike. The protagonist thought this was fine, since it was the perfect time to test the method he had used in his previous life. He defended and dodged at the same time. Unlike sky-piercing art, this was a little-known technique he had personally honed on the battlefield. That method was called Devour. The protagonist activated his magic and hundreds of magical birds instantly screeched as they shot straight at the dragonkin. The dragonkin was attacked non-stop by the flock of magical birds, his body swaying as his stance began to collapse. Seizing that instant, he accelerated and shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind. The protagonist thrust his sword straight into the dragonkin's body, but he managed to rotate his spear sideways in time and deflect the blade. Knowing he could not dodge, the monster immediately twisted his body with lightning speed to escape the attack's path. Right after that, it sprang high into the air, causing the protagonist's sword to drive hard into the ground from its momentum. Having escaped the fatal blow by a hair, the monster curled his mouth into a delighted grin, but the terrifying pressure from the sword split the earth open, sending dirt and stone flying as the compressed energy burst outward. Blue streams of energy spread from the protagonist's position to the dragonkin, piercing straight through his body and gouging out holes. This move was Snowfield. After taking the hit, the dragonkin coughed up blood and roared in pain. The protagonist slowly turned back, his eyes locked firmly on the dragonkin. Countless bleeding wounds had already appeared across his body. He reassured himself that the cuts were not deep enough, and that he could still fight. The moment that thought ended, he charged straight toward the protagonist again. The protagonist clenched both hands and cursed inwardly in frustration, because he could not remember the skill's name. Damn it, what was that move called again? Now I remember. It was Ling. Bolts of lightning instantly pinned into the dragonkin's body, draining the color from his face. Watching that, Pharaoh realized in shock that he had absorbed the sword energy built up from the last strike into his body, then released it back out. As for that skill name, the protagonist snapped, "Shut up, I named it when I was young." A technique name should be fun and easy to call out, right? The moment he said that, he charged straight at the paralyzed dragonkin. Just then, a staff wrapped in violet light and swirling with magic suddenly shot toward him. It transformed into magical thorny tendrils, rising into a barrier that blocked the protagonist from reaching the dragonkin. He immediately stopped short and lifted his head toward the sky. It turned out a mage was controlling the magic from high above. He raised his hand, forming a massive circle that hovered overhead. From that circle, countless pitch-black thorn tendrils plunged down all at once. Ren Nastia hid behind a tree trunk, peeked out, and recognized him in a trembling voice as Hyman the Black Mage. Seeing how tense things had become, Pharaoh asked if he needed help. The protagonist refused, his hand still gripping the sword hilt tightly. He looked up at the sky. Now thick with the Black Mage's magic power, his gaze frighteningly calm. This time I have left him far behind. His eyes flashed. The three elements of magic are mana, skill, and casting. At this level, if I destroy the core structure, the entire spell collapses, no matter how much mana it has. The protagonist swung his sword, cutting straight into the Black Mage's mass of magic. Take this. Energy erupted from the blade, covered the magic mass, and swallowed it like a bottomless abyss. The Black Mage panicked, his eyes bulging in disbelief. No, impossible, not that thing. He felt his magic being devoured clean. Staring at the energy pouring from the sword, he froze in terror. Trembling, he wondered what the hell that sword really was, then hurriedly began chanting. From below, the protagonist looked up and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" By then, he had gripped the sword firmly, his whole body tensing as he prepared to launch it straight at him. "Get down here, bastard." With that, he threw the sword. The blade pierced through the mage's body, making him scream in agony. After taking the hit, the mage fell freely, cursing like a madman while frantically creating another magic circle. He was choking with rage because a single strike had forced him to use both healing magic and flight magic. His mana was nearly depleted, but by barely maintaining healing and flight, the Black Mage still landed lightly on the ground. Even so, his condition had worsened sharply. Sweat poured down his face, and violent nausea churned inside him. The man in his chest went haywire. He grimaced in pain, then vomited violently. The protagonist stood before him and said with contempt, "So what if you're a six-circle mage? Your body is weaker than a 6-year-old child's." He looked weakly at him, horrified inside. This guy handled six-circle magic in an instant. Damn it, even if he is the next hero, how could he do that? Good thing I still have enough mana to use a teleportation charm. I have have to run now. As if reading his intentions, the protagonist stepped forward and stomped hard on his hand, cutting off his escape. He asked coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" He raised his sword high and said calmly, "Let's finish this quickly." The mage only managed to let out a choked sound. In the distance, the dragonkin began to stir, clear signs that he was waking up. Ren Nastia, still hiding behind the tree, saw it at once. Suddenly her eyes went wide and she screamed in panic. "No, Lord, hurt up." It turned out the dragonkin had wrung out the last of his strength to rush in and take the blow for the mage. Seeing himself shielded, the mage lifted his face and broke into a delighted smile. "Here is my chance. Take it, you failure." He shoved the dragonkin hard toward the protagonist's sword. Under that cruel push, the dragonkin's body pitched straight forward. Seizing that chance, he chanted a teleportation spell to flee, while the dragonkin took the protagonist's sword head-on. He clenched his teeth, fury surging in his eyes. The core had been destroyed. He would not be able to hold on much longer. The monster collapsed on the ground, a massive hole torn through the center of his body. Seeing that, Ren Nastia burst into tears and rushed out, calling Lord Herta's name. The protagonist instantly grabbed her by the clothes and pulled her back to stop her. "Stay back, he could still be dangerous. If he is still alive, his power is definitely no joke. Not just anyone earns the honor of becoming the guardian of an entire tribe." The dragonkin slowly turned into spirit-like motes of light that drifted into the sky. Watching it, she could not believe he had fallen into a dark mage's trap. Ren Nastia could only stand there stunned, tears streaming down without end. Peaceful days with her mother and that guardian flashed through her mind. After a while, she turned to him and asked, "Where did those people run off to?" The protagonist answered curtly, "Not far. They are badly injured." Ren Nastia clenched her fists and asked again, "Are you planning to chase them?" He answered without hesitation, "Yes. Do you want to come with me?" At that moment, he held a sword that was still stained with killing intent. The blue sword spun with light, opening a teleportation circle in the middle of space. The girl narrowed her eyes and answered calmly, "Mother will surely be disappointed in me, but I still want revenge. Get out. Guard the mansion outside. Now, you useless trash. Do not let even a single ant reach the basement." From the cold darkness, a roar rang out. "Is Hyman here? Why has he not arrived yet?" The moment Jillian mentioned Hyman, he dropped with a thud, as if hurled out of thin air, groaning in pain. Jillian stared at the scene, both terrified and unable to understand what was happening. Jillian turned pale and asked, "Hyman, what happened to you?" Hyman widened his eyes and snapped, "Shut up." Only one thought remained in his head, "I have to run. Damn it, what kind of monster is that brat?" He immediately fled, ignoring Jillian screaming behind him. "Are you running away? Are you abandoning me and all my treasure? Do you know how much I sacrificed for you? Catalysts, resources, everything to back the GSMLA research." The mage did not even turn his head, only answered in an icy voice, "I am about to die. What damn research matters now?" While hastily grabbing his luggage, he pointed straight at Jillian and cursed, "I ended up like this because of you, you fat pig. Is your brain all grease, so you cannot understand the situation? Give me the stable key. I am out of mana, so the only way left is to ride a horse and run." But before he could escape, the mage took a clean sword strike from behind. "Where do you think you are going?" An ice-cold voice rang out. Ruth Donatos and Ren Nastia appeared, both staring at the sinners with gazes as sharp as blades. Pharaoh appeared and asked in shock, "What is that sword?" It wiped out the entire treasure vault in an instant. In the protagonist's hand was the Philia-inlaid broken sword. It was a blade that could tear through space, the same weapon Leon had used in his previous life, but it devoured a terrifying amount of mana, so he never wanted to draw it. Seeing Hyman killed, Jillian panicked and ran, screaming, "Monster, somebody save me." But his body was too heavy, so he barely got far before falling face first at the feet of the bound slaves. "Save me, hurry and save me, you useless trash." At that moment, a rope suddenly wrapped tight around his body. He rolled across the floor and screamed miserably. The protagonist stepped forward and said coldly, "Hey, I have a few things to ask you." He stared straight into his face. "I will finish you off soon, because someone else is still waiting." The young man walked over to the stone mage, kicked him, and asked, "The fairy you used to create the chimera was rather strong. You could not have tamed it yourselves. Talk, where did you get it?" The fat man trembled and confessed at once. "The Ibris black market. I traded with a group wearing dragon head masks and white cloaks." The protagonist fell into thought. Dragon masks and white cloaks. Could it be the Dragon Temple? It was a bizarre heretical cult that dreamed of turning dragons into the rulers of the entire world. If they destroyed Nastia and captured the tribe's guards, every piece of the puzzle fit together at once. The fat man sobbed and begged, "I told you everything. My treasure, no, even those slaves over there, do whatever you want with them. Some are broken, but a few are still very fresh." Ren Nastia had already gone to the slaves. Hearing his words, every one of them trembled with rage. "Take as much money as you want, please." The protagonist stayed silent, his eyes darkening. Then he laughed. "What is this? But I am not sure the treasures behind you feel the same way." The fat man's face went deathly pale with fear. "Try persuading them." Right after that, the crowd rushed in and tore at him until his whole body was soaked in blood, yet he kept screaming for someone to save him. Ren Nastia walked over, her foot stepping through the pool of blood. He called weakly, "Please save me, Ren Nastia. My love, Ren Nastia. Ren Nastia would never want me to end up like this." The girl stood before him, holding a small knife in her hand. "You know your mother protected you with all her love." He tried to cling to that memory to shake her resolve. "Mother definitely definitely would not want to see me like this. The girl whispered, then dropped the knife to the floor. The fat man thought he had survived and formed a twisted smile. So I will do this instead. The girl stepped closer and sat down across from him. She continued coldly, I will poke tiny holes in your body, then slowly blow air into them. The air will creep through your blood vessels, flood your eyes, your organs, and finally your brain. Both of the girl's hands immediately formed a magic circle. His body swelled violently, as if it were about to burst from the inside. I pray your soul never finds rest. We will curse you. Many years later, the explosions inside the fat man's corpse still echoed again and again, like an endless sentence. After that, the girl smiled happily. Is it unfair? I suppose it is, since you spent so long trampling over other people. The protagonist and Pharaoh watched that scene, unable to find anything to say for a moment. Phaedra mocked him. You really taught that little girl some useful things. Abel White walked along in irritation, muttering under his breath, what a pain. He grumbled about a certain noble who specialized in exploiting illegal slaves, and about another culprit, a dark witch who had secretly carried out chimera experiments behind the protagonist's back. Beside Abel White was a young man still shaken with fear. Abel covered his face and sighed, helplessly saying the two behind this deserved immediate execution, even if it had been done to rescue slaves. But with so many mercenaries dead, he could not let the matter pass lightly. The young man was confused by Abel White's words and looked at him with bewildered eyes, having no idea what to do next. Abel White's gaze swept over the scattered corpses of the mercenaries. He calmly pointed out that the one who killed them was that stupid chimera, a monster that could not even tell friend from foe. The young man hesitated, then said, either way, as a guild member in Ibris, Abel White does not need to worry too much. Abel White folded his arms, his voice firm. Sooner or later, this incident will make the imperial family deal with Aten for tolerating illegal slave trading and colluding with a dark witch. You probably do not want that person stigmatized, do you? Hearing that, the young man flinched inwardly. His face clearly showed fear at the ruthlessness in Abel's words, as well as shock that someone so young could think so sharply. Abel White muttered as he walked, his voice full of annoyance. These days, being raised like a normal child is already good fortune. He shot the young man a teasing look and said that since he had skills and would surely join the guild in the future with his current ability, he needed to protect his reputation even more. Then he gave a faint laugh and continued sarcastically, you are truly good at using other people. A very cunning future hero. The protagonist and Ren Nastia were now relaxing on chairs. Ren lay comfortably across his lap, her eyes fixed on the book in her hands. Suddenly, the protagonist leaned back and laughed faintly. You have been like this for a whole week. His guild is really embarrassing, operating for months, and still failing to handle a few simple matters. Just then, the Moon Shadow Guild master stormed in angrily, called him a brat and shouted, do you know how hard I had to work to clean up your battlefield? The protagonist only looked at him coldly. To be accurate, I was not the one who killed that monster. Ren Nastia sighed softly at that, as if she had little interest in the conversation. He continued calmly, that is nothing to be proud of either. Then he looked toward the guild master. You are taking the elves to Bernica tomorrow, right? Then I will go to Pharma. Try not to miss me too much while I am gone. The guild master frowned and replied suspiciously, that sounds fishy. Is there some hidden reason behind this? The Moon Shadow Guild master looked at the protagonist, his voice full of dissatisfaction. There is an entire vast forest where elves can live. Why does it have to be Bernica? He merely smiled. No country worships spirits and treats elves kindly like Bernica. Besides, this is also a chance for me to repay my debt to the Queen of Hearts. Through their mental link, the system quietly asked, is the Queen of Hearts you mentioned the great spirit who once formed a contract with the Spirit King? The protagonist nodded slightly. That is right. Since I have to go to Bernica anyway, I might as well build their reputation while I am there. He turned to Ren Nastia and hinted gently, even by mana train, it will take some time to reach Bernica, so just treat it as a sightseeing trip. Then he added, this little kid has no one left now, so everything depends on her big brother. The guild master instantly flew into a rage. Who did you just call brother? In his heart, the guild master cursed. Kids these days really have no sense of manners. Ray sat nearby, listened for a while, then sighed. He ran off, leaving the protagonist alone. The systems spoke up again, scolding him for being heartless. The protagonist only answered indifferently, I did not do anything. Everything was already decided from the beginning. As he stood, he said, next I have to go to Pharma to inspect the subspace, learn more magic, and deal with the Dragon Church. How would I have time to babysit? Pharaoh, the Spirit King, suddenly followed after him and reminded him that he could still stay one more week before leaving. The protagonist froze for a moment, then he looked out the window and wondered to himself, why should I do that? The scene shifted to a moving train car. There, Ren Nastia lowered her head, while the Moon Shadow Guild master sat across from her. He frowned and asked, it seems you two did not even get to say goodbye. That guy suddenly turned cold in a way I cannot understand. Ren Nastia sighed. You think so too, sir? Being called sir by the girl immediately annoyed the guild master. Ren Nastia continued, saying that she and the protagonist had spent more than a month together, studying, playing, and going through many things side by side. The girl said she also wanted to become strong like him, and one day be able to fight with her own strength, no longer shaken by anyone. She wondered to herself if she became strong enough, would he let her follow him? Thinking that, Ren Nastia lowered her head and silently blamed herself. What an idiot, a bastard, a heartless jerk. Just then, the protagonist suddenly appeared, heard every word she said, and frowned. That's a little harsh, he growled. I fed you, clothed you, kept you warm, and this is how you curse me. Tell me exactly how I'm heartless. Ren Nazia stared at him in shock. Why are you here? The protagonist hesitated for a moment, then still forced himself to look cold. I came to work, Ren Nazia asked suspiciously. What kind of work makes you wander all the way here? He explained in irritation. I was going to say a really cool goodbye, but I chickened out and couldn't do it. Then, of all things, I ended up getting cursed out by you. The president of Moon Shadow quietly watched them. The protagonist turned to Ren Nazia, smiled arrogantly, and reminded her, no matter how many years it takes, I'll make you pay back every last coin. He stressed each word. You have to become a great mage. Do whatever you want to pay me back, but don't even think about running. If you hide, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Outside, a group of people was secretly listening to the entire conversation. Ren Nazia stared at him blankly, too choked up to speak. The protagonist proudly held out his hand toward Ren Nazia and ordered her. If you get it, then let's go. Ren Nazia stepped closer, thinking quietly to herself. He really is an idiot. And then, without warning, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, scolding him as she clung to him. You idiot. The protagonist fell flat onto the ground and grimaced in pain. Beside them, the president of Moon Shadow gave a small shake of his head. I don't know what happened here, but if you don't say goodbye to this guy right now, you'll still be taken to Bernica. Hearing that, Ren Nazia snapped at him. If you'd said that sooner, I wouldn't have had to come all the way here. The protagonist only shrugged. That's because you vanished without a word and didn't leave a single trace. The scene opens in the city of Splendid Magic, where the protagonist and Ren Nazia have just arrived, standing in the middle of a dazzling world overflowing with sorcery. Ren Nazia could not hide her amazement as glittering magic towers rose before her, as if the entire land had been woven from miracles. Rare magical treasures were everywhere, crafted with advanced sorcery, so stunning that anyone who saw them would be overwhelmed. The ice cream here had an especially distinct sweetness. It was not just food, but almost a reflection of the kingdom's magical power and singular beauty. Ren Nazia ran around excitedly, her heart shouting that splendid magic was on a completely different level, nothing like the peaceful village in the forest. Standing beside her, the protagonist quietly watched Ren Nazia's excitement. For a moment, he wondered why an elf could love this place so much. When Ren Nazia heard his question, she looked at Ruth Donatos and answered at once that she loved magic. One day, she wanted to become a mage strong enough to help him. Hearing that confession, he let out a soft laugh. He reminded her that every mage he had met was hard to get along with, so he hoped she would not grow up like them. Ren Nazia widened her eyes in surprise and immediately asked who this bad-tempered mage he was talking about actually was. Before the conversation could continue, Lady Hennis Hapulia appeared. She observed them both with curious eyes, then asked if they were secretly bad-mouthing her. He and Ren Nazia startled and spun around at once. At that exact moment, another voice suddenly sounded from behind them. That voice was far too familiar. A woman stepped forward, and it was none other than young Lady Hennis Hapulia herself. The protagonist frowned slightly, looking displeased because he thought she had arrived late. Hennis Hapulia only smiled and said she was not late, he was simply too early. Ever since he took his leave, they had almost lost contact, so his message that morning had truly surprised her. As she stepped closer, Hennis Hapulia's gaze stopped on Ren Nazia. She looked in surprise at the tiny girl standing beside the protagonist, unable to hide her curiosity about the child's identity. Ren Nazia cheerfully, into a curtsy, spread the hem of her dress to greet Hennis Hapulia, and brightly introduced herself. The girl mischievously declared that she was the protagonist's secret daughter, and that Hennis Hapulia would be her new mother. She even hoped her new mother would spoil her, making him hurry to laugh awkwardly and explain that it was all made up. He said Ren Nazia was only a little girl he happened to meet in Aton, and that she still owed him a debt. Even so, the girl kept chirping and calling Hennis Hapulia her new mother, leaving her blushing in confusion while he had to ask whether she had heard his explanation clearly. Flustered, Hennis Hapulia crouched down and shyly said that being called mother sounded a little strange. If possible, she wanted the girl to call her big sister instead. Ren Nazia instantly cheered because she had gained another beautiful, gentle big sister. On top of that, today was also the first time she had ever eaten ice cream, so to her, it was truly the best day of her life. Hennis Hapulia laughed at her cuteness, but still lightly scolded the protagonist for buying ice cream for a child in cold weather. He replied that the little girl had insisted on it, then suddenly remembered how she always loved provoking him, so he asked Hennis Hapulia if she knew the girl's real age. Hennis Hapulia only smiled and replied that age was not merely a number, but also a marker recording the journey of a person's life. Off to one side, Lady Hennis Hapulia quietly watched the three of them with a thoughtful gaze. Eben softly noted that the young lady had grown up, and having a boyfriend at her age was normal, but she immediately told him in a stern voice to be silent. The lady said she was Hennis Hapulia's mother, so she had thought about this matter countless times. She understood that her daughter's goal was to help Lila Hapulia recover, but deep down, she only wanted her child to live a life of her own. The moment the next hero was mentioned, the lady's anger flared. She realized Hennis Hapulia cared far too much about that man. and had even put on makeup today, something she had never done before. Annoyed, she thought perhaps killing that brat would put her mind at ease, making Eben urgently advise her to lower her bow. In that instant, the protagonist, Hennis Hapulia and Ren Nazia all jumped when they heard the lady's voice ring out. Hennis Hapulia turned back, stunned to realize her mother was preparing to attack the protagonist because she had mistaken him for a threat to her daughter. The scene shifts to a magnificent white castle. There, the lady, the protagonist, and Ren Nazia are sitting across from one another at a tea table. The lady lifted her teacup, took a sip, and calmly remarked that he was the rumored next hero. But he only answered softly that his name was not that title, and that he was a person with a proper name. The countess looked straight at him with sharp eyes and asked whether this visit to splendid magic was to inspect the spatial barrier. She set down her teacup, her expression weary, as though the answer was already obvious. To her, that matter was completely pointless. She explained that the barrier was still in the acceptance phase and needed another week before completion. If he had not suddenly called Hennis Hapulia over, she would have clearly reported that progress herself. Anger flashed in the lady's eyes. She coldly emphasized that he could leave today, causing Hennis Hapulia, seated beside her, to look utterly confused. The protagonist did not understand why the countess was so angry, but he still calmly replied that yes, this did involve his mission. However, there was another important matter he wanted to ask about. Those words made the lady look briefly surprised, especially when he openly asked to learn magic from her, the distinguished Grand Mage of the Red Tower. Hearing that, the lady's lips curled slightly, her fleeting smile carrying a razor-cold edge. She gently snapped her fingers, as if measuring his boldness. In her eyes, the protagonist had a little fame, but that was not enough. A second circle mage daring to ask Grand Mage Hennis Hapulia to teach him magic, in her eyes, was no different from arrogance. Faced with that request, the countess flatly refused, so decisively that she left no room at all for negotiation. Just as the atmosphere sank, Ren Nazia, who had been sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up. The girl looked at the countess with admiring eyes and said she was amazing for being able to see his rank without even chanting a spell. The lady smiled with confidence and replied that a trivial thing like that was nothing worth being surprised over. Ren Nazia softly said that her magic was only self-taught, so it was still weak, but she also wanted to be as strong as the countess one day. Then the girl bravely asked her to teach magic to both herself and the protagonist, her voice filled with hope. Hearing this, the countess only gave a faint laugh and told her she was thinking of everything far too simply. But before the countess could finish speaking, Ren Nazia immediately used her adorable charm to plead with her one more time. That innocent sincerity made both the countess and Hennis Hapulia smile without realizing it. Their hearts seemed to soften before the girl's clear, bright eyes. The lady said sternly that if the two of them had nowhere else to go, she could let them stay for a while. But accepting disciples was not something to be done casually. The protagonist confidently replied that if she had not yet seen his talent, she could set a condition such as a trial. Meanwhile, Hennis Hapulia ate cake and happily asked Ren Nazia to bring her a few more pieces. The lady pondered for a moment, then decided she would ask him one question. Depending on his answer, she would consider whether to allow him to enter the test. Sitting beside her, Hennis Hapulia looked at her mother in surprise, as if she had not expected her to open even the smallest chance. The lady slowly posed her question, her voice deepening. To you, what is the true meaning of magic? The protagonist answered that according to books, magic is a miracle that expresses human will through mana. But in reality, it was once the power of dragons, born when one dragon killed its own kind. That answer stunned everyone, especially the countess. She realized this was not an interpretation any ordinary mage could offer. As the countess walked toward the door, she explained that ancient magic had originally been the exclusive domain of the dragon race. Modern human magic only resembled ancient sorcery in form, while its operation had changed through will and incantations. She emphasized that she herself had devoted most of her research to digging into the true effectiveness of incantations. Humans use mana sensitivity to activate them, then cast spells through the limits of their own imagination. She said that even so, human magic still had the potential to surpass the power of dragons. Sometimes facing reality instead of relying on blind confidence was what allowed a mage to go farther. In her view, he was still arrogant, but at least he was not a fool. The protagonist watched her, secretly shocked by that power. With only one hand, the countess had cast teleportation at an extremely high level. Turning back, the lady announced that, as promised, she would let him begin the trial. Lady Hennis Hapulia looked straight at the protagonist with a solemn gaze, signaling that the test would begin right now. He froze for a moment at the sudden demand. Only one question remained in his mind. Did he really have to start right now? But the countess had no intention of waiting. She coldly said he was a busy man, and she also did not want to keep an outsider around for too long, so everything had to be handled quickly and cleanly. Seeing this, Hennis Hapulia spoke up and told her mother that the protagonist also needed time to prepare. The lady immediately turned to her daughter with strict eyes and reminded her of noble dignity, which was shown in every word and gesture. Hennis Hapulia fell silent, stunned by her mother's firmness. Faced with that situation, the main character stayed calm. He asked exactly what the upcoming test would involve. Lady Hennis Hapulia looked straight at him and said the gate before them would lead to Elfel Volcano in eastern Magic France. She stressed that the place was called God's Grace because there, a rich stream of mana ran through the volcanic veins, forming the foundation of the Magic Kingdom and a special research zone filled with countless resources and mysteries. She warned that the denser the mana in a place, the more likely it was to give birth to bizarre creatures. Hearing that, the main character could not help being surprised. The lady continued, saying that aside from their research station, this region was frequently attacked by wyverns. As a student of Aratium, he should know that the end of winter also marked the start of the wyvern's breeding season. A lone wyvern was nothing to fear, but if left alone, they would keep multiplying until the alpha was eliminated. The Countess assigned the main character to find and capture the alpha wyvern hiding somewhere in Mount Elfel, with a deadline of only one short week. If he succeeded, she would take him as her disciple. Hearing that declaration, the main character stepped forward with resolve, while Ren Nastia anxiously reached out, as if trying to stop him from entering danger. He accepted the challenge without hesitation, while demanding that the Countess keep her promise. Hennis Hapulia stood beside them in silence. Unable to hide the unease in her heart, the Countess calmly declared that mages the Red Tower never went back on their word. Then she placed a hand on Ren Nastia's shoulder, as if to reassure the girl. Seeing that, the main character immediately felt wronged. He wondered why Ren Nastia, who also wanted to become the Countess' disciple, was exempt from the trial. The Countess calmly asked if he had lost his mind, thinking a little girl like Ren Nastia should be thrown into such a dangerous place. Hearing that, the main character was instantly speechless. He quickly argued that he was actually younger than Ren Nastia, but the lady did not budge, declaring that she would look after the girl, while whether she taught her magic would depend on his results. The main character thought it was terribly unfair, but before he could say more, Ren Nastia understood his meaning and declared that she wanted to follow him loyally. Hennis Hapulia gently asked if the girl wanted more macarons, as if trying to soften the tense mood. At the mention of macarons, Ren Nastia immediately waved goodbye to the main character and wished him a safe journey. Everyone was stunned that the girl gave up following him so easily for a few sweets. The lady did not hesitate. She gently pushed him toward the gate and said he had already talked far too much. The main character looked back at her, his gaze firm, and reminded her in a low voice that she had better not forget her promise. The Countess merely repeated coldly that he had exactly 1 week to complete the mission. In the very next moment, the main character lost his balance and fell straight into a land where battle was already erupting, dragged into the chaos before his eyes. He wondered in confusion whether the Countess really intended to make him catch the enemy bare-handed, with no preparation, no supplies, and only brutal terrain surrounding him. Just then, a macaron suddenly fell right beside him. The main character stared at the pastry, a bitter thought flashing through his mind. Were they actually messing with him or what? He stood up, feeling injustice coil in his chest like a blazing fire. But then he reassured himself that at least the Countess had revealed the target's location to him. Spirit King Pharaoh complained that the place was far too hot and urged him to finish the mission quickly. The main character thought that Pharaoh got excited in the cold, but became anxious the moment heat showed up. The Spirit King remarked that this place was the complete opposite of a name like God's Grace, since the scenery was nothing but devastation. The main character agreed, believing the mana here came from an unusual source. He thought of Fire Dragon Amida, then realized the source vein had been sealed deep within the volcano's crater, where raging rivers of lava had once flowed. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the air. He immediately understood that this was the Dragon Vein, where ancient power was slowly awakening. The Spirit King asked if he had come to Magic France for more than just that subspace. He admitted that was indeed part of his plan, but he had not expected to get caught up in this situation. The Spirit King reminded him that he had walked for 3 full years to get here, so he should stop complaining. Hearing that, the main character could only fall silent, with nothing left to say. In 3 more years, the Fire Dragon would appear, but this place was originally their lair, so the future was certain to bring upheaval, and they had to prepare starting now. Hearing that, he could not help feeling discouraged. He had hoped he could settle everything immediately, yet now he had to wait 3 more years. The main character looked at the dragons circling in the sky, and thought they were only juveniles, not nearly as terrifying as the legends claimed. He quickly dodged a dragon's attack, then mocked it for being too slow and completely unworthy of being his opponent. When he struck it, he realized its scales were fairly tough and curled his lips, saying its durability was not bad either. The main character felt his strength begin to merge into one, so he decided to focus his power and unleash a truly heavy blow. But right after the strike, he clutched his throbbing hand and wondered how Balak Storos could use this move so easily. Irritation rose as he stared at his useless hand. The Spirit King asked if he had just used Storos' technique, since it seemed he could handle these creatures without a sword. The main character replied that beyond the sword was sword force, and beyond martial fists was slaughter, but this skill was still incomplete. He continued, saying that the technique created vibrations in the atmosphere. Because of that, it would not be long before the monsters in the sky swarmed here, all at once. Ruth Donatos observed carefully and realized the wyverns were not following sound, but vibrations. The corner of his mouth lifted as the alpha closed in, as if the battle he had been waiting for was finally beginning. It dove with savage force, its wings beating hard through the air and stirring violent gusts that swept across the battlefield. Seeing that, the main character immediately understood. Because this monster was the leader, it could use magic. Suddenly, he remembered something a girl had once said. If you cannot fly, do not foolishly fight wyverns, and if you cannot use magic, you are better off choosing earth dragons. The main character briefly recalled it, then laughed. Now he could fly, but there was no reason he had to fight the way someone else had laid out. As his words fell, he tightened his grip on the ancient magic weapon in his hand, ready to strike. The blade flashed with a cold light, his hand clamped around the hilt, and his eyes grew thick with resolve. He charged straight into the swarm of monsters, eyes blazing, his voice cold as steel. You are finished. The main character rushed into the middle of the enemy formation, fists and kicks crashing down like a storm, each blow heavy and precise. Sword light flashed in his hand, tearing through the air. Every slash that struck the hard scales rang out with a sharp sound, like metal bursting apart. The scene shifted to Lady Hennis Hapulia's castle. Hennis thought that if her mother had ever made the girl uncomfortable, she would apologize on her behalf. But the girl saw nothing to worry about, because yesterday the lady had taken her around the kingdom and treated her to a lavish meal, letting her clearly feel the lady's warmth. 2 hours earlier, the lady had sternly instructed her that anyone of the Hennis Hapulia household must always maintain an air of nobility. Clothes had to be modest, and rooms had to be tidy and spotless. After saying that, she immediately took the girl on a tour of the kingdom. Remembering that scene, Hennis thought to herself that those words had not come from her. It was simply that her mother was completely unable to resist the girl's cuteness. Hennis softly asked whether Ren Nastia had not been the one who wanted to go with the main character before. Hearing that, Ren only fell silent and did not answer right away. Ren admitted in a small voice that it was true, but right now she would only hold him back. Her voice carried a heavy sense of inferiority, as if she could never catch up to his steps. The girl looked at Hennis with curiosity, her heart full of questions. Had the main character always been that strong? Her eyes shone with admiration, and also with a longing to reach that power. Hennis thought back and realized he had always been unusual. On the entrance ceremony alone, the main character caused a commotion with the student council president, caught the attention of 4 seniors, and even broke a girl's wrist in class. Ren asked in shock who the girl with the broken wrist was. Hennis let out a light breath and replied that it was a long story, but there was someone in her class named Leon. Ren's anger instantly spread like an undercurrent, silent but fierce, making the air around the girl feel as if it had tightened. Ren trembled with fury, outrage blazing inside her. She could not understand how anyone could be that cruel. The girl only wanted to meet the main character once and teach him a proper lesson. Hearing that, Hennis was left speechless, wondering how the conversation had turned into bad-mouthing someone behind his back. Hennis hesitated for a moment, her expression wavering as if she were hiding something important but did not know how to bring it up. She looked at Ren and gently reassured her. There is no need to worry too much. That guy is strong enough to take down even a myriad-form dragon. He just refuses to admit it. Hennis continued, saying that no matter how you looked at him, he resembled a true action warrior, didn't he? In the middle of the intense battle, the Spirit King glanced at the main character and asked if that was a new magic weapon. He replied that it was the Storm Spear, an ancient magic weapon that could summon wind and rain. In his heart, the longing from his previous life rose again, for the weapon he had once desired with burning intensity. The main character said ancient magic weapons already devoured mana at a terrifying rate, but the Storm Spear was even more brutal. Every use drained so much energy that he could not swing it carelessly. The Spirit King looked at the main character with a gaze that was both mocking and sympathetic. He said that knowing the magic weapon's power yet still charging into a flock of flying dragons made him no different from a child playing with a new toy for the first time. The main character only smiled, his face full of confidence and excitement, insisting that this was what made it cool. The main character declared with blazing spirit that no matter one's age, everyone still had a youthful soul that yearned to burn bright. To him, once he held a powerful magic weapon, his duty was not merely to use it, but to unlock its full potential, whether his opponent was weak or an otherworld-class monster. As he spoke, he hoisted the magic weapon onto his shoulder, but right after that, its terrifying weight left the main character frozen, his body slipping out of control. He crashed to the ground, and the magic weapon slammed heavily into the surface with a deep boom. The Spirit King looked at the main character in alarm and hurriedly asked what was wrong with him, and whether something had gone bad. The main character panted, his voice coming in broken bursts. His mana had been completely drained, and he no longer had the strength to stand up and fight. Beside the campfire, he roasted meat while calmly saying it was just as expected. At his current 4th rank realm, the main character still did not have enough power to control that magic weapon. He bit into the fragrant roasted dragon meat, while the Spirit King sarcastically said he had risked his life trying to use an ancient magic weapon just because it looked cool. The king did not forget to add that when mana dropped, intelligence dropped with it too, and anyone could tell from the way he was devouring that stinking dragon meat. The main character tossed the dragon bone aside, annoyed that the Spirit King kept nagging. He said said he had recovered enough to walk, and his spirit had partly returned after the meal. Deep down, he understood that the problem was not only the storm's spear. What frustrated the main character even more was that after all this time, he still had not broken through the wall to reach the 5th rank. His skills had been sharpened and he did not lack experience, but all of that was still not enough for a breakthrough. He knew that to go further, he had to find a new path for developing his power, and reality had never been easy. The Spirit King asked if the main character was preparing to enter the Heavenly Spirit. He nodded, saying his mana needed more time to recover anyway. He felt that his external training was enough. Now it was time to step inside and find something more valuable for his level-up journey. The main character understood that the inside would definitely be full of trials, but instead of retreating, he was ready to face them all. Time passed with unbelievable speed. He thought to himself, so nearly a year had already gone by. That truth left the main character both surprised and curious about what awaited him ahead. He realized he no longer had to struggle to stay conscious like before. His focus had sharpened enough to materialize clothes and demonic energy without trouble. The main wondered if the spirit realm reflected the real world exactly as it was. With that thought, he pushed every doubt aside. What mattered now was moving forward. Step by step, the main went deeper into the cool green space, where fantastical sights waited in silence. He murmured that this place was really quiet, then called out to Spirit King Pharaoh. Vanna's past life had once formed a contract with him, so surely he had been here before, right? The main shouted Pharaoh's name. His voice echoed through the still emptiness, but only a long silence answered him. He thought the connection to the Spirit King might have been severed if the heavenly spirit had really been brought here. Pharaoh should have recognized the spirit bodies of its masters. Suddenly, a massive door appeared in front of the main. He froze, staring at the strange patterns carved with exquisite detail across its surface. Dim blue light from the surrounding space blended into every line, creating an indescribably mysterious aura. The main wondered where this door would lead. He placed his hand on the door, and warmth from the wooden surface flowed into his palm. His curiosity surged even higher. If the main wanted to know what lay beyond, he had no choice but to step through. The moment he opened the door and walked in, he never expected to plunge straight into a bottomless abyss. His foot slipped past the edge of the cliff, and the main lost his balance before hurtling into empty air. Panic instantly flooded his mind. When he crashed to the ground, sharp pain swept through his whole body, forcing the main to cry out. He was so furious he ground his teeth, unable to believe someone had placed a door right in front of a cliff. But as soon as he cursed, the main realized his sword had vanished, and unease instantly crept into his mind. Still irritated by that ridiculous fall, he suddenly spotted a library below. Rows of bookshelves stood in order, filling the space with an ancient, solemn feeling. The main stepped into the library. Silence wrapped around him as he walked straight to a shelf and opened an old book at once. In an instant, lines of text appeared before his eyes. They were memories from when he was 6 years old, the first fragments of the main's life. He froze when he saw his name written clearly on the page. The main wondered in shock if this was magic, while images of the past kept flooding into his head. Scene after scene appeared vividly, like a film in slow motion, making it impossible for him to look away from the page. The main saw himself standing inside his childhood memories, where the purest and most innocent emotions flared up in his mind. He realized these had to be memories from his previous life. Every moment returned with a terrifying clarity. As he went deeper, the main saw the space expand endlessly, as if he had wandered into a kingdom made of memories. Gentle light fell from lamps floating high above. In his line of sight, a bookshelf with a different color immediately caught his attention. Written on it were the words, Leon's Memories at age 24. The main walked closer in shock and opened it. The pages turned softly, pulling countless vivid images of Leon along with them, as if he had stepped into another timeline full of intense emotion. In the memory, Leon screamed in despair that she could not hear anything at all. That cry was packed with frustration, loneliness, and pain. She felt abandoned, especially when the main stood there without caring about her feelings at all. That memory exposed before his eyes the pain Leon had silently endured. It was like a bitter reminder of the understanding she had always longed for but never received. The main stood stunned as Leon's images and memories appeared so clearly. He blurted out, "What the hell is this?" unable to believe her painful emotions were this vivid. He clenched his fist, his eyes full of confusion but also clear resolve. What was going on? Why were Leon's memories appearing before the main, as if this place hid a mystery larger than himself? Next, he saw the memories of Hanisapuli at age 20. Then came the memories of Balakstoros at age 26, repeating like an abnormal sign that was hard to explain. After that were the memories of Lenia Selkit at age 23. The main could not hide his shock. Why were the memories of his comrades from his previous life here? That question dragged in a flood of doubts about the connection between them, Leon, and this strange space. This was a mysterious library inside the Azure Heaven, a place where all memories and emotions were stored. If the main's link to the mental world and his master's soul had been severed, then this had to be his own space, a deep realm for facing the past and revealing revealing buried secrets. He thought that the memories of his fellow disciples from his previous life were all inside this library. If the space was created from the successor's consciousness, his own memories made sense. But the presence of other people's memories was far too abnormal. The problem was why their memories appeared here too. Just as that thought rose in his mind, a sudden sound rang out, cutting through the silence. He frowned and said this place was already troublesome enough, yet someone had still come to bother him. The Mane swept his eyes across the library, his sharp gaze scanning every corner. He said coldly that if he caught whoever it was, they were dead for sure. Determination boiled inside the Mane, and he absolutely would not let this intruder escape easily. He ran toward the source of the sound, each step filled with suspicion and caution. But when he arrived, the Mane stopped short. Before his eyes, there was only a sword lying quietly on the floor. The Mane frowned and wondered why this thing was here. The lone sword rested in the vast space, giving off an inexplicable feeling. He did not remember ever seeing it anywhere. The longer he looked, the more his curiosity surged. The Mane looked around and realized this area was strangely empty. This was supposed to be where his memories from age 13 were stored, but now they were missing, as if someone had taken them away. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, asking if he seemed to be enjoying a little stroll. The sound was gentle yet mysterious. The Mane turned around, and the girl smiled as she said it was nice to meet him. The ninth successor. He spun around to look at her, his eyes filled with vigilance, suspicion, and confusion. The two faced each other in the still space. The Mane's gaze was sharp, but doubtful, while the girl remained calm, her faint smile making it seem as if she had been waiting for this meeting. The girl introduced herself as Charlotte Avro, the sixth successor of the Sky Observation Art. Her voice was soft, but it held an authority that could not be underestimated. The Mane only gave a blank at that introduction, making Charlotte frown at once. Irritated, she stressed that she was the genius professor, the radiant golden rose everyone once knew, a symbol of knowledge and power in successor history. He calmly said he had seen Charlotte in history books. She was the senior of the immortal heavenly sword Albrecht. That excited the Mane, and he frankly said it was an honor to meet a great figure like her. Charlotte burst out laughing, her voice both confident and mischievous. She said she knew that very well, but the truth was she was already dead. He probably thought she was a ghost because she appeared here, right? Charlotte went on to explain that when a successor died, both their body and soul would become a heavenly spirit. She was a shaped concept, a remnant will left behind by past successors to guide others within the azure heaven. Charlotte looked at the Mane seriously and said she was here to help him, but right after that, she suddenly stopped, as if she had noticed something that made her hesitate. She looked at him and said he was not a child. Something had happened outside, and he needed to pay attention to it. The Mane introduced himself in return, then asked Charlotte where they were trapped. He explained that he had lost his connection to the mental world and his master, and he wanted to know whether this place was truly the azure heaven. Charlotte smiled, her eyes gleaming with insight. She said he had indeed lost the link, because this was the inner heaven, where the memories and consciousness of past successors were stored. The Mane was shocked to hear the words inner heaven. His mind felt violently shaken by the truth that had just been revealed. Charlotte explained that the azure heaven was divided into 8 parts, representing different layers of the mental world, including the outer heaven and the inner heaven. She said the Mane had just reached the 4th layer of the outer heaven, where memories and concepts intersected, while the 5th layer above belonged to the inner heaven, where mind and soul touched the deepest core of the self. She said a living existence was made from a physical body, consciousness, and a spirit body. Hidden inside the spirit body was the information of the soul. Only the spirit body of a successor could enter this place. When the connection between their souls and the Mane's soul was cut off, this place became a private space for the successor, where memories and concepts were stored. Seeing the Mane look dazed, Charlotte said that from now until he fully created this place, all of his memories would be stored here. This was his own azure heaven, where every experience in his life would be preserved and wait to be explored. Ruth Donatos frowned and asked that if this was truly his own azure heaven, why did the memories of others exist inside it? Those foreign fragments floated around him, making this space feel even more abnormal. Charlotte Avro believed those memories might be the result of outside influence, but since she was only a concept, she could not say for sure. She looked at the Mane and said the friend beside him might have the answer. She lifted the sword and her eyes instantly lit up as if she had discovered a mysterious otherworld. Charlotte chuckled and said this thing was fascinating, while the Mane could only watch her every move in confusion. Charlotte Avro frowned, her voice full of irritation. She told him to look at its essence energy, because even if it knew something, it definitely would not open its mouth and tell her. The king looked at the sword in secret shock, wondering how a blade could have essence energy, and whether it truly carried emotions of its own. Charlotte Avro continued questioning why the Mane could use this thing, suspicion clear on her face. The Mane explained that this was the heaven-defying sword Deimos, a treasured blade passed down by his ancestors. He immediately asked Charlotte Avro if she had really never heard of it, surprise obvious in his eyes. Charlotte Avro replied that she had never heard of the sword Deimos before, but judging by its reaction, she understood that her mission was almost complete. As soon as she finished speaking, speaking, Charlotte Avro raised her hand and summoned another sword. The blade flashed within the hazy space, reflecting a brilliant halo. Then she looked straight at the mane and coldly told him to pick up his sword. She wanted him to prove he was worthy of seeing the fifth layer. Those words felt as heavy as a system trial, testing not only strength, but also the mane's will and resolve on the road ahead. Charlotte Avro continued, saying that all the predecessors, including the mane's master, had once passed this test. Only by winning against it could they break through the fifth wall. Charlotte Avro ordered the mane to swing with everything he had, and said it would count as success if his blade so much as grazed her. Her gaze was both encouraging and sharp, making the air tense as a bowstring before a life-or-death action scene. The mane thought that, sure enough, breaking through the fifth wall could never be simple. There had to be some brutal condition waiting ahead. He also realized Charlotte Avro would never let him draw his sword and clear the trial easily. A quiet sense of unease rose in the mane's mind. Charlotte Avro confirmed that this was the inner heaven, a place where the mane's consciousness would still exist, even if his physical body outside had died. But she stressed that if he wanted to pass the trial, he had to fight with all his strength. Charlotte Avro suddenly charged straight at the mane with lightning-like speed. Her sword light tore through the space before he could react. Her eyes burned with determination, and a strange smile still curved her lips. Charlotte Avro spoke in a teasing tone, declaring that he was finished this time. The mane froze before the speed and power of that slash. It far surpassed every experience he had ever had with the immortal heavenly sword. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Charlotte Avro's sudden slash still struck the mane. Pain exploded instantly, spreading through his whole body like fire. Charlotte Avro smiled in satisfaction at the mane and praised him for doing well. If he had not tilted his body to dodge at the last instant, his head might already have left his neck. The mane erupted in anger, his eyes widening with defiance as he asked Charlotte Avro if she was really trying to kill him. Fear and fury mixed together, driving his heartbeat to the absolute limit. Charlotte Avro calmly answered that it seemed so, because this was tradition. When she was alive, she died over 1,000 times before crossing this wall, so the main character should stop overthinking and charge in like a life or death training session. She said he would definitely be afraid of killing someone, especially when his opponent was a senior, but after dying 2 or 3 times, that hesitation would disappear on its own. The main character tightened his grip on his sword and understood that without Pharaoh, he could not use magic. The only thing in his hand was the heaven-defying sword, so his only choice was to pour all his mana into one attack. The main character thought that since there was no way back, he might as well fight to the end. He looked at Charlotte Avro and said firmly that he would not let her take him down easily, while the heaven-defying sword trembled as if answering his will. He lowered his center of gravity, adjusted his breathing, and entered a battle stance. The real trial was about to begin. Charlotte Avro laughed, her eyes sparkling with interest. She said youth really was wonderful, reckless and full of passion. While a white glow began to wrap around her body, that light poured out like a symbol of authority, making Charlotte Avro look even more like a mage from legend. She reminded the main character that if he wanted to cross this wall, he had to use everything he had. Hearing those words, the main character's heart wavered. He wondered if his current strength was enough to overcome this trial, while doubt quietly crept into his mind. The main character thought about using sky observation art together with his older brother's aura. That idea helped him regain a little confidence under the suffocating pressure. He remembered how he had once copied every technique he admired without the slightest hesitation. On the path of leveling up, the main character had blindly thrown himself into one trial after another, all just to become stronger. That power kept surging, but inside his mind only a dense blackness remained. Everything around him seemed to be swallowed by darkness. Charlotte Avro looked at the main character sitting on the ground, unable to hide the shock in her eyes. She had not expected him to reach such a threshold of power, and she understood even more clearly the terrifying potential sleeping inside this young man. Charlotte Avro pointed her sword straight at the main character's face and sternly asked if he really thought he could succeed on his first try. She had seen his courage, but his current disappointment was no different from denying himself. Charlotte Avro raised her sword, her gaze completely steady. She told the main character not to look at her like that, because this was only tradition. Immediately after that, she slashed his neck. In that burning moment of pain, she declared that he had passed the trial. The main character clutched his neck as a searing heat spread through his body. He gritted his teeth and said this tradition was seriously annoying enough to drive someone insane. Pharaoh asked if the main character was all right, because the moment he returned, Pharaoh sensed a telepathic tsunami. A trace of worry lingered in his voice. The main character forced himself to calm down after the shock, then confirmed that he was fine. Compared to the afterimage of the Black Dragon, this was nothing. Pharaoh curiously asked what the main character had done inside the blue heaven. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment, as if weighing how much he should say. He explained that he was gathering clues for leveling up. What had just happened was probably related to that as well. However, the main character admitted that he had run into a few small problems. His memories seemed scrambled after the regression, leaving countless blanks, while the sword still quietly appeared in the space. In his hazy memories, the image of a girl holding a sword appeared, then faded away. She had once asked what it meant for vital energy to be poor, but every detail was covered by the fog of memory. The main character asked the Pharaoh Stone, saying Charlotte Avro, the sixth successor, claimed she had never seen this sword. So was he sure this was truly the sword Vanna once used? Pharaoh answered honestly that it was, but the heaven-defying sword he knew could only cut through the flow of mana. He had never seen any sword absorb mana, so perhaps its special ability had been strengthened, or Vanna had sealed something inside the heavenly sword. The main character froze, confusion clear in his eyes. He repeated the word seal as if he had just touched a dangerous secret. The stone continued explaining, while the main character listened and studied the sword in his hand. The heaven-defying sword originally had two abilities, Frenzied Slash and Magic Seal, and Vanna used it to seal the Dragon King instead of fighting head-on. But now that power had become magic absorption. A bold idea, reckless to the extreme, suddenly came to the main character. If whatever was inside was too dangerous, he could just throw the whole sword into lava and be done with it. Even after saying that, the main character still stood up and continued his journey. The Divine Stone worriedly asked if he could still walk, and he replied that he had reached level 5, his mana had fully recovered, and now that the entrance exam was over, it was time for the real mission. As he walked, the main character observed the surrounding terrain, but he still was not sure where they were. In his past life, members of the Dragon Temple often operated here, using special characters to locate their base in this dark, rugged land. Those characters could create barriers that blocked outsiders from entering. The main character brushed dust off a rock, revealing several strange signs hidden beneath the gray dirt. He thought trusting those people would only cause trouble, so it was better to force them to come to him. With that decided, the main character used his blade to shatter the marked stone. In another space, a member of the Dragon Temple discovered that her mark had been destroyed. She immediately reported it to her superior, My-Earth. He hurriedly asked Muda what had happened. She reported that the future warrior they had been watching had just destroyed their mark. Muda anxiously wondered if he had discovered them. Unease was obvious in every word she spoke. The leader immediately reassured her and told her not to be afraid, because even if he had once killed a dragon, he was still only an 18-year-old kid. At most, he only knew that magic was hidden inside the mark. Another member appeared and sneered, saying that if he had found out, they should just kill him. But the Archbishop had ordered them not to alert the enemy, and they had to wait for the proper day to eliminate the threat to the Dragon Temple and comfort the soul of the fallen Dragon King. Hearing that, Muda calmed down and nodded, saying that was indeed what the cult leader had instructed. She clasped her hands in prayer, then said it was time to preach to their poor lamb. While they were still discussing it, a cold voice suddenly rang out, asking what all the noise was about. The person who had just appeared was the bishop. Muda immediately bowed her head in welcome, saying her visit was a great honor. She honestly reported that they were discussing the whereabouts of the future warrior. After hearing that, the bishop immediately became interested. She wondered what that arrogant man was thinking, daring to act like this. Someone asked in shock if the bishop intended to act personally. She gave no further explanation, only saying lightly that she had not exercised much lately. Walking a little farther would not hurt. Beside her were two enormous pets, two monster snakes hundreds of meters long, radiating a pressure that would make ordinary people tremble from just looking at them. Back with the main character after destroying the Dragon Temple's sign, he waited for quite a while, but no one appeared. He frowned, because they should have come rushing over long ago. The stone asked what the main character planned to do if they really came. He answered bluntly that he would kill them all, leaving only one alive to force out the location of the rest. But right after that, the main character suddenly fell silent in thought. He realized this method was not actually a wise choice. The stone unexpectedly praised the main character for surprising him, because he finally had basic critical thinking skills. Hearing that, the main character awkwardly told the stone to shut up. After waiting too long, the main character quietly remembered how he had dealt with Dragon Clan believers countless times in his past life. Torturing them was useless, because they were scattered across the continent, and the stone asked him again what mattered most in a battle. The main character joked that it was an unwavering heart, making the stone immediately tell him to stop talking nonsense. Mental power, skills, and aura were all important, but understanding the enemy was the decisive key. As a fake regressor, the main character knew almost every secret of the Dragon Temples. If he used those clues well, he could win without shedding a single drop of blood. The main character listened in silence. Inside his head, he began piecing fragments of information into a new plan. The Dragon Temple was like a disease quietly spreading across the continent, and its goal was to bring back the 7 dragons. They lived in complete isolation and only appeared after the continent was destroyed, and they were also the ones who caused the emergence of the myriad form dragon. This organization had 3 cult leaders at the top, with 7 bishops beneath them. Their strength was equal to the highest realm of dragon slayers, while the lower ranks consisted only of priests and ordinary followers. Their movements were extremely secretive, and they always wore masks to hide their identities. Even followers usually did not know one another's names, forming a tightly layered network, and now the main character needed Pharaoh's help after telling him everything. The main character said the bishop in charge of the fairy branch was that person, so he needed Pharaoh's power. Hearing that, Pharaoh asked if he truly wanted to borrow his strength, because even though he had reached level 5, his mana still was not enough for that. Pharaoh had transformed the sword into an upgraded version, the Eastern Sword Levantia, specializing in maximizing ice attribute magic. He advised that using that name as a medium would be enough. This plan would only work if the one who appeared was at least bishop level. Just as they were discussing it, a sharp voice rang out, saying that would not do, and the main character immediately realized someone was coming. The one who appeared was the bishop, and she pressured the main character the moment she arrived. She asked if he really intended to wreck someone else's front yard, while he instantly realized he had caught a big fish. The main character did not back down at all, replying that he should have rung the doorbell first, but he could not find one anywhere. He smiled and greeted the 7th bishop of the Dragon Temple, Grand Mage Griselda Valentine. Being called by her true identity by a kid, Griselda Valentine froze at once. Panic flashed across her face. Only high-ranking figures knew her identity, so why did this brat know it so clearly? The main character still did not stop, and even apologized for not being able to greet her more properly. He showed a strange sign and offered a familiar blessing. "May the Lord protect you beneath the wings of the divine dragon." He declared that he was the adopted son of the cult leader, sent here to deliver an order on his father's behalf. That calm voice instantly froze the atmosphere. Shock piled on top of shock, and that name left everyone stunned. How did he know that secret? Griselda Valentine immediately understood that the boy before her would not be easy to swallow. From this point on, every careless joke could cost a life. Griselda Valentine struck first, casting a spell to control the 2 snakes and send them charging straight at the main character to tear him apart. Monster pressure surged like a raging wave. Griselda Valentine said coldly that it seemed he knew too much about the temple, future warrior. In her eyes, anyone who crossed the line had to be purged. Pretending to be a member of the Dragon Temple was not something she could overlook. It was a direct insult to the faith she served. She growled, asking how he dared claim to be that man's son. Rage choked in her throat, making her killing intent even fiercer. The main character countered by asking how she dared doubt his father. He questioned whether the people in the temple were stupid enough to reveal the cult leader's real name to a strange child. The 2 snakes were still coiled around the main character's neck, and Griselda Valentine had no intention of letting him go. She said that once she dug through all his memories, she would know the truth, and she believed this foolish dragon slayer was only lying to save his life. Griselda Valentine continued, saying she did not know why he had come to cause trouble. But since the main character knew too much, she absolutely could not spare him. The main character still had not resisted, but veins were bulging from anger. He warned her not to do something she would regret, then reminded her how much she loved his father and always tried to please him, so a bishop threatening to kill his son would surely disappoint him. Griselda Valentine nearly lost control and shouted for him to shut up before she cut out his tongue. She believed the main character was only making things up to prolong his life, and she would never fall into that trap. The main character mentioned the myriad form dragon incident from 10 years ago. That single sentence struck Griselda Valentine's weak point and left her frozen. The fact that his father was directly involved in that case was an absolute secret known only to a few bishops in the temple. He had taken the main character away to live under a hidden identity, while the snakes wrapped around him began to be swallowed by frost. Griselda Valentine stiffened, her voice trembling as she asked how he knew about that. A terrifying possibility began to appear in her mind. The main character declared that this was a home for those enlightened ones who obeyed the virtuous divine dragon. The judge of the chaotic world had died after turning away from the path of life, and as he finished speaking, a burst of icy power shattered the 2 snakes. The force erupted too quickly for Griselda Valentine to defend herself. She was swept into the freezing pressure of the Eastern Sword Levantia. The main character recited the words of the 7 dragons, rulers of the world and executioners of the godless. Then he slowly added one final statement. He was the adopted son of the cult leader, and this time that identity was no longer an empty threat. What do you think of the essence of the hero faction? Time reversed, dragging everything back to the battle with the myriad form dragon 10 years ago. The FEV Village Defense Guild was wiped out, with not a single survivor. The Southern District was reduced to ruins as well. So this was the legendary power of the myriad form dragon. Griselda Valentine was an 8th rank archmage, a genius who had mastered every kind of magic since childhood, but right before her death, she bitterly realized that human magic was nothing compared to the dragon race. A man walked up beside the dying Griselda Valentine. He said this was the will of the dragon race. From the very beginning, humans should never have resisted the will of the divine dragons. It was the delusion that humans stood above dragons that had driven Griselda Valentine into this absolute agony. He told her to let truth and doctrine hide themselves from the world, then let salvation raise her up. Only salvation could make her truly shine. Hearing those words, Griselda Valentine was moved to tears. To her, it was a blessing from the one who had redeemed her entire life. Everything that happened that day proved one thing. He really was the adopted son of Ruth Donatos. Griselda Valentine immediately dropped to her knees, admitting she had committed a grave sin. Before this, she had heard absolutely nothing about Ruth Donatos. She had never imagined the cardinal would have an adopted son in Erethium. Ruth Donatos now held the upper hand and asked coldly in return, did the cardinal have to report where he went and what he did to an ordinary disciple like her? It seemed her faith was not that deep after all. Hearing that, Griselda Valentine panicked and hurriedly denied that it was anything like that. So the main character instantly used the ignore and dodge move, turning his face away as if he did not care. Even if Griselda Valentine had doubts, he paid them no mind. He only needed to report to events to his adoptive father. For now, he had come to inspect the progress, so she should lead him to the lake. Griselda Valentine gritted her teeth, but to atone for her mistake, she had no choice but to agree to guide him. Turning his back, knowing the act had worked, the main character silently cursed Pharaoh's power for being genuinely terrifying. Luckily, there was nothing left that could bind him anymore. But why had everything gone so smoothly? Pharaoh still insisted that when lying, the most important thing was presence. Griselda Valentine really brought the main character to the place where the fire dragon was sealed. Once there, he stayed perfectly in character and asked how far she had gotten in undoing the seal. Griselda Valentine timidly replied that everything was still on schedule, and it would probably take 3 more years. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. The main character immediately acted furious and asked if she called this going smoothly. Griselda Valentine softly begged forgiveness. Looking down into the abyss, the main character analyzed that it was just as expected. The shape of the seal matched the fire dragon's form. Even if he could defeat the lightning dragon, his preparation time was still extremely limited. He had to use this opportunity by any means necessary to cut down as much of the dragon temple's troublesome forces as possible. The main character spoke again, saying it was time to teach those lambs the doctrine of blessing. He said he had fooled the immortal heavenly sword, and the world had given him the title of future hero. His adoptive father had also chosen him to handle the lightning dragon. Everything was going according to plan. The goal of the conquest battle was to gather the strongest dragon slayers into the subspace, then wipe them all out at once. On the day the conquest battle began, soldiers would gather outside the subspace in case of an emergency, and the crown prince of Alpia would be among them. The royal family had always been hostile to the divine dragons, so sooner or later they would become an obstacle that had to be removed. The main character told Griselda Valentine that when he killed the dragon slayers inside the subspace, she had to command all their forces to eliminate the crown prince. He stressed it again, this was his adoptive father's order. After hearing that, Griselda Valentine wavered slightly. She asked if that meant they would have to reveal themselves and start a war. The main character kept his stern expression and said a few dozen people would not be enough to face the crown prince's night guard. He continued giving orders, telling her to gather everyone and destroy them. Griselda Valentine still believed his words completely and immediately bowed her head in obedience. With his objective complete, the main character turned to leave. He said he would report everything he had seen today to his adoptive father exactly as it was. But Griselda Valentine hurriedly stopped him, asking him to wait a moment longer. The main character was a little annoyed, since he had almost slipped away cleanly. He asked what else there was. Griselda Valentine forced a smile and said she only wanted to apologize to him again for what happened earlier. Griselda Valentine begged the main character not to tell the cardinal about her mistake. She knew she had erred, but she was willing to do anything to avoid disappointing him. Hearing that, the main character immediately made things difficult. Did she expect him to believe her just because she said so? Griselda Valentine quickly made an offer. What did he need? Gold coins or treasures? The main character said he did not need money, but if she had a few decent magic artifacts, that would be different. After all, she was an 8th rank mage, so she must have plenty of useful magic artifacts. Hearing that, Griselda Valentine happily agreed at once. She began offering a few suggestions, including the mist chains. When this item was used, no matter who the opponent was, the main character suddenly cut her off and asked what the hell she was doing. Griselda Valentine immediately panicked. He snapped, asking who gave her the right to choose. Bring everything out, and he would take whatever he liked. His arrogant tone was so overbearing that the air seemed to freeze. Hearing that, Griselda Valentine was frightened and hurriedly replied that she would bring everything out right away. And so a whole array of magic artifacts was laid out before him. Vulcan confirmed whether that was all of them. Griselda Valentine looked as if she was about to cry. lie. All of her powerful magic artifacts were here, and she truly had nothing hidden away. But the main character still was not letting her off. He noticed the item in Griselda Valentine's hand and forced her to hand it over. It was Black Radiance. Griselda Valentine immediately hesitated. Anything else was fine except this. Black Radiance was a mana amplifying staff, and it was never suited for a swordsman. If she lost it, her magic efficiency would drop sharply. As she spoke, she clutched the artifact tightly. The main character lost patience and used his adoptive father to threaten her again. He said the bishop here had failed to follow instructions, leaving his adoptive father unable to turn a blind eye, which was why he had been given the title at such a young age. Honestly, what had they accomplished besides undoing the seal here? Had they killed the myriad form dragon? What had they done when the immortal heavenly sword moved to cut down the myriad form dragon? He had planned to take only one magic artifact and let it go, yet she still did not want to hand it over. Did she think that was a waste? Every word from the main character struck like a thunderclap, leaving Griselda Valentine speechless. Pharaoh helplessly reminded him that he had overacted so hard he had exposed his true nature. The main character answered gleefully, so what, she had already confessed everything anyway. As he walked away, he savored his spoils. The main character told Griselda Valentine to open a gate so he could return to Ada, saying he might die of irritation if he stayed any longer. Stepping out of the sealed gate, he leisurely headed back. Today had been a massive score. Pharaoh agreed, saying no wonder he looked so happy. The main character was already looking forward to the moment they realized they had been tricked. The main character suddenly noticed Pharaoh's changed appearance. Pharaoh honestly said that seeing his true form must have influenced him. Since spirits were formed from the experiences of their contractors, Pharaoh's huge and majestic appearance must have left a deep impression. The main character was puzzled and said maybe he was right. It was just that. In his eyes, Pharaoh looked rounder. Pharaoh instantly exploded. Rounder? Brat, is your brain waterlogged? He returned to the main topic. If everything went according to plan, the followers of the Dragon Church would attack Pharma while the battle with the Lightning Dragon was underway. The Crown Prince's Night Guard was strong, but they lacked numbers. He would probably have to call them over. Hearing that, Pharaoh grew angry. That bunch again? On the other side, the main character's friends were still looking for him. Hennis Hapulia complained in annoyance, not understanding why they had to stand there when they did not even know where he was. Right now, Leon's exam was still going on. Leon snapped back, asking who told her to follow him. No one had asked her to tag along and then complain. Balak Storos was in no hurry at all. He had trained his muscles so hard that lava now felt no different from a hot spring. Lenya Selkit laughed and asked if that was true, then why not jump in and soak in it? Sensing someone approaching, the main character realized they had arrived fast. That was exactly why he hated geniuses. The whole group was delighted the moment they saw him. They had finally found him, and his timing was ridiculously perfect. The main character wanted to help in the fight against tyranny, which was why he returned to the Hennis Hapulia mansion with these people. He had become an official student of the Red Tower and had begun studying magic there. While working non-stop with his noisy companions, a month passed just like that. On the first day of the Thunder Flash Dragon vacation, the battle against the Thunder Flash Dragon officially began. A man looked at the scale of the event and judged that it was truly grand. It seemed the host wanted the entire continent to pay attention to this matter. The head of the Hennis Hapulia household did not deny it and said they could assume so. The Holy Dragon's second legendary appearance, plus the myriad form dragon disaster from 10 years ago, had already caused enough shock. Moreover, the one leading the charge was an 18-year-old boy, so news this big could never be hidden. In truth, he had come here to mingle with the leaders of the high-ranking Dragon Slayer guilds. The party continued, gathering a large number of high-ranking figures in attendance. But in the end, that man's purpose was not fulfilled, because he did not meet anyone he needed to meet. Only the person in charge of the subspace, who was also Red Tower Master Lila Hapulia, appeared. While receiving guests, she explained to the public why no one else was here. Could they be conserving their strength for tomorrow? At the very least, His Majesty and the Crown Prince would both be present here. Lila Hapulia slipped away in exhaustion and decided to find that lazy brat. Just who did he think the star of this ceremony was? He said he was a little tired, and he also had to take care of his little sister, Ren Nastia. Lila Hapulia was furious. Tired. She was the one who prepared the subspace, and she had suddenly been forced to feed and house his friends. On top of that, he had made his master handle the entire banquet, yet he still dared to say he was tired. Feeling guilty, the main character hurriedly apologized to Lila Hapulia. Even so, Lila Hapulia offered to take the girl off his hands, then advised him to go out and greet those troublesome writers. The royal family was truly supporting him with everything they had. The main character was confused, since he had never demanded anything. Lila Hapulia explained that becoming a 4th circle mage in 1 month was astonishing, but Ren Nastia was also very gifted. The girl remembered everything Lila taught her, and her personality was patient and diligent. That feeling was like seeing her own daughters when they were still young. Through that stream of memories, Lila Hapulia urged the main character to hurry up and go, saying he had to show his face at least a little. Besides, his friends were looking for him too. The main character suddenly remembered his previous life. 5 years later, Lila Hapulia would die, now that he had regressed. Even though he had told Hennis Hapulia the ingredients needed to make the antidote, just like before, only Hennis Hapulia could obtain the complete formula. He believed Hennis Hapulia could do it. The problem was that the final ingredient needed to cure mana fever was none other than a piece of the ice dragon's body. Thinking of that, the main character suddenly felt that he really was busy. Just then, someone shouted that they had found him. That person was Hennis Hapulia. She was dressed beautifully, but the moment she arrived, she scolded him for making her wander back and forth countless times just to find him. He looked confused. Why would she be looking for him? Hennis Hapulia answered guiltily that if the main figure of the event did not show up, of course someone had to go find him. She also had something she needed to tell him before. Before she could finish, the main character grabbed Hennis Hapulia by the hand and stared straight at her. That sudden move made Hennis Hapulia flustered, and she stammered as she asked what he was doing. The main character asked why someone as clumsy as her was drinking wine, so it turned out he was calling her a klutz. Hennis Hapulia, embarrassed into anger, asked what nonsense he was talking about, since this wine had no alcohol. The main character still walked away coldly, asking if she wanted him to repeat what she once said to his mother. Hennis Hapulia cursed him in her heart, calling him a total bastard. Damn it. Looking at the wine glass in his hand, the main character felt a brief chill. In his past life, he never understood who she took after to love drinking that much. Now it seems she had been born that way. This girl was seriously beyond help. Hennis Hapulia was trying to cool down after that humiliating moment, while the main character told her that if she had something to give him, she should just hand it over. A pair of gloves was immediately thrown straight into his face. He frowned and asked what this was. Hennis Hapulia explained that this was equipment she had crafted herself. She had also added lightning strike resistance, though she did not know how long it could hold up against the lightning flash dragon. The main character praised it as very useful, even if it looked a little rough. Hennis Hapulia thought to herself that this guy always made her heart skip a beat. How annoying. She immediately denied that it was romantic, telling herself she simply did not want to lose a friend. This guy did not mean anything special to her at all. The main character said he also had something to give Hennis Hapulia. He took out a pair of earrings, leaving her instantly stunned. But the moment she picked them up, the earrings suddenly transformed into a demonic artifact. It was a shape-shifting staff. Wasn't this kind of equipment supposed to be incredibly rare? Not only did it strengthen magic, it amplified mana as well. Every inscription on it was high grade, so it had to be a legendary item. Hennis Hapulia asked in shock where he had gotten it. The main character was extremely proud, casually saying that he had scammed someone else and taken it. But Ruth Donatos told Hennis Hapulia not to worry, because the staff could turn into earrings, making it perfect for her. The main character knew she hated carrying heavy things, and Hennis loved the gift so much that she immediately warned him not to even think about taking it back. Hennis Hapulia happily put the gift on. She smiled and thanked him, and the main character cheerfully replied that it was nothing. Seeing her wearing the earrings, he sincerely complimented her, saying they looked beautiful. That unexpected praise made Hennis Hapulia blush bright red, all the way to her ears. She was so flustered that she could not get a word out, then hurriedly turned away and said she was going to run back and show her mother. She left the main character standing there in a daze, completely unable to understand why she had suddenly reacted like that. Right after that, Balakstoros came to find him and said many people wanted to meet him, but the main character had no intention of showing himself, since he did not know anyone there anyway. Balakstoros was puzzled and asked if this was not a great chance to build ties with noble families. The main character told him to go meet them himself, and Balak argued that he was already famous enough. The main character also had something he wanted to give Balakstoros, a ring. Balakstoros immediately misunderstood, thinking he meant something else. He quickly said that he saw the main character as a very dear friend, but not in the same kind of affection the main character had for him. The main character snapped, yelling that he had completely misunderstood. Idiot. He explained that it was a protective talisman that could block one fatal wound. Since Balak was always throwing himself into insane situations, it would be best for him to wear it. The main character said he was not looking down on Balakstoros' way of fighting, and he understood that warriors had their own pride. So this was not a protection charm, just an item that gave him one more chance to survive, because in his memories from his previous life, he still clearly remembered the fatal wound Balakstoros had once suffered. Even so, Balakstoros still asked seriously if this was friendship. He said the Storos family never wore armor, but if his close friend had decided this, he would obey. The main character could not take it anymore and warned Balak that if he kept talking nonsense, he would punch him right in the face. Just then, Linnea Selkit suddenly appeared as if stepping out of a stage play. She declared that she absolutely would not accept this marriage, leaving the main character speechless. Linnea Selkett stayed fully in character, saying that if the two of them insisted on getting married, she would reclaim her beauty. The main character was utterly helpless and asked what on earth she was talking about. Balak Storos still enthusiastically explained that the ring was only a symbol of friendship, representing the main character's concern for him. The main character went even crazier and shouted that it was not like that. "You moron." Selkett said ah, as if she understood, then said just as she thought, he would never date an idiot like Balak. After that she mentioned that his father was looking for him. Hearing that, Balak Storos left in low spirits. The main character asked Selkett why she would joke like that when she had clearly seen what was going on. Selkett smiled and asked how he knew, since hiding was her specialty. The main character answered that he had smelled her scent, making her tease him by asking if he was a dog. He immediately denied it through gritted teeth. Selkett patted his head and laughed, saying of course he was not a dog, just a good little hedgehog, while the main character froze, unable to understand what the hell was happening. Since he was being so good, Selkett decided to give him a gift. She took out a necklace, and the main character stared at it in confusion. He recognized it as a spirit stone. Selkett explained that he was right. This was a dwelling place for spirits, but at the moment it was empty, so it only looked like an ordinary pretty stone. The main character wondered if this was similar to a spellcraft set. Selkett shook her head and said he might die in this battle. She did not want the two of them to be separated, so if he died, he could become a spirit and slip into the stone, and then they could live happily together forever. Seeing Selkett's terrifyingly serious expression, the main character felt a chill down his spine. She burst out laughing and told him to look at that pitiful face, saying of course she was only joking a little. But he still refused because he knew this item was extremely important to Selkett. She asked in confusion if her father had told him about it. The main character confirmed that he had, while remembering that in his past life, she had once said this was a keepsake from her mother. Even so, Selkett still wanted to give it to him, saying it was fine, he should take it, because this was her decision. The image of Selkett from his previous life rose in his mind, when after giving him that item, she said it was time to leave her peaceful garden. The Selkett of the present was still just as radiant. Then she softly asked if she could ask him for a favor. She began to speak, and the main character asked what it was. She knew that she was someone he respected, but she wanted to become a reliable friend, like Hennis Hapulia, Balak Storos, and Leon. The main character was a little confused and said she had always been a reliable friend. But what Selkett meant was that she wanted more than that, to be able to talk with him more comfortably. She asked if that would make things difficult for him, her eyes still full of expectation. The main character agreed, since talking comfortably with each other was not exactly hard. Selkett instantly brightened and said there was a beautiful garden outside the balcony, then asked if he wanted to go with her. The main character agreed, though he still wondered if they were not supposed to return to the party soon, since dinner was almost starting. He was about to say he had heard the host had even invited a royal chef, but before he could finish, Selkett had already run ahead. The main character thought to himself that the garden out back would surely be easier to breathe in than the suffocating air of the grand hall. In the garden before the balcony, he slowly walked around looking for Selkett. Looking at the clusters of flowers in full bloom, he praised them, but he also understood that flowers blooming in this weather had to be the result of artificial help. If left alone, they would bloom on their own eventually. So what was the point of wasting money and magic on things like this? From the upper floor, Leon wordlessly jumped straight down into his arms, cheerfully saying she had finally found a real flower. The main character was startled, and Leon asked if he had been waiting for her. She kept asking if he had gone all over the place looking for her. The main character coldly dropped Leon at once, which made her land in pain. Leon complained and asked why he would drop her like that, creating a situation that was both awkward and funny. In the night garden, the main character walked closer to Leon. She kept pressing him, asking if he had really been looking for her, while he irritably told her to stop talking nonsense because he had something important to discuss. When tomorrow's subjugation begins, the Dragon Society will infiltrate the entrance to the subspace. Hearing that, Leon's expression changed at once. Leon asked in shock, "The Dragon Society, so this is finally happening?" The main character replied that this was the trap he had set. As he had said before, the Divine Dragon Society was an obstacle on the path to destroying the 7 dragons. He had tried to drag as many related forces possible into this battle, including the Chief Priest and Elful's unit, so he truly needed Leon's help to wipe them all out. More precisely, the mayor of the society was an immortal mage. Even if all 7 dragon slayers of the Royal Knights gathered to defend this place, the battle would still be brutally fierce. The main character kept explaining that Leon had to help the other kids until the whole team, but before he could finish, she cut him off and asked why it had to be her. He froze for a moment. Leon asked why he was telling only her, when he could simply wait until everyone gathered and explain it all at once. The main character explained that every member of the Dragon Association was human. That bastard may have killed monsters and demonic beasts before, but he had never killed a person. They would definitely panic, and that was why he chose to tell her first. Leon asked what about her, then angrily demanded to know if he thought she would be fine. Just because he knew her future did not mean he understood everything about her. In the past, she may have gone mad with revenge and killed people without hesitation. dragon, but the woman she was now had changed. At first, she only wanted to help him, so why did she have to help all those people too? The main character quickly tried to calm Leon down, telling her not to get angry, because this was not what she thought. He said the Leon standing here now was completely different from the one in her previous life, and stronger than before. He knew killing was not easy for her, but he was telling her this not only because she was the only one who knew he was a regressor, but also because she was the strongest person he knew. She was someone who could break through any enemy to protect the people she cherished. Leon slapped his hand away and called him a selfish bastard. The main character felt guilty and apologized, while Leon said that even if he put it that way, wouldn't this whole conversation become meaningless if he came back safely after killing the Thunder Dragon? The main character admitted that he had won in his previous life, but back then, he had that man by his side. This time the one standing by his side was Leon. The main character called his former self incredibly weak, making Leon snap at him to stop putting himself down. Leon insisted that he was far stronger than he had been back then. Even if that power came from regression, he had still worked nonstop to find the best possible path. Besides, he knew her mother was part of the subjugation force too, didn't he? The main character's cheeks turned bright red as Leon pinched him hard. Leon said they had to win no matter what it took. The main character agreed, and when Leon heard that, a gentle smile appeared on her face. He complained that her hurt so much, he thought his teeth were about to fall out. Leon told him not to exaggerate, because she had only tapped him lightly, even though he was already bleeding. Inside the auxiliary space, the mages and soldiers were ready for battle. They gathered in the Great Hall, while a few wondered why no march ceremony was being held. Hennis Apulia sounded a little sympathetic, saying the Phasma royal family had already done plenty by letting them use this space, and holding that ridiculous kickoff ceremony, so the public could hardly criticize them. Leon then asked why the Crown Prince had come to such a dangerous battlefield if there was no march ceremony. Perhaps it was because of the Bernstein family's deep hatred for dragons. In the distance, the Crown Prince was greeting the soldiers, or maybe he simply wanted to save face in front of the reporters. The Crown Prince turned around, saw the main character, and called out to check on him, so he returned the greeting. The Crown Prince said today would be the day he became a true warrior. The main character replied that he was not worthy of that title. The Crown Prince told him not to be so hard on himself, because if he were unworthy, the royal family would not have gone to such lengths to support him. The main character cursed inwardly, wondering when he had ever asked them for help. In the first place, didn't recognizing someone as a warrior require the authority of the Holy Court, and without proof, they would not even consider it. The confused Crown Prince asked if he was talking about the mark. It was the sign granted by Agnes, the goddess of light, to the first recognized warrior, a divine radiance that could instantly save someone on the brink of death. The Crown Prince had not expected even him to believe in that. The main character asked if the Church of Agnes was not the state religion of the Alpia Empire. He had even personally seen his brother receive that mark. The Crown Prince said religion was still only religion, and what this world needed right now was not the power of light, but the power of humanity. He declared that this was an era when a sword that could kill dragons mattered more than healing a wound, and he assumed the main character agreed with that view. The main character was somewhat irritated by the Crown Prince's attitude. He agreed with His Highness to a certain extent, but being recognized as a warrior was an entirely different matter. The Crown Prince reassured him that he did not need to worry. If he destroyed this dragon, he would personally speak to the Holy Court and have him recognized, making the main character silently curse that this damn Crown Prince did not need to do any of that. A whistle rang out, signaling that the moment had arrived. The Crown Prince spoke up, telling him to survive, so they could meet again. Lila Hapulia appeared inside the auxiliary space, and announced that she would open the gate to the subspace. This space was connected to Alopia's magical current and sustained itself with mana. She warned them that it would exist almost forever, unless she, the caster, died. The only condition for opening the barrier was the complete death of the Thunder Flash Dragon. In other words, none of you will be able to retreat or receive outside support until the subjugation succeeds. To be honest, this place was more like a barrier than a seal, and Lila Hapulia's words made everyone tense. If the entire army was wiped out and the Thunder Flash Dragon advanced toward the center of the subspace, then no matter how much mana the magical current held, once the stability of the space declined, it would not last long. If the subspace collapsed, she did not need to explain further. Everyone surely understood what kind of catastrophe would descend. Lila Hapulia finally and officially made it into the fortunate joining force during the final selection. The army departed under the anxious and hopeful eyes of those left behind. Farewells rang out from every side. Take care, Master Ruth Donatos. You must come back safely, and if you die, I will never forgive you. Captain, you absolutely have to win. Tens of thousands of burning wishes echoed like fuel poured onto their will to fight. The party entered the battlefield space, every face solemn and ready. The main character immediately warned them that it was very close to this place, and clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. At last, the moment to hunt the dragon had arrived. Liana Chonica summoned a cube-shaped relic that glowed with cold blue light. She threw it straight into the sky. The sigil erupted violently violently, then expanded into a massive block. The others watched it rise, their eyes filled with resolve, though they still could not hide their fear. The memory rewound to 2 weeks earlier, inside the conference room where the subjugation plan had been laid out. He presented the strategy for facing the Thunder Flash Dragon, leaving Adeline Care stunned by such a daring proposal. The young man explained that he had happened to obtain a relic from one of Vanna's comrades, and inside it were records of an expedition, including the battle that sealed the Thunder Flash Dragon. Roderick Riddle was stunned. A journal left behind by one of Vanna's comrades. If they sold it, they would make an enormous fortune. Since he had strayed wildly off topic, his mouth was immediately covered. The main character continued. Among the 7 dragons, including both pure-blooded dragons and half-dragons, only the Thunder Flash Dragon could change its form. It was arrogant and cruel, but also extremely intelligent. If it fell into a disadvantage, it could flee and transform. So to make it lower its guard, he began designing a battlefield formation that would be activated on this exact day. As the shockwaves spread, the Thunder Flash Dragon officially awakened after more than 700 years under seal. Who dared arrogantly awaken him? His massive body was covered in sharp spikes like blades of death. He saw the main character, a lowly human, in his eyes, and roared with contempt, "Foolish human, what is your name?" "What?" The young man answered calmly that his name had nothing to do with him. Today, he had come here only to kill him. Looking at the sword in his hand, the Thunder Flash Dragon sensed mana, and a scent similar to Vanna's, then asked suspiciously whether he was a successor. Hama burst into laughter. How amusing. Vanna did not look human at all, yet he truly was one. The one who imprisoned him for 700 years had left behind a piece of rotten trash. Did you create this strange space too? The Thunder Flash Dragon kept roaring. Human, what do you think a frail child like you can do to him? A single breath would be enough to blow you away, and he would teach you the price of not knowing your place. He would destroy the fortress and spread terror across the lands of mankind. The incarnation of calamity, the bringer of ruin, was none other than Hama, the Thunder Flash Dragon. Hama's dragon pressure forced him to his knees. The main character's body shook violently after hearing those threats. Damn it, this really was the dragon's special mental attack. It sent pressure and fear directly into the opponent's mind. The people here could break free, but they still had to be careful, because dizziness would hit immediately afterward. The first objective was to destroy the dragon's damned magic shield. During the strategy meeting, he made it clear that Hama's shield carried the lightning attribute and was terrifyingly tough. However, the moment it used a wide area attack, the shield's durability would drop. That meant the whole team had to lure it into using sweeping skills, especially Death Breath. Unlike a lightning strike focused on a single target, Death Breath was easier to defend against because it released a massive amount of magic power over a broad area. His comrades listened silently to every detail. The young man continued. If it had to face too many people from the start, it would choose the stronger lightning strike. But if only one opponent stood before it, it would definitely get careless. That was the opening. Hama praised him for lasting quite a while, but coldly declared that everything would end here. As soon as he finished speaking, Hama opened his mouth and unleashed a colossal force. It was exactly the death breath the main character had predicted. The captain shouted, "Now is the time." Abel White would activate the skill Moon Shadow. Once the technique took effect, everyone except the main character would hide inside his shadow, and the plan would only begin when the dragon fired its breath. Upon receiving the signal, Abel White immediately used the technique. After that, the mage Liana Chonica would handle the defense against breath. She alone had enough power to build a defensive line that could stop that terrifying attack. She immediately controlled her staff, raising layer after layer of shields before the destructive breath. In that life or death instant, she found the optimal way to defend. Please subscribe to the Last School channel so you will not miss the next exciting videos. He drove his sword straight into the massive surge of power, holding it back while begging his master to make that magic shield crack. The two powers collided violently, but as long as they opened a gap wide enough for an arrow to pass through, the plan would succeed. Roderick Riddle was in position, drawing his bow and aiming at the gap in the dragon's breath. The watermark on the shield, combined with an arrow from the heavenly bow, would create a devastating explosion. Sure enough, the explosion erupted violently, powerful enough to shatter the steel-like wall Hama had always been so proud of. A massive surge of power from the bow pierced straight into the Thunder Flash Dragon's protective barrier. The Thunder Flash Dragon's magic shield shattered, but the beast itself had not suffered any serious damage. Its eyes brimmed with fury as it glared at the protagonist's group, then gnashed its teeth and cursed, another damned successor of Vanna, cowering in the shadows like a disgrace. They were nothing but lowly insects crawling across the ground. Thunderflash Dragon Hama threw back its neck and roared, the sky-splitting cry shaking Abel White's invisible domain of darkness. It howled in mad fury, daring them to use every filthy trick they had. It would show those humans what true power really meant. The moment it finished speaking, lightning flooded its massive wings. The instant Liana Chonica saw it, her face changed, and she shouted a warning that it was about to unleash a lightning strike. She immediately raised defensive magic, bracing herself for the next attack, and also hurriedly called out to Ruth Donatos. Maine understood her meaning meaning at once and nodded in reply. Right after that, the two moved in tandem, one in front and one behind. Two waves of impact energy merged, ready to counterattack. Their impact energy immediately collided head-on with the Thunderflash Dragon's lightning strike. On the other side, everyone urgently urged Abel White to make his move. In the blink of an eye, an entire stretch of sky was swallowed by lightning, making everyone's expression turn grim. During the strategy meeting, someone had asked how to handle the lightning strikes. Liana Chonika knew the Dragon Emperor's magic was utterly different from human magic. Hama cast by instinct with no incantation needed. Because of that, its spells were not bound to any fixed form. Hundreds of bolts fell, each with a different shape, making them nearly impossible to dispel. Main answered without hesitation. If they could not break it, then they did not need to dodge. They would counter it head-on. He suggested that Liana Chonika use White Flame to narrow the lightning's path, while he bent its trajectory, and nodded in agreement as well. The sky-piercing art excelled at wide-area defense, so they could leave the defensive line to them. Any bolt that slipped through would be handled by the Heavenly Bow. Hearing that, the Heavenly Bow user immediately complained that it sounded easy enough. Main ignored that reaction and continued, saying that if they broke the barrier, the next step was to drag Hama down from the sky. The dragon was extremely cautious, so it would definitely focus on recovering and casting more high-level magic. He believed the whole team could hold out long enough for Ebel White to open a binding formation. Ebel White's expression turned grave. Shadowbind was not a skill capable of imprisoning a Dragon Emperor. Even with magical support, it could only stiffen the target's joints for an instant. Main calmly replied that connecting the shadows would be enough. Their true target was the Shadow-Severing Sword. The Shadow-Severing Sword was the weapon in Adeline Care's hands. This skill used darkness to slice the target's essence into pieces. Back in the present, everyone was risking their lives to follow the plan. At that moment, Abel White successfully connected Shadowbind and shouted at once. Adeline Care, who had only been defending until now, finally made her move. She had not expected Main to have studied the tactics so thoroughly. An 18-year-old kid could actually optimize each person's attributes and judge the situation with such accuracy. But the bigger picture came first. Adeline Care did not hesitate and immediately unleashed the Shadow-Severing Sword. A streak of darkness tore through the air and shot straight at the Thunderflash Dragon, piercing its wing. The Thunderflash Dragon roared in pain, furious and eager to fling those little rats away. Adeline Care did not waver. She tightened her grip on the sword and charged in. But inside, her heart was surging. This insane plan was working far too perfectly. Just who was Main, really? Despite the doubts in their hearts, the whole team still coordinated with incredible precision to bring down the Thunderflash Dragon. Main carried a long spear and rushed straight into the fight. Liana Chonika continuously used support magic, helping him close in on the Thunderflash Dragon step by step with perfect accuracy. Hama was pierced by the long spear and instantly went berserk, thunder surging through its furious roar. It could not believe they dared use that disgusting metal against it. It swore it would tear them apart and burn them to ash. It would not let these hateful humans die easily. But right then, it suddenly realized that one person was missing below, because Main had already appeared behind it, still gripping a long spear tightly in his hand. The Thunderflash Dragon immediately sensed his presence and snorted coldly. He was the real leader. With a faint sneer, he asked if it wanted to know his name. He did not hide it at all, calmly saying that he was the 9th inheritor of the sky-piercing art. The spear blade in his hand stabbed straight into the Thunderflash Dragon's body, making it howl in agony. A cyclone of magic instantly spiraled up in the middle of the sky. Right after that, he threw the spear toward Anne and told her to catch it, although she was still annoyed by this insolent brat, and still reached out and caught the spear. She immediately circulated her magic, not missing even a single beat. The long spear was quickly wrapped in blue energy, and also did not forget to scold him, saying power was not everything, and that character had to be tempered too. At the same time, the others were not standing idle. Liana Chonika kept deploying support magic for Roderick Riddle. A rain of arrows shot out in waves, carrying fierce momentum as they slammed into the Thunderflash Dragon. The binding would soon be broken, so they had to deal enough damage before it was too late. But reality was crueler than they expected. The attacks were too shallow and Hama's magic had already begun to recover. Once the magic shield fully regenerated, nearly all their attacks would become useless. It roared, cursing those bastards. Main still tried to drive the spear deeper into its body, but the magic shield was too hard for him to break. Anger began to flare in his eyes. The Thunderflash Dragon was now in a thunderous rage. It raised its head and roared, forcing him to retreat at once. He bit his lip hard, unable to suppress the fury in his heart. The people below were no better off. Suppressed by Hama's energy, they could only grit their teeth and fall back. Just then, another strange change struck. Countless dense magic patterns suddenly appeared across the sky. Seeing that, Liana Chonika immediately understood the situation, and her face darkened. It was planning to cast multiple spells at the same time. Hama's energy erupted too violently, and thousands of lightning strikes fell like rain, leaving Liana Chonika unable to hold out any longer. Adeline Care hurried to her side. From high above, Hama coldly admitted that they had almost defeated it. Adeline Care caught Liana Chonica and immediately raised a protective barrier around them both. Hama looked down from the sky like a supreme being. It stared at the insects below, its voice full of contempt. It had once expected humans to change after 700 years, but it seemed what humanity had gained was not progress, only indulgence and rot. They were a mediocre species that could not even live a full century, and yet they still dreamed they could defeat the seven-branched dragon? Hama paused for a brief moment, then continued declaring that it would break these wings, and it would force itself to walk upon the ground like the lowly insect race known as humanity. But for this moment alone, all its humiliation would be repaid with the screams of humans. Its eyes overflowed with hatred as it looked toward Maine. He had actually dared to look down on a dragon emperor. It would erase every living creature that still knew his name, then make him watch them all vanish from the world at the final moment. When he went insane with fear, it would chew him to pieces and swallow him whole. It told him to be proud because he would become part of its final joy. At the same time, outside the battlefield space, the once clear sky suddenly darkened as black clouds rolled in. The mages immediately sensed something abnormal. The magic was fluctuating violently. Right after that, a calamity that terrified all humanity descended. The sky before them was covered by a swarm of dragons. Humanity's enemy had arrived. They had been ambushed by the dragons. Iris immediately ordered everyone to raise a defensive barrier. Hennis Hapulia watched the scene and could not help biting her lip. What the hell was going on? She could not sense any magical fluctuation at all. More importantly, how could these low-level dragons gather and act together? But when they looked more closely, they immediately discovered something strange. There was something on the dragons' backs. Humans. There were humans controlling them. A masked woman let out a mocking laugh. "Hello, you poor little lambs, and hello to the Crown Prince of Alpa." The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he asked if she had used mind control magic. Just who was she? The woman answered calmly that they were the Dragon Cult, followers of Dragon Emperor Renzi and servants of the underground world. The Crown Prince frowned slightly. So the Dragon Cult she mentioned was that secret society of fools. Serving a dragon made them no different from monsters. This world would be better off if people like them disappeared. Hearing that, she raised a hand to signal him to be quiet. She even kindly reminded him to be careful with what he had just said. If the will of a royal family member contained such vulgar last words, it would be quite unsightly. After hearing that, the Crown Prince's subordinate flew into a rage and charged straight at her. She actually dared speak so insolently to the Crown Prince. But she did not panic at all. With a slight movement of her hand, a dark magic circle appeared and stopped the attack cold. She smiled faintly and told him not to rush, since he would follow the Crown Prince soon enough. Right after that, she snapped her fingers. The formal greeting was over. And next came the Dragon Cult's time to hunt. The Dragon Cult's followers surged in at once, their only target the Crown Prince. The royal faction hurriedly formed ranks to protect him. The enemy not only overwhelmed them in numbers, but also possessed terrifying combat skill. Before long, the human side was forced onto the back foot. They could not understand when such a massive rebel army had appeared on the continent. From that moment on, the situation plunged into extreme danger. Fortunately, Balaxtoros arrived in time to support the Crown Prince. He conjured a great blaze, burning away the enemy trying to close in on him. He had never expected that one day the opponent he had to face would be humans, not dragons. But what choice did he have? Kill the enemy, or be killed by them? That truth was chillingly terrifying. Even so, he absolutely could not let his own kind be slaughtered by those people. It was time for him to fight to protect everyone. And just like that, the battle outside the battlefield space erupted with savage intensity. The goals of both sides were perfectly clear. The Dragon Cult wanted to kill the Crown Prince, while the humans had to bring down the masked enemies. The woman leading them observed the battlefield from above and could not help frowning. There were more ability users than she had expected, probably students from Aratium. But that did not matter much. Their sole target was still the Crown Prince. Even so, if those ability users matured, they would become a threat to the Dragon Cult. So she decided to pull them out by the roots right here at the academy. Just then, a magical space suddenly appeared and surrounded her. She snorted in contempt. This thing could not manipulate her. With a single wave of her hand, the space shattered instantly. Narrowing her eyes at the one who had created that magic, she could not hold back a smile and called out Iris's name. Iris faced the woman and, through gritted teeth, called her the great mage Griselda Valentine. Iris had thought the woman before her died 10 years ago in the myriad form dragon incident, yet she was still alive. Hearing that, the masked woman no longer hid herself. She removed her mask, revealed her true face, and smiled calmly. As expected, Iris recognized her immediately. Then she even invited Iris to awaken alongside her. Iris snorted coldly. If Griselda had survived, she should have lived quietly, yet instead she worshipped dragons as gods and followed them. She was the disgrace of every mage. Griselda Valentine did not get angry at the insult, only said indifferently that Iris had not changed, and asked why she could not be a little more cheerful. As Iris's senior at Arc Academy, Griselda would test how much she had improved. The moment she finished speaking, the staff in her hand spun and directly destroyed Iris's magic circle. She realized there were 7 magic circles. Iris had gone all out, but before Griselda's black star they were nothing but dust. She kept mocking her, saying that if Iris had not played at having a family, she could have become a great mage. Iris strained to withstand the black star and asked through clenched teeth, a stupid family was it? At that exact moment an abnormal change struck, leaving Grella frozen in horror. A brilliant stream of flame suddenly shot from behind the river, forcing her to immediately raise a protective barrier. But the sea of fire still surged forward wildly, then detonated all at once as if it meant to swallow everything. I recognized it immediately. That was explosive magic. This kind of layered magic could kill its caster with the slightest mistake. What lunatic would dare use a method like that? She was forced to ignore Iris and pour all her power into stopping the explosive magic in front of her. When she saw the caster clearly, shock instantly filled her eyes. It was another little rat from the heinous Hapulia family. But how could a child do this? Thinking of that, she suddenly noticed the staff in the little girl's hand, and her expression grew even more shaken. How did she have that thing? Immediately after, as if she had understood something, she burst into a contemptuous laugh. Well done. She had been outplayed by Ruth Donatos. The dragon cult had been exposed as well. Now that she knew this was a trap, she had to prioritize destroying the child's face first. The thought had barely flashed through her mind when the black star in her hand shone again. Strange patterns spread outward, Grilla's expression changed, and a cold voice rang out, like a greeting after a reunion. But today, she would crush every single person here. As soon as the words fell, the tip of her staff pointed straight at the little girl. Iris reacted with incredible speed, pulling the little girl aside and setting up a magic-breaking defensive array. Space immediately reversed, dragging everyone back to the real world. Griselda Valentine stood on the attic roof and gave a quiet order, utterly convinced that she would win. At the same time, deep within a gloomy, deserted forest, Lenia Selkit and Ren Nastia suddenly appeared, and Lenia covered the girl's mouth tightly to keep her from making a sound. In a cold tone, she guessed that the child had been chasing Grella. The girl angrily shoved Lenia's hand away, her face darkening in a frightening way. The child bit her lip hard, tears welling in her eyes, and demanded to know why Lenia kept blocking her path. She wanted revenge. That rotten woman had destroyed the girl's tribe. Uncle Ate, the child's mother, all of them died by her hand. She had to pay. This time she was trying to steal away the most precious things again, so the girl had to take her life herself. Lenia Selkit softened her voice and advised her that charging in would only get her killed instantly, but the child still did not waver. The girl stubbornly tried to leave, but Lenia Selkit held her hand tight to stop her and asked what would happen if Iris ended up in danger because of her. Lenia Selkit embraced the sobbing Ren Nastia and gently stroked her head to comfort her. She understood that anger, but the girl had to think of others too. Wait until she was strong enough to protect them. Think how heartbroken Ruth Donatos would be if she died. Ren Nastia silently leaned into Lenia Selkit's arms, vaguely feeling a strange sense of nostalgia rising inside her. Lenia Selkit sighed softly and said she would cast invisibility magic on the girl, so the child only needed to stay right there. Lenia Selkit continued to reassure her, telling the girl not to worry, and to wait until she became stronger. Once she finished speaking, Lenia Selkit immediately stood up and faced the dragon cult followers. Ice magic condensed in her hand, then shot straight toward them. This time, she would protect Ren Nastia. Elsewhere, Leon carried her sword and searched the area for someone. She could clearly feel that the magic reaction had stopped, probably because the master of the Crimson Tower had severed Leon's link again. She also sensed the black star moving in that direction. She had planned to wait for a chance to ambush them, but Hennis Hapulia had thrown everything into chaos. Just then, a sudden noise rang out behind her, making her whip around instantly. The one who had just appeared was Hennis Hapulia. The moment she arrived, she questioned Leon, asking why Leon had seen everything yet still stood by and did nothing. Leon narrowed her eyes at her and answered coldly that Hennis was the one who should be questioned. Why had she come here alone? Hennis Hapulia stammered for a long while but could not come up with a reason. Leon then guessed, had her mother abandoned her? The instant Hennis heard that, her expression changed. Seeing that look, Leon immediately understood that Hennis was only an obstacle and could not help at all. Put bluntly, this whole mess was caused by her carelessness, so instead of arguing, they had better find her mother first. As if Leon had struck a sore spot, Hennis Hapulia instantly flew into a rage. But before she could curse, a flash of sword light swept past her face and shot straight behind her. When she turned around, Leon's sword had pierced through the throat of a dragon cult follower, and fresh blood sprayed across Hennis's face. In the blink of an eye, several more cultists surrounded the two of them. Leon snorted coldly and cursed them for being so good at wasting time. Hennis Hapulia froze at the sight, unable to say a single word. The blood on her face was still warm. It belonged to someone who had still been alive only seconds ago. She had to move. She could not just stand there like an idiot. But that had been a person, so how could she strike them down easily? While she was spiraling, Leon was already busy cutting down the cultists. Hennis Hapulia knew very well that if she did not act, she would be the next one to die. But even knowing that, she still could not swing. Just then, Leon finished dealing with the group and saw that Hannes was still standing motionless. Leon could not hold back anymore. She stepped over and slapped Hannes hard across the face, angrily shouting that Hannes was planning to get herself killed. Focus now. Hadn't Hannes come here so confidently on her own, then why had she not anticipated this scene? If Hannes planned to drag Leon down with her, she should just go home. How pathetic. After being scolded until her face twisted, Hannes clenched both fists and finally could not hold back, punching Leon in return. Leon was somewhat surprised by that move. Hannes snorted coldly and told Leon to stop complaining, asking who gave her permission to hit other people. Hannes demanded to know who Leon thought she was, daring to hit her and call her pathetic. Did she really look that pathetic? Did Leon think everyone was a punching bag for her to vent on? Hannes was grateful for the help, but advice should stay advice. Do not tear others down and then act smug. She would handle her own problems. Leon stared blankly at Hannes for a long while, not angry, only surprised by that reaction. If Hannes wanted to wake her up, one slap was enough, so why use a fist? Hannes huffed and told Leon not to ramble anymore, because she knew Leon was not weak. Hannes knew she was pathetic, and she was not even sure whether she had made any progress this year. She also knew she was not as strong as Leon. Taking a life would not suddenly become easy just because of one wake-up slap. But even so, if Leon could do it, then she could definitely do it too. After saying that, she immediately vanished from Leon's sight. Leon was stunned by the scene and hurriedly rushed after her. At the same time, in another area of the space, Iris was still desperately fighting Grella. Grella looked at her, never expecting that Iris could hold out for this long. Iris coldly asked where Grella had hidden her daughter. She had to take back her wings, had to kill Grella and that damn fraud too, and there were still far too many things left to do. Iris glared at Grella, knowing full well that she was about to run dry. Her opponent was already formidable, while the magic circle connected to the subspace kept draining her mana. The question was whether she could block the next attack. Just as she was weighing her next move, a voice suddenly rang out, telling her to get out of the way. She instantly leaned aside and dodged. Sure enough, the spot where she had just stood was blown apart by Grella's magic. Iris was stunned, wondering who that voice belonged to. Grella realized it was nothing more than a weak wind spirit, but that hardly mattered. It was time to say farewell to her junior. The moment she finished speaking, she pointed Black Star at Iris. A surge of magic wrapped in black mist instantly tore through the air, but in the next second, a violent explosion rang out. Someone had stepped in and taken that fatal blow for Iris. Iris lifted her head slightly and realized the person was Hennis Hapulia. Grilla watched the scene with contempt, asking if she really planned to block her attack. How stupid. But what Grilla never expected came next. Leon had appeared behind her at some point, closing in on her back and slashing down. Grilla clenched her teeth in pain, and fresh blood immediately seeped from one shoulder. Leon gave her no time to recover, unleashing a storm of rapid sword strikes one after another. Grilla raised a defensive barrier in alarm, angrily grinding her teeth as she cursed those pathetic insects. But she had to admit Leon was nothing like the weaklings around her. Every sword strike forced her into a tight spot. On top of that, she still had to fend off Hennis Hapulia's magic attacks. Hennis Hapulia also charged in, gripping the broken piece of her staff tightly. Attacked from both sides, Grilla was pressured by their fierce momentum and forced deeper onto defensive. After holding out for a long while, she gradually fell into a disadvantage, then suddenly froze. She had run out of options. In the next instant, she let out a roar, and Black Star in her hand erupted at once. Iris's expression turned grave when she saw it. The spell of an 8th circle mage was grand magic. Grella did not stop at all. She screamed the word Akana, and dense black rays of magic appeared around her, growing thicker by the second. The more Hennis Hapulia watched, the more frightened she became. Her mana had clogged, and that spell had completely locked the flow of magic power. But the true horror was still waiting. A Python's head suddenly lunged straight at Hennis Hapulia, sending a chill through her body. She hurriedly twisted aside and dodged the python head's attack. Leon appeared in time as well, swinging her sword and slashing hard into the python's head. At that very moment, Grella crawled out from inside the python's head. She narrowed her eyes at Leon and coldly asked who she really was. Just what kind of monster was she, to be this strong? Leon had no interest in wasting words. She told Grella to go look in a mirror, then immediately swung her sword down. But the blade still could not reach Grella. Her defensive magic was stacked layer upon layer, so solid that Leon was knocked backward. Grella narrowed her eyes at the three of them, her voice full of disdain. Either way, she would defeat them all. Still, out of curiosity, she wanted to ask. The answer would serve as Leon's final words. Only then did Leon realize the problem, and why she could not use magic. Hennis Hapulia snorted coldly and told her to use her own brain. Grilla gave a faint laugh. If Leon had no intention of answering, she would kill her first and investigate on her own. Before she could finish, Ruth Donatos' voice suddenly rang out from the forest. Right after that, a terrifying explosion erupted, blasting apart the place where Grilla had just been standing. When everyone looked again, 2 more people had appeared there, 1 man and 1 woman. The woman angrily cursed Grilla as someone who relied on dirty tricks. She declared that the only person allowed to defeat her her students was her. The man beside her chuckled softly and said that might be taking it a little too far. Inside the subspace, Ruth Donatos's group was still fighting the lightning flash dragon to the death. No one knew how many rounds they had traded, and every one of them was covered in wounds. They had pierced through its shield again and again, carving into its massive fortress-like body. And yet, the lightning flash dragon showed almost no signs of fatigue. Were they all going to die here? Would every effort they had made end up meaning nothing? Just then, and spoke up and reminded them to stop doing stupid things. Any living creature with a heartbeat would eventually die. Not even the myriad-form dragon could escape that rule. The same went for Ebel White, unless he truly was a god. As soon as those words fell, the group burst out mocking Ebel White. He glared furiously at the two of them, then ordered Liana Chonica to sever the link between them. Ruth Donatos understood his concern, so he reassured them in a low voice that their efforts absolutely would not go to waste. When their very first attack struck the shield, they had to pour in nearly everything they had just to crack open a tiny gap. He frowned as he observed it, then immediately cast a spell. Blocks of ice erupted in an instant, clashing head-on with the lightning flash dragon's thunder strike. What they had earned through countless life-or-death battles was the ability to break its shield more easily. That proved the barrier had weakened greatly. Even Hama's mana was now concentrated only around his neck. That showed he was truly sensing danger. Hama was furious now. After 700 years, a spirit king had actually become a slave to humans. Hearing that, the protagonist's teammates were all shocked, and reminded Liana Chonica not to overdo it, handed her a stamina recovery potion, then asked the protagonist if he was sure the dragon heart was there and how certain he was. Without hesitation, he answered that he was almost certain, around 95%. But in his heart, that number was 100%, because he had confirmed it with his own eyes in his previous life. Roderick Riddle grew excited when he heard that. 95% was practically a sure hit, so he would bet everything on it. Liana Chonica frowned and asked if he was still gambling. Adeline Care struggled to stay on her feet, then said coldly that no matter what, they had only one option left. This war of attrition could not drag on, so they should follow his plan, because everyone here trusted him and relied on him. If the remaining 5% really happened, seniors like them would step in and handle it, so he did not need to carry everything alone. Just then, the ground suddenly exploded. The entire group immediately scattered and fled. The lightning flash dragon chased them relentlessly, saying with contempt that they were trying to make him throw his life away. How foolish. Roderick Riddle raised his bow and shot straight at Hama, clicking his tongue as he asked what they meant by throwing their lives away. What nonsense. They already had a 95% certainty. That number alone was enough for them to stake their lives on it. The group kept pouring attacks into the lightning flash dragon. Facing their fierce offensive momentum, it roared in fury that it would melt them all. To hit the dragon heart, they had to get close. But right now, the Dragon Emperor was on the highest possible alert. They needed to open a path with feint attacks. Everyone had to coordinate perfectly to force its enormous body to shift. The weaker the shield became, the harder it was for the dragon to stop the non-stop attacks coming from every direction. They would launch one more wide-area attack. That meant the opening would last only a moment, and they absolutely had to seize it. Right then, Ebel White suddenly rushed in, shouting at it and calling it an ugly reptile. The protagonist charged forward at the same time, taunting it non-stop that the lightning flash dragon's hacks had clearly weakened. If they were only annoying insects, why was it straining so hard to defend? Could it be afraid? That provocation instantly enraged the lightning flash dragon. From its mouth, a blazing fireball shot straight out. He hurriedly leaned aside and dodged, sliding past the roaring flames as they rushed toward him. The lightning flash dragon stared at him coldly, asking with contempt if he really thought it would fall for the same trick again. He grew urgent and secretly contacted everyone to change coordinates, while warning them that the impact would be intense, so they had to hold on tight. Liana Chonica immediately cast a spell and reversed the battlefield arrangement. The protagonist group vanished from the lightning flash dragon's sight in the blink of an eye. The sight only made the lightning flash dragon more irritated. It sneered that aside from scurrying around like rats, they could do nothing else. But in that very instant, Adeline Care charged in with her sword and unleashed a ferocious slash against the lightning flash dragon's body. However, the lightning flash dragon did not waver at all. To it, that blow was no different from a scratch, with almost no effect. But just as those words fell, a series of magic formations suddenly appeared, surrounding the lightning flash dragon's entire body. Only then did Adeline Care speak. Its regeneration had been sealed, but the effect would only last about 30 seconds. The lightning flash dragon did not take that action seriously at all. In its eyes, all of it was merely useless struggling. It would crush them all right here. In an instant, its enormous body rose up, covering the entire sky. From the air, it plunged down like a natural disaster, determined to crush the protagonist's group. In that life-or-death moment, and appeared in time and raised a protective ring, saving Roderick Riddle's life. He sighed in relief, saying he had almost ended up on the altar staring at naked chickens, while an immediately snapped at him to cut the nonsense and shoot. He nodded at once, then raised his bow and unleashed a continuous volley of arrows at Hama. Arrows rained down like lightning bolts ripping through the wind, but in Hama's eyes, it was nothing but a boring little trick. attack, so he decided to take all their lives. Ruth watched warily, knowing the Dragon Emperor's golden blood was hot as molten iron, but with focus, he could still dodge it. Right then, the lightning flash dragon began its counterattack. Ruth narrowed his eyes at the stream of golden blood shooting toward him. With the Blood Fury sword backing him up, this might be the decisive opening he needed. When the timing ripened, he charged straight in with the Blood Fury sword. In his past life, while lying on the ground like a cripple, he had seen exactly where his brother stabbed the dragon's heart. The dragon heart was the source of the Dragon Emperor's power, completely different from ordinary dragons. The organ powering that massive body had a strange structure, almost like a human heart. The lightning flash dragon's heart was in its neck. Ruth had no idea who created these dragons, but that person definitely had a bizarre sense of aesthetics. No matter the cost, they were almost out of mana, so everyone had to pour every ounce of strength into this strike, because there would be no second chance. He would cut that false space in two. With that thought, he unleashed Great Cleave, and the blade tore straight forward. The people behind him could not hold back their joy when they saw it. They had done it, and yet, the battle was not over. He could feel it clearly. That last attack still was not enough. Its heartbeat was still pounding, because at that very instant it had transformed into a human-like form. Ruth suddenly remembered his past life when his brother defeated the lightning flash dragon. His brother had been covered in wounds too, yet everyone praised him. Thinking back on it, Ruth's brother had truly been terrifyingly strong back then. But just as Ruth's mind wavered for a moment, a loud shout abruptly dragged him back to reality, because he realized he had ruined the entire situation. The lightning flash dragon now held a sword wrapped in crackling lightning, thrusting it straight at him. Ruth had no time to defend himself, and the blade pierced straight through his heart. Everyone panicked the instant they witnessed it. He had been hit, strength left his body, and he dropped straight from the air toward the ground. Adeline Care rushed over and caught him. The lightning flash dragon roared in fury, saying they had actually forced him to appear in this form again. For 700 years, those weaklings had only mimicked his magic like humans, yet they had truly grown stronger. Hama admitted he had been too arrogant, and that arrogance had caused the last disaster. The moment he finished speaking, he fired a lightning strike at them, and gritted her teeth and defended, but she could not block this attack. Abel White simultaneously created a black star circle, shielding the two of them from Hama's assault. Hama would not make the same mistake twice. He glanced at Abel White's black hand, snorted, called it filthy, and immediately slashed down. In the blink of an eye, that hand was severed. Roderick Riddle panicked and hurriedly told Liana Chonica to cast healing magic, but of course Hama gave them no chance. If Liana Chonica's mouth could recite those vile spells, then he had to act first. So he used his sharp-clawed hand to clamp her mouth shut, preventing her from making a single sound, and charged in at once, her sword slashing down again and again. Waves of energy carrying sharp sword light danced relentlessly through the air. Roderick Riddle did not stand still either, firing arrow after arrow at Hama, but Hama merely stretched out his hand at random and easily caught Roderick Riddle's arrow. Hama snorted coldly, his arrogant show-off gaze so infuriating that anyone would want to race him. As soon as the words fell, Hama drove his sword into Roderick Riddle's eye. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere in an instant. Hama was now no different from a demon, walking step by step toward Ruth's group, his voice soaked in killing intent. To honor those who had come this far, he would kill them in the way of humanity. And that other one as well. He would not let him off either. And bit her lip hard and cursed through clenched teeth, asking how he dared do this. But Hama truly dared. He kept firing lightning strikes at Anne and at Ruth, who lay unconscious on the other side. Adeline Care held Ruth in her arms, watching fresh blood pour out nonstop. Her face turned pale with panic. His heart had been struck by lightning. She had to try sending mana into his body to heal him. Once she thought of it, she immediately poured mana into his chest. A moment later, Ruth suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Adeline Care cried out to him in panic, but there was no answer. Only then did she realize she had merely made his heart beat faster, while his condition had not improved at all. What was she supposed to do now? On the other battlefront, the fight between Anne and Hama was still going, but by now, Anne had already been blasted away by Hama. The sword in Hama's hand stabbed straight into Anne's heart. He said indifferently that this was truly a meaningless duel. Narrowing his eyes at her, he gave a mocking smile and asked whether his sky-piercing art was as strong as hers. Anne gritted her teeth. Sky-piercing art? She did not think so. What he used was a blend of countless sword arts she had never seen, probably accumulated through 700 years of battle experience. Hama pulled his sword out and coldly ordered her to sit there quietly while he dealt with the rest. She was a little special, so he would slowly savor her death. After saying that, he slowly walked toward Adeline Care. She was the last one, and also the person who had cut off his leg. What should he do then? Cutting her legs was not enough, so perhaps he should sever her arms first. Adeline Care shouted furiously for him to get lost, then swung her sword straight at Hama. But Adeline Care's sword technique was already in chaos. Hama saw through it with a single glance, his eyes filled with contempt. Hearing those words, Adeline Care's expression immediately turned heavy. He had seen through everything. Seeing her expression, Hama became even more smug. Those seemingly endless chain sword techniques were indeed tricky, but he did not care at all. Taking advantage of her lapse in caution, he fired a lightning strike into her waist, instantly tearing open a deep wound. After finishing the final blow, Hama's eyes were full of triumph. He curled his lip and said insects belonged crawling on the ground. It was all useless, so give up. Adeline Care had swung a sword her entire life, but in the end, she would still die by his hand. Adeline gave a cold laugh and called him far too arrogant. Saying she had spent her whole life just to bring down one dragon was a bit too exaggerated. Right after that, she tightened her grip on the hilt and thrust a cold stab straight at Hama's neck. That attack stunned him. Adeline had already locked herself into the shadow, so the sword moved just now had only been bait to deceive him. Adeline curled her lips into a faint smile and warned him coldly never to underestimate humans. Hama flew into a rage in an instant, dragging down hundreds of lightning bolts that crushed the very space around them. He choked Adeline by the throat and ground out each word through clenched teeth. Why did she keep rushing toward death? She knew exactly how this would end. Humans really were stupid, and if she wanted to die, he would grant her wish. As for Adeline he absolutely would not let her die that easily. At the same time, inside Ruth Donatos's dim subconscious, his older brother's voice suddenly rang out, reassuring him that everything would be fine. But Ruth coldly pushed him away. He would not fall that easily. That's right, he absolutely would not die here. Those sounds seemed to awaken his sleeping will, making his arm twitch slightly. On the other side, Hama seemed to sense that change, and his eyes instantly snapped over in shock. Sure enough, Ruth had awakened. Not only that, but he had stood up, murmuring something strange about the moment that warrior had once trembled so pitifully. He let out a soft laugh, murmuring about his older brother's miserable state. But before he could finish speaking, a strange arrow-shaped mark appeared on his arm. The moment Hama saw it, his face went pale, and he was so horrified he could not speak. Ruth wiped the blood from his face and calmly said this thing suited him better than it suited his brother. Pharaoh's voice rang out urgently through the connection. "Can you hear me? Are you still there?" Pharaoh asked if he was all right, because the link had just been severed. Ruth was covered in wounds, but he still answered that he was fine and told her to stop yelling because his head hurt. In front of him, the lightning flash dragon was still choking Commander Adeline. Even the lightning flash dragon turned his murderous gaze toward Ruth, as if he had just noticed an unbelievable sign. He muttered that it was impossible, then threw Adeline to the ground like a useless object. He roared that it was impossible and immediately charged straight at Ruth. Only one thought remained in his mind. He absolutely could not allow Ruth to exist like this. His slash erupted with a fierce surge of energy, swirling like a storm of thunder. He closed the distance in an instant, swung his sword, and sliced the young man's arm clean off. After the slash, he seemed to notice something strange. His teeth clenched and cold sweat started beating on his skin. "So that's how it is," the main guy said. His blood-soaked arm was knitting itself back together at a terrifying speed. That light was wrong. It was exactly like 700 years ago. Hama watched him regenerate, shaken to the core. How could an ordinary human possess power like this? "Just as I thought, you are Vanna's reincarnation, aren't you?" He interrogated him. In that very instant, another sword appeared. He grabbed the sword, took a battle stance, and answered coldly that he had asked too many times, and the answer was still no. A thought flashed through his mind that he was carrying that role in his brother's place. A long blue arrow mark appeared on his hand, the hero's symbol that had belonged to his past life. It was the miracle of the 5 elements, but it did not grant infinite power. It ran on the owner's own mana. The memory of his brother surfaced, one arm raised high, the mark blazing, and 6 wings spread behind him. That sign would last only about 5 minutes. Once the elements dispersed, it would vanish too. He had to end this fight before then. There was no time left to play around, and he was in a real hurry. The main guy charged in and slashed straight at the lightning flash dragon, yelling at him to shut up and fight. "You fat lizard." The lightning flash dragon refused to back down even half a step, roaring right in his face not to get arrogant. Both of them lunged at each other, every clash of their swords setting off shockwave explosions as dust, and smoke swallowed the battlefield. Hama fought while sneering that Vanna was dead. That monster was dead, and having the sign did not mean he was stronger. He drove more force into his feet, and his burst of speed kept climbing higher. In his past life, he had once faced lightning itself, so he had always forced himself to predict every beat of battle. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resolve. Now there was no need to predict anymore. He could only pierce through head-on. Hama was not the type to run just because he got hit, so he had to bring him down before the mark disappeared. The lightning flash dragon went berserk, bearing icy fangs, his hair standing on end, his golden eyes bulging wide. The main guy mocked him, asking why the great Dragon King Sloppy was imitating humans, and whether he had lost his soul. Hearing that drove him mad with rage. He shot forward and kept unleashing eerie blue-gold slashes. The young man raised his sword to block, while provoking him by saying he was scared because he could not tell whether that was swordsmanship or sword dancing. Stung by the mockery, he truly snapped. His face twisted, and he hacked at him again and again. Suddenly his sword vanished. He roared, "Don't mess with me." He immediately cast magic, and 2 blue circles appeared, surrounded by interwoven blue-gold lightning. In his mind, he calculated that he had to keep his distance, because he had wasted far too much dragon heart power on those useless weaklings. He could not let him get any closer. The distance between them was far too dangerous now, even though all he wanted was to tear the one before him apart. The spell opened a spatial transfer passage, and he prepared to dive in and flee. But at that exact moment, an unexpected slash carved into his back, leaving him no chance to react. The magic shattered. He whipped around, wanting to see clearly who dared attack him. The one who had had slashed him was Anne, standing there with a mocking smile cold enough to send chills down the spine, and growled, asking if he was running away from a human. Though his whole body was covered in wounds, his eyes still burned with fury and determination. The lightning flash dragon thought he had killed every last one of them, so when he saw Anne alive, he froze, then roared curses and asked what this bastard thought he was doing. One after another, 2 guild masters stood up. It turned out they had saved their final healing skills, just in case he transformed. Right after that, 2 other guild masters recovered as well, gripping their weapons and preparing to attack together. This was a brutal battle, but if they pushed him far enough to reveal his true form, the odds of victory would swing in their favor. As long as they did not give up, they would definitely be able to win. The main guy tightened his grip on his sword and charged straight at the lightning flash dragon with unyielding force. He screamed at him not to come closer, then opened his mouth and spewed out raging streams of flame. A fireball erupted, and rolling flames mixed with lightning engulfed the young man. Hama warned him again that he had told him not to come near. The flames burned away chunks of his flesh, exposing white bone beneath, but he did not step back at all, and still swung his sword in a direct counterattack against him. That slash made Hama roar in agony, his scream ripping across the battlefield. The blade had struck his heart. His heart split open, and he screamed in despair, "No, impossible." His scream rang out in misery. Dragon scales pushed out across his arms, while his tail and wings grew back in savage form. He transformed from human shape into a massive dragon, with 4 wings and a long winding tail. The young man watched it happen, and asked if he was transforming again. Hama had gone insane, trying to break the barrier and escape. He roared for it to open, to break this magical barrier, then crazily rammed his head straight into the ward. Why would it not break? It was only a barrier. He poured all his mana into smashing the ward, but every effort was useless. Trapped inside the barrier, he spiraled into panic as he thought of Amida. The fire dragon really was a fool to let human use him this badly. Suddenly, a radiant chain wrapped tightly around his clawed foot. It was the main guy's chain, pinning him down. He laughed with contempt and asked where this bastard thought he was going. Bound tight, Hama panicked and cried that he'd not want to die, and that they understood nothing. Spreading fear was his mission. He was an important existence in this world. He kept making excuses, calling himself the savior of a chaotic world and a wise being. Hearing that, the young man flew into a rage and shouted at him to shut up. His mana instantly became a giant hand, clamping around Hama's neck and making him howl in pain. He yelled that this world did not need trash like him. That energy tore through the black curtain, allowing the light of the sky to slowly appear. Balak Storos and Lenia Selkit went still as they witnessed it. The sky was opening. This should have been impossible. Outside, Grand Mage Griselda Valentine thought the lightning dragon had broken the barrier and burst into triumphant laughter. The barrier was open. They had won. But right after that, the lightning flash dragon's head fell. His enormous body collapsed, while the barrier slowly opened in the light of life. The conquest team had returned. The guild masters and the main guy walked out proudly, his face still wearing its familiar cold expression. She smiled and waved to him. The most seriously injured person at that moment was being supported by Adeline Care. The knights who were still fighting looked up at the sky, all of them stunned. Was that headless dragon the lightning dragon? Then that meant... "It is dead, His Highness," the prince said, still unable to hide his shock at the scene before him. A commander immediately ordered the knights to start cleaning up the battlefield. Grand Mage Griselda Valentine looked at the lightning dragon's corpse, her expression shifting from worry to panic. Lord Hama, impossible. Did he fail? Damn it, should she retreat? If things had come to this, then the prince... While Griselda Valentine was lost in calculation, her arm was suddenly slashed, making her jolt and grit her teeth in pain. The one who struck was the main guy. In a cold voice, he asked where she thought she was going. At the same time, Leon had appeared behind her, both hands gripping his sword, ready to send her off to meet her ancestors. When the female mage saw the young man, she gnashed her teeth and cursed him, but she completely failed to notice the killing intent behind her. Right after that, Leon slashed straight through her chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, and all she could do was scream in agony. Luckily for her, spatial transfer magic opened in time, letting her escape the battlefield by a hair. Damn it, she ran like a rat, Professor Claire Mason shouted angrily. Professor Daniel Gold wondered whether she had hidden a teleportation scroll in the forest. But with that wound, even holy magic would struggle to save her, so she would not live long. The remnants had been almost wiped out, so for now, they should support the Black Dragon Knights. At that moment, Hennis Hapulia and Ren Nastia ran over crying, loudly calling for him and the old man. Ren Nastia rushed in and hugged him tightly. Balaxdoros raised a hand and said he would give him a passionate hug, while Lenia Selkit ran over teasing that she could not find him and thought he had died. Ennis Hapulia sat beside him and anxiously asked if he knew how scared she had been. Bombarded with questions, he went pale in shock, while Leon watched quietly from a distance. Elsewhere, 2 guild masters talked. One was glad he was all right and asked what had happened outside. The other said he had not expected everyone to survive, then asked whether the lightning dragon's corpse could be taken for research. Another guild master spoke up, saying it was fortunate the lightning dragon hunt had succeeded, but the aftermath would throw the Empire into even deeper chaos. "Oh, go easy, that hurts." Leon folded his arms and apologized to him for missing his strike. The young man simply answered answered softly that it was fine. "Oh right, I am a hero now," he confidently declared while bandaging the wound on his face. Hearing that, everyone immediately mocked him. "A hero you? A legendary warrior, seriously? Did you hit your head somewhere?" He insisted he was serious, but they teased that if he trained hard, his head might recover. Speechless, he asked if she wanted him dead that badly. Leon watched the scene and could not help bursting into cheerful laughter. Balak Storos, Lenya Selkit, Hennis Hapulia, and the others gathered around to bandage him. As they worked, they laughed and asked what kind of hero talked like that. Time moved on to 1 week after the Lightning Dragon raid, when the birth of the Divine Lineage Temple and the appearance of the second hero shook the continent. People everywhere were buzzing with talk, newspapers in their hands as they read the news. The whole continent was hit by a string of upheavals, like the opening signal for an age of chaos. The scene shifted to a palace, where 5 people were reading the newspaper aloud for a red-haired person to hear. The kings of several kingdoms had gathered information about the entire incident through Pharma and Alpa. They were especially interested in the raid team members who had miraculously survived. But after the battle, every member had been gravely wounded and was recovering at Agnes Palace, a sacred land where outsiders were forbidden to set foot. The scene shifted to the sacred land, Agnes Palace. In one room, 6 apples sat on a plate. A voice rang out asking if Adeline Care and Liana Chanika had recovered, and saying that was such a relief. He said yes, that he had stopped by to visit them on the way here, and that the 2 of them had even sneaked outside. Roderick Riddle, sitting on the bed and listening, smiled as well, saying it was good that they could walk around. While eating a pastry and chatting, he said holy healing magic must be incredibly powerful, since it could even reconnect a severed arm. Abel White, his hand still wrapped in bandages, replied that they were lucky a priest from the Midsummer Guild was nearby, so he received treatment right away. Roderick Riddle, lying beside him, said it was only possible because he had brought the arm back in time. Ruth Donato's cut in as soon as he heard that. No matter how advanced holy magic was, how could it ever compare to the miracle we created ourselves? The moment the joke about the Undying Warrior title came up, the main guy's face darkened, and he nearly choked from sheer nausea. He snapped at them to stop bringing it up. For the past 2 days, this poor dude had been teased half to insanity. His memory rolled back to 2 days earlier. Inside Agnes Hall, the main guy followed a priest into a room, while and still would not let it go. He laughed and asked why he had to be so upset, since it was a title for the second hero personally recognized by the Pope. It does sound pretty lame though. Even if you become a public figure, in the end, it is still only a title. Roderick Riddle then asked how he felt when he met the Pope for the first time. The main guy thought back, and the image of a wheelchair surfaced in his mind. He answered that it was nothing special, and everything had gone smoother than expected. The Pope looked like a man in his 20s, probably using magic to halt aging. In his memory, the Pope sat in a wheelchair with long hair, red eyes, and a strangely handsome, gentle face. The main guy went on to say that the title Undying Warrior sounded so ridiculous it revealed the Pope's personality, and immediately jumped in to tease him, asking if that was not an insanely cool name. Roderick Riddle piled on too, saying Undying Warrior sounded so grand it tied the tongue. Hearing that, he was left completely speechless. Too irritated to take any more, he turned and walked outside. Roderick Riddle called after him, saying he would not wait, so he had better come back soon, and burst out laughing and said to let him go, since he probably needed some quiet time alone. Thanks to holy magic, his body recovered far faster than normal. Being able to move around freely again honestly did not feel bad at all. As the main guy walked down the corridor, he thought it would be great if everyone recovered quickly and left this place. But first, they really needed to stop bothering him. He remembered being congratulated for receiving the title, yet nobody forgot to sneak in a jab. Hey, come on in, Undying Warrior. Congratulations on being treated like a hero. Undying Warrior. Ha ha ha. Since you are immortal now, do not go dying of embarrassment. Thinking about it, the main guy gritted his teeth, his annoyance written all over his face. He stood there scratching his head and muttered, "Damn it, I do not even know where to go." Just then, a voice called out from behind him. A priest walked over and asked what he was doing here. It was almost time for his health checkup. Even though he looked fine right now, they still did not fully understand the marks on his body. No one could be sure whether there were any side effects. The main guy had no choice but to say he understood and would go right away. He had not even taken it before another voice called out again. "I finally found you. I am glad you are still alright." The one who appeared was Jeremy Duville, carrying a bouquet as a hospital visit gift. The main guy asked why he had come here. Jeremy Duville replied that after the raid, he guessed the main guy would be treated at Agnes Hall. Besides, he was interested in holy magic, so he came here to study, and he even had a recommendation letter from the dean. The main guy waved him off coldly and said he got it. But inside, he was only thinking that the bald old man really did not need to go that far. Jeremy Duville turned to the priest and asked for a moment alone with the main guy. He said there was something the two of them needed to discuss. The priest agreed, but still reminded him to return on time for the health checkup. The main guy irritably told Jeremy Duville there was nothing for them to discuss. Jeremy only smiled and asked whether his ancestor's journal had been useful. The main guy asked what he meant. Jeremy calmly answered that he was simply curious whether it worked. Jeremy Duville took out a notebook and said he had investigated the Dragon God Temple and the Temple of Light. Information on the Dragon God Temple was extremely scarce because they operated in the shadows. After the raid, the remnants were captured one by one, and the royal family got involved as well, but there had been no progress. So he came up with a theory. The main guy picked up the journal and read it carefully. Jeremy Duville continued explaining that there might be a connection between the two cults. The teachings of the Temple of Light told legends of humans and gods from an ancient age, long before the era of dragons. Among them was a terrifying, powerful entity known as the Ancient Demon. They ravaged the world and tormented humanity to achieve their goals. In the end, the God of Light freed us from that suffering. The Ancient Demon of the Temple of Light and the Dragon God of the Dragon God Temple. Do you not think they are connected? On top of that, the Dragon God Temple's roots run deeper than expected. Judging by their scale, they must have some link to the Temple of Light, a religion spread across the continent. If these two sides are truly connected, that would be extremely troubling. But for now, all of this is still speculation because there is too little information on the Dragon God Temple. The main guy raised the journal and mocked Jeremy Duville. So basically, you found nothing, right? Jeremy hurriedly explained, telling him to wait because there was still one more point. The Temple of Light is not normal either. Jeremy Duville took out a letter and handed it to him, then said the priest from earlier gave off a very strange aura. Did you really not notice? As the main guy read the letter, he asked if Jeremy meant that strict priest from earlier. Inside was all the information on that man. Exactly. His name is Marvin Berthold. His background, his reason for joining the temple, and the direction of his activities are all clean, with nothing suspicious anywhere. But one tiny detail still caught Jeremy's eye. It kept sticking in his mind, even though everything currently remained at the level of conjecture. After hearing that, the main guy grew annoyed and asked if he was seriously investigating nonsense like that. Every accusation started from insane theories like those. With that, he turned away and coldly kicked his visitor out, thinking it was a complete waste of time. Jeremy Duville stayed calm and promised to bring something more valuable next time. The main guy walked down the stairs, his expression still not softened. He asked Pharaoh what he thought of the priest from earlier. Pharaoh was surprised and asked if, after speaking to Jeremy like that, he still believed him. The main guy answered that Jeremy was definitely weird, but his suspicions were usually not wrong. Pharaoh said thoughtfully that, based on what he could see, the man was human. As for man or danger level, it was hard to conclude. But with matters like this, humans often understood more than a being like Pharaoh. The main guy grumbled that this meant he did not know anything either, so he should have said that from the start. Just then, Ren Nastia, who had been waiting for a while, asked where Uncle had gone when everyone had been looking for him. The little girl pointed into the room and accused the white-haired lady of eating all his snacks. Leon immediately shot back that she should not lie because she had only eaten one. Balak Storos was doing sit-ups on the floor, while Lenya Selkit and Hennis Apulia were also waiting in the room. As soon as he saw them, the main guy immediately turned around and irritably asked if none of them knew how to go home. Visiting hours were almost over. Only then did the whole group finally agree to leave. Balak Storos waved goodbye. Leon said she had to visit her mother and would see him tomorrow. Lenya Selkit said she had a dinner appointment, and Ren Nastia also said goodbye to Uncle. The main guy was still angry and muttered that they must think this place was a park. Hennis Apulia spoke up and told him to relax, saying they were only worried about him. He immediately drove her out too, telling her to leave as well. Hennis Apulia gritted her teeth and called him heartless. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard him call her back. She asked what it was. He asked whether she knew anything about holy magic, or about matters related to the Temple of Light's hospital. Hennis Apulia asked in surprise why he was suddenly curious about that. He answered with an example, such as information on a priest in this hospital, a man named Marvin Berthold. Hennis Apulia froze when she heard that and asked who he meant. But the main guy said nothing more and simply kept driving her outside. Hennis Apulia was so angry she planted her hands on her hips and said he was making her worry. The main guy lay down on the bed and casually said goodbye. She gritted her teeth, cursed him once, then left, telling him to take care of himself. Hennis Apulia walked outside with a deeply displeased look on her face. Even so, suspicion about what he had said began to rise in her heart. The name Marvin Berthold kept haunting her mind. As she walked, she remembered that the Berthold family had always been famous for holy magic. Then it suddenly came back to her. Last time at the Holy Power Club, Ming exchanged information with the second girl. Did he not? Even though it was late and Agnes Hall was fairly empty, a place like this had to have magical communication devices. She began looking around to search for one. Found it. In front of her were two magical phone booths placed close to the corridor. corridor. She immediately called the girl who had exchanged information with them before. "Hello, are you Haley Berthold? This is Hennis Hapulia. We met at the club the other day." "Yes, it is me. I have a question to ask you. Are you free to meet right now?" The voice on the phone replied no, sorry, and asked if she could contact her later. It was not convenient right now, because she had just heard that her uncle had passed away. "My uncle died 3 days ago and no one knew until they discovered his body in his house." Ah, his name was Marvin Berthold. The moment she heard that name, Hennis Hapulia went numb. In a trembling voice, she asked again whether her uncle was Marvin Berthold. Hennis Hapulia was so focused on the phone call that she did not realize Marvin Berthold had appeared right behind her. In that instant, icy fear flooded through her as the name Marvin Berthold became painfully clear in her mind. At the same time, the main guy was asleep in the hospital room. Suddenly, he shot upright and grabbed his sword in a flash, as if he had sensed something. Pharaoh immediately asked what had happened. He stepped off the bed and took a fighting stance. His mana had been severed. Pharaoh also realized some force had sealed off this space, similar to a barrier, but not magic. The main guy thought this place was supposed to be heavily guarded, yet they had slipped in without a sound. This abnormal aura definitely did not belong to an ordinary person. He shouted toward the figure standing outside the door. He pointed his sword straight at the door and coldly asked what the hell it was. From outside the door, a voice drifted in. "You wound me, my fake son. You once called me father, yet you do not know who I am." The one standing before the door was Marvin Berthold. One hand clamped around Hennis Hapulia's throat, turning her into a hostage. The main guy answered furiously that how was he supposed to know, when the other side kept changing his shape like that? Hennis Hapulia's throat was squeezed tight, her breath caught, and her face went pale from the pain. The priest stared at the main guy with a cold, expressionless face. He squeezed harder, making Hennis Hapulia shut her eyes and grit her teeth as she endured it. Then the priest gave a cruel smile. His face began to twist, warping little by little. His true face was revealed. A man with purple hair and razor-sharp eyes laughed like a monster from the dungeon. "Of course you know who I am." The main guy looked at him, his gaze tense. In his heart, he understood clearly that this was probably the worst possible situation. It turned out that the man was the cult leader of the Dragon God Temple. He came and went like a ghost, without gods or devils noticing, and he constantly changed his appearance. That ability seemed more like a special power than magic. In the previous life, even though he appeared only briefly, every place he passed became a sea of blood. Although the main guy's older brother had once defeated him, that man still said it was all thanks to luck. He was so powerful that even Leon had never learned his true identity. He was something wearing a human skin. The cult leader removed his monocle, looked at the main guy, and curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. Pharaoh said they could not call him human. He also did not resemble any normal race, but was closer to a chimera. Pharaoh asked if he intended to fight. The main guy answered tensely that he could not, because the enemy was holding Hennis Hapulia hostage. In this situation, he could not win. If he brought a hostage, it meant he wanted to talk. For now, he had to find any possible way to save Hennis Hapulia the moment there was an opening, even if it meant freezing him for an instant. Pharaoh immediately began resonating with the sword. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and swore silently to protect Hennis Hapulia at all costs, even if he had to die without retreating. As the one bound by the contract, he demanded that Pharaoh act. The cult leader gave a faint laugh and asked if he was not going to swing his sword. He said that if you wanted to fool Griselda Valentine with such a cheap lie, you had to understand your opponent's strength. After hearing that, the main character lowered his sword to the side, clearly not planning to attack yet. He answered, "Was this not the same as letting an idiot pretend to be a bishop? Even though she was ashamed, she told you everything, didn't she? I injured her on purpose." He waved his hand with contempt, saying that was why he had killed that woman. She had lost too many believers, and she could not even keep the lightning flash dragon. He was deeply disappointed to realize that the peaceful time in the snowfield had been meaningless, and in the end, her life had no value. The main character almost roared, telling him to stop lying. Someone like him had no idea what disappointment was. He was only pretending to have emotions, then bringing up someone he had never cared about to make himself seem profound. The cult leader tightened his grip around Hennis Hapulia's throat, called the main character an immortal warrior, and said he had studied him very thoroughly. An orphan who survived the myriad forms dragon disaster. That was truly the classic opening for a hero's tale. Everything was fine, but something was still missing. The main character stood across from him, his hand curling tight, ready to charge if he dared do anything to Hennis Hapulia. He continued, saying it was strange that a third-rate mercenary had suddenly become a genius in just 2 years, then gained enough power to rival a dragon king. He turned to Hennis Hapulia and asked if she did not find that abnormal. There was something very wrong with him, was there not? Hennis Hapulia glared at him, trembling with rage. Hennis Hapulia clenched her fists as sparks flared around her body. She shouted, asking why the biggest freak in the room thought he had any right to spout nonsense. She screamed for him to die, then spun around and unleashed fire magic straight at him. He immediately let let go, causing her to lose her balance and pitch forward. The attack did not hurt him at all. He merely laughed and said she was surprisingly calm, so she had been silently casting a spell. Dark Wings. He mocked that it felt no different from watching a child hold a spear, then cast magic in return. He instantly aimed straight at Hapulia. She was terrified, because she was falling forward and had absolutely no way to resist. The main character rushed in front of Hapulia and took the cult leader's attack head-on. He called out to Pharaoh, and a white barrier of light immediately rose before her. Hapulia hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. Fortunately, Pharaoh had created a barrier around her, preventing her from being caught in the next strike. The cult leader spoke, saying he admitted the main character truly was a hero, but his holy mark had still not fully recovered. As he spoke, he reached out and picked something up. It turned out the previous strike had severed the main character's arm that bore the holy mark. He lifted that arm and remarked that the boy had risked his life, and even lost an arm. Is this young lady that important to you? In his view, if the main character had abandoned her, he would have had a much better chance of surviving. Inside the barrier, Hapulia screamed in fury, cursing him as a bastard and wishing for him to be killed. The main character clutched the stump of his severed arm, but his eyes did not waver. In a cold voice, he told him to stop beating around the bush and get to the point, because he knew the cult leader's target was him. The cult leader stopped hiding it and admitted he was right. He asked how the main character had discovered him, and why he knew clues connected to the Myriad Forms Dragon disaster. The main character curled his lips into a sneer, and answered that the cult leader's own grandpa had told him. Ruth Donatos faintly lifted the corner of his mouth. A cold blade flashed, slicing off the main character's remaining arm in an instant. Inside the shield, Hapulia went pale with panic and kept pounding on Leon's barrier. He looked down and asked in an icy voice how the main character had found the stone that sealed the lightning flash dragon. Both arms were severed and blood poured out in torrents, but the young man still glared at him in fury and growled back, "If you want to know, try guessing." He swung another strike, his voice filled with regret. The lightning flash dragon should not have died so blandly. If the seal had broken in Aratium, it would have become a disaster on the same level as the Myriad Forms dragon back then. The next slash cut off the main character's leg, forcing him to collapse into a pool of dark red blood. The main character gritted his teeth as he remembered the day Aratium's seal shattered, when lightning massacred more than half the students. Every tragedy from his previous life had begun with this bastard. He stepped on the main character's head and pressed it to the ground, his voice full of suspicion. "Who are you, really? Why are you furious over a disaster that never happened? Are you Hero Vanna Reborn? I do not think so. Therefore I have only one conclusion. A regressor." Hearing that conclusion, the main character's face darkened and his eyes went wide. The cult leader slowly continued. "Before you regressed, you were a hero, were you not? The 7 dragons, the divine dragon, and even me, all of us were killed by your own hands." When he heard the words divine dragon, the main character froze as if struck by lightning. He gripped the main character's face tightly, his voice growing more certain. 1 year ago, the connection to the floating island was suddenly cut off. The blood dragon's seat became vacant. Coincidentally, that timing matches the moment you entered Aratium. You are the toy of Kana, the creation dragon god. Hearing that name, the main character's face darkened and his eyes filled with confusion. He immediately remembered that pure white man. The cult leader frowned and asked, "Is this the first time you have heard that name?" Kana, the creation dragon god, father of the dragon race, including the 7 dragons. The creator god would need to be at least divine class to turn back time. It seems Kana is very fond of you. So the dragon god worshipped by the dragon temple was him. A god with the power to interfere with time, a name the main character had never known. He answered coldly that he did not care whether that man was a divine dragon or anything else. With eyes blazing in rage, the main character shouted with absolute resolve, "This time I will kill him." The cult leader looked at him and burst into a contemptuous laugh. "What exactly do you plan to do with only your left leg left? Some immortal warrior you are. What a shame, because now that I know you are Kana's toy, I cannot kill you here." He placed his hand on the main character's head and issued a warning. "My curiosity has been satisfied. Be gentler next time, alright? It would be troublesome if you died." After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving the main character to grind his teeth helplessly through the pain. Suddenly, the main character coughed up a mouthful of blood. With his mouth stained red, he still wore a scornful smile and answered back, "Fine. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." The cult leader gave a soft laugh. Fine, the main character's eyelids slowly fell, and only the cult leader's blurred back remained before his eyes. He could only see those legs moving farther away, then his consciousness sank into darkness. The cult leader's voice still echoed in his ears, wishing him good luck. The next morning at Acnic Palace, knights were stationed everywhere under strict guard. In front of a room, someone knocked softly. "Master, may I come in?" It was Professor Daniel Gold. He entered Anne's room, asked whether the knights had left, and was furious and snorted coldly, saying they dared force a patient like him to take part in the investigation for 3 straight days. Absolutely insane. Daniel Gold said thoughtfully that they attacked right after the main character was recognized as a hero, when the battle with the lightning flash flash dragon had only just ended. Security in the area should have been extremely tight, so this definitely was not an ordinary accident. Based on what they said, it seemed an internal purge was taking place and being completely hidden from the media. After all, a hero's honor meant everything to them, and this incident could deal a heavy blow to the image of the church's royal guard. Alien asked about the main character. Has the kid woken up yet, and how are his injuries? Daniel Gold answered that thanks to the help of a high-ranking priest, he had awakened. Since he received a protective mark, he would be fine once his mana recovered. What was interesting was that he was very calm, while the other kids were still badly shaken, and immediately guessed whether it was the dragon cult. If not, what kind of damned thing could attack us without leaving a trace? Even though the main character was injured at the time, they still truly overwhelmed a hero. Basically, they declared war, and they could come back at any time. We have no time left to waste. Daniel Gold also fell into thought after hearing that. The next dragon might break its seal earlier than expected, and then asked, did that child say anything unusual? Daniel Gold answered that they had not had much time to talk because the Black Wolf commander had come to question him about the attack, and frowned in displeasure and said that brat, he had better not get too aggressive and start a war by himself. The scene shifted to another room where an angry shout rang out. Damn it, are you messing with me? The main character was sitting in the room and immediately argued back. Hey, are you deaf? How many times do I have to say it before you believe me? When I was attacked, I was sleeping like the dead. Levinedelf sat across from him for the interrogation, his voice heavy. On the day you were attacked, the royal guard doubled, no, tripled the protective forces. Even the Black Wolf Knights were dispatched by order of His Majesty and the Crown Prince. And yet you say someone slipped in and out with ease. Does that sound reasonable to you? The main character snapped back in irritation. Why are you complaining to me about your slug-weak subordinates? I am the victim here. And did those wonderful knights of yours lose so much as a fingernail? Not at all. You said he first disguised himself as a priest, right? Even if you storm into the infirmary and yell for 3 hours, the truth is you people completely failed to detect the intruder, while a trainee managed it. The knight on guard listened to the argument with sweat pouring down his forehead. Levinedelf was so angry that he shot to his feet. Looks like you still do not understand how serious this is, kid. If this incident gets out, the entire cult, His Majesty, and the Crown Prince, the people who regard you as a hero, will become laughingstocks. You are not only tarnishing the royal family's reputation, but you also dare act this foolishly. Someone like you had better stop calling himself a hero. Killing the lightning flash dragon, you cannot even protect yourself. I bet Guildmaster handled everything, and you only stole the credit, right? A country brat, a former mercenary, where do you get the right to claim that title? The main character answered with a blank face, and yet, did you not rent the room right next to mine? Do you still want to invite me over? After hearing that, Levinedelf boiled with rage and immediately lunged forward, swinging his fist. You arrogant bastard. The knight behind him rushed in to stop him in alarm. Commander, please calm down. But Levinedelf had underestimated the main character. Even while injured, he still stopped his punch cold. Unable to bring him down, Levinedelf clenched his teeth in frustration. He blocked it. He still refused to stop. Let me show you the strength of a royal guard commander. Do not think you can act however arrogant you want just because you have a protective mark. After saying that, he charged again. He struck straight at the main character's eye, making blood spray out. The main character wiped the blood away with his hand, his face darkening. Damn it. Seeing that his strike had landed, Levinedelf immediately became far too arrogant. As expected, there was no way someone like him could beat me. Do you understand now? This is true strength forged on the battlefield. Suddenly a blow slammed straight into Levinedelf's neck. The strike sent him flying, and the knight beside him only had time to shout, Commander. The main character stood up and walked forward step by step. His expression was stretched tight as a bowstring. You dared use an attribute skill, and against a patient no less. Fine, I was already in a bad mood anyway. From this moment on, everything that happens is self-defense. Got that? The knight beside them thought in horror that a royal guard commander had been blown away by a single blow. If this got out, not only would His Majesty and His Highness be furious, but the entire Black Wolf Order would not get off easy either. He hurriedly bowed his head and said, please, everyone calm down. Sir main character, I am sure our commander simply lost control for a moment, so... The main character immediately snapped, where were your eyes looking? That bastard aimed straight for my eye. Against a patient like me, that was a fatal strike. Do you understand? Levinedelf had been knocked into the wall and slumped down. Seeing how tense the situation was, the guard knight knelt and bowed his head. I apologize. I will do anything to ease your anger. Please do not report this to His Majesty. Please have mercy on us. People always say the higher someone stands, the easier it is to forget what surrounds them. Our captain was surely only like that for a moment as well. Meanwhile, Levinedelf had already passed out after exactly one hit. The main character answered coldly, what a load of nonsense. Enough talking. Give me one reason to let you go. I will offer this to you, sir. As he spoke, the knight tremblingly took an object from his pocket. This is an artifact His Majesty awarded to me. I heard its material came from the world tree Bernica. It was a blue stone wrapped in branches like vines. Its effect is nothing special, and I cannot say for certain that it truly came from the world tree. But since it is a reward from His Majesty, it must still have value. The main character propped his chin on his hand and silently thought for a moment. Then he nodded. Fine, I will let it slide this time. Leave that thing here and take him away. The knight bowed in delighted gratitude. After that, he hurriedly helped Levendelf up and dragged him outside. Then we will take our leave first. The door closed immediately afterward. The main character lifted the stone he had just received and his gaze sharpened at once. Who would have thought I would find it here? Pharaoh immediately confirmed it. I can guarantee this was truly made from a branch of the world tree. They must be insane to use the divine tree binding this world together to forge a weapon. The main character recalled the past and replied, yeah, in my previous life, the one who used this thing was a true madman too. Pharaoh asked in shock, who was that wicked person? He answered calmly, your daughter Lenia Selkit. The moment she heard that name, Pharaoh fell silent. Pharaoh went on to explain that since the world tree no longer resonated with it, this thing was now no different from an ordinary branch. Yet that girl could still use it. Truly my wonderful daughter. Just then a knock sounded at the door, making the main character mutter in annoyance. What is it now? He opened the door with an irritated look. Which bastard is it this time? But his voice suddenly caught, trembling faintly. How did you get in here? The central district is strictly off limits. Standing outside was Hennis Hapulia, her face heavy with sadness. She said she had been summoned for questioning. Even though she did not have a scratch on her, Leon had dragged her into the incident, so she had ended up here. I heard you woke up, so I just wanted to see you once. Because of me, your hands. Hennis Hapulia clenched both fists, worry written clearly across her face. The main character kept his usual cold attitude. What are you talking about out of nowhere? Hennis Hapulia opened her palm, revealing an object. She lowered her head and choked out, I want to return this. I do not deserve to keep it. I will go now, so please rest well. He immediately grabbed Hennis Hapulia by the wrist. Come with me. She called his name softly, but he still pulled her away. Let me make this clear. This was not my fault, and it was not yours either. We are both alive and we are both okay. That is enough. Stop blaming yourself. By then, the two of them were outside the grounds, talking face to face. Even after hearing him say that, Hennis Hapulia still could not shake off her guilt. But you almost died. The main character scratched his head awkwardly and replied, that only reminded me that I still have a long road ahead. Oh, did you cut your hair? He changed the subject so blatantly that it was obvious, but it did not work. Hennis Hapulia gripped her skirt and said sadly, do not dodge the topic. If Leon had been there instead of me, you would not have been hurt that badly. The main character asked softly, hey, why are you? Hennis Hapulia cut him off, her voice choking. You know, I really did give it everything I had back there. While you were gone, I trained so hard that even Leon ran out of mana. At night, I only dared to sleep for a few hours and spent the rest locked inside the laboratory. I swung my knife so much that the handle came loose, but no matter how hard I tried, I was still only dead weight. You could not even fight at full strength because you had to protect me. She remembered the days when she had desperately tried to catch up with everyone. Every time I thought I was about to reach you all, the distance only became even more impossible. I was wrong. All this time, I was only pretending. Pretending I could catch up, when the truth was that I was dragging you backward. I do not deserve the Blackwing you gave me. I am so pathetic it is unbearable, so useless it hurts. If I did not exist, would everything be better? The main character immediately cut in. So what if you dragged us down? Even if I cut off the part you were pulling, it would just grow back in the end. I am an immortal warrior after all. Hennis Hapulia shouted, stop joking around. I am serious. The main character softened his voice to comfort her. Good grief, seriously. I am fine. Even if you drag me back, I can accept that. Besides, no one is born perfect, and no one stays perfect until the day they die. Everyone has their own timeline, and everyone has been weak and pathetic at some point. Do you understand? What I am trying to say is that you have value. Of course, you cannot become Balaxtoros Lenia Selkit or a second Leon, but they cannot become you either. Hearing those words, Hennis Hapulia's eyes reddened. That is right, no one else can become me either, and I am certain that my future will still need you. As soon as she heard that, tears poured endlessly down Hennis Hapulia's face, and all she could do was press her lips together. The main character stood up and continued, so stop thinking about useless things. You just need to keep trying the way you are now. Keep investing in yourself until you see results. I am the same. If you understand, then stop crying and go back already. He turned and walked away, leaving Hennis Hapulia sitting silently behind him. Then, Hennis Hapulia spoke softly. Can I drag you back one more time? Hearing that, the main character did not understand what she meant and turned around. Huh? Hennis Hapulia fell silent halfway through. He had to ask again, what? I like you. The main character froze as if struck by lightning. The two of them stared at each other as leaves and petals drifted down, and the scene suddenly became strangely romantic. But Leon was standing behind the bushes and had heard the entire conversation. She remained silent, her eyes heavy with thought and sorrow. I like you, Hennis Hapulia confessed through her tears. She lifted her head to look at the main character, while he stood frozen, unable to say a single word. Haha, Hennis Hapulia burst into laughter. Behind the bushes, Leon lowered her head, silently clenching down on her emotions. Hennis Hapulia laughed while wiping away her tears. I always thought crying while confessing was the worst thing a person could do. I never thought I would end up doing it myself. The timing is terrible, right? But I do not expect you to give me a clear answer. It is just, my heart wanted to say it out loud. The main character stood there thinking for a while, then quietly looked at her. Hennis Hapulia sat still, her gaze still immersed in a storm of tangled emotions. Once her tears had stopped falling, Hennis Hapulia smiled faintly. I am sorry. The main character stepped closer to her, scratching his head as he walked. Hennis Hapulia hurriedly stopped him, saying, I told you that you do not need to answer right now. Honestly, I do not expect you to accept my confession either. You have always been dense about things like this. That is exactly why I want to know. Behind the bushes, Leon also held her breath, waiting to hear the main character's answer. He could only stand there scratching his head. Hennis Hapulia looked straight at him and asked, Are you rejecting me because of Leon? Ruth Donatos froze for a brief moment, then quietly shifted his eyes toward the other side. He looked into the shrubbery and spotted Leon standing there, frozen in place. The main character answered softly that no to him. All of them were friends and comrades. Hearing that, Leon instantly stiffened. We do not need to turn each other's feelings into a joke. Besides, what is the point of making promises when you could die at any moment? As soon as those words fell, Leon's hands trembled uncontrollably. The young man continued, and to be honest, Leon's feelings for him made him. Leon held her breath as she listened, still hoping for a word of acceptance. But no, he only said coldly that they made him uncomfortable. The moment those words landed, Leon immediately turned and ran away, each step heavy as if dragging the shattered pieces of a love that had just broken apart. The main character watched Leon's figure fade into the distance, and only one cold thought remained in his mind. This is enough. Hennis Hapulia stood up and calmly said she understood what he meant, but then she asked if he had ever heard this saying before. Hennis Hapulia gave a radiant smile, her gentle eyes looking straight at him. Love can still bloom, even in the middle of war. That was kind of embarrassing, but now I feel relieved. Thank goodness, I still have a small chance. After hearing that, the main character broke into a cold sweat. Did you actually listen to anything I said? Hennis Hapulia answered with a sweet smile. Of course I did, and that is why I am truly serious from now on. I will keep trying, exactly like you told me to. When you are released, let us meet again. With that, Hennis Hapulia turned and left. He only managed to call after her. Alright, make sure you get back safely. Pharaoh appeared, her voice dripping with razor-sharp mockery. You just rejected 2 girls at the same time. Congratulations, in your next life you are definitely going to hell. The main character told Pharaoh to shut up, saying that in his previous life, they had only been his comrades too. Honestly, he had once thought that if he made a move, they would reject him. They only acted that way because they misunderstood everything he did as something born from his identity as a regressor. In any case, they were still far too young. Pharaoh immediately argued back that even if he had regressed, the current timeline was still reality. Do you really think you have the right to judge and ignore those feelings just because you have seen the future? Hearing that, he only turned and walked away. I do not have time to care about those trivial matters. One of the cardinals of the Dragon Temple had learned the main character's identity as a regressor. He had also found the one who turned back time, the being they worshipped as the primordial dragon god, the very source that created the entire dragon race, the origin dragon Kana. But why did the dragon god favor him so much, even saying that if he died, that day would become disadvantageous? This made absolutely no sense. Pharaoh had just called his name when the main character cut her off. I know, I already know. That damned oath is stopping you from saying more about that day, right? Right now, the person most worth watching was that cardinal. Even though he bore the title of a temple servant, he knew far too much. From his words to his actions, not a single part of him carried any real faith. Because of that, he came up with a theory, stepping up the stairs while sinking into heavy thoughts. Standing in the middle of the staircase, one hand gripping the railing, his face darkened. What if that man had regressed even before me? Pharaoh also asked in shock, are you saying that man might be a regressor too? He explained that before his own regression, no one believed turning back time was real. Yet that man suspected him immediately. If he had regressed at the same time, it would not add up. His attitude toward the dragon god, his overwhelming power, and even the theory that every living being other than humans and magical beasts was the result of regression all pointed elsewhere. Then his skill must also be. The main character suddenly remembered the night his arm was severed. That night, even though he had not truly counterattacked, extreme sense still activated, yet he could not read that man's movements at all. Everything only appeared vague, like mist. At that moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. He looked down at his arm and silently sank into thought. Pharaoh pressed him. Are you saying he can control time like the dragon god? You know perfectly well that altering time is a power only gods can touch. The main character believed it was possible he had made some kind of pact with Kana. But all of it was still only a theory. What he needed right now was not speculation but a solution. His hand clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He had reached 5 strikes, but that still was not enough. He could not sit around waiting for his comrades to fully awaken their potential. According to what that man had said that day, he would not kill him right away, but if he did nothing, the next reunion would end the same way. As he returned to his room, he told himself that from now on, he could no longer rely entirely on the experience of his previous life. He had to find a way to grow stronger as fast as possible, strong enough to face that man. Is it possible? Seeing you start training again like this, I guess you have recovered, huh? It was Anne, who was walking down the stairs when he ran into him. Master, and told him they needed to talk for a bit. The two of them went to the reading room. Anne immediately reported the situation. Given the current state of affairs, the royal detectives will continue hunting the Dragon Temple, but do not expect too much. No matter how great Alpea's influence is, they cannot recklessly violate another nation's autonomy to investigate. At most, they can ask a guild to act. He also said that he did not intend to let them carry everything. When the 3rd year begins, the guild internship for 3rd year students will open as well. He planned to use the hero title granted by the imperial family to do everything he could. The only thing missing now is time. Hearing that, and fell into thought. After a while, and said, time, huh? Kid, you have achieved so many feats already, so there must be another trial waiting ahead of you. Though this depends on the personality of your predecessor, that person may stand on your side and watch how you grow after the trial. So, who is in charge of your test? He immediately answered, it is Charlotte Avro, the 6th generation. Now that I think about it, she is your master, since you are the 7th generation. The moment and heard that name, he froze so completely that he could not hide his shock. What does she look like now? And looked at him and asked, what does she look like? Seems like she's living pretty well, and she's even very enthusiastic about crushing and tormenting me. As he spoke, he dragged a finger across his throat, as if she was trying to push him straight to his death. Hearing that, and was startled too, and the look on his face was so ridiculous it almost turned the whole scene into a comedy bit, and grabbed his hand, then said he understood in that instant and remembered the days when Charlotte Avro had trained him until he was barely more alive than dead. Then he broke into a radiant smile as if old news had just lifted a weight from his heart. It seemed she was living quite happily. You must know that time flows faster for spirits than it does for humans. If you train in that space, you can make up for the time you lost, can't you? And slammed the table and stood up. He immediately asked, you mean I should ask her to help train me? And answered at once, exactly, she will definitely be more than willing. She is an outstanding tutor, after all, with that, and turned and walked away. When he reached the door, and added that even someone like him could not compare to her. The future would surely differ from his past life, and this was the best he could do before knowing who, or would break the next dragon's seal. As he unwound the cloth around his hands, he thought of the spirit's image world, where pain felt no different from reality. Real combat would push him further than simple training, while saving him a great deal of time. His next goal was 6 consecutive strikes, the realm Professor Daniel Gold had once reached. He clenched the hand wrapped tightly. Let's see then. Saying that, he removed the last layer of bandages from his hands. I probably only need to die around 365 times. He rolled up his sleeves, and the mark on his arm began to flare with mana. He charged into battle against Grandmaster Lu, a breathless, evenly matched duel where both sides possessed strengths of their own. Grandmaster Lu swiftly evaded his non-stop chain of attacks, her movements weightless yet razor-sharp. But he immediately plunged down from above, his blade cutting through the wind as it stabbed straight toward her. Even so, Grandmaster Lu once again stopped his sword within a hair's breadth. In the end, the battle closed amid ragged breaths and lingering killing intent. He kept his will intact even as heart-piercing pain crushed his body. His magic had also leveled up, and if he had used the mark, he might have won. But even with a sword driven through his heart, he still smiled and said he should not depend on any single ultimate technique. Grandmaster Lu laughed as well, but asked if it was truly all right to remain in the heavenly realm for so long, even for training. She did not mind sparring with him, but wasn't he still doing an internship at the guild? She infused him with inner force, and he pulled the sword out of his own body. He had already handled everything outside, so she did not need to worry. Grandmaster Lu helped him stand, feeling as if it were only yesterday that he had suddenly appeared in the heavenly realm and asked for a duel. She affectionately rubbed his head, proud to see him improve day by day. Though her heart ached from killing such a cute junior hundreds of times, he still scowled and pushed her hand away. Today, he had just been stabbed through the heart, so he needed a few seconds of peace. Grandmaster Lu withdrew her hand from his head and said, "Hey, this is my teaching method. Even if it hurts me, I will still teach you properly and encourage you gently." He suddenly asked, "There is something I am curious about. Why would a grandmaster like you die? Your soul still does not look old, and besides, hardly anyone should have been able to face the peak of that generation." Grandmaster Lu listened closely to the question, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. She was delighted that, after a full year, he had finally asked about something other than how to kill her. Grandmaster Lu planted her hands on her hips and said that, since today was a memorable day, she would tell him. Back then, she accepted a mission to eliminate the Draconians north of Moharan. In those days, they often crossed the Great Mountains. Thanks to her superior skills, she quickly completed the mission and headed back. On the way, she discovered a dungeon. Grandmaster Lu was incredibly excited then and immediately went in, thinking it was a treasure vault from the Mythic Age. The place had Draconians, so it was extremely dangerous, and no one dared enter, but of course she could not ignore it. But as it turned out, it was not a dungeon. It was only a tunnel, a shortcut through the Great Mountains, leading straight to the snowy plains where the Draconians lived. Hearing this, he immediately guessed that the Draconians had dug a tunnel through the mountain range. Grandmaster Lu had thought the same thing, but it was not good news, so she planned to return and report it. Unfortunately, the pursuing group of Draconians discovered her. The battle that day was brutally fierce, and tense enough to steal the breath from your lungs, until that thing appeared. The leader of the Draconians was unbelievably powerful, and for the first time in her life, she thought she could not win. So she had no choice but to collapse the tunnel. If that passage remained, disaster would surely descend, and that was how she died. In the records, people said she had retired, which meant and had honored her final wish. After finishing the story, Grandmaster Lu even sighed that her tale was incredible, but he suddenly asked, "Don't you want revenge?" Grandmaster Lu did not answer right away, instead bringing up Anne. He was her disciple, and by now, he must have become his grandmaster. She had taught him ever since he was a sniveling little brat who still had snot on his face. He pictured it in his mind, then silently wondered why that did not sound like him at all. Grandmaster Lu continued, "That boy is extremely kind and gentle. If I asked him to take revenge, how far do you think he would go? I did not want his entire life to be ruined like that. Besides, he never once refused a request from me." In the end, he blurted out that it was selfish. Grandmaster Lu only laughed with open confidence, saying her life was hers to decide. If he was angry, then next time, he should just try harder to kill her. Grandmaster Lu asked if his curiosity was satisfied now. He turned his back and left, offering only a thank you for telling him. Suddenly, Grandmaster Lu called him back. She said those words were also what she wanted to tell him. Do not spend your whole life on revenge, just because you have grown too used to death. After hearing that, he merely turned his face aside and kept walking, quietly saying he would remember her words. But to him, the living were the ones who had the right to make the final decision. He returned to his room. Seeing this, Pharaoh could not help wondering why this time had taken longer than usual, since he had actually trained for 4 straight hours. He felt his entire body aching violently, as if every strand of muscle had been torn apart. He had barely caught his breath after returning when someone came straight to his door. Adeline Care arrived with new mission information for Ruth Donatos. She felt bad asking for help the moment they met, but the dragons around the kingdom of Liban were rampaging fiercely. The situation was strangely chaotic, especially since this was not their breeding season at all. After speaking, she suddenly remembered that the protagonist's internship was about to end, and she could not hide her regret. Adeline Care begged him to stay with the dragon-slaying squad until his 4th year, but he refused because he had already promised Abel White. This mission would take him to the desert, and it would be his first time setting foot in that land. The desert lay at the far western edge of Liban's territory, but no one on the continent truly considered it part of the kingdom. It was a barren land where Seminole City was packed with drifters, refugees, bandits, monsters, and even dragons. Thinking it over, the protagonist remembered that Leon had lived in the desert before the dragon-slaying squad took her in. He accepted the mission, but wanted to go alone so he could explore more of that harsh land. Adeline Care agreed, since his advisor Thompson had fallen ill after the previous mission. Even so, she could not help worrying about letting him travel alone. Then, out of nowhere, she asked a question as if she could see right through him. "You still have not made up with Leon, have you?" The protagonist froze stiff, while Adeline Care only laughed. She told him not to overthink it, because before he departed tomorrow, they would still see each other. He recalled that ever since Hennis Hapulia confessed to him a year ago, Leon had almost completely ignored him. As a result, the whole dragon-slaying squad was always cautious about the atmosphere between them. She knew he was there, and everything had played out exactly as he calculated. But rejecting her so bluntly really had been harsh, and he never expected Leon to stay silent with him for an entire year, even though he had tried many times to make it up to her. In the end, the protagonist realized he actually found this situation more comfortable than facing romance head-on. The moment Leon walked in, she saw him. She had always timed things carefully to avoid him, yet today she had accidentally run into him. Leon immediately turned to leave, but the protagonist quickly chased after her and told her to stop ignoring him. Leon stopped and said coldly that she was not ignoring him. She was just busy. If he had something to say, they could talk later. The protagonist was so frustrated he could barely speak, and he could not keep waiting anymore. He looked straight at Leon, apologized for rejecting her like that, but also made it clear that months had passed, and if she refused to talk, they would never resolve anything. He was not forcing her to act friendly, but at the very least, they needed to communicate if they were going to fight side by side. He reminded her that she had once said she would help him join the guild and become his teammate, but in the end, she had not kept her word. Leon only apologized coldly and said she would be more careful. Hearing that answer, the protagonist suddenly had no idea what else he should say. In the end, he only told Leon to rest and not think too much. His internship with the dragon slaying squad was nearly over, so she only had to endure him a little longer. The protagonist wanted to say more, but the words caught in his throat before they could come out. Finally, he walked past her and left behind only 3 short words: "Take care." Leon lowered her head, silent to the point that she could not even manage a reply. Leon remained rooted in place, quietly watching the protagonist's figure fade into the distance. Look who's talking. The next day arrived quickly. The protagonist set foot in the far western desert and thought to himself that even a volcano might not be this brutal. According to the map, the shelter should have been somewhere nearby, but no matter how long he searched, he could not find a trace of it. Pharaoh told him to hand over the map, because they could not waste time with someone who had no sense of direction. The protagonist still insisted he was right this time, while Pharaoh immediately mocked him, asking why someone like him had been given a return stone to go back to the guild building. Before he left, Aniclimax had given him the return stone. She warned him that desert sandstorms could easily make people lose their way, so he should not make his comrades search for him again. Holding the stone in his hand, the protagonist asked if she had ever been to the desert. Aniclimax answered that of course she had. It was a gathering place for criminals and refugees, full of darkness but also special to her because that was where she met her daughter Leon. Looking around, the protagonist judged that this land was far too cruel for a child to survive in. He could not help wondering what Leon had endured back then. Pharaoh suddenly called out to him, saying he had found the shelter. Following Pharaoh, the protagonist finally reached the gathering place of those who lived in the desert. He stepped inside and was immediately hit by cold stares from every direction. Someone in the crowd spoke up and asked if he was a new mercenary. The protagonist denied it at once, calmly saying he was a dragon slayer. The man suspiciously stepped closer, not believing that someone as young as him could be a dragon slayer. He guessed the protagonist was a criminal trying to hide, while the protagonist merely asked coldly, "Are you talking about yourself?" Struck right where it hurt, the man flew into a rage and started cursing, but luckily someone stepped in and stopped him in time. Because the desert was almost cut off from the outside world, and more unstable than ever, the people here were always wary of strangers. When he learned the protagonist came from the dragon-slaying corps, the other man remarked that they seemed busy dealing with the dragons. He admitted the protagonist looked talented, but still warned him to be careful of the bandits. After that, he called his men to leave and casually wished the protagonist a pleasant stay. Before anyone could say more, the Gravecart patrol quickly left the tavern. Seeing this, the server said they were always sharp and cautious, then asked the protagonist what he wanted. Only then did the protagonist approach the counter, sit down, and order a cup of coffee. If they did not have any, plain water would be fine. The desert was the starting point of the Kingdom of Liban's collapse. Only about 6 months remained before the Phantom Dragon attacked Sirin. In his previous life, the dragon's devastation, the opening sign of that catastrophe, had appeared at exactly this time. If everything continued as it was now, the moment the great disaster erupted would not differ much from his previous life. The biggest issue right now was the remaining half-year gap. In his previous life, the protagonist discovered that the dragons fled because they were responding to the Phantom Dragon's mana. That meant the Phantom Dragon was probably slowly awakening now. But why had no major upheaval occurred during the 6 months that followed? The protagonist had considered many theories, and the most reasonable one was that the dragon had not yet recovered her peak condition. Perhaps she needed 6 months after breaking the seal to regain her power, but it was all still speculation, and he had to find her hiding place immediately. While he was lost in thought, 2 children suddenly appeared. The boy told a little girl named Millie that the sun would not rise in that forest. The boy said a dragon was currently causing trouble in the forest, and there were also rumors of ghouls wandering through the darkness. Millie immediately reminded him that Big Brother had told them to stay away from that place. It was the dark forest. While the 2 children were still whispering, the protagonist suddenly appeared and immediately asked where that forest was. Both of them jumped in fright and screamed. The protagonist's expression did not change as he repeated his question about the dark forest location. The 2 children warned him that the Cullen family was not easy to mess with, and that someone from a nameless bandit gang had nothing to be proud of. Finding them annoying, the protagonist knocked the boy on the head once, making Millie's face turn pale with fear. The little girl bolted outside to call for help, ignoring the protagonist when he told her to stop. After the flick to the head made the boy burst into tears, the protagonist had no choice but to sit down and coax him, but clearly, he had absolutely no talent for comforting children. Lenya Selkit suddenly appeared, but the moment she saw who was inside, Lenya Selkit froze in shock. She never expected to run into the protagonist in the middle of this desert. The misunderstanding was quickly resolved, and the protagonist followed Lenya Selkit out of the tavern. She said she had heard from Ren Nastia that he was working for the dragon-slaying corps, while he was also surprised to see her here, and wondered if she was interning for some bandit gang. Hearing that, Lenia Selkit laughed and said the guild had introduced her to a mission in a remote region so she could broaden her horizons. The protagonist silently thought they had probably done that to keep her from causing trouble. Pharaoh immediately defended Lenia Selkit, while the protagonist asked where her advisor was, since students always had to be accompanied by one except in special cases. Lenia Selkit calmly replied that she and her advisor had gotten separated as soon as they entered the desert. Truly, no one could keep up with this girl's train of thought. Even so, the protagonist still did not understand why she had become the advisor to a few bandits who also doubled as babysitters. The two kids immediately protested, saying they met Lenia Selkit last week, that she was very strong, and that she had once frozen an entire wyvern with a single strike. Lenia Selkit said she met the children while cleaning up for the Gravecart Trading Company, then had to escort them to keep them out of danger, but because they treated her to a very delicious meal, she decided to take care of them until the mission ended. Pharaoh was moved again, saying she truly was his daughter, a girl with a kind heart like a saintess. After traveling for a while, the protagonist finally arrived at the Cullen family camp. Everyone in the village turned their eyes at once toward the unfamiliar face who had just appeared. After receiving the news from the child, their big brother came out. From what he had been told, he knew the newcomer was Lenia Selkit's friend. He was Eddie Cullen, the big brother of the Cullen family, the person those two kids had been mentioning nonstop. Once inside the house, Eddie Cullen asked why a warrior like the protagonist had come to this place, and even visited the Cullen family. Eddie Cullen knew the protagonist because he still had some connection to the outside world, and the Cullen family was also fairly open toward travelers. The protagonist might think they were no different from bandits, but they only stole from criminals, while most members were people unable to fight, such as children and the elderly. The protagonist cut him off, saying he did not need to explain. He had not come to build a relationship, only to ask for directions, and of course he would pay a proper reward. The place the protagonist wanted Eddie Cullen to guide him to was the Dark Forest, which surprised him. That place had once been an ordinary forest, but about a month ago, the entire area was suddenly swallowed by darkness. Sunlight could not reach that forest, and the entire space within it was flooded with abnormal mana. Eddie Cullen guessed that was exactly why the dragon had chosen it as a lair, and even ghouls had started appearing there. He advised protagonist to call for more people before entering. Before he could even finish, the protagonist and Lenia Selkit immediately headed straight into the forest. Lenia Selkit told Eddie Cullen not to worry and to go back. They had spent the whole day getting here, so they could not waste any more time. Eddie Cullen saw the two of them off, telling them that if they came back alive, they should stop by the camp and he would treat them to a really good meal. Contrary to Lenia Selkit's eager expectations, the main character bluntly poured cold water on the idea. Eddie Cullen had a family to take care of, so where would he find extra money to treat them? Lenia Selkit smiled and said having a family must be wonderful, because the main character surely understood that warmth too. She also exposed him, saying he only acted cold when in truth he had given Eddie Cullen a huge sum just to guide them. They gradually entered the dark forest. Even the entrance was enough to send chills down the spine, with corpses scattered everywhere. From Lenia Selkit's observation, these wounds did not look like they were caused by a dragon. The people lying here were probably members of the Hearse Guard. Seeing the main character move ahead without waiting for her, Lenia Selkit hurried after him and insisted on going in together. She called herself his respected senior, only to be coldly rejected because she had repeated a year. The deeper they went, the more clearly the main character sensed that this flow of mana belonged to the Phantom Dragon. That proved her seal had truly been broken. But what he could not understand was why the forest was so terrifyingly quiet. It was as if someone had already cleared out every enemy before they ever set foot inside. Lenia Selkit looked around and also felt the eerie chill in the forest. Everything was dead silent, without the slightest sign of life. Suddenly her eyes widened. Something unbelievably terrifying was approaching them. A horde of ghouls seemed to receive the same signal and surged toward the two of them at once. More and more of them came, their twisted, staggering bodies looking like deformed corpses that had just been dragged back to their feet. Lenia Selkit grew wildly excited instead. So the rumors were true. She had seen many kinds of mana monsters, but this was her first time seeing ghouls with her own eyes. Ghouls were rare mana monsters that fed on corpses. The more bodies they devoured, the more human they became. They had probably left the swamp dungeon and come here because of the Phantom Dragon. The main character tossed Lenia Selkit a special weapon. It had been crafted from spirit water, and from now on, it would belong to her. Lenia Selkit did not believe it was a weapon, because at a glance it only looked like a necklace. The main character told her to try using resonance to connect with it, since that was her specialty. Following his words, Lenia Selkit immediately activated resonance and linked herself to the item. Unexpectedly, the necklace transformed, turning into a beautiful and powerful weapon. Lenia Selkit happily ran over to show the main character, fired up as she declared she would use it to cut down every ghoul. For some reason, her body also felt far lighter than before, but by the time she managed to rush forward, the main character had already cut them all down by himself. Ruth Donatos thought Lenia Selkit's sulking was absurd, but what caught his attention more was the monsters. Ghouls did not normally move in packs. They fought over food like mad, tearing one another apart like starving beasts. The main character carefully studied each body before him, and in that instant he realized a chilling truth. They were not ghouls at all. They were all zombies. Hearing that, Lenya froze as cold sweat instantly broke out across her skin. She clutched the main character's sleeve, her voice trembling. Were these the false zombies created by a dark wizard? Was he saying someone had used forbidden magic to imprison souls inside dead bodies? The main character understood at once. This was the work of a master puppeteer. That unpleasant feeling of being watched ever since they entered the forest had come from these undead all along. Lenya was shocked that the main character had figured out the mastermind so quickly. He told her they could return now. She could not understand it at all. They had only just arrived, so why retreat already? The main character handed her the return stone containing Surin's location. She could use it to go back. From this point on, he would continue alone. But Lenya immediately refused. She did not want to go back, and she wanted even less to leave him here. The main character said coldly and directly that her being here would only get in his way, so she should stop being stubborn and return at once. Lenya got angry, saying she had already told him she did not want to. She could not understand why he always decided everything on his own like this. She stared at him, her voice choking up. Did he think he would not die just because he was alone? Had he forgotten what they promised after the accident a year ago? Balak, Storos, Leon, and Heinous too. Why did he think they had risked their lives like that? He said it would happen when he was ready. So when would they get to be ready? If he died before that day, all their efforts would mean nothing. The main character cut Lenya off. She had never faced the true power of a dragon. Their whole group had barely managed to bring down one priest of the dragon temple. With her current strength, she still could not defeat a real dragon. Lenya asked him in return, did he think that master puppeteer was the priest from the dragon temple? If that was true, then she had even less reason to leave. At that very moment, a zombie suddenly spoke, asking if the two of them were lovers having a fight. It mocked them, saying kids these days treated every place they went like their own home. If they had something to argue about, they should go home and fight there instead of bothering others. After saying that, it let out a savage roar and charged forward step by step, demanding to tear them both apart. Before it could finish speaking, the main character swung a cold, clean slash. He found it laughable that moral lectures were coming from someone who had been stalking them all this time. The main character rested his sword on his shoulder, his gaze razor sharp. Are you the type of cowardly stalker who hides behind corpses? Stop lurking inside dead bodies and come out. The other party let out a sound of admiration. As expected, the main character was exactly as the rumors described. He was the wicked son of that damned woman. Lenya was stunned, thinking their nemesis was still alive, but the main character immediately realized this was only Ada's body, not the true mastermind. The one controlling everything was the furious dark mage who tore souls from bodies and hid inside corpses. The second bishop of Dragon Temple, the master puppeteer Enro. He seemed rather surprised that the main character had guessed his identity. He was certain the former owner of this body must have told him quite a few things about him. He had not expected someone as ignorant of her place as that woman to carry the title of bishop equal to his own. Even so, despite having been beheaded, this body's appearance was still quite striking. Only he could find a way to make use of a body that seemed so useless. The main character answered with contempt. To him, both Anver and the true owner of that body were nothing but trash. He was no different from filthy worms, burrowing through corpses from the inside. Anver remained completely confident. I do not know what wind brought you to the dark forest, but this is excellent. This is a rare opportunity. He immediately unleashed his power and shouted, turn the body of a hero into my puppet. The main character called Lenya's name. She instantly understood his intent without needing another word of explanation. The main character thought to himself that it seemed the version of him from this timeline had never told anyone about his regression. He did not know why this young man had kept that secret hidden, but that very fact would become an important advantage. In his past life, killing someone like Anver had been extremely troublesome, because he had no fixed body. But by coincidence, this time he had chosen this forest as his lair. If he had also come here to undo the Phantom Dragon's seal like Griselda Valentine, then the one who needed half a year was not the Phantom Dragon. Thinking that way, the Phantom Dragon might still not have fully awakened. What the main character knew for certain was that his sudden appearance had interrupted Anver plan. He leapt into the air, then plunged down like a blade falling from the heavens. Since the main character had come here, Anver's plan had to collapse. He aimed straight for the magic circle Anver had painstakingly built, determined to smash everything apart. Anver had not expected the main character to attack with such madness. He did not even know what was hiding in this forest. Anver refused to believe the main character could recklessly destroy this place. He kept threatening him, saying if he still considered himself a hero. But before he could finish, the main character's blade was already pressed against his neck. Anver immediately panicked. He hurriedly dodged, nearly having his head cut clean off by that icy slash. While he was still focused on dealing with the main character, Lenya suddenly appeared from his blind spot. She launched a strike from above, bringing it down directly on him. That unexpected ambush pierced Anver's body perfectly. He had not seen Lenya coming at all. He had been far too careless, thinking she was nothing but a burden beside the main character. The soul inside this body was still incomplete. If he lost here, he would truly die. Worse still, if she awakened because of this battle, everything would become a disaster. He needed more time, at least another half year, for his great plan to become reality. The main character reminded Lenya that if the situation turned against him, Anver would flee into another body. They had to completely destroy this body to make sure he could not return. Do not push yourself too hard. All you need to do is seize the opening and attack like you just did. Anver Riddle judged that the main character truly carried the arrogance of someone who had once defeated the Thunder Dragon. That made him want to seize his body even more. But if the fight continued, trouble would only come for him. So he chose a cowardly move. He called for his protector to appear. Seeing that, the main character immediately ordered Lenya to fall back. A thunderous explosion tore through the dark forest. The protector Anver Riddle had summoned had appeared. He mocked the main character and Lenya, asking if they did not think 2 against 1 was cheating. Who was this protector? For the main character's expression to change instantly. Sixth Master, why have you become that bastard Anver Riddle's protector? And what in the world is that long scar on your face? The protector approached the main character step by step, demanding that he fight in a duel between 2 successors. Without leaving him confused for long, it explained that this was the body of the forgotten hero Charlotte Avro. It was a perfect body for a guard, and also the most special body in the collection he treasured. The main character was furious beyond measure. He could not accept Sixth Master's body being used in such a disgusting way. Anver was a little surprised that the main character recognized a woman who had been dead for over 100 years, but thinking it over, it made sense. He had heard that the successors of Heavenly Sky Technique shared an especially deep connection. The main character stepped forward in anger, his voice cold as ice. Where did you get this body? Anver calmly blocked the main character's attack. Then he said he was fairly certain that every successor of Heavenly Sky Technique possessed something called a heavenly spirit. After that, he lightly knocked the main character's sword away with ease. He slowly advanced toward the main character. What a pity. The one who gave me this body severed its connection to the heavenly spirit. I cannot repair it either, because reconnecting that separation is considered extremely dangerous. While the 2 sides were locked in a standoff, Lenya quickly charged toward Anver Riddle. His guardian kept rambling on, delighted to see the protagonist's violent reaction to this body. Fallen heroes, kings of many races, even grand mages, he could turn them all into puppets. He stared at the mark on the protagonist's right arm and wondered, if he took over that body, would he be able to use it too? The protagonist showed no fear and answered coldly, go ahead and try if you can. He sneered at him, calling him a pathetic piece of trash. He kept analyzing in excitement. The more exceptional the corpse, the less modification it required. Of course, the soul of this body had already returned to the azure heaven. Since he had to use part of his own soul to fill the empty vessel, he was forced to rely on demonic energy instead of the body's original mana. Even so, he could perfectly reproduce the secret techniques left in its physical memory. For example, a slashing art that could sever an opponent's sword path with only the slightest interference. He boasted smugly. This body could reproduce Master Lu's swordsmanship with effortless perfection. On top of that, this was only a puppet, so he was not bound by the body's biological limits. Right now, he was far stronger than old Lu had been in life. He proudly declared it the result of his lifelong research, the pinnacle of soul transfer. The protagonist laughed in contempt. Perfect. What part of that is perfect? You call that perfect? Hearing that, he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, its power exploding with both force and splendor. But the protagonist rid it instantly. He was not even qualified to light a candle before the 6th system. At the same time, Lenya was locked in battle with Anver Riddle. She looked as though she had already burned through far too much strength. He gave a cold laugh and said she had lasted longer than he expected. Unlike the protagonist, she was useless in her own special way. Lenya's restraining spell was about to expire, and she could not find any other option. She gritted her teeth and decided to gamble everything on that move. Back at the academy, the protagonist and Leon had told her it was not magic. Imagine it as a formula inside your body, then simply raise it and bring it down. With that in mind, Lenya began to move. She lifted her sword. Even if it was not perfect, not even close to perfect, she still believed she could do it. But Anver Riddle only had to stomp hard on the magic circle, and Lenya instantly lost her footing. She was blown away with ridiculous ease. He mocked her, saying he knew she was out of mana. But for an elven mage to rush at him with a scythe, was she trying to kill herself? He walked toward Lenya. No matter how flawed this body was, dealing with her was still child's play. She would have been smarter to hide somewhere and wait for a hero to save her. Lenya forced herself back to her feet. She refused to let him humiliate her. Only a lowlife like him would need to do that. She gathered her strength and drove her sword straight into Anver's body. Riddle had no time to react to that sudden strike, and yet he still knocked the blade away with ease. A clumsy attack like that could never hurt him. At first he thought she was a special elven mage, but now he understood. Those glass-colored eyes were truly rare, though he was not sure whether she was a half-blood. But in the end, thanks to this memory, he learned the truth. He never expected Ellie Selkett to have a daughter. He began analyzing who Ellie Selkett could have had a child with. Not an elf, since Lenya did not have the distinctive pointed ears. Besides, her appearance was almost identical to Ellie Selkett's. Lenya tried to steady herself, forcing calm in the face of his absurd words. She had to wait for the right moment to restore White Bird, so she pretended to ask how he knew her mother's name. He formed a dangerous smile. Ellie Selkett was once my student. Those words shook Lenya to the core. She could not believe what he said was true. He stared at Lenya and continued. I taught her my soul magic in exchange for something else. I once wondered what an elven mage would use that kind of magic for, and now I understand. No matter how closely related by blood you are, you resemble Ellie Selkett far too much, as if she extracted her own soul and cloned it. Lenya could no longer bear the words Anver Riddle was saying. Tears began to fall from her eyes. But he dealt her another cruel shock. He said she was Ellie Selkett's puppet. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light erupted in the sky, making both of them look up. It was the battle between the protagonist and Anver Riddle's guardian. The protagonist was terrifyingly cold, without the slightest trace of fear on his face. The sky seemed to be torn in half by him, while the guardian was forced back again and again. Anver Riddle instantly shot out of the magic circle like a gust of wind. He rushed over to stop what was happening, screaming nonstop, "No, you cannot!" Ruth Donatos watched him calmly, unable to understand why that idiot had chosen to use his own body to take the full backlash. The guardian still refused to give up, dragging himself step by heavy step toward the protagonist. He screamed that the protagonist had destroyed everything. The plan he had spent his entire life building needed only half a year, just 6 more months, to be completed. In 6 months, the host's soul should have sunk forever into unconsciousness, and he would have become the strongest existence in this world. For that goal, he had researched for hundreds of years, crushing his body and tearing even his soul apart. He roared that he had worked so hard to delay her awakening, yet the protagonist had ruined everything by waking her up. Only then did the protagonist vaguely understand what he meant. He never expected this man to be that insane. He was truly trying to steal the body of a dragon king. In that moment, he suddenly remembered his previous life, when Leon once told the protagonist not to follow her anymore. Leon told him to return to his companions. With the black dragon weakened, she could still defeat her, but if the protagonist kept following, he would only distract her. But he still refused to give up and insisted on going with her. Leon said that if she died, that was her fate, while the protagonist needed to know his place. If he fell, everything would lose meaning, and the entire situation would veer off course. Then he suddenly asked Leon if she could feel it too. This was the flow of the Black Dragon's magic power. Leon replied that even her mana detection could no longer pinpoint the Black Dragon's location, while his companions were nearly exhausted too. After that, she asked whether the protagonist truly understood the responsibility he had to carry. He answered softly, as if he understood Leon's words and would do as she said. But right after that, the protagonist pretended to be clueless and said Leon wanted his support. Leon was left speechless, and in the end, she let him do whatever he wanted. Thinking back on it, he could not help wondering if he should have been firmer back then. But the magic power radiating from the Black Dragon truly made him nauseous. He was much stronger now, but overall that mana's intensity was still on a completely different level from his previous life. He had not even faced her directly, yet that amount of magic power already far surpassed the Thunder Dragon. On top of that, Lenya Selkett was almost completely drained of mana. If the Black Dragon appeared alone, Lenya would struggle to hold out, and the protagonist had already used high-level techniques twice. He hissed that the protagonist would pay for destroying his life's work, that he would never escape his grasp, and that even if it took hundreds of souls, he would tear him apart. The protagonist answered coldly, "When it is time to die, then die, you bastard. Look at the mess your senile brain created." He could not believe the protagonist dared say that after destroying his beloved forest and the dream he had cherished. To him, even killing the protagonist and feeding his corpse to monsters would not be enough to atone. The Black Dragon had appeared, lightly grabbing the Guardian while warning him about his temper. Lenya Selkett froze, terror rising in her chest as Xuan Laozia suddenly manifested. She still held Anver Riddle tightly and said coldly that she had read his shadow. A bishop of the Dragon God's Church, what a ridiculous faith. Every era has people who worship dragons, but he was different. He joined only because he wanted immortality. Xuan Laozia hugged him and said this body belonged to one of Vanna's successors, and stealing was not nice. While I slept, you said many interesting things, so perhaps I should teach you a little lesson. Anver Riddle finally spoke in a trembling voice, asking whether a Dragon King surely knew about that. He pointed at the protagonist and said he was the second hero, Vanna's successor, the Dragon God's nemesis, and the terror of the entire world. The Black Dragon pretended to be surprised, while Anver Riddle kept accusing him, saying the protagonist was the disgusting hero who killed the Thunder Dragon while the Black Dragon was still asleep. He looked at the Black Dragon in fear and desperately said the protagonist was the first one who had to be eliminated for the Dragon God's sake. The protagonist had spent a great deal of mana fighting him, so she could finish him right now. Only they understood how great this threat truly was. But the Black Dragon did not care at all. She only kissed his face lightly and said naughty children had to be punished first. And right after that, the protagonist witnessed the terrifying power of the Black Dragon with his own eyes. With one casual motion, she blasted Anver Riddle so far away that not a trace of him could be seen. The sword was still there, but its owner had vanished. All that remained on the ground was a long, deep trench. After dealing with Anver Riddle, she slowly walked toward the protagonist. Now it was his turn, and she even asked him what his name was again. He thought to himself that it was Dragon Breath, a terrifying destructive strike, but still not enough to kill instantly. Had she adjusted the power herself, making it only strong enough to punish the one who tried to steal her body? The protagonist could not sense even a trace of killing intent. Her attitude and expression were too strange, completely different from the mindless creature he had seen in his previous life. If Anver Riddle had succeeded back then in been controlling the black dragon's body. Then the black dragon they killed had actually been controlled by him. This was the real black dragon. Seeing that he still did not answer, the black dragon tilted her head and assumed the protagonist was mute. Handsome, sure, but what a shame. He quickly calculated the situation. Lenia Selkit was using a stealth technique, and the protagonist could not sense hostility from the black dragon. Maybe they could use this moment to withdraw, so he decided to put on an act for her. When she heard his name, she laughed and praised it as cute, saying it sounded much better than Vanna. She said she could sense a soul that had experienced countless adventures inside the protagonist's body, and that suited her taste perfectly. So she asked him to share a wonderful memory with her. The moment the black dragon came closer, the protagonist used his sword to shove her away. He coldly told her not to act so aggressively, since today was only the first time they had met. Seeing that, she pouted, thinking he was worried she would kill the main character on the spot, but she said she had no intention of doing that. The black dragon glanced straight toward the hidden Lenia Selkit and said that if she truly wanted to kill him, she would have dealt with her from the start. Because Lenia was the main character's friend, she had left her alone. He stared at the black dragon and said coldly that even if a dragon king known as a calamity said that, he would never believe it. Hearing that, she replied with confidence that controlling the human population through disasters was the mission the divine dragon had given them. However, not every dragon was the same. Laosia said she was not as foolish as Hama, the thunder dragon. At the very least, she loved humanity and did not want humans to suffer. She only wanted every person to dream the beautiful dream they longed for, then keep living inside it. As for her, she wished to sink forever into that endless ocean of dreams. In her view, that way both sides would be happy. She gently tempted the main character to step into a beautiful dream with her, but he was not so easily bewitched. The main character shoved her away, coldly told her to get lost, and declared that killing her would make everything better. Hearing that, Laosia still smiled calmly and advised him that he had best not challenge her. She raised her hand high and said population adjustment did not always have to follow a quota. Right now, she did not want to take too many lives. She kindly said she would give the main character 2 months warning, enough time for him to take his loved ones away. As she spoke, she easily dispelled Lenia Selkit's concealment spell. The black dragon announced that she would destroy the city near this forest, so they had better consider running somewhere very far away. He angrily shouted that in the end, she was still going to kill everyone. What kind of hypocritical chance was that? Damn lizard. She burst out laughing, saying the main character was still too immature to understand her generosity. Then she warned him in a cold voice. She said she did not want to die yet, and since she had awakened, she still had a mission to complete. Lower the sword, or she would be forced to give him a goodnight kiss. Pharaoh appeared and said he would connect his soul with Lenia Selkit, and this was their only chance. Lenia Selkit and Pharaoh immediately began their soul resonance. The main character rushed to Lenia Selkit's side, shouted her name, and tightly grasped her hand. But Lenia Selkit's legs had already been slowly wrapped up by Laosia. With one simple motion, she pinned Lenia Selkit's hand in place. The black dragon stood there smiling and told them to go, to run somewhere far enough that she could not find them. In the infirmary, Lenia Selkit had been brought back by the main character and was resting on a hospital bed. Adeline Care apologized guiltily, saying she knew today was the nurse's day off. The nurse smiled softly and answered casually that it was fine, since the clinic never really had days off anyway. Adeline Care nodded, looked anxiously at Lenia Selkit on the bed, and asked about her condition. The nurse quickly reported that the poison had spread, so she would have trouble moving for a while, but her life was not in danger. She would wake in 1 or 2 days, but her mana needed more time to recover because the toxins had corroded it. Until she fully recovered, she absolutely could not use mana. Then the nurse asked if Adeline Care was also a trainee at the Dragonslayer Institute. Adeline Care shook her head and denied it, saying Lenia Selkit belonged to Radiant Spirit, so they had to contact that guild master. They should never have let her go alone. Now everything was a mess. Just then, Ren Nastia suddenly stepped over and called to her. Adeline Care turned in surprise and asked the girl what was wrong. Ren Nastia said the main character was waiting for her in the office, and only then did Adeline Care realize she had been talking for too long. Ren Nastia suggested that Adeline Care leave it to her, saying she would take care of Lenia Selkit. Hearing that, Adeline Care immediately brightened and said she was very proud of Ren Nastia, then asked the girl to look after Lenia Selkit. If Lenia woke up, she should tell her. Ren Nastia nodded without hesitation, letting Adeline Care leave at ease. Ren Nastia walked to Lenia Selkit's bedside. The girl quietly stayed there watching over and caring for Lenia Selkit. Elsewhere in the office, the main character had told Adeline Care the entire story. She frowned and asked if the illusion dragon had truly awakened from her deep sleep in the dark forest and would destroy Seminole in 2 months. He gave a slight nod. Seminole was the only city near the dark forest. After hearing that, Adeline Care clenched both hands, her expression turning grave. Only after a long while did she speak. She had known the main character long enough to be sure he would not joke about this, and she also understood that anything capable of injuring the two of them was certainly no ordinary threat. But if what he said was true, even if she sent word across the continent, no country would have the strength to stop it. The The wasteland had always been an abandoned land. Seminole was the only city in the middle of the wasteland, but the world did not consider it a real city, and even treated trading with its residents as illegal. On top of that, the Kingdom of Liber, home to the Bronze Dragon Order, had long wished for Seminole to collapse. Administratively, the wasteland belonged to Liber, so this self-developed city was nothing but a thorn in their side. But the main character thought that did not matter. His Highness the Crown Prince had promised to support him, and so had the Grandmaster and Master Daniel Gold. This situation was like the battle against the Thunder Dragon. Instead of sacrificing masses of ordinary soldiers, would it not be more effective to gather the strong for the fight? Fortunately, the Illusion Dragon used mind-affecting spells, so she would not be as violent or directly destructive as the Thunder Dragon. Of course, everything still depended on how she reacted if the plan to destroy Seminole was obstructed. More importantly, the priority target was the Dragon Cult's second bishop, the puppet master Enro. He had lost quite a lot of power, but even though he vanished after the Illusion Dragon's attack, the main character was certain he was still alive. Having lost his original target, he might be clinging to the Illusion Dragon to survive, or acting on his own out of hatred for the Dragon Clan. A guardian created from the corpse of the sixth successor of Heavenly Eye Divination. This guy would be an extremely difficult opponent, because he kept using the souls trapped in his heart to revive. Not to mention, they also had to prepare to face countless undead monsters summoned by him. Adeline Care silently listened to everything the main character said, then spoke in deep thought. She truly wanted to ask why he had confronted the Dragon Cult and encountered the Illusion Dragon in the wasteland, but as promised, she would not ask more. After all, she had promised to believe anything he told her. But Adeline Care still wanted the main character to answer one thing. About the Illusion Dragon's nature and the attack 2 months from now, was he truly certain? He nodded without the slightest hesitation. The main character was certain, because a Dragon King would never lie. Lies were only for the weak. Adeline Care narrowed her eyes at him for a moment, then finally accepted it. If so, they should not waste any more time. Once the news reached Liber Palace, those old men would definitely not sit still. Things could become complicated, so the Dragon Slayer Order needed to act more independently. They would head to Seminole now. She thought it would be better if the immortal Heavenly Sword came along. He replied that he would pass on the message. With that, the two of them walked outside. But Adeline Care suddenly remembered something and asked if the main character should rest for a bit, since Ren Nastia was very worried about him. Or they could leave tomorrow, as she also needed to observe Lenya Selkit's condition a while longer. But he only shook his head and said he was fine. Everything was moving faster than expected, and they no longer had time to hesitate. In the middle of a forest blanketed in white snow, a little girl was curled up and hiding off to the side, until a clear voice rang out. The other person gently asked why the little girl was hiding here. Following the voice, a woman whose face looked 70% like the girl's appeared with a tender smile. The little girl looked up and happily said that she had found her, so now it was her turn to hide. But the girl's mother shook her head and said they had played enough for today. The sky was getting dark, so she could not wander around anymore. The little girl stood up sadly, walking while pouting, because her mother always found her too quickly. Next time, the little girl would definitely hide farther away and surprise her. Just like that, mother and daughter walked across the snow and left. As the little girl walked, she chattered that next time, even her mother would not be able to find her. A moment later, she suddenly saw an invisible barrier in front of her. The little girl reached out to touch it, her eyes widening in astonishment, unable to understand what it was. But in that very instant, an icy call rang beside her ear, Lenya Selkit. It turned out this was a fragment of her childhood memories, recollections always blurred as if buried deep beneath the snow. Her mother's face resembled hers strangely, but everything after that was blank. What exactly had she just seen? Just then, a voice pierced her ears again. She was only Ellie Selkit's puppet. The words horrified her so much that her eyes flew open. She shot up from the bed, her heart pounding wildly. What exactly had that been? She placed a hand on her chest, where her heart was still trembling, while her mind felt hazy, as though it was missing an important piece of memory. But whenever she tried to think deeper, pain cleaved down into her head like a blade. Just then, Ren Nastia stepped in from outside and froze in surprise when she saw Lenya was awake. The girl immediately ran over and anxiously asked if Lenya was hurting anywhere. Lenya looked around and asked where this was. Ren set her things on the table and said this was the Dragon Slayer Order's base, and Lenya had been unconscious for 3 full days. The priest had told her to rest for at least a month, avoid using mana as much as possible, and focus on recovering. Lenya gave a slight nod, signaling that she understood. Ren sat down in a chair and worriedly scolded her, asking if she knew how panicked she had been when she saw those injuries, and Ruth Donatos had left without even saying goodbye. Lenya softly apologized for worrying Ren, then asked where Ruth had gone. Ren said Ruth wanted to go to Seminole, and he said everyone was preparing for a major battle. At this point, the girl snorted and said she did not care, but he should at least have rested for 1 day before leaving. Hearing that, Lenya could only sigh, so she had become a burden to everyone again. Leon had also just walked in from outside, and when she saw Lenya awake, she asked about her condition. Lenya tried to get get out of bed to greet her, but Leon stopped her and told her to stay lying down, saying he had only stopped to check before leaving. Leon placed the chest in her hands on the table. These were recovery medicines sent by Hinis Hapulia and Balak Storos, and most of the Order's members had already left for Seminole, with only the guards outside remaining. If it was not necessary, she should not wander around and should focus on healing. The moment Lenya hesitantly meant her guild, Leon waved a hand and cut her off, saying she had already contacted the Radiant Spirit Guild Master, so Lenya should just stay here with this little thief. Ren instantly flared up and yelled, asking who Leon was insulting. Leon glared and snapped that Ren should not think she did not know about her sneaking into the food storage. Ren laughed awkwardly in denial, then accused Leon of being petty. Lenya suddenly spoke up and called Leon back. If Leon was going to Seminole, Lenya wanted to ask her to pass an apology on to Ruth. After hearing that, Leon immediately scowled. Seriously, did these people think she was a messenger? Leon told Lenya to go apologize to him herself. After all, the two of them said exactly the same thing, so why did they keep making her do it for them? With that, Leon spun around and left. Ren watched his back disappear, then looked at her again and hesitantly called her name. Seeing her mood sink, Ren quickly said they should eat lunch first, because she had to eat well to recover faster. She nodded in thanks and asked if she could help, but Ren shook her head and told her to rest. Elsewhere, Leon stepped outside, instructed the guards to keep watch over the villa, and then left in a hurry. The soldier watched Leon's back, quietly making calculations in his mind. This was the first time so many members of the group had left the building together. Could something major be about to happen? Just then, another soldier came in from outside and apologized sheepishly for being late. He had arrived to take over the shift, which surprised the guard, since he almost never missed the appointed time. When he was called out, he gave an awkward laugh and said something urgent had come up. But once he slipped out of everyone's sight, the corner of his mouth curled with malice. At the same time, Ruth had already set out with the others and was contacting Ren back at the castle. She chattered about everything, then bragged that she had baked cookies all day, hoping Leon would be less angry now that her snack bag had been refilled. After hearing that, Ruth bluntly said it was the kid's fault for mixing random things together. Ren immediately protested, saying it was give and take, not mixing anything. Then she asked if he wanted to talk to her, since she was also there, but Ruth refused, saying he was busy. Ren snorted and asked why she always had to be the one to contact him first. Ruth ignored her irritation, said he was hanging up, and told her he would buy something tasty on the road, so she should behave and stay put. Hearing that, Ren instantly brightened up, but she still warned him not to buy those weird, boring snacks like last time, because there was something really popular in the capital right now. The more Ruth listened, the more annoyed he got, and he decisively hung up. Adeline Care walked in from outside and, seeing that scene, awkwardly said he did not need to hang up so quickly. Ruth pouted and said it was fine, because if he had not hung up, that girl could have talked until the day ended. Adeline nodded and said they should go, because the heaven-annihilating sword had already reached the city gate. Ruth quickly followed, marveling as he walked that he never expected Tavern to have a telephone. You really could not judge a book by its cover. Adeline nodded too, saying this city had existed for a full century after all. It was said that the first wanderers in the wasteland gathered together and built this city. They established a guard force to maintain the bare minimum of order, but even though the start was not bad, the city was still far too young. After a series of disasters, the flood of refugees surged, making them even more wary of strangers. That was why Adeline was very worried about whether they would open the gates, but judging by their current cooperative attitude, they were probably truly hoping for outside resources to resist the dragon's fury. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. Why do you walk like you're doing senior exercises? Even if you ran, old lady, you probably would not be much faster. Adeline looked up and saw Anne arriving with Daniel Gold and another woman, but the moment she saw that woman, her expression darkened. Why did you bring that thing along? The other woman immediately flew into a rage at being called that thing. Daniel walked over to Ruth, patted his head, and smiled that it had been a long time and he had grown a little taller since last time. Once Ruth graduated, he would definitely have to see who was taller. Ruth replied that he had reported through Heavenly Spirit, so it had not really been that long, then thanked him for coming all this way. After saying that, he turned to call Anne, but her expression was anything but pleasant. She turned and headed toward the castle, and everyone immediately followed. Ruth watched Anne's back, knowing she was conflicted over the matter of the puppet master. He sighed softly, because even he had been shocked, and as her direct disciple, he had even less idea how to handle it. At that moment, someone came out to receive them and announced that the lord of the castle had agreed to meet them in person. At the lord's castle, Ruth's group followed the guide into the grand hall. A man was already waiting there, introducing himself as the lord of Seminole, McElgett. He apologetically said this was the first time he had invited strangers into the castle as guests, so he hoped everyone would forgive any shortcomings. Adeline did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. They had already made their reason for coming clear, so was his opening the castle a sign of cooperation or not? McElgett looked at Adeline and said he knew she was the commander of the Dragon Slaying decaying corpse. She had acknowledged him as the lord of this city, unlike countries such as Liber, which only saw him as the leader of a gang of criminals. He said protecting this place was a lord's duty. She had surely seen it too. The villages outside the city were all deserted because dragons and monsters kept attacking, and every survivor had migrated into the city. Fortunately, Seminole still had enough resources thanks to its magic stone mine, but the dragons continued pouring out of the northern forest and heading straight for the city. Casualties had already piled up, and if this war of attrition continued, they would run out of resources first. Worse still, they had lost contact with the guard scouts in the northern forest. That was why, when the dragon slayers arrived, they had no choice but to open the gates and receive them. A renowned guild master, the owner of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, and a hero recognized by the royal family were offering their help. The cause behind every incident was definitely in the northern forest, and they had come here to deal with whatever was hiding there. As soon as those words fell, the entire hall sank into silence. After a while, Adeline finally spoke. In 2 months, the illusory dragon will attack Seminole. Makelget's face instantly darkened. One of the 7 dragon kings? He gritted his teeth and sighed, saying it seemed they were steadily walking the same path of ruin as the kingdom of Caliban, even though their noble goal had always been to have Seminole recognized as a legitimate city. At that point, he declared without the slightest hesitation that he would cooperate with Adeline's group. He would grant them free passage throughout the entire territory, while also allowing them to station troops inside the castle to fight the illusory dragon together. If necessary, he would also devote all his strength to supporting them with soldiers and supplies. After saying that, he bowed respectfully and begged everyone to make certain they defeated the illusory dragon. Seeing this, Adeline hurried to stop him, saying there was no need, but Ruth suddenly spoke up and cut her off. He asked coldly whether the man had misunderstood something. Did he think defeating one of the 7 dragon kings was that easy? Did he think they came here because they needed Seminole's cooperation? Yes, taking down the illusory dragon was the final goal. But if that were all, why would they care whether Seminole lived or died? They could simply finish their preparations and march straight into the dark forest. Why would he think they came here just to ask for some meaningless cooperation? After all, no nation on this continent even bothered to look at Seminole, and some might even be happy if the city collapsed. In a situation where they could not call for aid from any other country, the top priority had to be protecting Seminole. Preserving this city mattered even more than destroying the illusory dragon. So should they not be the ones receiving an offer of cooperation instead? Even the arrogant government of the Alpia Empire gave a generous reward after the Thunder Flash Dragon was defeated. Adeline panicked and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Ruth continued, saying an outside team was willing to fight and risk their lives, yet Makelget acted as if merely letting them into the city was some grand favor. The Lord was initially furious at those words, but he could not deny that Ruth was right. After a long silence, he asked what Ruth wanted, leaving the subordinates behind him stunned. Hearing that, Ruth finally sat up straight and gave a quiet snort. He planted his hands on the table, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Makelget. Then let us begin a serious negotiation. Several hours passed, and the two sides finally reached an agreement. Ruth's group left the castle, while Makelget watched their backs. One subordinate complained that he could not believe a rogue like that was considered a hero of the new generation. Besides, asking for magic stones as a reward was understandable, but what was the point of bringing a bandit gang into the army? Makelget only sighed softly and asked if they had any other option. This was already their only choice. Now all that remained was to see whether that hero could truly protect Seminole. At the same time, the woman who came with Daniel slapped Ruth on the shoulder and praised him for being smart enough to fool the Lord with a perfectly straight face. Daniel immediately objected, saying that was not fraud, because Ruth had only demanded a reward worthy of their efforts. Ruth chimed in as well, saying too many people treated heroes like errand boys. Walking ahead, Adeline also sighed helplessly and told Ruth he should have discussed it with her beforehand, because he had scared her half to death. Anne, on the other hand, still could not let go of her worry. She said sternly that since the negotiations were done, they had to prepare for the next 2 months, because that puppet master was very likely to make a move. Ruth agreed as well. Even if he was only the head of the Dragon God Church, facing the illusory dragon a second time would definitely not be easy, so caution was best. Anne nodded, then suggested they inspect the city walls first and clear out the insects clinging there while they were at it. Daniel agreed to go with her. The other woman invited Adeline out for drinks but was refused, while Adeline turned to ask Ruth where he planned to go. Ruth said he would go to Pharma to pick up his custom-ordered weapon, and it would only take half a day if he used a return stone to Surin, then pass through the teleportation gate there. Hearing that, Adeline did not stop him and only told him to be careful. Pharaoh finally jumped out and marveled at how quickly human magic had advanced, but asked why Ruth did not go straight to Pharma for convenience. Ruth shook his head and explained that a return stone was merely a magic stone storing a spell, and the farther the trip, the larger the stone had to be. Pharaoh chuckled and teased that Ruth had chosen a good era to be born in, because if he had been born earlier, he might have died on an erupting volcano train. Back then, magical transportation was both slow and inefficient, worse than horses, and people still had to use the sun for directions. Ruth told him to talk less before before his mouth got tired. Hearing that, Pharaoh immediately flew into a rage and scolded him for being disrespectful. Ruth did not argue any further and quickly teleported to Serene. He murmured that although it was a little expensive, it really was convenient. Ruth immediately headed toward the teleportation gate, but after only a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and hesitation flashed across his face. A moment later, he muttered about whether he should stop by the basement of the dragon-slaying corpse to buy the thing Ren had mentioned. Pharaoh immediately teased that he had become a classic dad. Ruth snorted and told him to shut up, but Pharaoh still did not forget to remind him to buy a share for the girl who was recovering from her injuries. Ruth sighed helplessly, but in the end he still walked into the basement of the dragon-slaying corpse. Standing in front of the dessert counter, he stared for a while, then frowned and grumbled about what was so great about these lumps of sugar anyway. Elsewhere at Malenia Castle, where she was recuperating, a disaster had erupted, and fresh blood covered the ground. She and Ren were both severely wounded now, collapsed in front of the castle. A gloomy voice rang out, asking when that brat would finally grow up. Going back several hours earlier, she had been recovering inside the castle, standing by the window and sighing because she could not even endure the faintest spirit breeze. If her recovery continued dragging on like this, she would not be able to take part in the campaign against the illusory dragon. But what bothered her even more was this. If the illusory dragon had the power to take everyone down, why poison only her? On top of that, the dragoness had said she was merely her mother's puppet. In the end, she still could not tell Ruth or her father about it. If those insane words were true, would she still be able to keep moving forward? While she was lost in thought, a malicious voice suddenly rang out behind her. I finally found Ellie Selkit's puppet. It was the very soldier who had come to take over the shift, and now he looked no different from a demon, his entire body drenched in blood. He was also carrying a corpse in his hand. He laughed loudly and said he could smell her. The scent of the mana the illusory dragon had poured into her ankle was still there. He asked if she knew how long he had been buried beneath that horrific mass of mana. Startled, she whipped around to look at him. He glared at her, his icy killing intent sharp enough to pierce the ocean itself. Now she had no choice but to follow him quietly. Lenia Selkit instantly recognized the man before her as Olive Riddle. Had he come all this way to take her life? He curled his lips into a cold smile. That was only partly true. His chest screamed for him to watch her vanish with his own eyes, especially when he remembered the puppets she had destroyed. If she had truly stolen a fragment of Ellie Selkit's soul, the Great Spirit's puppet, then her value was far from small. Why did she think he had come all this way, sneaking in and avoiding Lausia's notice? His eyes brimmed with murderous intent and his voice turned ice cold. Whoever claimed the abandoned puppet first would become its master. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged straight at Lenia Selkit, but Ren Nastia appeared just in time, hugged her tight, and dropped to the ground to dodge the strike. With a thunderous boom, a violent explosion tore through the entire room. The window glass shattered, and Lenia Selkit and Ren Nastia were blasted outside by the shockwave. Lenia Selkit told the girl to run, but Ren Nastia only tightened her grip on her hand. Hold on tight. If you use mana now, your wound will split open. The two of them quickly landed on the ground. Ren Nastia urgently asked if she could still stand, saying they had to get out of there first. But Olive had already caught up, coldly blocking their path. In rage, he swung his sword straight at Ren Nastia. The girl had no time to defend herself and was struck at once. Fresh blood dyed her small back crimson. He ground his teeth in contempt. A lowly elf brat dared look down on him? When Lenia Selkit saw Ren Nastia collapse, she rushed over and begged him not to hurt the girl. In her heart, she kept praying for any spirit to answer this call. Alev snarled at her to shut up. If not for her and Ruth Donatos, no matter how badly the phantom dragon had wounded him, a master puppeteer like him should never have been attacked so easily. Letting a brat like her touch him was already an unforgivable humiliation. Even while gravely wounded, Ren Nastia glared at him and spat through clenched teeth. You pathetic bastard. If you're that humiliated, why don't you just end yourself? Hearing that, Alev snapped at once. She wanted to die, did she? He would grant her wish and Ruth Donatos's too. With that, he thrust his sword downward. Then he stepped toward Lenia Selkit, grabbed her hair and yanked her up. His face twisted with hatred. Whether she was as useful as Griselda Valentine no longer mattered. She had dared insult him, so she would pay. He was eager to see the look on that damned hero's face once her body was under his control. Not even Ruth could have expected him to come to Sirin, because she would never dare reveal that she was her mother's puppet. It was time. He told her to say goodbye to her false soul. Lenia Selkit struggled in agony, but every act of resistance was useless. The girl was only afraid of being abandoned after failing to protect the things she loved. She also did not want to collapse in despair and cry because of her own weakness. That was why the little girl had risked her life and struggled so hard until now. Ren Nastia wanted to become strong like Ruth Donatos. At that moment, Ren Nastia forced herself back to her feet, a dagger appearing in her hand. She shouted for him to let go of Lenia Selkit, then charged immediately. Sensing danger, Olive instantly released Lenia Selkit. He spun around, pointed his sword at Ren Nastia, and shouted at her. Do you not understand human words? Shut your mouth already. But Ren Nastia still stood firmly in place. At the very least, she had to save Lenia Selkit. She absolutely would not let that bastard take Lenia Selkit. In the next instant, the girl poured all her strength into stabbing straight straight into his chest. The blade sank into Alev even as his sword grazed across her body. Alev froze at that act, then clenched his teeth and roared. A lowly thing like her dared do this to him? The girl gritted her teeth and drove the dagger down harder, making him writhe in pain. This time, she truly meant to take his life. Alev erupted in fury again. He snarled Ruth Donatos' name, raised his sword, and prepared to stab down once more. Lenya Selkit saw it and screamed in panic, begging him to stop. But how could he ever listen to her? In that hair-trigger instant, a black shadow suddenly appeared and covered Alev's entire body. In the blink of an eye, he was drained dry until only a withered skeleton remained. Even then, Ren Nastia still clenched the dagger tightly and refused to let go. When Alev's body finally dropped, Ruth Donatos had already appeared and caught Ren Nastia's exhausted body in his arms. Even now, Alev could not understand how Ruth Donatos had known he was here. Perhaps that dragon had warned him, but if Ruth thought this was over, Alev would return with Lauz's mercy and keep hunting him down. Ruth Donatos completely ignored his warning. He coldly stomped down hard on Alev's shriveled, skeletal body. Seeing that, Lenya Selkit struggled to stand. She had to save Ren Nastia no matter what. Pharaoh also manifested, silently looking at Ren Nastia as she lay in Ruth Donatos' arms. After a long while, he said in a low voice that the girl's soul had been damaged. In her current condition, even magic or healing medicine would have a hard time helping her body recover. Ruth Donatos looked at the small body in his arms and fell silent. Since when had everything gone so far off track? Why had Alev been chasing Lenya Selkit? Ruth should have been the target. What else did he still not know? It was his fault for leaving Lenya Selkit alone. He should never have brought Ren Nastia here in the first place. Guilt began to swallow him whole. Lenya Selkit stepped closer to Ruth Donatos and told him to take out the spirit stone she had once given him. Seeing his doubt, she hurriedly said they had to try everything, because they could not let the child leave like this. The spirit stone Lenya Selkit had given Ruth Donatos before the campaign against the lightning flash dragon could serve as a medium to hold Ren Nastia's soul, keeping her from returning to the spirit realm. There was no time left. They had to act now. Pharaoh understood what she intended to do and immediately spoke up to stop her. He knew she and Ruth Donatos were in pain, but this defied the laws of nature. She could not commit a taboo simply because she refused to accept Ren Nastia's fate. Besides, her own condition was not good either. But Lenya Selkit said she did not care. As the daughter of the Spirit King, she could travel the path spirits use between the spirit realm and reality without being affected by the mana current. With the spirit stone, she could pull Ren Nastia's soul back. They would only know if they tried. Ruth Donatos frowned at her, so she wanted to turn into a spirit and step onto that path. If she got lost, she would never return. On top of that, time flowed differently there. Before he could finish, Lenya Selkit cut him off and said she knew. But family had to stay together. They could not be separated forever. Ruth Donatos looked at her hesitantly and softly asked if she was confident she could do it. Lenya Selkit raised her head to look at him, then turned to Pharaoh behind her and earnestly begged him to trust her. Seeing the resolve in her eyes, Pharaoh could only sigh in the end. If that was what the two of them wished, he would support them with everything he had. With that, he opened a spatial gate for Lenya Selkit to enter. Before she left, he warned her that if she felt her soul being swept away, she had to return immediately. Lenya Selkit nodded, showing that she understood. She would definitely bring Ren Nastia back. She told Ruth Donatos that she would return very soon, so he should not worry. He should punish that bastard in their place. And she was sorry she could no longer keep fighting beside him. Right after that, she entered the spirit space with Ren Nastia. Ruth Donatos watched the two of them disappear, then softly whispered an apology. 1 month later, Lenya Selkit, who had entered the spirit road to search for Nastia's soul, occasionally sent back brief messages through Pharaoh. Fortunately, the journey to gather the soul fragments seemed to be going smoothly. However, not even Pharaoh could be certain how long that search would last. After that day, Alev vanished without a trace, as if he were recovering for the great war to come. The number of dragons and demonic beasts surged because of the phantom dragon's mana, but aside from that, almost everything remained at a standstill. According to predictions, the attack on Seminole would happen in less than a month. Ruth Donatos' group had no choice but to focus on preparing with everything they had left. The only thing they could do was trust Lenya Selkit and wait for the day she returned. At this point, Ruth Donatos arrived at the crafting guild, Hammer's weapon workshop. As soon as he saw Ruth, Guildmaster Vanderma laughed and teased him. So Hennis Hapulia's rude disciple finally decided to show up. Ruth had pestered him non-stop to finish on schedule, yet he was only showing up now. Ruth Donatos pouted and said he had been busy, then asked where the item he had commissioned was. Vanderma did not hand it over right away and simply said goods were exchanged for payment. Since he had personally forged it to order, the price would not be cheap. Hearing that, Pharaoh spoke up. This was exactly why people called dwarves fools who only knew gold and steel. Ruth Donatos sighed softly and reminded him to mind his status. Even if he was the Spirit King, he should not look look down on other races. After saying that, Ruth quickly handed Vanderma the money. The man accepted the bag of gold, opened it to check, then muttered in dissatisfaction. Why was it only half a bag? How could this little gold possibly cover his labor? But when he looked more closely inside, his eyes instantly went wide. It was not gold, but magic stones. Ruth Donatos ignored his shock and coolly asked if that was more than enough, since it should be worth at least 500 ruble. Yet Vanderma shook his head and said it still was not enough. After recalculating the materials, Ruth owed about 1 million ruble. Forging a weapon from a dragon king was no easy thing. Ruth Donatos only sighed after hearing that and told him to accept that portion first, while the rest would be paid later. Vanderma refused again, then said that in exchange, Ruth should let him see the sword at his waist. Ruth Donatos frowned. The heaven-defying sword? That was not a problem, but he advised Vanderma not to touch it, because it drained mana extremely aggressively. With that, he handed the sword to Vanderma. The old craftsman carefully accepted it and examined the heaven-defying sword, but the blade kept vibrating. He guessed it was rejecting him. He could not help but marvel. A sentient demonic sword. It was definitely a weapon from the Golden Age. Ruth Donatos was briefly surprised by that assessment, then corrected him by saying humans called it the Age of Myth. It was a dark age, the era of the ancient evil gods. Rumor says the legendary divine artifacts were born then. Clearly, this sword is one of those ancient weapons. And more than that, it is sealing something inside. Its mana absorption is probably just a side effect of whatever lies within the blade. After saying that, Vanderma asked Ruth Donatos if he knew what was sealed inside. He shook his head and said he had never thought that deeply about it, only that it felt suspicious. Vanderma thought for a moment, then said the sword's mana absorption was very similar to the power of the myriad form dragon. It might be only a fragment of that power, but had he stabbed that dragon's heart with this sword? Ruth Donatos fell silent when he heard that. Vanderma went on, saying that action was very likely the key, which was why the sword rejected everyone except him. Hearing this, Ruth Donatos suddenly remembered his older brother. In his previous life, his brother had never mentioned this, but it seemed he could freely use the myriad form dragon's mana expansion and compression ability. That meant whatever was inside the heaven-defying sword had also existed in his previous life. Could it have awakened when it came into contact with the myriad form dragon's heart? While Ruth Donatos was still lost in thought, Vanderma continued admiring the heaven-defying sword, saying it truly was fascinating. He badly wanted to understand the material it was made from, but since he could not touch it, there was nothing he could do. With that, he took out the weapon he had promised and handed it to Ruth Donatos. This was a masterpiece. He had forged it from the thunder dragon's heart, bones, and hide. What he had created was Hama, the thunder bow. Ruth Donatos accepted the bow, looked it over, and praised Vanderma, saying he actually had a talent for naming things. He tried drawing the bowstring, and arcs of lightning immediately flashed along it. From now on, calling it the thunder bow really posed no problem at all. Vanderma said this was the first time he had used the body of a dragon king to forge a weapon. It was difficult, but incredibly interesting. After finishing it, every other creation of his felt like trash. Once he was done lamenting, he told Ruth to get lost, because watching his precious work being taken away hurt too much. Ruth Donatos burst out laughing and teased him for being a total bachelor, saying that since he had no wife anyway, he might as well consider himself married to his tools. Vanderma angrily cursed back, and just like that, the two said goodbye. Ruth Donatos strolled through the street. Pharaoh asked if he planned to return straight to Seminole. He gave a slight nod. The day the illusion dragon attacked was drawing close, and the dragon's fury would only grow more violent. There was no time left to rest. After that day, whenever he spotted one of Alev's puppets, he destroyed it on the spot. But Alev still did not appear with his guards, so Ruth guessed he planned to reveal himself in that body on the day of the decisive battle. While he was still muttering to himself, Leon suddenly walked over and called out, saying she wanted to speak with him in private. The two found a nearby place to talk. Ruth Donato spoke first, saying he had not expected Leon to come looking for him. He narrowed his eyes and asked what wind had blown her all the way here. Leon did not answer and instead asked him back, since returning from the Wasteland, had he slept well even once. He did not look rested at all. Ruth Donatos frowned at her. Had she come all the way to Fatma just to say that? Leon smiled faintly. Too much had happened lately and she understood how he felt. The current situation was unusual, so she also understood why the other nations refused to help and why he had not told Hanis Hapulia or Balak Storos. She completely understood the choices he had made. Lenia Selkit had been gravely wounded while traveling with him, and what happened to Ren Nastia had dragged him even deeper into guilt. He worried for their safety, but the more he thought about it, the more he sank into a dark spiral, until one day he might make the wrong decision. After saying that, Leon sighed, stepped forward, gripped his shoulders tightly, and demanded to know if that was why the protagonist had asked her mother for that favor. He had begged her mother not to let Leon take part in the coming battle. Ruth Donatos only frowned at her, silent as if every explanation had gotten stuck in his throat. After a while, he finally said cautiously that it was the most reasonable choice. But before he could finish, she cut him off, still trying to understand why he had decided something like that on his own. She glared at him and asked through clenched teeth what exactly she was in his eyes. Before, he was the one who said they had to fight shoulder to shoulder as comrades, because only then could they truly understand each other. But what about now? Now he wanted her to stay quiet and be protected, to stand at home and watch him lose. If he was going to treat her like that, then why did he tell her that day that he was a regressor? Ruth Donato stammered for a long time, but he could not get a single word out. Seeing that expression, she pressed closer and asked exactly why he was so obsessed with their safety. Had he revealed that secret only so he could use it as an excuse to sacrifice his own life in exchange for everyone else's? He still said nothing. She immediately shouted at him, ordering him to answer. At that moment, Ruth Donato suddenly exploded. He admitted that everything was his fault, that he was worried about them, and that he was sorry things had turned out this way. But he was not asking for anything unreasonable. He was not telling them to give up fighting, nor was he forcing them to hide somewhere safe forever. He only wanted them in a less dangerous environment until they became strong enough that he no longer had to fear they would die on the battlefield. They had shed sweat, blood, and tears again and again, so what meaning would it have if they died before they could do anything? Ruth Donato's cursed in anger. Clearly, he had spoken too gently, and that was why they did not understand how lacking they still were. If they did not want to die, then they had better shut up and step back. Hearing this, she laughed in fury, then asked Ruth Donatos directly if he was afraid. He stared at her in confusion. She said coldly that he was afraid all of them would die, afraid that the past would repeat itself once more. That feeling of standing there and watching the people precious to him get wounded to the edge of death, sinking into despair while he could do nothing. That guilt of being too unskilled to help with anything at all. Did Ruth Donatos know how many times he had made them taste that exact feeling? She glared at him and demanded to know if, now that it was his turn to endure that feeling, he had started to get scared. She slapped his shoulder hard and helplessly admitted that she was still lacking, still weak, and still not mature enough, because she was not the person from the past who had risked her life to save him, nor was she the shadow of herself, or of anyone else, trapped inside his head. He was still locked inside that past. After saying that, she immediately threw a punch to snap him awake. Then she fiercely shouted that she did not care what her previous life had been like, because the person truly standing in front of him was the Leon of the present. She was not the result of someone else's ability. This was her own life. She warned him that she would not let that attitude slide, stop judging them, and focus on leading them. As for whether she would join this battle or not, she would decide that for herself. If he still wanted to live in the past, then he could do whatever he wanted. As for her, she would walk toward the future. With those words, she turned and left. Ruth Donatos held the spot where he had been punched and sighed softly. Just how had she trained that fist of hers? He clicked his tongue twice, the sharp ache still lingering. Just then, Pharaoh appeared and said Lenia Selkit was stronger than he thought. Ruth Donatos nodded faintly and said he knew. He also understood that they had grown much stronger over the past year. If they kept leveling up and reached their peak, they would even surpass their previous lives by far. But at the current moment, things still had not reached that point. Ruth Donatos sighed helplessly. He had not expected Leon to obediently follow his words anyway. He had no right to say this, but none of them knew how to take orders, whether in the present or in the past. Somewhere else, after leaving Ruth Donatos, she walked while looking at her wounded hand, then fell into deep thought. Nothing was going the way she wanted, not even one thing. In the dark forest, shadows covered the withered branches like claws. A sudden scream of pain rang out. It was Alev. He sprang up from inside the coffin, his entire body flooded with rage. This body could hardly heal any further. He had to hurry. Before the Dragon Emperor crushed everything, he wanted to kill Ruth Donatos with his own hands, using the power nurtured by the resentment he had accumulated for so long. It was a mess. Alev had gathered every spare soul he had prepared for emergencies, but even that was still not enough. If he had more time, he could use other methods, but now it was too late. Leaving this body meant he could not take part in the battle. Even so, he did not need to worry too much. For this little act of revenge, this servant would be enough. As he mentioned Ruth Donatos, his words gradually twisted into another form. Alev found a small flower grove in the middle of the dark forest, then respectfully announced that the time had come, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground and reverently declared that she was about to reward those ignorant fools with death. Therefore, he wished to offer this lowly body to Her Majesty Laosia. The one he sought was Laosia, the illusion dragon. She currently had a human appearance and sat reading a book as if enjoying tea. Alev was shocked at first glance. The Dragon Emperor was actually imitating humans. Just as the rumors said, she truly was a unique existence among the 7 dragons. Hearing the noise, Laosia raised her head and narrowed her eyes at Alev with impatience. Him again. But it was true that the time had come. Alev immediately reported the situation. The Undead Legion was awaiting her command, along with countless other servants. The invasion of Seminole was now slowly underway. At this, Alev's eyes blazed. If Laozi allowed it, he was ready to clear the road to the city to atone for his sins. If she wished, he would destroy an entire capital. Laozi gave a soft snort, her voice filled with mockery, and said he was far too devoted. With that, Laozi leisurely appeared before Alev, raised an eyebrow in provocation, and asked whether she had requested him to do anything, or ever given such an order. Alev trembled in terror, his throat locked tight, unable to say a word. Seeing his reaction, Laozi gently stroked his head and gave a faint smile, soothing him by saying not to be afraid. She had only been joking. To be honest, Laozi did not care. Anyone who wanted to run should run now. As for that human city, she truly did not want to destroy it. The endless ideas born from human desire were always fresh, like stories woven from their fascinating emotions. In her eyes, that lovely little city was no different from a flower bed. As Laozi spoke, she lightly touched a nearby flower stem, but her tone sank lower. And yet, from the moment they were born, they had been a disaster. Laozi's role in this world was far more important than her personal tastes. A terrible chain bound her to inflict pain on the humans she cherished. She knew she would never be free until she destroyed that link. At this point, Laozi paused for a moment, then finally ordered Alev to do as he wished. She was in no hurry. Hearing that, Alev immediately accepted the command in delight. He had succeeded. Deep inside, he secretly gloated. The opening act of destruction would be his revenge. Meanwhile, the city of Seminole had already fallen into chaos. The second defensive line was collapsing, and dragons and humans had plunged into a brutal battle. Adeline Care and Daniel Gold's group was also providing support, but they could not hold out much longer. Adeline Care immediately requested reinforcements, because 3 dragon swarms were flying in. Daniel Gold said Anne, the immortal heavenly sword, was on the way, and told her to focus on handling the enemies on the ground. At that moment, Claire Mason felt her body aching fiercely, because she was fighting dragons with her bare hands. She had no idea how much longer she would have to keep fighting, but deep in her heart, a feeling kept rising that something was wrong. Claire Mason drove a fist straight into the head of the dragon charging at her. At last, she realized that the more enemies they took down, the more the horde seemed to multiply. Claire Mason stopped worrying about it and stepped over to ask if the soldier was all right. He said he was fine, then asked her to support the eastern side. At that moment, the soldier who had narrowly escaped death staggered to his feet, his face still pale with fear. He remembered someone once asking if he wanted to join this battle. Back then, he hesitated, saying that even if Seminole had never been directly attacked or raided by desert refugees, the city was no saint either. They even banned refugees from entering. So why should he fight for it? That person said this was a chance for him and his family. A chance for the refugee bandits from the barren lands to earn the freedom to live inside the city. Seminole did not accept refugees, so as long as he still had all 4 limbs, he had to keep fighting. That person also told him to stand somewhere the citizens inside the city could clearly see him. He had to prove his worth, and now he was doing exactly as he had been told, charging forward bravely and cutting down the enemy. At the same time, up on the city wall, Lord Get had taken in the entire state of the battlefield. His subordinate anxiously said it was too dangerous outside, clearly trying to stop him from leaving the city. But Lord Get shook his head and refused. Citizens and outsiders alike were fighting to defend the city, so how could a lord like him hide inside? Even with the dragon slayers active on every front, whether they could hold against these endless waves of attacks was only a matter of time. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A scene that chilled everyone to the bone appeared before them. Darkness was closing in, and countless dragons were flying toward the city. The real battle was only beginning now. Daniel Gold watched from the side and said it looked like they had finally started moving. Ruth Donatos had noticed it too. He placed a hand on his sword hilt and said coldly that the battle had come earlier than the phantom dragon promised. Good thing they listened to the immortal heavenly sword. Daniel Gold nodded in agreement. The puppet master's main assault force had to be hidden somewhere, likely lurking nearby so he could control the dragons and the undead more easily. Ruth Donatos quietly guessed that he might be hiding at the farthest edge of his magic range, not right nearby. He was no ordinary coward. Ruth was sure of that, because in his previous life, Alev only appeared when necessary, after enjoying the show from a distance. He truly was the most troublesome bishop, but no matter how skilled he was, controlling this entire monster swarm by himself was impossible. He must have hidden objects around the battlefield to maintain his magic, update his information, and observe the situation at that moment and spoke up. In other words, if they destroyed those tools, he would be forced to show himself. The second she heard that, Claire Mason suddenly lifted a skull and shouted, asking if this was one of them. She said smugly that her precious student had found one. This little darling really had sharp eyes. She turned to look at Ruth Donato standing above, but said nothing. Seeing that, Claire Mason grew suspicious and asked if the two of them had fought. Both immediately denied it in unison, saying no. This was not the time to talk about that, and spoke up, saying that if their guess was right, they would not need to face the entire monster horde at once. She swept her gaze over everyone, smiled sharply, and said they were all warmed up now, so this was where the real battle began. This was the moment to advance and crush them immediately. The whole group froze for an instant before that overwhelming presence. He also stepped forward and officially joined the battle. The commotion they created was so huge that the soldiers behind them were stunned. That wave of attacks instantly swept down the flock of dragons flying in. The sight looked like massive waves crashing into each other across the battlefield. Every dragon that charged in was brought down by Ruth Donato's group without mercy. But the dragons still slipped through one by one. The airflow linked through Ruth Donato's magic transmitters was gradually breaking apart. One dragon had been so affected by the Dragon Emperor's madness that it could no longer tell humans apart from Andes. That army truly was enormous. But in reality, they were nothing more than a collection of lunatics, ready to tear even their own allies apart. Because of that, Ruth Donatos was certain the puppet master could no longer stay hidden inside his rotten fortress. He would have to crawl out himself. At the same time, Alev, who was controlling the dragons, suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was losing transmitters at a terrifying speed. He could not believe those people had found where he hid them. They clearly had no mage capable of doing that. If this kept going, his magic network would soon collapse. If that happened before the city was taken, they would lose the ability to coordinate the assault waves, and the entire battlefield would fall into chaos. He had to create new transmitters. Alev did not want to enter the battle this early, but he had no choice. If they truly had someone who could locate the transmitters, that person could also trace his coordinates. He knew they were busy searching for transmitters, so this was his moment to strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Alev stepped into the magic formation, constantly muttering an incantation under his breath. But in that exact instant, an arrow suddenly pierced through Alev's body. Right after that, a lightning strike slammed into him, making him scream in pain. It was Ruth Donatos. He had found Alev's hiding place and attacked him directly with an arrow without a second of hesitation. A smug smile rose on his lips. Found you at last. On that day, when he met Vanderma to receive the Thunder Bow, the man had told him to pour his desire into it. Ancient runes were the unique magical secret art of the dwarves. They were born from faith, melted into prayer, then completed by desire. Only by carving in what one longed for most could the work be truly finished. For Ruth Donato's aura, the ancient runes would respond exactly to that wish. After hearing that, Ruth Donatos tightened his grip on the bow. After a long moment of thought, the main character murmured that he would place his greatest desire into it. Back before Ruth Donatos located Alev, Pharaoh had finished investigating and reported that he had just caught Alev's mana. The main character nodded slightly, raised his bow without hesitation, and said he would shoot from here, asking Pharaoh to handle the magic support. In that instant, the young man activated the skill Thunderclap Sky Rend and locked onto the target. The arrow was instantly wrapped in lightning strikes and raging magic. This was a high-speed skill that allowed him to shift to the target's coordinates in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he had defeated Hama, and that was how he had obtained this skill. Because of that, the main character's arrow struck Alev's position with perfect accuracy. Back in the present, Alev was horrified by the sudden ambush. When he clearly saw who had appeared, he was even more shocked. Impossible. He had not expected the main character to be a mage capable of pursuit magic too. But how had he crossed space in such a short time? While Alev was still confused, Ruth Donatos fired another arrow carrying a lightning strike straight at him. Seeing that power, Alev immediately realized it was the ability of the lightning flash dragon. By now, he was certain this was the power of flash lightning, and it even carried traces of space-rending magic. The main character had swapped coordinates with his target in an instant. That meant he had calculated and cast an advanced technique in an extremely short time. It was absurd. After recognizing Ruth Donatos' technique, Alev immediately burst into a smug laugh. He mocked him, saying the main character's entrance was certainly grand, but why had he come alone? Ruth Donatos completely ignored him, his hand still drawing the bowstring again and again. Below, Alev raised a protective wall with magic, then looked up and laughed loudly, mocking the hero title of the main character, who had ruined his carefully laid plans twice. Hearing that, Ruth Donatos only snorted coldly. The main character answered flatly that when you take out the trash, no one needs permission from the garbage can. Alev dodged Ruth Donatos' attacks while angrily cursing him as a bastard. Then he kept taunting him, saying the main character was only shooting wildly for no reason. He cursed him as an arrogant fool who did not know his limits, daring to use a Ruth Donatos weapon created from the lightning flash dragon. Alev had spent nearly 100 years understanding the Phantom Dragon's mana. More than anyone, he knew how terrifying the cost was to use even part of a Dragon King's skill, especially for a human who had not even lived half a century. No matter how powerful flash lightning was, it was still an ability born to destroy the body. As for him, even if his body was shattered, he could simply stuff in a new soul as a replacement. So Alev arrogantly provoked Ruth Donatos to keep shooting as much as he wanted, because that proud body would burn away before Alev used even a tenth of the souls he possessed. Ruth Donatos watched that attitude without wavering at all. The main character smiled faintly, his hand still pulling the bowstring tight, so now he was scared. Just look at how much he was talking. He should just admit he was jealous and get it over with. Besides, there was one more thing Ruth wanted him to know. The main character had never fought alone. The moment those words fell, the immortal heavenly sword and Daniel Gold appeared from behind. Without another word, they slashed down with brutal force, making the space in front of them explode in an instant. Daniel Gold drew back his sword and could not help remarking that this was his first time using flash lightning for a rapid assault. His whole body acted like it was about to fall apart. On the other side, and looked toward Ruth Donatos and told the main character to hurry and go, saying they would handle this place as planned. But before he could leave, Alev's resentful roar rang out. He hissed, asking if the main character truly planned to run away. He would absolutely not let him escape. As soon as he said that, Alev charged straight at Ruth Donatos with his sword in hand. Unfortunately for him, before he could even touch Ruth Donatos, a sword stopped him cold and appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. She said coldly that she had searched for half her life, combing through every mountain range, yet she still had not found even a trace, and glared at Alev, her eyes filled with hatred. All of it was because of him. The moment she finished speaking and attacked at once, cyclones of sword light slashed forward violently, making Alev scream in agony. Under their relentless offensive, Alev was completely enraged. He had no reason left to hesitate anymore. Did these pitiful living creatures truly think they could stand against him? He did not believe they had even the slightest chance. From the very beginning, he had only allowed them to run wild because he was still bound by the Dragon King's orders. But now, the hour of judgment had arrived. Things would no longer be the same. Every humiliation he had endured, he would reorganize it all and show them who was truly the strongest. Alev threw his head back and laughed loudly. Open your eyes and witness the true power of soul summoning. As soon as his words fell, 3 more undead appeared on the battlefield, but the number was so small that Adeline Kayer briefly grew suspicious. Once she observed them closely, she immediately realized the problem. These undead were on a completely different level from the ones before. Thinking of that, Adeline Kayer immediately called Leon and Cake. The two quickly answered, saying they finally had opponents worthy of fighting. Leon faced an undead with supreme spear arts, someone who had once led an entire nation. Adeline Kayer clashed with a swordsman far ahead of his era. The remaining enemy was a magic caster who had once fought shoulder to shoulder with Hennis Hapulia. All of them were corpses Alev had carefully selected and preserved. He wanted to slaughter every Seminole citizen, every warrior, and Ruth Donatos as well, and could not stand Alev's smug expression. She swung her sword hard and sent the mask on his face flying, and gritted her teeth and cursed that his mouth really was arrogant, especially for someone no better than a walking funeral home. Alev was provoked by it again, and his eyes tightened with raw hatred as he glared at her. He roared, demanding how she dared cut him off. Damn her. At that moment, Alev had been completely swallowed by rage. Daniel Gold realized he was starting to release mana, so he quickly reminded her that the moment they received the signal from the heavenly spirit, they would act at once, and answered without the slightest hesitation. She would try to expand the focal point as much as possible. While the two of them exchanged words, Alev had already swung his sword and charged in, determined to take both their lives. Alev's target this time was Daniel Gold. He saw that Daniel Gold was only an ordinary man with no special signs and no sword capable of absorbing mana. With that chunk of iron, the man could hardly peel away even one of the hundreds of soul layers wrapped around him. Alev moved with absolute contempt, slashing straight at Daniel Gold. After that, he immediately shifted his gaze back to Anne. She was the only one he needed to watch. After all, Anne was the 7th generation heir of the Heavenly Sky Observation Art, the strongest dragon slayer alive, the heaven-annihilating sword. Ruth Donatos must have been the 8th generation heir. Thinking of that, Alev snorted coldly. So the protagonist was also carrying the burden of a traditional disciple. What meaningless nonsense. Alev narrowed his eyes at Anne and laughed loudly, mocking her, saying she could not overcome this body of his either, just like her master when he was alive. That was exactly why powerful souls had to seek immortality, and heard him and snorted coldly. What absurd garbage. There was nothing special about his soul art at all. She would teach him what the 2 traditions of the Heavenly Sky Observation Art truly were. As soon as she finished speaking, a pale blue ring of light suddenly appeared, then coiled around Alev's energy, leaving him stunned. He recognized it. This was attribute power, the manifestation of innate talent through refined mana. She had materialized it and fused it into her sword. Alev could not help clicking his tongue twice. As expected, this was troublesome. At that moment, and shot forward like lightning, closed in right in front of Alev, and said coldly that the first technique was junior successor. Alev was still confused when Daniel Gold rushed in from behind. The next technique was senior predecessor strike. Daniel Gold shouted White Azure, and in an instant, a blue light enveloped Alev. But when Alev felt that his body had not been injured at all, he immediately mocked them, asking if they were playing games with him. How could they possibly cut through his mana shield? But the moment those words left his mouth, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Alev turned and asked Daniel Gold what he had just cut, but no one answered him, and had already charged in with her sword once more. Even Daniel Gold did not delay at all, attacking from behind at the same time. Violent shockwave strikes came crashing down on Alev's position all at once, tearing through space and unleashing a terrifying explosion. Buried beneath the rubble, Alev ground his teeth in rage. Why had someone capable of cutting into the soul appeared right now? At first, it was just some low-level grunt, and now there was another deadly variable. It felt as if they had seen through every last one of his weaknesses. He could not accept it, his A-rank origin soul. If it shattered, everything would truly be over. And looked at the enemy before her, now too broken to even rise again, and slowly drew in a breath. This was the end. Hearing those words, Alev immediately panicked, his whole body trembling violently. A moment later, he snarled and shouted, telling her not to make him laugh. Did she think this was the end? Not a chance. He would definitely be saved, he was certain of it. Alev glared stubbornly at her and questioned her in a frenzy. Did a genius like him appear in this world every day? Even the arrogant Ruth Donatos needed him. His life was worth more than all those useless rejects cast aside by the world. The soul summoning art, the result of his entire life. They would never understand what it meant for humanity. Then he threw his head back toward the sky and screamed in madness. King of dreams, the time has come, descend into this world. She frowned at the man before her, then immediately turned to Daniel Gold and ordered him to finish Alev quickly. Even in his final moments, Alev was still waiting for Laogia to appear and save him. In his own mind, he was immortal. Unfortunately, no one answered that desperate plea. Daniel Gold's sword pierced straight through his body, his core soul shattered. No matter how many spare souls or backup bodies he still had, he could no longer preserve his sense of self. She let out a breath of relief. That was enough. This battle had nearly turned into a horrific killing field, but thanks to Daniel Gold and Ruth Donatos, everything ended more easily than expected. More importantly, that poor disciple finally had a chance to meet her master again. Everyone has a peak in life. It is the moment when talent and skill reach their most brilliant limit. It is also the instant when a human's finite life burns bright with pure joy. But moments like that usually flash by in the blink of an eye. Because it is so brief, it is called a golden age. So do not live only for the future. Enjoy the present, take in many disciples, and pass down your legacy. She had once seen that as a punishment, but her master taught her a lesson. That period turned out to be the happiest days of her life. She had always regretted it, but her master had been right. Her golden age, the time they were able to spend together, had truly been far too short.